Chapter 1. The dragon emerges from the abyss. In the Dragon Kingdom, on the southeastern coast, lies the ominous Death God Island, home to the infamous Ghost Prison. Here, the most perilous criminals from around the globe are incarcerated. Politicians whose reckless ambitions nearly ignited nuclear conflict, drug lords stained with the blood of countless victims, merciless assassins, and malevolent sorcerers who command the spirits of the damned on this fateful day. The fearsome inmates bid farewell to a young man who was about to leave the prison. His name was Yi Chun, an orphan brought into Ghost Prison by the venerable Lao Chun, who took him under his wing. Over the past 18 years, various criminals had also taken Yi Chun as their disciple, imparting their lifelong knowledge to him. Today marked Yi Chun's departure from Ghost Prison. The aged Lao Chun approached him, stating, 18 years have swiftly passed, and it is time I unveil your origins. My origins? Yi Chun's eyes sparkled with fervor. Having grown up within the confines of Ghost Prison, how could he not yearn to uncover the truth of his lineage? Indeed, long ago, 7 marriage contracts were arranged for you. The clues to your ancestry lie within these contracts. As he spoke, Lao Chun presented Yi Chun with 7 envelopes and a jade pendant, saying, these are the 7 marriage certificates and the public jade pendant. Each of your fiancés possesses a corresponding mother pendant, why presenting the marriage certificates and the public pendant, whether to wed or to annul, they shall return the mother pendants to you. The union of the public pendant with the 7 mother pendants shall unravel the enigma of your heritage. Of course, should you choose to annul the engagements, it is your duty, as per the agreements of old, to assist them in overcoming certain challenges within your means. Yi Chun accepted the 7 marriage certificates and the jade pendant, stowing them in his bag. He then turned to the assembly of criminals and bowed deeply. Masters, I am profoundly grateful for your nurturing. Farewell. In that moment, the atmosphere within the prison shifted. The 180 inmates, regarded by the world as the epitome of malevolence, found themselves touched by his words. Once they had stirred the very winds of fate, only to be confined within these walls, resigned to a fate of decay. They believed they would perish here, their formidable skills wasted in the shadows of Ghost Prison, until Lao Chun arrived, cradling the infant Yi Chun. They took him as their own, imparting their skills without reservation. Now, as Yi Chun prepared to depart with their teachings, they felt a sense of closure, even in death. Upon leaving Ghost Prison, Yi Chun opened the envelopes, revealing the aged marriage certificates. I end this journey of existence. One must seek to understand their origins and their destination. The first marriage certificate read, Jinling, Lu family, Lu Sweki, dated 20 years prior. The information was scant and distant. Yet, this posed no challenge for Yi Chun, for he had a master renowned for his hacking prowess, who had infiltrated the networks of numerous nations. With resolve, Yi Chun hailed a taxi and instructed driver to the Lu Manor. Minutes later, he arrived in the bustling heart of Jinling City. The Lu Manor is situated in this precious piece of real estate. Yi Chun paid for his taxi fare and proceeded towards the Lu Manor. Stop. Who are you looking for? A commanding voice rang out as 2 bodyguards blocked Yi Chun's path. Yi Chun replied, I have a betrothal with Lu Sweki. I am here to annul it. Old Chun had stated that regardless of whether it was a marriage or an annulment, Yi Chun would reclaim his mother's jade pendant, thus unraveling the mystery of his lineage. However, marriage seemed too cumbersome. Thus he opted for annulment. The 2 bodyguards were momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. You have a betrothal with our young mistress, and you wish to annul it? Do you have any idea who our young mistress is? Yi Chun pondered for a moment and said, I know a bit, but not much. The bodyguards regarded him as if he were a simpleton, stating, you clearly do not know. Allow me to enlighten you. Miss Lu is the jewel of the Lu family, the apple of old Master Lu's eye, and the belle of Jinling University. You truly believe someone of your stature is worthy of such a paragon? Yi Chun shrugged and responded, that question bears no significance to me, for I am here to annul the engagement. Damn it, you really have some nerve. The bodyguards pointed towards the entrance, their voices cold. That is the door. Get out, or do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Yi Chun shook his head and continued towards the Lu Manor. The bodyguards, despite their training, could not impede his progress. Seeking death, the bodyguards were incensed. At that moment, a Rolls-Royce pulled up at the entrance. The door swung open, revealing an elderly man clad in a Zhongshan suit. The bodyguards were taken aback. The old man was none other than Old Master Lu Gongming. If this audacious youth were to offend the elder, the consequences would be dire. Lu Gongming furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is happening here?" One bodyguard hurriedly explained, "Sir, this young man claims he has a betrothal with the young mistress. We were about to expel him." Before the bodyguard could continue, Lu Gongming interjected with excitement. "Wait!" He quickly approached Yi Chun and asked, "Are you Yi Chun?" Yi Chun nodded. "Do you know me?" Lu Gongming grasped Yi Chun's hand, his excitement palpable. "Ah, young Yi, many years ago, your master saved my life. We arranged a childhood betrothal for you and Sweki. Now, I shall arrange for you to meet her at once. Old master, I am here too." Yi Chun attempted to clarify his intentions, but was cut off by Lu Gongming. "That do not worry, young Yi. My granddaughter Sweki is renowned as a great beauty in Jinling. Please, wait inside. I shall fetch her immediately." Lu Gongming beamed, gesturing for Yi Chun to enter the Lu manor, while Yi Chun had no choice but to acquiesce, preparing to discuss the annulment with Lu Sweki upon her return. Witnessing this scene, the bodyguards swallowed hard, their faces a canvas of disbelief. What a surprise this young man, clad in garments worth less than 100 yuan, is actually Lu Sweki's fiancé? He has circumvented a decade of struggle, an entire lifetime of effort. Envy, jealousy, and resentment filled their hearts. A few minutes later, a fiery red Ferrari approached with great speed, screeching to a halt at the entrance of the Lu family manor. The car door swung open, revealing a pair of long, slender legs stepping out. The owner of these exquisite limbs was none other than Lu Sweki. Dressed in a short skirt and an off-shoulder chiffon blouse, her figure was alluringly curvaceous, her shoulders rounded and fair, her waist delicate enough to be encircled by a single hand, and her beautiful legs encased in nude stockings, slender yet not gaunt. Truly, she was the belle of Jinling University. Upon exiting the vehicle, she stormed into the living room in a huff. "Sweki, your timing is impeccable," Lu Gongming exclaimed, his eyes narrowing into crescent shapes as he beamed at her. "Allow me to make a grand introduction." Lu Sweki pouted defiantly, declaring, "Grandfather, I vehemently oppose this marriage." Lu Gongming replied, "My dear Sweki, Xiao Yi is an exceptionally fine young man. Furthermore, his master has saved me and our Lu family. We cannot act ungratefully." Lu Sweki shot a glare at Yi Chun, huffing, "Grandfather, there are myriad ways to show gratitude. Why must it come at the expense of my happiness?" With a cheerful demeanor, Lu Gongming insisted, "Sweki, Xiao Yi is indeed a remarkable young man. Marrying him will surely bring you happiness." "Remarkable?" Lu Sweki widened her beautiful eyes, retorting, "Grandfather, you must have a misunderstanding of what remarkable means. It's not that I wish to belittle him, but someone like him could easily be dismissed at our school." At this moment, Su Lan, Lu Sweki's mother, interjected with a smile, "Dad, perhaps we should deliberate further. There are many accomplished young men pursuing Sweki, including Master Su, the son of a city leader, who is quite taken with her." As she spoke, Su Lan cast a significant glance at her husband. Lu Jinhua quickly added, "Indeed, father, even if you disregard Sweki's happiness, you cannot allow her to marry just anyone without thought." Lu Gongming snorted in disdain. "What do you all understand? The flicker of a candle cannot contend with the brilliance of the sun and moon. Those young talents you speak of pale in comparison to Xiao Yi. I shall promptly arrange a date for Sweki and Xiao Yi's wedding." Instantly, the entire Lu family was rendered speechless, entirely unprepared for such a declaration from Lu Gongming. They even began to suspect that he might have fallen under some enchantment. Lu Sweki stamped her foot in frustration, on the verge of tears, asserting, "I refuse. I will not marry him." Though Lu Gongming and Su Lan feared the patriarch's authority, they summoned their courage to speak. "Father, you must reconsider. If you inadvertently push Sweki into a pit of fire, you too will regret it. May I interject, esteemed guests?" Yi Chun took a sip of tea, stating, "I believe there has been a misunderstanding. I did not come to marry, rather, I am here to annul the engagement." Chapter 2. Could it be that this young man is not a man? What? He wishes to break off the engagement? The onlookers were taken aback, particularly the security personnel. It is well known that the young lady is the cherished jewel of the Lu family, possessing both striking beauty and an impeccable figure. The suitors vying for her affection could easily form an elite battalion. Most importantly, the The young lady is exceptionally virtuous, having never even entertained the notion of romance. In summary, whoever is fortunate enough to marry her would achieve a complete fulfillment in life. To have such a splendid opportunity before him. And yet this young man chooses to withdraw from the engagement? Could it be that he is not a man? Yichen produced a marriage certificate and stated, "Old man. Since the engagement is null and void, I kindly request the return of the jade pendant." The jade pendant? Lu Sueki glanced down at her chest, retrieving a jade pendant from her cleavage, and casually tossed it to Yi Chun, saying, "Is this the pendant you refer to? I shall return it to you, provided you do not pursue me any further." Deal. Yi Chun reached out to take the pendant. Not so fast. Lu Gongming snatched the pendant back, sighing as he said, "Young Yi, Sueki, a master once foretold that the two of you are a match made in heaven." Lu Sueki puffed out her cheeks and replied, "Grandfather, I do not believe in the words of fortune tellers. My fate is to be determined by my own hands." Lu Gongming asserted, as the head of this family, "I have the final say in this marriage. I intend to choose a date for young Yi and Sueki to wed." "Grandfather, I refuse to marry." Lu Sueki's eyes turned red. "Father, you must reconsider." Lu Jinhua and Su Lan also grew anxious. The crowd was collectively stunned. Lu Gongming was intent on forcibly marrying Lu Sueki to Yi Chun. What merits does this young man possess? Yi Chun felt somewhat helpless, surprised at how troublesome it was to break off an engagement. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Lu Gongming's complexion suddenly pale, followed by a violent spurt of blood. In the next moment, Lu Gongming collapsed to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. "Father, grandfather, old man." The entire Lu estate erupted into chaos. Lu Jinhua, while assisting Lu Gongming to lie down, shouted, "Quickly, summon Dr. Bai." After 7 or 8 minutes, an elderly man carrying a medical bag entered the Lu estate. It was none other than the renowned Dr. Bai Guanghua. Lu Jinhua hurried to greet him, saying, "Dr. Bai, my father suddenly coughed up blood and fainted. His symptoms mirror those from last time, and he is currently convulsing." Without uttering a word, Bai Guanghua approached Lu Gongming's bedside and began to take his pulse. The Lu family members breathed a sigh of relief. Dr. Bai is a physician of great repute, celebrated for his exceptional medical skills. Previously, when Lu Gongming had similarly coughed up blood and fainted, even the top-tier hospital had issued a death certificate. Yet it was Dr. Bai's silver needles that restored him to health. Before long, Bai Guanghua declared, "The pulse is identical to last time, completely chaotic. I must administer acupuncture." With that, he opened his medical kit and retrieved a series of silver needles. In a dazzling display, Bai Guanghua deftly administered needles to Lu Gongming's acupoints, Naguan, Shizhe, Weizhong, Jichuan, Bai Wei, and Hotian. As the needles were inserted, Lu Gongming's body ceased its convulsions. At this moment, Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. His esteemed master, well-versed in the healing arts, lamented the decline of traditional Chinese medicine, noting that most practitioners had long since passed away. To his surprise, Bai Guanghua, this old fellow, exhibited genuine skill. Upon witnessing Lu Gongming's cessation of spasms, the Lu family erupted with joy, their gazes toward Bai Guanghua filled with gratitude and admiration. However, as Bai Guanghua prepared to insert another needle into Lu Gongming's Tianzheng acupoint, Yi Chen's brow furrowed with concern. "Wait," he interrupted. Bai Guanghua frowned, halting his actions. He turned to Yi Chen and inquired, "Young friend, are you addressing me?" Yi Chen nodded and replied, "If you proceed with that needle, Lu Lao's life may be in jeopardy." The Lu family, initially oblivious to Yi Chen's plea, nearly erupted in outrage. After all, a renowned healer like Bai Guanghua could be temperamental. If Yi Chen's interruption displeased him, the repercussions could be dire. "You know nothing of medicine, do you? If you lack understanding, keep silent. Can you bear the consequences of offending Master Bai?" One family member scolded. "Yi Chen, you have gone too far. Do you wish to bring harm to my grandfather?" "Someone, throw this ignorant fool out." The others chimed in vehemently. "I am merely speaking the truth," Yi Chen replied, his expression unchanging. Bai Guanghua's countenance soured, and with a cold snort, he retorted, "Are you questioning my medical skills? Questioning your skills?" Yi Chen pondered for a moment before saying, "You have yet to earn that right from me. I simply believe that Lu Lao deserves better than to perish at the hands of a quack like you." The words struck Bai Guanghua like a blow. It was the first time in years he had been labeled a charlatan. The Lu family was incensed. What on earth? This fool must be trying to kill Lu Lao. Lu Sueki fumed, stamping her foot in anger. "Do you wish death upon my grandfather? You desire this jade pendant, do you not? Take it and leave at once." With that, she hurled the pendant toward Yi Chen. He caught it deftly and turned to depart. After Yichen left, Bai Guanghua's disciples expressed their frustration. Master Bai, this fellow is a lunatic. Had we known he would provoke you, we would have expelled him long ago. Indeed, Master Bai, he has no ties to the Lu family. Please do not take offense, they pleaded. Bai Guanghua twisted the silver needle between his fingers and remarked, today's youth lack genuine skill yet dare to flaunt their ignorance. Enough of him. Saving lives is of utmost importance. Master Bai speaks wisely. The youth must remain grounded, they agreed. Letting him go unpunished is a disservice. He should be made to kneel and apologize to you. It is utterly outrageous. As the conversation unfolded, the silver needle in Bai Guanghua's hand finally descended upon Lu Gongming's Tanjun acupoint. A fit of intense coughing erupted from Lu Gongming, and he regained consciousness. He awakened, marveling at the extraordinary skills of the divine healer Bai. How could that young man have dared to question such prowess? I had always believed that my father had misjudged the character of that individual, who not only lacked genuine talent but also possessed questionable integrity. The crowd began to rebuke Yichen and extol the virtues of Bai Guanghua. However, just as Lu Gongming had scarcely returned to his senses, his eyes abruptly widened, and he collapsed once more. This time, his condition was more dire. He was exhaling excessively yet inhaling insufficiently. Bai Guanghua's expression shifted dramatically as he felt Lu Gongming's pulse and assessed his breathing, exclaiming in alarm, "No, there's no breath left." What? Just moments ago, he was awake. How could he have lost his breath again? Bai Shini, you must think of a solution. The Lu family was thrown into chaos. Bai Guanghua repeated the names of the acupoints: Neguan, Shizong, Weizhong, Jichuan, Baihui, Hotong, Tanjun. Suddenly, his eyes widened, urging, quickly, summon that person back, swiftly. Chapter 3. The Divine Physician. I am unworthy. Upon hearing Bai Guanghua's words, the members of the Lu family were momentarily stunned. Bring that person back. Which person? It was Lu Sueki who first grasped the situation and inquired, Divine Physician Bai, are you suggesting that Yichen should return? Bai Guanghua replied solemnly, precisely. He is the only one capable of saving old Lu. Hurry, for time is of the essence. The Lu family felt as though they had been struck by a thunderbolt. Just moments ago, Yichen had questioned Bai Guanghua's medical skills and was subsequently expelled by the Lu family. Now, within the span of a minute, Yichen's words had proven prophetic. Could it be that Yichen's medical prowess surpassed that of Bai Guanghua? Such a notion was utterly astonishing. Without time for further inquiries, the Lu family hastened outside, fearing that Yichen might have already departed. Just as Yichen stepped away from the Lu residence, they called out to him, Yichen, wait a moment. Lu Jinhua and others rushed after him. Yichen responded with a hint of coldness. What is it? Lu Jinhua exclaimed. My father just regained consciousness but has since lapsed into unconsciousness again, this time without even a breath. You must save him. I will not, Yichen retorted curtly. Turning to leave. You. Lu Jinhua was infuriated. Surrounded by admirers, he was unaccustomed to being rebuffed. The fact that Yichen had so ruthlessly denied his request was intolerable. Stop. Lu Jinhua shouted, but Yichen appeared oblivious to his command, continuing on his path. Block him. Lu Jinhua gritted his teeth and instructed several security personnel from the Lu family. Bai Guanghua had stated that only Yichen could save the man, today. They would resort to binding him if necessary. At that moment, Lu Sueki caught up and said, Father, this is hardly how one should beseech assistance. After speaking, Lu Sueki quickly approached Yichen and politely implored, Mr. Yi, I beg you to save my grandfather. Without sincerity, I shall not assist, Yichen replied, his expression impassive. Lu Sueki bit her lip and bowed deeply, Mr. Yi. If the Lu family has inadvertently offended you, I sincerely apologize on their behalf. Yichen remained silent. Before leaving prison, his esteemed mentor had advised him that mastering the healing arts made him a successor of the renowned medical lineage, destined to alleviate the suffering of humanity. Nevertheless, his mentor had also cautioned that while saving lives could be done freely, the art of medicine should not be undervalued. This principle resonated with Yichen. He would not repay malice with kindness. How can one repay kindness with kindness? At this juncture, Lu Jinhua began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. He approached Yichen, fell to his knees, and implored, Mr. Yi, I apologize for my earlier behavior. I beseech you, save my father. Yichen's demeanor softened slightly. Yet he remained silent, merely continuing toward the Lu estate. The members of the Lu family hurried to follow, only to be astounded to find that each of Yichen's strides equated to several of theirs, and in the blink of an eye, he had vanished from sight. Soon, Yichen entered the room of Lu Gongming. Bai Guanghua stepped forward and clasped his hands, saying, Mr. Yi, I was blind to your greatness. I implore you. Please save old Lu. Yi Chen spoke directly. Provide me with a set of silver needles, new ones. Certainly, certainly. Bai Guanghua promptly produced a brand new set of silver needles and handed them to Yi Chen. Yi Chen accepted the needles and casually scattered them above Lu Gongming's body. Immediately, Bai Guanghua witnessed a scene that shattered his understanding. Dozens of silver needles astonishingly hovered above Lu Gongming's body. Moreover, all the needles seemed to be drawn by a mysterious force, standing straight, their tips quivering slightly, emitting a buzzing sound. Controlling the needles with qi, Bai Guanghua's eyes widened in disbelief. Fall. As Yi Chen's command resonated, he pressed downward with his hand. All the silver needles, as if obeying an order, sequentially descended onto acupoints such as Jiaohui, Beiyu, Fumu, Bahui, Xiaohi, Zhongwan, Guanyuan, Higu, Dezhui, Baihui, and Taiyang. Witnessing this spectacle, Bai Guanghua's eyes grew even wider. 9 Yang Resurrection Needles. It is indeed the 9 Yang Resurrection Needles. Bai Guanghua articulated each word as if entranced. At that moment, the Lu family had just returned to the room. Hearing Bai Guanghua's words, Lu Jianhua could not help but inquire, Dr. Bai, what is the 9 Yang Resurrection Needle? Bai Guanghua's face turned ashen as he pointed at Yi Chen, exclaiming, I am not a divine doctor. I am utterly unworthy. Mr. Yi is the true divine doctor. Mr. Yi? Lu Jianhua glanced at Yi Chen, but in the next moment, his gaze fell upon Lu Gongming. To his astonishment, he discovered that Lu Gongming had actually sat up. It is crucial to note that just moments ago, Lu Gongming had lost both breath and heartbeat. Nearly stepping into the realm of death, he was miraculously healed by Yi Chen. Father, grandfather, sir. The crowd erupted in excitement. Lu Gongming appeared somewhat bewildered, completely unaware of what had transpired. Upon hearing the explanations from those around him, he quickly descended from the bed, expressing, Xiao Yi, thank you. If not for you, grandfather would have met the king of hell. Yi Chen felt somewhat speechless. This old fellow was a bit cunning. He had already announced his intention to break off the engagement, yet the other parties still shamelessly referred to him as grandfather. It was merely a trivial effort. Yi Chen waved his hand and said, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. With that, he turned and departed, leaving the Lu family members in a state of complete bewilderment. At that moment, Bai Guanghua rushed towards Yi Chen, and with a thud, he knelt before him, pleading, Divine Dr. Yi, I implore you to accept me as your disciple. Chapter 4. Attempting to coexist, Bai Guanghua knelt before Yi Chen, utterly conquered by him. Yi Chen had miraculously pulled Lu Gongming back from the precipice of death, having taken a step into the realm of the underworld. He had employed the long-lost 9-turn resurrection needle. What was even more significant was Yi Chen's demeanor. Despite having saved a life, specifically, the head of the Lu family, he had nonchalantly remarked that it was merely a trivial effort. At just over 20 years of age, he had attained such an extraordinary level of skill. Reflecting on himself, at over 70, he still relished flattery and sought to show off. In comparison to Yi Chen, he felt as if he had wasted his life. The sight of Bai Guanghua kneeling before Yi Chen astonished the members of the Lu family. Bai, the renowned divine healer, was a favored guest among numerous affluent individuals and high-ranking officials. Even the Lu family, with its immense wealth, treated him with utmost respect. Yet now, this exalted figure was kneeling before Yi Chen, eager to take him as his master. Could it be that Yi Chen's medical prowess surpassed that of Bai Guanghua? You are not yet worthy of being my disciple, Yi Chen remarked with indifference, turning to leave. Bai Guanghua's face paled, yet he ultimately found acceptance. He understood that Yi Chen's ability to manipulate needles with his energy, alongside his mastery of the long-lost 9-turn resurrection needle, meant that even his own master could only look up to him. He indeed did not deserve to be the disciple of such a prodigy. However, just as Yi Chen had taken a few steps away, another figure rushed to his side. It was Lu Gongming. You son-in-law, you cannot leave. Grandfather, what are you saying? Lu Sueki exclaimed in distress, her petite face flushing with embarrassment upon hearing Lu Gongming's address to Yi Chen. Ignoring Lu Sueki's protests, Lu Gongming approached Yi Chen and said, You son-in-law, I am aware that the jade pendant conceals the mystery of your lineage. However, taking it now would be futile, as it must be worn by Sueki for a full 18 years to reveal its secrets. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and inquired, How do you know this? Lu Gongming replied, It was Elder Chen who informed me. He stated that Sueki must nurture the jade pendant for 18 years, merging it with the one you possess, to unveil its valuable information. If I recall correctly, there is still a month left until it reaches that age. Yi Chen remained silent as he produced both jade pendants. Attempting to align them, they fit together perfectly. Upon examining the back of the pendants, he could faintly discern that they seemed to form a character, though it was not clear. Was it truly, as Lu Gongming had said, that the nurturing time by Lu Sueki was insufficient for the mother pendant, resulting in this phenomenon? Soon, Lu Gongming's voice resounded, "You son-in-law, Sueki, after all, this engagement was arranged by the elder generation many years ago. Even if you wish to annul it, it cannot be done hastily. How about this? You both try to coexist for a month, and if after that you do not wish to be together, I shall not impose." With that, Lu Gongming cast an inquiring glance at Yichen. "Very well, I agree." Yichen responded without hesitation. Without the nurturing of Lu Sueki, possessing the jade pendant would hold no significance. Thus, he had no alternative. However, Lu Sueki was unwilling. "What does your agreement matter if I do not consent?" Yichen approached Lu Sueki, offering the jade pendant to her, and said, "If you are not inclined, consider it a favor for me. Nurture this jade pendant for a month, and in return, I shall grant you a wish of your choosing after that month." Lu Sueki was momentarily taken aback. Before her stood Yichen, exuding an inexplicable pressure that rendered her unable to utter a word of refusal. Lu Jinhua and Su Lan attempted to voice their concerns but were silenced by a fierce glare from Lu Gongming, compelling them to remain quiet. Ultimately, Lu Gongming decisively stated, "This matter is settled. I will arrange for the enrollment of my son-in-law at Jinling University. Tomorrow, my son-in-law and Sueki shall attend classes together." A few minutes later, Lu Sueki returned to her room in a state of dejection. Concerned for their daughter's well-being, Lu Jinhua and Su Lan followed her inside. Su Lan lamented, "I truly suspect that the old man has been bewitched by that boy." Lu Sueki shook her head and remarked, "To claim he can fulfill any wish is mere bravado. Once he arrives at school, he will realize how absurd he truly is." Su Lan's eyes brightened. Indeed, Jinling University is a prestigious 985 institution, filled with many outstanding young men. Soon, Yichen will come to recognize himself as a mere jester, utterly unworthy of Sueki. Chapter 5, Make Him Kneel and Sing Conquest. A new day soon dawned. Lu Gongming handed a brand new student ID from Jinling University to Yichen. "Son-in-law, the university is an ivory tower. I hope you and Sueki can cultivate a perfect love in this pure land," Lu Gongming said with a smile. Yichen accepted the student ID and tucked it into his pocket. Lu Sueki, however, pouted throughout the exchange. The two then entered a Rolls-Royce and headed towards Jinling University. Lu Sueki deliberately cleared her throat and remarked, "Let me make one thing clear. Don't think that just because you entered Jinling University through my grandfather's connections, you can breeze through and obtain a diploma. We are in the International Finance program of the Economic Management College, Class 2, and if you lack a foundation, even graduating will be a challenge." "International Finance?" Yichen pondered for a moment and replied, "I'm familiar with that. It's not particularly difficult." He was not boasting. After all, he had a mentor who was a super oligarch, once dominating Wall Street and using financial tactics to decimate numerous companies, ultimately ending up incarcerated in a ghost prison. When Yichen was just a teenager, this mentor had imparted all his esoteric knowledge to him. Thus, the knowledge imparted in university was merely child's play for Yichen. However, Lu Sueki interpreted Yichen's words quite differently, immediately dismissing him as boasting. She even felt a tinge of disdain for him internally but refrained from voicing her thoughts, convinced that he would soon be proven wrong. In no time, the Rolls-Royce came to a halt at the entrance of Jinling University. As they alighted, they immediately spotted a girl with a ponytail waving at them from afar. It was Lu Sueki's close friend, Jiang Linlin. Dressed in a Chanel t-shirt paired with a black miniskirt that showcased her long, slender legs, and adorned with Prada crystal high heels, she exuded youthful exuberance. Upon reaching Lu Sueki and Yichen, Jiang Linlin scrutinized Yichen from head to toe, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, Sueki, could this be your fiancé, Yichen?" Lu Sueki's cheeks flushed as she replied, "Linlin, keep your voice down." Jiang Linlin teased, "Sueki, your fiancé is quite handsome, and his physique is that of a perfect little puppy, but..." She shifted her tone, "his fashion sense leaves much to be desired." Alas, Jinling University has gained another impoverished gentleman. She burst into laughter, clutching her stomach, her mirth causing her to sway. Yichen shook his head and remarked, "We're here to study, not to strut down a runway. Must one don designer brands for academia? If your grandfather deems the university an ivory tower, it appears the sanctuary is not as pristine as one might think." Jiang Linlin puffed out her chest proudly and retorted, "Of course one must wear designer brands. My life's philosophy is to flaunt Louis Vuitton and strut in Prada Shackle." Yichen commented dismissively. Choosing to ignore her, and striding toward the campus. You dare call me shallow? You're in for it. Just wait. Jiang Linlin exploded in indignation. Observing her friend's discomfiture, Lu Sueki couldn't help but chuckle. Sueki, you continue to smile. Your fiancé is utterly despicable, Jiang Linlin exclaimed with disdain. However, she quickly let out a cold huff, saying, Humph. I have already informed your fervent admirer, Qin Ling, about your affair, and he has proclaimed that he intends to make Yi Chun kneel and sing conquer. Chapter 6. A man lacks ability, should not pursue high-end options. Linlin, what nonsense are you spouting? Wasn't it agreed to keep this confidential? Upon hearing Jiang Linlin's words, Lu Sueki was rendered speechless. She had specifically instructed Jiang Linlin to keep it under wraps when she confided in her the night before, yet here we were. Jiang Linlin, suddenly feeling guilty, replied, Sueki, I am merely looking out for you. A person like Yi Chun is utterly unworthy of you. Why not use Qin Ling's influence to drive him away? Brilliant idea, right? You. Lu Sueki shook her head, her frustration palpable as she stamped her foot. Qin Ling, the scion of a wealthy family, had been relentlessly pursuing Lu Sueki since the beginning of the semester. Any boy who dared to chase after Lu Sueki would face Qin Ling's wrath. With that thought in mind, she hurried to the classroom, fearing that if she delayed, Yi Chun might indeed find himself on his knees, singing a song of submission. Upon arriving at the classroom, Yi Chun was immediately intercepted by several individuals. At the forefront stood Qin Ling, dressed in a casual Armani ensemble. Qin Ling surveyed Yi Chun from head to toe and stated, So you are Yi Chun, huh? Let me make this clear. Lu Sueki is a woman preordained for me, Qin Ling. I don't care whether your engagement with her is real or not. From this moment on, it is null and void. You are to vacate Jinling University immediately. He spoke as if he had Yi Chun completely at his mercy, continuing. Do you have any objections? If so, I would be more than willing to discuss the repercussions of your refusal. At this moment, the entire classroom erupted in astonishment. No way, Lu Sueki actually has a fiancé? But what of it? Even if this fellow were indeed Lu Sueki's fiancé, did anyone believe Qin Ling would let him off easily? Indeed. The last rich heir who pursued Lu Sueki had his leg broken by Qin Ling and was still languishing in a hospital bed. If this guy didn't back down, he would either face dire consequences or suffer greatly. Just as many presumed Yi Chun would cower, he chuckled. Consequences? What can a mere ant like you threaten me with? He found the situation somewhat amusing, as if he were being intimidated by a child in kindergarten. What did you say? Qin Ling's anger surged, his neck muscles tensing. It had been quite some time since anyone had dared to challenge his authority, and this affront was a significant blow to his pride. The consequences are quite straightforward. Qin Ling sneered, snapping his fingers. His lackeys immediately surrounded Yi Chun. Kid, the campus beauty Lu is preordained for young Master Qin. How dare you even think of approaching her? Do you even have $100 worth of clothing on you? You think you can stand up to young Master Qin? Kid, if you've offended young Master Qin, you better prepare to kneel and sing a song of submission. Several of his followers rolled up their sleeves, ready to strike. Instantly, the onlookers gazed at Yi Chun with pity. Qin Ling's entourage included athletes from the sports academy and members of the Taekwondo club, all skilled enough to take on multiple opponents. Yi Chun was as good as finished. At that moment, Lu Sueki rushed into the classroom, only to realize she had arrived too late. Just as she was about to intervene, Jiang Linlin held her back, saying, Sueki, don't get involved in this. Let Yi Chun experience some hardship. He will retreat once he understands the situation. Lu Sueki paused, suddenly recognizing the logic in Jiang Linlin's words. If this fellow were to suffer a setback and choose to retreat wisely, it would indeed be a fortunate turn of events. However, a sense of unease lingered in her heart. She hoped the consequences for the other party would not be too dire. Yi Chun remained silent, his eyes filled with an icy demeanor. To him, Qin Ling and his entourage were nothing more than a swarm of insects. Yet, if these insects sought their own demise, he would not hesitate to extinguish them completely. Hey, weren't you just quite arrogant? Are you scared now? Qin Ling, noticing Yi Chun's inaction, assumed he was intimidated. Upon seeing Lu Sueki enter the classroom, his confidence surged, and he commanded, deal with him. Several lackeys sprang into action. Yi Chun shook his head, never expecting that his first battle after leaving the ghost prison would be against a few school delinquents. It was undeniably humiliating. Just as the group was about to close in on Yi Chun, the sudden ringing of the school bell interrupted them. The teacher has arrived, someone shouted. An elderly professor, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and clutching a stack of books, entered the room. Qin Ling and his companions were compelled to halt their advance. Though they strutted with bravado within the school, they still had to maintain a facade of decorum before the teacher. Kid, consider yourself fortunate. But this matter is far from over. Qinling shot Yichen a glare before finding a seat. Yichen shrugged. It was for the best that no confrontation ensued. After spending over a decade honing his lethal skills in prison with Master Sand, engaging in a brawl with petty thugs was not a scenario he wished to entertain. Jiang Linlin pouted, disappointed at missing what she anticipated to be an entertaining spectacle. The others also perceived Yichen's luck. Otherwise, he would likely be on his knees singing a lament. Even Lu Sueki could not suppress a sigh of relief. As the elderly professor began the lecture, whispers erupted among the students. This kid dared to provoke young Master Qin. He may escape the initial clash, but he cannot evade the inevitable consequences. He is doomed. Indeed, he cannot avoid a beating. It remains to be seen just how severely he will be injured. He probably won't be able to continue his studies here. Wu Delong has warned us with his life, men without capabilities should avoid high stakes. This lad is Lu Sueki's fiancé. If he survives, who then shall perish? Amidst the murmurs, several boys called out, Yichen, over here. Without hesitation, Yichen made his way over and, upon sitting down, realized these were his dormitory mates. It seemed that old Master Lu had made excellent arrangements. I am Cui Zhang, this is Wang Ming, and this rather stout fellow is Wang Tianliang. We usually call him Wang Fatty. Our counselor shared your information with us yesterday, and from now on, we shall be brothers in the same dormitory. Cui Zhang, ever the warm-hearted individual, began introducing everyone. The others chimed in. Bro, you were incredible just now. You really put Qin Ling in his place. Yes. Qin Ling is the school bully. His father donated a building to the school to secure his admission. His background is quite formidable. By the way, is it true that the campus beauty, Lu Sueki, is your fiancée? Yichen nodded and said, Indeed, I am betrothed to Lu Sueki. But I intend to break off the engagement. Astonishment swept over the group. Brother, you truly excel at maintaining a faade. I give you full marks for that. Indeed. Lu Sueki is the dream goddess of countless young men. How could you possibly wish to break off the engagement? I am curious about how you came to be engaged to her. Did you save her life? Yichen pondered for a moment before replying, to be precise. I saved the lives of her family. I thought so. How could a distinguished school beauty, a rich heiress, possibly have eyes for you? The group suddenly enlightened. Yet they still advised him, as your dorm mates, we kindly remind you to withdraw as soon as possible. Exactly. Such a fortune is not something an ordinary person can bear. Your looks alone won't suffice. You must also possess wealth. Indeed. Qin Ling's infatuation with Lu Sueki has reached a frenzied level. Previously, a wealthy heir pursued her, only to have his leg broken by Qin Ling. The cries were truly pitiful. As they spoke, they all turned their gazes towards Yichen. Yichen shrugged, unconcerned, and remarked, just an ignorant rich heir. I do not regard him as a threat. Chapter 7. Utter nonsense. Seeing that Yichen was unyielding to their counsel, a few could only relent. At that moment, a loud clap echoed against the table. Speaking during class, does it not disrupt the lecture? The speaker was one of Qin Ling's lackeys. Pointing at Yichen in the distance, he declared to the old professor, Sir, I report that Yichen and his companions are conversing during class, thereby disturbing the order. I suggest they be expelled from the room. It was evident that Qin Ling had deliberately incited such malice toward Yichen. Several roommates felt as though they had ingested a fly, suddenly realizing that sharing a dormitory with Yichen might not be a fortuitous circumstance. Countless eyes turned toward him. Yichen cast a glance at Qin Ling's henchman and retorted, which dog-eyed fool claims I was speaking? Infuriated, Qin Ling's lackey erupted. Just then, a shadow appeared. Yichen. In an instant, he seized the lackey's hair and forcefully slammed his head onto the table. Bang! The lackey's face was instantly marred. This violent act rendered the entire classroom silent, save for the anguished cries of the lackey. After a long pause, Qin Ling rose in indignation, sneering, Yichen. Disturbing the class and resorting to violence. How inappropriate. Yichen disregarded Qin Ling's threats, responding coldly, You would do well to avoid crossing my boundaries, otherwise, I shall unleash my master upon you. The crowd was left in shock. This newcomer, Yichen, seemed even more audacious than Qin Ling. For even Qin Ling would not dare to wreak havoc during class. Jiang Linlin gasped, Sueki, is your fiancé truly this violent? Lu Sueki furrowed her brow, sighing internally. Realizing that there would be no need for Qin Ling to intervene, Yichen was bound to face expulsion from the institution. At that moment, the old professor rapped his knuckles on the desk, admonishing, Young man, this is a classroom. How can you resort to violence? The professor's expression darkened. As a dedicated scholar who had lectured for a lifetime, He regarded the classroom as a sacred space not to be violated. Finally, a smile graced Yi Chen's face as he replied, "Sir, I was attentively listening to the lecture. It was he who disrupted the class and falsely accused me. It is only reasonable that I educate him in return." The crowd was taken aback by the audacity of his excuse. "Teacher, he wasn't listening at all. He was talking the entire time." The lackey spat, though his speech was marred by the gap left by 2 missing teeth. The old professor narrowed his eyes, inquiring, "This student claims he was listening. May I ask what I spoke about just now?" The audience marveled at the professor's brilliance. Such a question would undoubtedly expose Yi Chen's deceit, reducing him to a mere jester. However, to everyone's astonishment, Yi Chen articulated, "Sir, you were discussing the essence of international trade, which involves the exchange of goods, services, or technology between a nation or region and others. As global division of labor expands and deepens, the scale of international trade has dramatically surged, and then Yi Chen spoke with remarkable speed. With a single breath, he recited everything flawlessly. The crowd flipped through their textbooks, eyes wide with astonishment, for Yi Chen's recitation was impeccable. Not only did he memorize the content from the book, but he also flawlessly repeated the old professor's explanations. As Yi Chen concluded his recitation, a profound silence enveloped the classroom, with everyone gazing at him in disbelief. His memory was truly extraordinary, indicating that he had attentively listened to the lecture moments ago. Soon, the classroom erupted into enthusiastic applause, particularly from the girls, whose eyes sparkled with admiration as they looked at Yi Chen. The old professor was exceedingly pleased, urging, "Very well, continue to engage with the lessons." "Teacher," he actually spoke just now, a classmate, who had been reprimanded, remarked, his composure shattered. The old professor cleared his throat and asked, "Student, do you require a visit to the infirmary? If not, please take your seat. I shall commence the lecture." The classmate fell silent as Yi Chen returned to his original seat, where several roommates gave him a thumbs up. "You clearly weren't paying attention. How did you memorize everything?" They were in utter disbelief. No wonder he managed to win over the campus belle. "I am thoroughly impressed." The old professor resumed his lecture, filling the blackboard with an abundance of notes. Eventually, he announced, "As this semester draws to a close, I have an assignment for you. If anyone can solve it, it will prove that your 4 years in university have not been in vain." As he spoke, the professor projected a slide. Upon seeing its contents, the students were bewildered, for they found it utterly incomprehensible. "This is an excerpt from Waller's Elements of Pure Economics," the professor explained. "While rereading this book recently, I discovered a problem that accurately predicts the trajectory of the global financial market a decade from now, which aligns with our current situation. Please take a photo with your phones, translate it, and see if you can apply today's lesson to solve it." The students felt a chill run down their spines. Though they could not decipher the French text, they could grasp some of the numbers and formulas. In short, the problem was incredibly challenging. Just then, Qin Ling stood up and declared, "Teacher, there's no need. I can solve this problem." Qin Ling then translated the question aloud. "The direction of global economic development can be predicted through mathematical modeling." He approached the podium, took up the chalk, and inscribed the calculation formulas on the blackboard, ultimately arriving at a solution. The old professor squinted at Qin Ling's work and nodded in approval, saying, "This student has exceeded my expectations. Please, share your insights with the class." "Certainly, teacher." Qin Ling cast a confident glance at Lu Sueki, a self-assured smile gracing his lips as he proclaimed, "What I have just demonstrated is precisely the mathematical modeling discussed by our instructor in recent classes, utilizing such models to forecast the trajectory of the global economy. Please observe, I employed the very formulas elucidated in today's lesson." Upon concluding his statement, the classroom erupted in fervent applause once more. It became evident that Qin Ling was no ordinary scion, but a remarkable individual. Astonishingly impressive, he epitomized the ideal man. Just moments ago, I had found Yi Chen quite handsome, yet now it was apparent that he paled in comparison to Qin Ling. Even the venerable professor bestowed a thumbs up upon Qin Ling, acknowledging his prowess. With a modest smile, Qin Ling replied, "I must admit, I feel somewhat embarrassed. I had encountered this problem previously. My father's publicly traded company has investors from the Kingdom of France, and during a prior shareholders meeting, I overheard several shareholders discussing this very book." The audience gasped in astonishment. Indeed, it seemed that Qin Ling was born at the finish line. In a world where comparisons dictate worth, he had effortlessly outshone the competition, deserving of the highest accolades. At that moment, however, Yi Chen shook his head. This scene did not escape the notice of one of Qinling's followers. Yichen, why do you shake your head? Do you perhaps harbor a dissenting opinion? The follower inquired pointedly. Qinling regarded Yichen with a bemused expression, taken aback that he would choose this moment to stir the pot. Was he not merely a jester? Instantly, all eyes shifted back to Yichen. Though reluctant to speak, he felt compelled to rise and declare, indeed. I assert that both the mathematical modeling from Walra's elements of pure economics and the preceding explanation are nothing but sheer nonsense. Chapter 8. The professor's astonishment upon finishing his statement. Yichen cast a spell of silence over the classroom once more, all eyes returning to him. The elderly professor furrowed his brow and addressed Yichen, saying, My dear student, the mathematical modeling of the global financial market presented in Walra's elements of pure economics has withstood the test of time, and your classmate's explanation was not flawed in any respect. Naturally, a few of Qinling's followers stepped forward. Yichen, even the professor has acknowledged that Qin's assertions are correct. What do you mean by this? Do you believe you surpassed the instructor in prowess? It appears you are merely attempting to assert your presence, they derided, launching a barrage of criticism toward Yichen. The remaining students shared the sentiment, perceiving Yichen's actions as unfounded provocations. Lu Sueki and Zhang Linlin shook their heads, exasperated by his antics. I say, Brother Chun, we cannot simply present our faces for others to strike, remarked a few of his roommates in disbelief. If you consider their claims to be mere nonsense, then come forth and prove otherwise, Qinling retorted with a sneer, convinced he had secured a victory. From this point onward, Yichen was destined to become nothing more than a fool, a thoroughgoing jester in their midst. Amidst the complex gazes of his peers, Yichen strode confidently to the podium, seized a piece of chalk, and inscribed a lengthy formula on an alternate blackboard. He then proclaimed, the factors influencing the global financial market extend beyond those encapsulated within this mathematical model. A pivotal element is the state of global affairs. Consequently, this formula necessitates the addition of a variable and should be modified as follows. He proceeded to write another lengthy equation, stating, this formula models the global situation, incorporating several significant variables, such as the number of superpowers, total population, and the frequency of regional conflicts. I have conducted a brief inquiry into these variables, and have ultimately completed this model. Here are my findings. As Yichen concluded his writing and tossed the chalk into the holder, the classroom was enveloped in a profound silence, with everyone staring in bewilderment. At that moment, the elderly professor, observing Yichen's problem-solving process, appeared as if he had been petrified. Yet soon, his body began to tremble and even his voice quivered. This is the Goldbach conjecture of the financial economy. My heavens! You have actually derived it. Indeed, without the variable you mentioned, the mathematical modeling of the global financial market in Walra's elements of pure economics is utterly flawed. Its predictions of the current financial landscape are mere happenstance. In a fit of excitement, the professor grasped Yichen's hand and exclaimed, Young man, what is your name? Who imparted this formula to you? Could you introduce me to him? Yichen replied, My name is Yichen, and this formula is my own synthesis. What? At that moment, the professor was astounded, and the entire classroom was engulfed in shock. Finally, the professor, filled with emotion, remarked, To hear the truth at dawn is worth dying by evening. Thank you, Yichen. If you have the time, I would be eager to seek your counsel further. Yichen nodded slightly, glanced at the time on his watch, and remarked, Professor, you have gone over time. Soon. The esteemed professor announced the end of the class, humbly leaving behind his phone number for Yichen. As the professor departed, the classroom erupted in excitement. The conjecture from the financial world akin to Goldbach's conjecture? Although I could not comprehend it, I was profoundly shaken. What on earth is happening? Even the professor appeared astonished. No wonder he dared to confront Qinling. It seems he possesses some formidable abilities. Who exactly is this transfer student named Yichen? The crowd buzzed with fervor, each individual brimming with exhilaration. Yichen's performance had shattered their preconceived notions, particularly among the female students, whose eyes sparkled with admiration. Suddenly, they found this fellow remarkably charismatic. One wondered if he had a girlfriend. Calm down. I have been single for 21 years. Let me have a chance with that handsome guy. You two should stop swooning. Yichen is the fiancé of Lu Sueki. Do you think you stand a chance? In an instant, the girls fell silent. Lu Sueki was the campus belle of Jinling University, surpassing all previous title holders. Most importantly, she hailed from a prestigious family, her lineage formidable. Ordinary girls lacked even the courage to compare themselves. The classroom transformed into a bustling marketplace, with everyone engrossed in discussions about Yichen. Meanwhile, the protagonist, Yichin, returned to his seat, casually asking a few roommates, "What shall we have for lunch?" His roommates were already in a frenzy. "Brother, your move was simply spectacular. Even the old professor gave you a thumbs up. That's extraordinary. From now on, I shall claim the title of your little brother." His roommates were elated. To share a living space with such an impressive individual was a source of pride. Not far away, Jiang Linlin widened her eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "No way, Sweki. Your fiancé is this remarkable?" Lu Sweki's cheeks flushed slightly, and she said nothing. Yet, her heart was equally filled with shock and disbelief. She had anticipated that Yi Qin's arrival at Jinling University would reveal her own mediocrity and insignificance. However, the reality was starkly different. Meanwhile, Qin Ling listened to the surrounding chatter, his expression darkening. He was acutely aware that Yi Chun had humiliated him more than once today. What stung the most was the admiration the girls displayed towards Yi Chun. This only fueled the fury burning within him. "Boss, let this kid relish his moment. We have plenty of time to deal with him. When fate intends to bring about one's downfall, it first allows them to revel in pride. He cannot remain arrogant for long. Indeed, how can the light of a firefly compete with the brilliance of the moon? He is courting his own demise, and no one can save him." Hearing the reassurances from his cronies, Qin Ling's mood improved somewhat. He shot Yichin a glance and snorted, "No worries. I'll take my time with him." Chapter 9, Taekwondo? Merely flowery techniques after class, the students departed one after another. Just as Yi Chun prepared to leave with his roommate, a voice called from behind, "Yi Chun, wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you." It was Lu Sweki, her tone icy and distant. "What is it?" "Speak," Yi Chun inquired, his voice devoid of any emotion. Lu Sweki frowned slightly, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. Throughout her life, no one had ever addressed her in such a manner, as if she owed him a debt. "I want to advise you that it would be wise not to confront Qin Ling. His background is formidable, and you cannot afford to provoke him." Lu Sweki had pondered this for quite some time, deciding it was necessary to counsel Yi Chun. Given Qin Ling's vengeful nature, should Yi Chun offend him, there would undoubtedly be dire consequences. Regardless of the circumstances, Yi Chun was someone she had brought into their circle, and if he were to encounter trouble, she would have no explanation for her grandfather. However, Yi Chun waved his hand dismissively, responding nonchalantly, "He's merely an ignorant rich heir. I do not regard him as a threat. There is no one I cannot handle." Lu Sweki's frustration mounted, her chest heaving with indignation. Yi Chun was treating her goodwill as if it were worthless. Beside them, Jiang Linlin scoffed, saying, "Yi Chun, can you not boast for once? If Qin Ling were to take matters seriously, you wouldn't even find a place to weep." Yi Chun, growing impatient, stated, "I must take my leave. Cui Zheng and the others are waiting for me to eat." With that, he departed without a backward glance. Only the two young women remained, their expressions a mix of disbelief and frustration. Ultimately, Jiang Linlin pouted and remarked, "I'm utterly speechless. It's my first encounter with someone like him. Sweki, I suspect he is deliberately acting this way." "What do you mean?" Lu Sweki asked, her curiosity piqued. Jiang Linlin explained, "Think about it. If he acted as if he were reluctant to leave, even clinging on, you would certainly drive him away. Therefore, he is intentionally portraying a desire to depart, a tactic of feigned indifference to pique your interest. See, you've taken the bait now. Haven't you?" Lu Sweki paused, contemplating Jiang Linlin's words which held a kernel of truth. However, recalling the trouble Yi Chun had caused, she shook her head and muttered to herself, "Yi Chun, your arrogance may very well lead to your downfall." In the afternoon, there were 2 sessions of Taekwondo class. Taekwondo is one of the distinguished disciplines at Jinling University, and the university's Taekwondo club enjoys a prestigious reputation nationwide. As the class bell rang, Yi Chun and his roommate made their way to the Taekwondo classroom. A coach clad in a training uniform entered, prompting all students to rise promptly and bow in respect. The coach, a 6th-degree black belt, completed their warm-up and then demonstrated the techniques learned in the previous class. Following a fluid and captivating demonstration, the Taekwondo hall erupted in enthusiastic applause. The coach nodded and remarked, "The essence of Taekwondo lies in practical combat. Next, we shall engage in a sparring demonstration. I will invite 2 students of higher ranks to showcase their skills. Qin Ling, please step forward." The coach waved his hand. "Understood, coach." Qin Ling proudly strode to the center of the mat. Having trained in Taekwondo since childhood, he had attained a 5th-degree black belt and garnered the coach's admiration. In the hierarchy of Taekwondo, a black belt signifies the pinnacle of achievement, with 9 degrees in total. Achieving a rank of 3rd degree or higher qualifies one to instruct in various Taekwondo schools, while those of 7th degree or above are considered true masters of the art. As this was a demonstration of sparring, a worthy opponent was necessary. Soon, the coach called forth a red belt. Although a red belt ranks just below a black belt, it is still formidable, capable of taking on 5 or 6 ordinary individuals. The sparring commenced swiftly, with both participants launching their attacks simultaneously. Qin Ling's leg techniques were remarkably swift, delivering a fierce whip kick that left the red belt struggling to maintain his ground. With a confident smile, Qin Ling unleashed his techniques, and within 5 exchanges, he had his opponent thoroughly subdued. Ultimately, he executed a sweeping kick that sent the opponent crashing to the ground. A chorus of gasps echoed through the crowd, followed by thunderous applause. "Our leader is incredible. He could easily rival professional athletes," exclaimed one of Qin Ling's admirers. Several girls gazed at him, their faces alight with infatuation. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Shuizheng clapped and laughed. Turning to his companions, "What do you think of his performance?" Wang Tianliang replied, "Need you even ask? A 5th degree black belt. He could kick me into the air. Remarkable. That sweeping kick was swift, precise, and powerful. No wonder those girls are smitten. The competition is truly fierce." At that moment, Shuizheng noticed that Yichen remained silent. He nudged him with his elbow and inquired, "What is your opinion, Brother Chen?" Yichen pondered for a moment before coolly responding, "Merely flashy techniques." Chapter 10. Provocation. As these words escaped his lips, the expressions of those surrounding him shifted dramatically. Shuizheng and the others swallowed hard, rendered momentarily speechless. Lu Sueki and Jiang Linlin furrowed their brows, sensing that Yichen was about to cause more trouble. Naturally, Qin Ling heard this remark as well, and his eyes seemed to burn with fury. He had already suffered 2 humiliating defeats at the hands of Yichen, and this was an experience he, the esteemed young Master Qin, had never encountered before. To his astonishment, Yichen had once again publicly slapped him in the face, a slight he could hardly bear. He glared at Yichen and coldly inquired, "Yichen, do you dare to claim that Taekwondo is merely a display of flashy moves?" Yichen shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "Indeed, it is only useful for performances and competitions. When it comes to life and death confrontations, it is utterly ineffectual." Qin Ling was on the verge of exploding with rage, and in a fit of anger, he responded with a mocking smile, "Flapping your gums is futile, Yichen. Since you assert that Taekwondo is nothing but a show, do you dare accept my challenge?" With that, he strode over to the instructor and declared, "Coach, I wish to challenge this student." The Taekwondo coach's expression soured at Yichen's remarks. His words not only struck at Qin Ling's pride but also undermined the dignity of Taekwondo, an ancient and esteemed martial art. As a coach, he felt it inappropriate to intervene directly, thus Qin Ling's request aligned perfectly with his sentiments. "All right. Just be careful not to injure this student too severely," the coach advised. Believing that Yichen stood no chance against Qin Ling reassured him, "Rest assured, coach. I will hold back." However, internally, he harbored thoughts of inflicting a thorough beating on his opponent, intending to leave him utterly incapacitated. At this moment, Yichen's roommates began to voice their concerns. "Buddy, don't act impulsively. Yes, Qin Ling is a black belt. You're no match for him. Moreover, you've already offended him. He will surely seize this opportunity to retaliate mercilessly." Shuizheng regretted his earlier comments. Had he known Yichen was such a hothead, he would have remained silent. Even Lu Sueki and Jiang Linlin urged Yichen not to accept the challenge. Around them, murmurs of doubt spread. Was this transfer student truly challenging Qin Ling? Did he understand the extent of Qin Ling's prowess? Indeed, this fool had previously disrespected Qin Ling, and now he was pushing his luck even further. It seemed he was blissfully unaware of the danger he was courting. Did he even know a thing about Taekwondo? I would wager that as long as this lad possesses a modicum of sense, he certainly wouldn't dare accept Qin Ling's challenge, especially among Qin Ling's female admirers. Yichen was roundly derided. Qin Ling's entourage erupted in outrage, shouting, "Kid, you're courting death. Do you really dare to fight our boss? If you accept the challenge, just wait and see if our boss doesn't knock you out." Faced with the aggressive Qin Ling, Yichen calmly replied, "I want to fight you. I fear I might injure you." "Damn it. What are you pretending for, kid? What belt do you even have?" A disciple suddenly leaped forward. Qin Ling remained silent, observing Yichen as he danced with danger. In his eyes, regardless of Yichen's choice, he was the victor. If Yichen refused the challenge, it would merely reveal his cowardice. Should he accept, Qin Ling was certain he would bring him to his knees, begging for mercy. Yichen, with an air of calmness, replied, "I have not practiced Taekwondo. A ripple of laughter spread among the crowd as they glimpsed the white belt at Yi Chen's waist. This rank was typically reserved for novices, and a white belt daring to challenge a black belt was akin to courting disaster. Brother, are you steering this towards a comedy? One moment it's a farce, and soon it could turn tragic. Ultimately, Qin Ling declared, Yi Chun, I present you with two options. First, accept my challenge. Second, apologize for your earlier remarks. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Chun responded, I have stated that you are not my equal, but if you seek suffering, I am willing to oblige. Enraged, Qin Ling transformed into a gust of wind, charging towards Yi Chun. As he closed the distance of 4 to 5 meters, he unleashed a spinning kick, the force of which generated a formidable gale. Witnessing this spectacle, many onlookers applauded in admiration, while timid girls turned pale with fear. Yi Chun was undoubtedly doomed. The coach scoffed, sensing that Qin Ling's strike was somewhat excessive, yet he refrained from intervening. It was imperative for this young man, who was oblivious to the limits of his own strength, to learn a lesson. Several followers were animated with excitement. The boss's moves are too fierce. I doubt I could achieve that level even after 10 years of training, they exclaimed. That's a 5th-degree black belt, capable of becoming a professional athlete. Haha, look. Yi Chen hasn't moved at all. Has he been stunned into silence? Lu Sueki also noticed Yi Chen's immobility and was thoroughly flustered. Unable to restrain a cry of alarm, dodge. Her heart was in turmoil, anticipating the moment when she would witness Yi Chen brought to the ground. Jiang Linlin, exasperated, remarked, Sueki, you might want to prepare to call an ambulance. As Qin Ling's fierce kick approached, mere half a meter from Yi Chen's face, a cruel smile crossed Qin Ling's features. With a sudden surge of force, he bellowed, die. At that moment, Yi Chen finally made his move. With a swift motion, he seized Qin Ling's ankle. Qin Ling's body halted mid-air in an instant. The next moment, Yi Chen's voice resonated. I have said, Taekwondo is merely a display of flowery techniques. For practitioners of Taekwondo will never grasp that in martial arts, speed is invincible and unyielding. As his words fell, Yi Chen delivered a sharp slap to Qin Ling's face. The sound echoed through the air as Qin Ling was sent flying 7 or 8 meters, spinning gracefully before crashing to the ground. The entire Taekwondo studio fell into a profound silence, as if a pin could be heard falling. Chapter 11. If he strikes hard, I shall strike to kill. Qin Ling collapsed to the ground like a lifeless dog. A distinct palm print emblazoned across one side of his face, his cheeks swollen to an alarming degree. Several companions rushed to his side, helping him to his feet, only for him to spit forth a mouthful of blood, mingled with 3 shattered teeth. Darkness clouded his vision, his mind swirling like thick molasses, the world spinning around him. In this moment, the gazes of those around him shifted entirely towards Yi Chen. So, the opponent was truly formidable? His previous refusal to accept Qin Ling's challenge was not born of fear, but rather a concern for Qin Ling's well-being. Wow, Brother Chen has risen to prominence. This is incredible. Cui Jing and his companions leaped with excitement, realizing that this new roommate surpassed even Qin Ling in strength. Did this not imply that by aligning with such a powerful ally, they could walk through the school with impunity? Whispers filled the air, particularly among the female students, as their attention shifted from the pitiful Qin Ling to the impressive Yi Chen. Initially, they had thought Yi Chen was merely posturing, but it turned out he genuinely looked down upon engaging with Qin Ling. He exuded a chilling aura reminiscent of a film's protagonist. Yet he was the fiancé of the campus beauty. Earlier, when Yi Chen proclaimed that speed was the ultimate weapon in martial arts, invincible and unyielding, the sight of him sending Qin Ling flying with a single slap was nothing short of breathtaking. At that moment, Qin Ling's consciousness began to clear slightly, and he caught snippets of the conversations around him, his face turning a shade of green. Bastard. He clenched his fists, yearning to confront Yi Chen, but discovered his body felt as if it were falling apart. Were it not for his companions supporting him, he likely would not have been able to stand at all. The coach observed the entire ordeal, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. He reflected on how Qin Ling had truly encountered an immovable obstacle this time. Not just any obstacle, but one forged from titanium. He felt a profound relief that it was not he who had faced such a challenge. From Yi Chen's display, even the most elite Taekwondo master would likely be sent reeling with a mere slap. Taekwondo was merely a dance of flashy moves, useful only in performance or competition. When it came to the life-and-death struggle, it was utterly inadequate. The coach muttered to himself, so, his words were indeed the truth. Subsequently, he sank helplessly to the ground, overwhelmed with a sense of defeat. Though he had not fought Yi Chen himself, The very beliefs and principles he had held dear throughout his life had been shattered by Yi Chen's prowess. Lu Sueki and Jiang Linlin stood agape, frozen in shock. Jiang Linlin had already dialed for an ambulance, the operator's voice coming through the line. "This is the emergency hotline for Jinling City. How may I assist you?" Coughing, Jiang Linlin felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Resigned, she approached Qinling and inquired, "Do you need an ambulance?" With that, Qinling coughed up another mouthful of blood. Her words felt like salt being poured into his wounds, cutting deeply into his already fragile state. The conflict has reached a temporary resolution. An ambulance arrived, and Qinling was awkwardly assisted into the vehicle by several followers. After challenging Yi Fan, he was struck and sent flying, turning his attempt at bravado into a source of ridicule. The coach, visibly shaken, announced the end of the session. As everyone departed, they couldn't help but glance back at Yi Chan, whose presence captivated the female classmates, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Cui Zheng and a few others gathered around Yi Chan, eager to acknowledge him as their leader. Yi Chan, maintaining his composure, casually inquired, "I'm hungry. What shall we have for dinner?" The group was rendered speechless. Despite their significant victory, Yi Chan was already contemplating a meal. Ultimately, Cui Zheng suggested they celebrate with a feast, to which Yi Chan readily agreed. However, just as they were about to leave, a voice called out from behind, "Yi Chan, wait." It was Lu Sueki, and Yi Chan turned to her, asking, "What is it?" Lu Sueki, visibly frustrated, retorted, "What do you mean, what is it? At the very least, I am still your nominal fiancée. So what's with your attitude?" Biting her lip, she continued, "Yi Chan, do you truly believe that injuring Qinling equates to victory? Did you not see the look in his eyes as he left? He will undoubtedly seek revenge." Yi Chan pondered for a moment before responding, "And what of it? I extended him an opportunity since we are classmates. Should he choose to strike again, I shall respond with greater force. If he escalates, I will retaliate without mercy. He will have no chance for regret." Lu Sueki was left utterly speechless, and her frustration boiled over. "Yi Chan, do you think your martial prowess grants you the liberty to act recklessly? In this world, even the most skilled fighters often occupy the lower rungs of society. If things escalate, you will face the full wrath of the Qin family. Have you considered the gravity of the situation?" Her agitation intensified, culminating in a near shout. She had anticipated that Yi Chan would feel fear, but instead, he replied, "The Qin family is of little concern to me. I am off to dinner now." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Lu Sueki and Jiang Linlin in a state of confusion. What sort of person is he? It's as if he believes I care for him. I wish nothing more than for him to be beaten senseless. Lu Sueki fumed, her previously aloof demeanor completely dissipated. Jiang Linlin waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Enough of him, Sueki. He is merely a frog at the bottom of the well. He will realize his folly when he hits the wall." Lu Sueki nodded, suddenly aware that her reaction had been excessive. In a month, her engagement with Yi Chan would conclude, and when he truly entered society and faced the harsh realities of life, he would understand the vast chasm between himself and Qinling. After all, a person's potential and achievements are determined by their overall strength, particularly the strength of their family. Once he stepped into the real world, Qinling would rise with ease, while Yi Chan would soon fade into obscurity. Chapter 12. The turmoil of cultivation. Ever since Yi Chan effortlessly defeated Qinling in Taekwondo class, he has become quite the sensation among his classmates. Numerous boys have gravitated towards him, eager to bask in his glory, much like Cui Zheng, who wishes to ride the coattails of his newfound prominence. Meanwhile, the girls possessing even a modicum of beauty frequently approach Yi Chan under the pretext of seeking assistance with their studies. In essence, Yi Chan's popularity has surged dramatically, and he seems to be on the cusp of becoming the focal point of the class. As for Qinling, after being taken away by an ambulance, he is yet to return, leading many to forget about this once feared school bully. Nevertheless, Lu Sueki has repeatedly cautioned Yi Chan that Qinling will undoubtedly seek retribution upon his discharge from the hospital. Yi Chan, however, pays little heed to Lu Sueki's warnings, continuing to attend classes and partake in meals as usual. To the average person, Qinling may indeed represent an untouchable scion of wealth, but to Yi Chan, he is no different from an ordinary passerby. Moreover, Yi Chan's singular focus lies in enduring the month-long engagement to obtain the jade pendant from his mother. That is his primary concern. Even if Qinling were to retaliate, it would be a simple matter for Yi Chan to send him back to the hospital. After having lunch one day, Yi Chan chose not to return to his dormitory. With no classes scheduled for the afternoon, he sought a suitable location to cultivate. During his time in the ghost prison, he dedicated several hours each day to his practice, a routine he has maintained for over a decade. For him, cultivating has become as essential as eating and drinking. However, in this bustling metropolis, finding an ideal place for cultivation proves to be a daunting task. Ultimately, Yuchen ventured beyond the school grounds, relying on his sensitivity to the natural spiritual energy around him, and made his way to the vicinity of the Jinling River, seeking a site abundant in spiritual essence. Before long, a small grove came into view, instantly capturing his attention. He strode purposefully towards it and halted beside a massive stone nestled within the grove. Surveying his surroundings, a smile crept onto his lips as he murmured to himself, "After such a prolonged search, I have finally discovered a suitable place for cultivation. The spiritual energy here surpasses even that of the ghost prison. What a delightful surprise." Since leaving the ghost prison, Yuchen had come to realize that the spiritual energy outside was rather sparse, rendering cultivation nearly impossible. Yet, the energy near this massive stone exceeded that of the ghost prison, much to his astonishment. However, Yuchen did not rush into his practice. Instead, he conducted a thorough inspection of the area to ensure no one was nearby. Once satisfied, he retrieved some jade stones from his pocket and flicked them into specific locations within the grove. This action was part of his design for a small array to gather spiritual energy. As the name suggests, a gathering array serves to further concentrate the natural spiritual essence. Before long, the spiritual energy from the surroundings began to converge frantically towards the center of the gathering array. Yichun leapt onto the massive stone, sat cross-legged, and slowly closed his eyes, regulating his breath as he entered a state of cultivation. This secluded grove by the Jinling River is rarely visited, especially during the midday break when the sun blazes overhead, discouraging most from venturing outside. Thus, Yuchen need not worry about being disturbed and can devote himself to his cultivation. A substantial amount of spiritual energy flowed into his body, traversing through his meridians and continuously cleansing his limbs and bones. Approximately 2 hours later, his practice was nearing its conclusion. At that moment, footsteps echoed nearby. Someone was approaching. Although Yuchen kept his eyes closed throughout his meditation, it did not imply a lack of awareness regarding his surroundings. On the contrary, everything around him was vividly present in his mind. 3 individuals approached, led by an elderly man around 70 years of age, clad in traditional Tang attire. Beside him stood a slightly younger man, exuding a formidable aura. Following closely behind was a tall girl, her complexion as fair as snow and adorned in a form-fitting black training outfit that accentuated her alluring figure. As the trio entered the grove and spotted Yichen seated cross-legged on a large rock, they exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them. The girl, in particular, furrowed her delicate brows in discontent. Having frequently trained in this very spot with the 2 elder men, she had almost come to regard it as her territory. Thus, witnessing someone occupy the rock, she could no longer contain her irritation. "Who are you to sit on this rock? Leave at once." Yuchen exhaled a long breath, gradually opening his eyes. His gaze swept over the 3, ultimately resting on the girl. "This is a public space. Why should I not sit here? And why must I leave?" The elder man waved his hand, addressing the girl. "Xiao Yun, your words are too harsh. Do not be hasty. There is plenty of time ahead." The girl, referred to as Xiao Yun, wore an expression of displeasure, her beautiful eyes reflecting disdain as she retorted, "I train here every day. How can I accommodate an outsider who suddenly occupies my space?" At her words, Yuchen felt a slight tremor within him. He had not anticipated that these individuals were also here for cultivation. The elderchen who had introduced him to the path of cultivations had mentioned that the world's spiritual energy was dwindling and practitioners were nearly non-existent. Had he not grown up in the spiritually abundant ghost prison, he would never have embarked on this journey. With these thoughts in mind, he carefully sensed the trio again but found no trace of true energy within their bodies. Hence, it became evident that they were not practitioners at all. Ultimately, Yichen chose not to dwell on it further and prepared to depart from the rock. Just then, the girl, incensed, confronted him, exclaiming, "Did I give you permission to leave?" Chapter 13. Your time is up. The girl obstructed Yuchen's path and said, "You may leave." But only after apologizing. Yuchen coldly replied, "Step aside. I have no desire to engage in a dispute with a woman. Do not compel me to take action." "What did you say? Do you dare to look down upon women? Do you believe I will allow you to leave this grove?" The girl was enraged. Her name was Long Xiaoyan, the young mistress of the Long family. In Jinling, the Long family's influence surpassed even that of the Lu family. Long Xiwan, the venerable elder of the Long family, had once fought valiantly for the nation, shedding blood and earning great merit. Later, upon retiring from the battlefield, he returned to Jinling and single-handedly elevated the Long family to its pinnacle. Thus, the resources and power the Long family enjoyed were incomparable to those of the Lu family. As the young mistress of the Long family, Long Shaoan was always the center of attention wherever she went. Everyone treated her with utmost respect. Now, having been humiliated by Yichen, she could hardly endure it. Yichen cast a glance at Long Shaoan, who stood defiantly with her hands on her hips, completely blocking the path out of the grove. Shaoyan, do not be rude. Long Shaoan expressed a hint of exasperation as he pulled Long Shaoyan aside. He smiled amiably at Yichen and said, "My dear young man, I sincerely apologize. My granddaughter has been spoiled and coddled." Though his status was high, he detested wielding his authority to intimidate others. The grove was a public area, and the fact that the other party had made way upon seeing them was already a concession. His granddaughter, however, was being unreasonable and causing a scene. Long Xiaoyun's anger remained unabated, but she dared not act out in front of her grandfather and reluctantly stepped back 2 paces. Yichen took a step forward. Just as he reached Long Xiuan's side, he suddenly paused and uttered, "Elder, your time is nearly up." Long Xiuan looked up abruptly, his eyes filled with shock. Long Xiaoyan, however, erupted in fury. "You scoundrel! What did you say? Do you dare curse my grandfather?" Though her grandfather was aged, he was in robust health, having begun his cultivation in youth, and was free from ailments. Unless unforeseen circumstances intervened, living to 100 was not an issue. This young man's words were undeniably malevolent, clearly a curse. Long Xiaoyan's desire for vengeance surged. Her chest heaved with indignation. She wished to consume Yichen with the fiery wrath in her eyes. Even the middle-aged man beside her, her master Ji Changming, could not contain his anger and admonished, "Young man, it is best to remain silent if you cannot speak wisely. Do not forget that disaster often arises from careless words." A cold killing intent radiated from Ji Changming. Should Yichen continue to speak insolently, he would ensure the latter paid a bloody price. "I merely speak the truth." Yichen shook his head and continued forward. He noticed a dark aura gathering on Long Xiuan's forehead, thick and palpable. This was a portent of imminent death. Since he held a favorable impression of Long Xiuan, he had kindly offered a warning. Given the lack of appreciation, he saw no reason to explain further. "Young man, please wait." Long Xiuan narrowed his eyes and inquired, "How did you discern that my time is short?" "It is not merely a matter of time. It is death that looms imminent." Yichen spoke with a calm demeanor, stating that within 24 hours, death was inevitable, advising to prepare for the end. After uttering these words, he shook his head and continued onward. Life and death, such as the lament of mortals. In that moment, Long Shaoan could no longer contain herself. With a swift motion, she leapt forward like a soaring swallow, her long legs stirring up a gust of wind as she aimed a kick at the back of Yichen's head. "Shaoan, show mercy!" Long Xiuan exclaimed in astonishment. He was well aware of his granddaughter's formidable strength. A kick from her could easily incapacitate even a trained martial artist. It was over. This young man was in grave danger. Long Xiuan wished to intervene, but it was too late. As Long Xiaoyun's foot descended towards Yichen, he felt the rush of wind and furrowed his brow. A chill enveloped him. He had not anticipated such lethal intent from a girl he had never met. How could such a young lady strike with such ferocity? Without turning around, Yichen reached back with an outstretched hand. With a resounding clap, he firmly grasped Long Xiaoyun's ankle. Startled, she felt as though her ankle was ensnared by a vice, rendering her immobile. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was Yichen who had seized her. "Release me, you scoundrel." Long Xiaoyun's cheeks flushed as she reprimanded him. Yet, in the next instant, she felt that iron grip tighten, and she was lifted off the ground. "Ah!" she cried out in distress. Almost immediately, a powerful kick struck her chest, sending her hurtling through the air before she crashed to the ground, momentarily incapacitated. "Miss." Ji Changming gasped in shock. He had intended to assist her, but Yichen's speed was overwhelming. Now filled with fury, he transformed into a blur, appearing beside Yichen and attempting to ensnare his neck. However, before he could even make contact, a tremendous force struck his chest, propelling him away like an arrow released from its bow, slamming him into the ground. Despair washed over him as he realized he had not even discerned how Yichen had executed his strike. Struggling to rise, he found it utterly futile. This is bad. The master is in peril. Ji Changming's heart sank in hopelessness. With Yichen's prowess, should he choose to strike at Long Xiuan, there was no one who could intervene. At that moment, Yichen's icy gaze fell upon Long Xiuan. "If you intend to make a move, Do so swiftly. I am pressed for time. Long Shiwan clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect. My young friend, please temper your anger. I believe there has been a misunderstanding. Seeing that Long Shiwan had no intention of attacking, Yichen turned to depart. As he walked away, Ji Changming exhaled in relief. Yet, in the next heartbeat, he exchanged a glance with Long Shiwan, both of their expressions reflecting profound shock and trepidation. It is worth noting that although Ji Changming may not be regarded as a master of martial arts, he is nonetheless a renowned martial artist in Jinling. Yet he could not withstand even a single strike from this young man. Does this not imply? Chapter 14, The Legendary Formation after a considerable interval. Long Xiaoyan and Ji Changming finally regained their ability to move. Long Xiaoyan clutched her chest, unable to suppress her coughing. Her heart was a tumult of shock and indignation. That impudent young man had kicked her squarely in the chest. Even now, the pain lingered. How could a grown man treat a girl so rudely? It was utterly outrageous. If I ever encounter that brat again, I shall flay him alive. Long Xiaoyan seethed. At that moment, Long Shiwan's voice resonated. Ignorant child, you still harbor thoughts of vengeance against that young man? Were it not for his mercy, both you and Elder Ji would have perished. Ji Changming, nursing his sore back, rose from the ground, his heart still trembling with fear. Who exactly is that young man? How could he possess such formidable strength? Fortunately, he bore us no malice. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Grandfather, master, his skills are indeed impressive, but with the strength of the Long family, dealing with him is merely a matter of resolve. Long Xiaoyan retorted, her teeth clenched, her pride refusing to be subdued. Long Shiwan shook his head, feeling a deep sense of disappointment at having spoiled his granddaughter. He spoke earnestly. Xiaoyan, that you have trained in martial arts since childhood and endured considerable hardships, you have been well protected by us. You fail to grasp the true nature of this world. The law of the jungle dictates that the strong thrive while the weak are but ants, subject to the whims of others. Long Xiaoyan felt a sense of confusion. She understood her grandfather's wisdom, but could not see its relevance to the day's events. I comprehend. Grandfather, are we, the Long family, truly to be considered weaker than that young man? She inquired, bewildered. Long Shiwan replied, indeed. You have trained for over a decade yet could not withstand even a single strike from him. Elder Ji has trained for several decades. Yet he too could not fend off a single blow. Had that young man chosen to kill today, do you believe we would still be standing here? Long Xiaoyan's eyes widened, fear creeping into her heart. Long Shiwan continued, in other words, even if he were to slay us all, with his strength, there would be no one capable of capturing him. Moreover, have you considered the power that stands behind him? To speak bluntly, he might not even need to flee after killing us. We would merely have to accept our fate. As she absorbed his words, all of Long Xiaoyan's arrogance and defiance evaporated. It was as if her mind were being bombarded by countless thunderclaps. In that moment, her understanding of the world shattered. Throughout her life, no one had dared to provoke her, nor had she encountered anyone she could not confront. Yet now, that paradigm had been irrevocably altered. Finally, Long Shiwan concluded, for now, let this matter rest. Elder Ji, please continue to instruct Xiaoyan in her training. Ji Changming nodded in agreement. Very well, master. He then turned to Long Xiaoyan and said, Xiaoyan, please take your place on that boulder. Long Xiaoyan remained silent, obediently settling onto the boulder to meditate. Her spirits were profoundly low, akin to a defeated rooster. As she embarked on her cultivation journey, an overwhelming tremor surged within her heart. She realized that the ambient spiritual energy of the world around her had significantly intensified. A terrifying thought flickered across her mind. Could this be related to that young man? However, she quickly dismissed the notion. That young man merely possessed a bit more strength. It was far from the extraordinary claims her grandfather had made. Ji Changming observed as Long Xiaoyan closed her eyes. After patiently imparting a few essential precautions, he stepped aside, allowing her to concentrate on her training. Ji Changming approached Long Shiwan, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out at the tumultuous Jinling River. Gee, that young man is extraordinary. Long Shiwan remarked with a hint of admiration. Indeed, Ji Changming replied, to possess such power at such a young age is truly astounding. It is not merely his strength. Long Shiwan continued, but the fact that he discerned my impending demise at a glance. Ji Changming was momentarily taken aback. Master, he must be speaking nonsense, aside from us. No one else is aware of this matter. Long Shiwan waved his hand dismissively. Gee, once I pass, the Long family will lose a martial arts expert. The only one with potential in our lineage is Xiaoyan. Her training must not be neglected. Ji Changming felt a surge of emotion. Rest assured, master. I shall impart all my knowledge. As they conversed, Long Xiaoyan completed her training and slowly opened her eyes. Ji Changming glanced at the time and, with a puzzled expression, asked, Xiaoyan, it has only been 20 minutes. Why have you opened your eyes? Master, my internal energy has already cycled through a complete round, Long Xiaoyan replied, somewhat bewildered. Suddenly, a realization struck her. Master, the spiritual energy around us seems far denser than usual. Ji Changming closed his eyes, attentively sensing the spiritual essence in the atmosphere. To his astonishment, he perceived an enigmatic and potent force incessantly drawing the surrounding spiritual energy toward them. How is this possible? He exclaimed in disbelief. Long Xiuan also sensed the anomaly and took a step toward a small tree. Soon, he discovered a piece of jade nestled among the roots. He attempted to lift the jade, only to find an inexplicable force binding it in place. He could not budge it an inch. Could this be the legendary formation? A gathering array for spiritual energy? Long Xiuan said in shock. Ji Changming was equally startled, his voice quivering. Could it be that this gathering array is the work of that young man? If so, the extent of his power and the forces at his disposal may far exceed our wildest imaginations. Long Xiuan exclaimed with excitement. This might be a divine opportunity bestowed upon our Long family. Listening to their conversation, Long Xiaoyan's understanding was once again profoundly challenged. She reflected on Yi Qin's visage and the events of the day, suddenly feeling as though she were ensnared in a dream. At that moment, Long Xiuan's body suddenly trembled and collapsed onto the ground. Grandfather! Sir! Long Xiaoyan and Ji Changming exclaimed in shock. They witnessed Long Xiuan struggling to breathe a few times before losing consciousness. To make matters worse, blood flowed from all 7 orifices of his face, and he completely ceased to breathe. Xiaoyan, quickly call for an ambulance. Ji Changming shouted. In a state of panic, Xiaoyan, tears streaming down her face, dialed the emergency number with trembling fingers. While awaiting the arrival of the ambulance, she was haunted by the words spoken by Yi Qin before his departure. Elder, you are on the brink of death. It is not merely a matter of limited time, but rather death is imminent. To be precise, you are destined to perish within 24 hours. It would be wise to prepare for your final arrangements. Chapter 15. Only he can save old Master Long. With tears streaming down her face, Long Xiaoyan dialed the emergency number, hastily transporting Long Xiuan to the First People's Hospital of Jinling City. Due to the urgency of his condition, the old master was immediately taken into the emergency room. As the door of the emergency room shut mercilessly, Long Xiaoyan collapsed helplessly onto the floor, her eyes reddening as silent tears flowed down her cheeks. Approximately an hour later, the door to the emergency room swung open. Long Xiaoyan quickly wiped her tears and rushed forward. Doctor, how's my grandfather? She inquired anxiously. The leading physician, wiping the sweat from his brow, replied, Old Master Long is temporarily out of danger. However, the patient's condition is quite dire, and he needs to be transferred to the ICU for observation. Prior to Long Xiuan's arrival at the hospital, the Long family had already informed the hospital's administration. Consequently, the few doctors involved in the rescue felt an immense pressure. Soon, Long Xiuan was admitted to the ICU. Behind the glass walls, the old master was entangled in a myriad of tubes, his former dignity thoroughly stripped away in that moment. Ji Changming, equally distressed, could only place a comforting hand on Long Xiaoyan's shoulder. In quick succession, members of the Long family arrived. Ji Lao, what has happened to my father? He has always been in good health. How could he suddenly collapse? A well-dressed man inquired anxiously. This individual was none other than Long Xiuan's eldest son, Long Zaijian, Long Xiaoyan's father, who served as the chairman of the Long Group, a figure of considerable authority. Ji Changming sighed and recounted the events that had transpired. At that moment, Long Xiuan's second son, Long Zaiqi, also arrived, dressed in a white suit, sporting a slick hairstyle and adorned with a large gold chain, presenting a stark contrast in demeanor and presence to his elder brother, Long Zaijian. He had been deeply engrossed in the entertainment industry for years, living a life of extravagance. Elder brother, wasn't he our father always in good health? Why has he suddenly been admitted to the ICU? Long Zaiqi questioned. Long Zaiqian replied, I have already contacted the director. The attending physician will arrive shortly for inquiries. At that moment, a group of individuals clad in white coats approached. Among them was Director Wang of the hospital. Approaching Long Zaiqian, Director Wang courteously remarked, Chairman Long, I see you've arrived. After a brief handshake, Long Zaiqian asked, Director Wang, what is my father's current condition? With a grave expression, Director Wang turned to one of the doctors beside him and instructed, Director Su, Please inform Chairman Long about Old Master Long's condition. The doctor known as Director Su then stated, after the recent rescue, we conducted a full examination on Old Master Long. He is in the late stages of pancreatic cancer, which has metastasized throughout his body. What? The Long family was taken aback, stunned by the revelation. Pancreatic cancer is notoriously dubbed the king of cancers. Even in its early stages, the survival rate is exceedingly low, let alone in the late stages, as in the case of Long Shiwan. You're talking nonsense. My father undergoes annual checkups. How could he possibly have pancreatic cancer? Especially in the late stages? Long Zaiqi erupted in anger. Long Zaitian grasped Long Zaidi's arm, giving him a knowing glance as he inquired, Director Su, are you certain? Indeed, this is the pathological result, replied Director Su, handing a report to Long Zaitian. As he perused the findings, Long Zaitian's hands trembled slightly. He was acutely aware of the pivotal role Long Shiwan had played in elevating the Long family to its current status and achievements. He also comprehended the dire consequences the family would face should Long Shiwan pass away. Nevertheless, he accepted the harsh reality and asked, Director Su, is there any possibility of treating my father's condition? Director Su exchanged a glance with Dean Wong before shaking his head and stating, it is late-stage pancreatic cancer, and it has metastasized throughout the body. With the current state of medical science, it is beyond treatment. What about overseas hospitals? Is there any hope? Are there new medications we could try? We can afford it, no matter the cost, Long Zaitian exclaimed with palpable urgency. Director Su sighed deeply and responded, Chairman Long. To speak candidly, even with advancements in medicine over the next century, conquering cancer remains a formidable challenge. At these words, darkness clouded Long Zaitian's vision, and an overwhelming sense of helplessness and despair washed over him. Long Xiaoyun, unable to contain her emotions, covered her mouth as silent tears streamed down her face. Just then, a young doctor rushed out in a state of panic, announcing, Director, there's an emergency. The patient's tumor is compressing blood vessels and organs, causing extensive internal bleeding. Immediate resuscitation is required. The medical team hurriedly commenced a frantic effort to save him. 20 minutes later, Director Su emerged, seemingly lost and despondent, and uttered, I am sorry. We did our utmost. The phrase, typically reserved for television dramas, now resonated painfully in the ears of the Long family. Grandfather. Long Xiaoyun could no longer restrain herself and was about to rush toward the ICU. I apologize. Dean Wong sighed, grappling with his respect for the elder Long. Besides the elder's status, he was also a man who had shed blood for his country and its people. However, upon hearing Dean Wong's words, Long's ID exploded with rage, seizing Dean Wong by the collar and shouting, Apologize to your mother. Hurry and save my father. If he dies, none of you will escape unscathed. Zaidi, do not act impulsively. Long Zaitian pulled him aside. At that moment, Ji Changming wiped the tears from his face and declared, Everyone, I have an important announcement on behalf of the elder. In truth, he was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer and metastasis over a year ago. Yet he chose not to disclose his condition for the sake of the Long family. He feared that his competitors would reveal their true intentions upon learning of his decline. According to his original plan, he intended to endure until the Long family weathered this crisis. In that instant, Long Zaitian, Long Zaidi, Long Xiaoan, and the other members of the Long family lifted their heads, their eyes brimming with tears. In their youth, they had risked their lives for their country and its people. After laying down their arms, they had single-handedly propelled the Long family to its zenith. Even in the face of a terminal illness, he has consistently prioritized the interests of the Long family. This is their father, their grandfather, Long Shiwan. Simultaneously, thoughts of the family's future fill their hearts with apprehension and even despair. As a premier family, the Long family is supported by many, yet there are also numerous individuals who wish for its demise. Particularly, Long Shiwan's integrity and disdain for associating with certain individuals have earned him many enemies. However, as long as Long Shiwan remains at the helm, no one dares to threaten the Long family. This is not solely due to the power and connections he wields, but also because he is a formidable martial artist. Should Long Shiwan pass away, the stock of the Long group would undoubtedly experience significant fluctuations, potentially even a collapse. Furthermore, as the Long family competes for vital markets, the revelation of such news would deliver a devastating blow to them. Long Zaitian's expression was particularly somber. He understood the operational rules of this world better than anyone. In the past, competitors had even covertly dispatched assassins to eliminate him. Yet, just as the assassin prepared to sever his head, he discovered that Long Zaitian was the son of Long Shiwan. leading him to abandon the mission without hesitation. Such is the deterrent power of a martial master. In the midst of despair, an elderly man arrived, carrying a medical kit. "Dr. Bai, you have come. We implore you to save the old master." The Long family members felt a flicker of hope rise within them. The elder, Bai Guanghua, was a renowned physician, reputed to be capable of contesting fate itself. "Let me see the old master." Bai Guanghua donned a sterile gown and entered the ICU. However, nearly 5 minutes later, he emerged from the room, stating, "I am sorry, the old master is beyond saving." In an instant, the hope that had just flickered was extinguished once more. Was heaven truly intent on destroying the Long family? At that moment, Bai Guanghua suddenly recalled something, exclaiming, there is a young miracle doctor in Jinling. If we can summon him, the old master might have a glimmer of hope." Upon hearing this, the crowd was even more astonished. Was there truly a doctor in Jiangling whose skills surpassed those of Dr. Bai? Just then, Bai Guanghua produced a photograph, saying, "This is the young miracle doctor. Do not be deceived by his youth. His medical prowess far exceeds mine by countless degrees. With him, the old master may yet be saved." Wait. As he gazed at the photograph, Ji Changming's mind exploded with realization. Long Shaoan rushed over to take a look and gasped. Covering her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. The young miracle doctor in the photograph was none other than the young man they had encountered in the grove that very day. Chapter 16. You all go ahead. I am in a hurry. Ji Changming gazed intently at the photograph in Bai Guanghua's hand, his excitement palpable as he inquired, "Dr. Bai, do you recognize the young healer in this picture?" Bai Guanghua replied, "I can say I know him to some extent. The young healer is named Yi Chun, the grandson-in-law of the Liu family. The last time old Master Liu was on the brink of death, it was the young healer's miraculous 9 sons reviving needle that resurrected him from the clutches of Yama." Bai Guanghua would never forget Yi Chun's extraordinary medical skills. The members of the Long family were profoundly shocked, and they began to question, is he truly that miraculous? Is his skill superior to yours, Dr. Bai? Bai Guanghua let out a bitter laugh before responding earnestly, "In the presence of Dr. Yi, I am but a speck of dust. The ability to resurrect the dead truly belongs to someone like him. I fear I shall never achieve even a fraction of his accomplishments in this lifetime." As he concluded, Bai Guanghua expressed his admiration. "The mountain stands tall, the path is majestic. Though I may not reach it, my heart yearns for it." Upon hearing this, all the members of the Long family gasped in disbelief, their minds reverberating with thunderous realization. The heavens have not forsaken the Long family. As long as we find Dr. Yi, my father will be saved. Long Zaiqian was the first to regain composure, exclaiming, "Since Dr. Yi is the Liu family's son-in-law, we can contact the Liu family to locate him." With that, he retrieved his phone and called the Liu family. A moment later, Long Zaiqian hung up and declared, "We are heading to Jinling University immediately to invite Dr. Yi." The Long family members rushed out of the hospital, their luxury cars roaring towards Jinling University. They had been enveloped in despair, yet now a flicker of hope ignited their spirits, fueling their fervor. At Jinling University, Yi Chun strolled back leisurely from the banks of the Jinling River. He had not anticipated discovering such a treasure trove of natural energy by the riverside. It seemed he had found a place for cultivation. However, the memory of the 3 individuals he encountered in the small grove caused him to frown momentarily. Yet, he soon eased his mind, believing that although he had not dealt them a fatal blow, he had likely instilled enough fear to deter them. Just as Yi Chun reached the entrance of the school, a thunderous cacophony of engines echoed. Several cars sped towards him, abruptly halting in front of him with screeching brakes. The doors swung open, and a throng of individuals poured out. Some wielded baseball bats, others brandished steel knives, their bodies adorned with tattoos of dragons and tigers, their expressions menacing. It was evident that these individuals were not students of Jinling University, but rather thugs from the streets. After a dozen or so men exited their vehicles, they surged towards Yi Chun, encircling him. Leading the pack was a man clad in a tank top, a gold chain dangling from his neck, and a dragon tattoo inked on his arm. The students at the school entrance wore expressions of fear, whispering among themselves, "Goodness, it's Brother Biao, a member of the Jinling Kings, the top dog of the Hanyun district. They say he commands hundreds of followers. Is this the legendary Brother Biao? I heard that his most glorious feat involved single-handedly pursuing and incapacitating a dozen opponents. What is this? It is said that those who provoke Brother Biao are swiftly dealt with, often meeting a dire fate. Could it be that this young man has crossed Brother Biao? He is surely doomed. Let us offer a moment of silence for him." Brother Biao scrutinized Yi Chun before him. "You are Yi Chun?" "Indeed. Yichen replied with a nonchalant demeanor. Quite the audacious fellow you are, but I shall take your legs. At that moment, another vehicle arrived, and a man with a bandaged arm emerged. It was none other than Qin Ling, the individual whom Yichen had incapacitated with a single move during Taekwondo class. Qin Ling glared at Yichen with a seething intensity, as if flames were about to erupt from his eyes. Brother Biao, I leave this to you. Brother Biao nodded slightly, responding, taking money for a service rendered, rest assured. One of Qin Ling's subordinates stepped forward, mocking, Yichen, weren't you quite the fighter? Now that Brother Biao is here, let us see how you meet your end. Laughter erupted amongst the group of followers. Just then, a hasty group approached, comprising students from the International Finance Program, led by Lu Sueki and Jiang Linlin. Cui Zheng had seen through the school forum that Yichen was being besieged by Qin Ling and promptly informed Lu Sueki, rushing to the scene. Stop. I forbid you from harming Yichen. Lu Sueki shouted as she plunged into the crowd. She understood that if a fight broke out, Yichen would surely be left incapacitated. After all, if Yichen were to be crippled or killed, she would have no explanation to offer her grandfather. The surrounding students were nearly wide-eyed in disbelief. They did not know Yichen personally, but they recognized Lu Sueki, the most esteemed beauty of Jinling University. Her intervention for this classmate sparked speculation regarding their relationship. Seeing his dream goddess defend his rival, Qin Ling's eyes blazed with fury. Sueki, step aside. This is a matter between men. He must die today. Qin Ling bellowed, then turned to Brother Biao, urging, Brother Biao, make your move. Lu Sueki, having heard of Brother Biao's reputation, quickly interjected, Brother Biao, I am Lu Sueki of the Lu family. Lu Gaoming is my grandfather, and Yichen is a friend of his. I implore you to spare Yichen. Brother Biao furrowed his brow, seemingly taken aback by the complexities of the situation. At this juncture, Cui Zheng addressed Yichen, Brother, could you refrain from being so obstinate? Why not apologize to Brother Biao and Qin Ling? Let us diffuse this situation. Lu Sueki nodded in agreement, saying, Brother Biao, Qin Ling, how about this? I will have Yichen apologize to you, and we can consider this matter settled. As a favor to my grandfather. Will that suffice? Naturally, Qin Ling was opposed to this, but Brother Biao found himself in a quandary, reluctant to offend Elder Lu. Then, Yichen spoke calmly, You wish to cripple my legs? Very well, I shall return the favor in kind. Let us have you all come at me together. I am pressed for time. Chapter 17. The flustered elder of the Lu family, all of you, go together. I am in a hurry. Upon uttering these words, Yichen plunged Cui Zheng and the others into a state of despair. Goodness, this fellow is far too impulsive. Lu Sueki and Jiang Linlin also exclaimed in dismay, especially Lu Sueki, whose composure crumbled entirely. As the eldest daughter of the Lu family, she had lowered her stature to plead on Yichen's behalf, only to find him behaving so unpredictably. The crux of the matter was that he had openly slapped Brother Biao in the face, offering him no semblance of respect. Brother Biao had no reason not to eliminate him. In truth, even Brother Biao and his associates were momentarily taken aback. Brother Biao had dealt with countless incapacitated individuals, and never had he encountered one who did not tremble in fear at the sight of him, begging for mercy. Who would have anticipated this young man to be so audacious? Did he believe himself to be Yip Man, capable of defeating 10 opponents at once? Qin Ling was positively elated. Initially concerned that Brother Biao might waver, he was astonished to see Yichen courting disaster instead. Truly, it was a case of he who does not court death shall not die. Indeed, Brother Biao was incensed. You rascal, facing death yet still speaking defiantly. Brothers, take action. Within 10 seconds, I want him on his knees speaking to me. Afterward, Brother Biao turned to Lu Sueki with a grin, saying, Miss Lu, you can see for yourself. It is not that I lack respect for the elder of the Lu family. This brat has slapped my face, and it was a resounding blow. If I do not deal with him, I will have no place to stand in the future. In no time, a throng surged toward Yichen. The crowd instinctively shut their eyes, unwilling to witness the impending tragedy. At that moment, a series of thunderous roars echoed. A pink Lamborghini sped into view, executing a graceful drift before halting beside the crowd. The door swung open, revealing a pair of long, slender legs. The owner of those legs was none other than Long Shaoan. Stop. Let us see who dares to lay a hand on Mr. Yi. The sudden turn of events left everyone in stunned silence. As they discerned Long Shaoyan's beauty, the onlookers were stirred once more. My goodness, what is happening? First, the renowned Lu campus beauty pleads for this person, and now a stunning beauty appears. What on earth is going on? Who is this individual? Aside from being slightly more handsome than me, he seems to possess no remarkable qualities. Is being handsome truly a means of survival in this day and age? Most crucially, Long Shaoan was not merely beautiful, she emanated an imposing aura. The gangsters, intimidated, involuntarily retreated. Brother Biao's brow furrowed, and Qin Ling's eyelids flickered with agitation. They recognized Long Shaoyan and understood that the Long family was among the top 3 prominent families in Jinling. Neither the Qin family nor Brother Biao dared to confront the Long family. Even with the backing of the Jinling king, Brother Biao lacked the audacity. Only if the Jinling king were to personally intervene could there be any hope of countering the Long family. However, given the Jinling king's status, he would certainly not concern himself with their trivial matters. Long Shaoan, seeing Brother Biao's silence, coldly declared, "Stand aside, do not make me repeat myself. Dear Miss Long, please temper your anger. I was unaware of your acquaintance with him." Brother Biao hastily waved his hand, prompting a retreat from his entourage. Witnessing this scene, Qin Ling clenched his teeth, fearing yet another downfall. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Long Shaoyan approached Yi Chun, bowing respectfully as she stated, "Mr. Yi, I apologize for my previous rudeness." The onlookers were momentarily stunned, questioning their own eyesight. Long Shaoan was actually bowing to Yi Chun? Their disbelief was palpable. Yi Chun maintained an expression of calm indifference and replied, "I believe there is no need for you to apologize," with a slight bite of her lip. Long Shaoyan earnestly implored, "My grandfather has suddenly fallen gravely ill and his life hangs in the balance. I beseech you, Master Yi, to lend your healing hand. In return, our Long family shall offer substantial gratitude." This declaration left many in the crowd utterly astounded. Master Yi, was this beautiful woman truly deceived? Only Lu Sueki furrowed her brow, recalling that it was indeed Yi Chun who had saved her grandfather. Could it be that Yi Chun was truly a miraculous healer? Following her plea, Long Shaoyan gazed at Yi Chun with a mixture of anxiety and hope, aware that her grandfather's fate rested in the hands of this young man before her. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chun proposed, "Let us strike a deal. You assist me in incapacitating their legs, and I shall save your grandfather. The matter of their legs will be on me. What say you?" Agreed. Long Shaoyan did not hesitate for a second. "Miss Long." Brother Biao and Qin Ling were utterly bewildered, their hearts heavy with despair. Lu Sueki and Jiang Linlin exchanged glances, speechless. Jiang Linlin remarked, "What is Yi Chun doing? Is he intent on escalating this situation?" Meanwhile, Long Shaoyan's icy gaze fixed upon Brother Biao and Qin Ling as she inquired, "Will you take action yourselves, or shall I?" Brother Biao, Qin Ling. It seemed they were reluctant to act. With that, Long Shaoyan moved. In an instant, Brother Biao and Qin Ling collapsed to the ground, their legs contorted at unnatural angles. Their anguished screams echoed through the air. It was over. Cui Zheng and the others understood that the enmity between Yi Chun and Qin Ling was irrevocably deepened, and now Yi Chun had also forged a vendetta with Brother Biao. Disappointment etched on her face, Lu Sueki shook her head and sighed. "After this affair concludes, I must consult with my grandfather about hastening the transfer of the jade pendant to Yi Chun, ensuring his swift departure. The Long family may protect him temporarily, but not indefinitely. I cannot bear the thought of living in constant fear." At that moment, Lu Sueki's phone rang. It was a call from her grandfather, Lu Gongming. As soon as the call connected, before Lu Sueki could utter a word, her grandfather's agitated voice filled her ears. "Sueki, there is grave news." Taken aback, Lu Sueki's brow furrowed in concern. In her memory, her grandfather was a figure unflinching even in the face of calamity. Why was he so flustered today? Could something truly dire have occurred? "Grandfather, what has happened?" Lu Sueki asked anxiously. Lu Gongming spoke somewhat anxiously. "It is as follows. The old patriarch of the Long family is nearing his end and has summoned my granddaughter's husband to save him. His granddaughter, Long Shaoyan, is a stunning beauty, which means you now have a formidable rival to contend with." Lu Sueki. Chapter 18. The transaction between Yi Chun and Long Shaoyan under the watchful gaze of the crowd. Yi Chun and Long Shaoyan walked side by side towards the Lamborghini parked at the school entrance. Long Shaoyan respectfully assisted Yi Chun in opening the car door, and only after he was seated did she take her place in the driver's seat. As she started the engine, Long Shaoyan sent a voice message to her father, Long, informing him that she had picked up Yi Chun. At that moment, Long Zaiqian and the others were still en route, their vehicle's performance inferior to Long Shaoyan's. Additionally, her agility and penchant for speed left them far behind. "Mr. Yi, are you ready?" "I shall drive now," Long Shaoyan announced before pressing down on the accelerator. With a roar reminiscent of a wild beast, the Lamborghini surged forward. Approximately half an hour later, the Lamborghini executed a graceful tailspin and halted in the hospital's parking lot. As Yichen stepped out, Long Zitian and the others rushed over. "Master Yi, I implore you to save my father," they pleaded, bowing deeply. Most individuals would be taken aback by such a display, yet Yichen remained unfazed, stating, "Where is he? Let me there." Long Zitian felt a surge of joy and responded, "Thank you, Master Yi." Yichen waved his hand, glancing at Long Xiaoyan, and remarked, "No need to thank me. This is merely a transaction between us." Upon hearing this, Long Zitian was momentarily stunned. A transaction? Could it be that his precious daughter had pledged something to Master Yi? Although Yichen was indeed a remarkable figure, it was not unusual for a young man to be tempted by a beauty such as Long Xiaoyan. As a father, Long Zitian naturally wished to shield his daughter from such a sacrifice. However, he quickly shifted to elation. If Yichen were truly a master capable of reviving the deceased, surpassing even master by medical expertise, then having him as a son-in-law would not be such a bad idea. Soon, Yichen arrived at the entrance of the ICU. "Why, Yi Master, you have come." Master Bai stammered, trembling with excitement at the sight of Yichen. Yichen merely nodded in acknowledgement. The old man was exceedingly brazen, often addressing him as Master Yi, which left Yichen somewhat speechless. With the intervention of Director Wang, Yichen was granted smooth access to the ICU. The Long family awaited anxiously outside the room. Inside, Yichen beheld the ailing Long Xiuan. The once formidable man now lay quietly on the bed, connected to numerous tubes, his vital signs alarmingly unstable. Anyone acquainted with Long Xiuan would be moved by the sight, as this indomitable elder had succumbed to illness, stripped of any semblance of dignity. Yichen shook his head and proceeded to remove all the tubes and needles from Long Xiuan. Several nurses gasped in shock, unable to contain their alarm. "Sir, the patient's vital signs are weak. These life support devices must not be removed, as it could be life-threatening." Yichen cast a glance at the nurses in the ward and said, "When I save lives, I prefer not to be observed. Please step outside." The nurses exchanged glances before ultimately leaving the room. Although they were skeptical of the so-called divine healer, they had no choice but to comply. Given the personal attention of Director Wang, once the nurses departed, Yichen's gaze returned to Long Xiuan. With a sense of reflection, he remarked, "When the King of Hell calls you at the third watch, who would dare to let you linger until the fifth? Old Master Long, encountering me is your fortune." As his words hung in the air, Yichen slowly extended his hands, hovering above Long Xiuan's body. The situation of Long Xiuan was far more dire than that of the earlier Lu Gongming. In fact, even silver needles would be ineffective in treating him. Yichen needed to condense his energy into needles, employing the 9-yang resurrection needle technique to pull Long Xiuan back from the brink of death. A rich stream of true qi emanated from Yichen, coalescing into tangible energy needles in his palms. With a swift motion, he pressed down. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The energy needles descended upon Long Xiuan's major acupoints, coursing through his body. Remarkably, Long Xiuan's body began to levitate. After approximately half an hour, Yichen pressed down once more, and Long Xiuan's body gently settled back onto the hospital bed. It was at this moment that Yichen realized he felt somewhat drained. Even his clothes were soaked with perspiration. Long Xiuan's condition was more intricate than he had anticipated. He couldn't help but lament the heavy toll of this transaction. After completing the treatment, Yichen stepped outside. The Long family members waiting at the door rushed forward. Upon seeing Yichen drenched, they were momentarily taken aback. How could someone saving a life be so soaked? They genuinely questioned whether Yichen had been saving a person or swimming. "Dr. Yi, how is my father, grandfather?" The Long family members asked anxiously. Yichen replied, "He has temporarily stabilized, but to achieve full recovery, we must find a way to eliminate the cancer cells. Come back to see me in 2 days. Mr. Yi, you are indeed a divine healer. Our Long family is at a loss for how to repay you." They expressed with immense gratitude. Meanwhile, Director Wang and the hospital staff stood in stunned silence. Just moments ago, the nurses had rushed out, exclaiming that Yichen had removed the tubes from Long Xiuan, leaving everyone terrified. Logically, given Long Xiuan's condition, removing the tubes would almost guarantee death. Could it be that this young man truly healed him? As Yichen emerged, several nurses hurried into the ICU. Soon, one nurse rushed out in a panic, exclaiming, "This is terrible. The patient's vital signs have vanished." What? The hearts of those present skipped a beat as they turned to Yichen. One doctor even blocked Yichen's path, stating, "Sir, there is a problem with the patient. You cannot leave." Long's ID was furious. He rushed in front of Yichen, pointing an accusatory finger at him, exclaiming, "You charlatan, you have caused my father's death, and I demand your life in return." Yi Chun furrowed his brow and replied, "I advise you to remove your finger. I detest being pointed at. I'll remove your finger, and then I'll kill you." Long Zidi shouted, but before he could finish his sentence, a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig erupted from his lips. In an instant, Yi Chun seized Long Zidi's finger and twisted it violently. Crack! Long Zidi's finger snapped. Following this, Yi Chun delivered a powerful kick that sent Long Zidi flying, before striding towards the exit. His cold voice echoed behind him. "Since the Long family does not trust me, the second phase of treatment is hereby cancelled." Long Zitian furrowed his brow, intending to stop Yi Chun, when he noticed Long Xiaoyun covering her mouth in shock. "Grandfather." Long Xiaoyun gazed towards the entrance of the ICU, tears streaming down her face. There stood an elderly figure. Who else but Long Ziyuan? Chapter 19. Accompanying him to the pinnacle of the world. Reveling in radiant glory upon witnessing Long Xiuan standing at the doorway, everyone gathered at the entrance of the ICU was momentarily struck dumb. It is worth noting that prior to this, Long Xiuan had been declared deceased. The very notion of him rising to his feet, let alone appearing at the threshold of the ward, was utterly inconceivable. Yi Chun had truly resurrected him. This was nothing short of miraculous. A chilling thought crept into the minds of all present. Yi Chun was not a mere quack, but rather a bona fide divine healer. At that moment, Bai Guanghua remarked, "I told you that Master Yi is a miraculous physician. You chose to disbelieve and even treated him with such disrespect." Alas! Hearing this, the Long family could not help but bow their heads. Indeed, Yi Chun had saved Long Xiuan and, by extension, the entire Long family. Yet they had treated their savior with such ingratitude. Long Zaiqian declared, "We must find Master Yi and apologize in person." Long Zaidi slapped his own face in disbelief, exclaiming, "I cannot believe I just insulted Master Yi. I am less than a pig." Director Wang and the hospital's medical staff were similarly shaken. Based on their experience, Long Xiuan was undoubtedly doomed. They regarded the so-called divine physician with skepticism, for the world was rife with charlatans masquerading as miracle workers, deceitfully exploiting the desperate. Before long, Long Xiuan's robust voice interrupted the reverie. "What are you all saying? Did you just offend the young divine physician?" Though he had been in a state of unconsciousness, he could vividly recall how Yi Chun had saved him. The miraculous skill that had brought him back to life could easily be likened to that of a celestial being. Crucially, Yi Chun had informed him that this was merely the first stage of treatment. In essence, he had simply granted him a breath of life. To truly restore him, a second phase of treatment was imperative, one that involved eradicating the cancer cells from his body. Now, to think that his family had offended the young divine physician was tantamount to pushing him towards the gates of death. At Long Xiuan's inquiry, the Long family shivered involuntarily. It had been ages since they had felt such an imposing presence emanating from him. "Are you deaf?" Long Xiuan bellowed. Long Zaidi, clutching his stomach, attempted to explain, "Father, we had no idea. After Master Yi saved you, your vital signs vanished, and we thought he was a fraud." Upon hearing Long Zaitian's explanation, Long Xiuan's fury intensified. "You, of all people? A man who spends his days indulging in debauchery, how dare you question Master Yi's integrity?" With a swift motion, Long Xiuan struck Long Zaitian across the face, casting a piercing gaze upon all members of the Long family. "Just a moment ago, Master Yi extended my life by 3 days. If, within this time, he does not cleanse my body of the cancerous cells, I shall surely perish. From this moment forth, every member of the Long family must urgently seek out Master Yi. Otherwise, you shall not inherit a single cent of the family fortune." The Long family trembled once more. They had not witnessed such a display of wrath from Long Xiuan in a long time. Without a moment's hesitation, they hastily departed the hospital and made their way to Jinling University. "Old Ji, Xiaoyun, you two stay behind and accompany me home," Long Xiuan declared. Thus, Dean Wang and several doctors and nurses watched as Long Xiuan departed. They remained rooted in place, struggling to comprehend the moment. The skilled physicians among them were particularly shaken, experiencing an unprecedented upheaval. Having dedicated their lives to medicine, studying countless theories and engaging in endless practice, they believed they had reached the pinnacle of their profession. Yet, at that moment, their understanding was thoroughly upended. It was true, there existed a miraculous healer capable of reviving the deceased. It became evident that saving lives did not necessitate an array of complex instruments and equipment. The ancestral medical practices of Long Kingdom were indeed extraordinary. For years, They had regarded Western medicine as the ultimate truth, taking pride in their knowledge, a testament to their ignorance. At that juncture, a voice interrupted their reverie. To hear the way in the morning and die in the evening is acceptable. I, by Guanghua, must take Dr. Yi as my master, or I shall depart this world unsatisfied, said Bai Guanghua, wiping away his tears. Dr. Bai, add me to your number. I too wish to study under Dr. Yi. Include me as well, and I too. Several doctors chimed in. Meanwhile, at the Long residence, Long Xuan sat on the sofa, sipping tea daintily. He sat upright, his eyes gleaming with vitality. He felt rejuvenated, as though he had returned to his days of valor on the battlefield, filled with fervor. Years prior, he had encountered issues in his cultivation, leading to health complications. Consequently, after handing over the family enterprise to Long Zitian, he had consistently advised him to proceed with caution, to avoid provoking formidable adversaries. However, the market had shifted rapidly over the past 2 years, forcing the Long family to adapt or face decline, ultimately resulting in brutal suppression from competitors. Long Xuan's health struggles had placed the Long family at a disadvantage in this fierce competition. Yet now, thanks to Yi Chun, who had granted Long Xuan an extension of life for 3 days and resolved his health issues, the prospect of recovery glimmered. Should the Long family successfully enlist Yi Chun to eradicate the cancer cells within Long Xuan's body, he could reclaim his former glory, empowering the Long family to confront their rivals head-on. With excitement coursing through him, Long Xuan recognized that the immediate priority was to secure Yi Chun's assistance. Taking a deep breath, he inquired, Old Ji, Xiaoyun, what are your impressions of Dr. Yi at this moment? Old Ji pondered for a moment before responding. He is unfathomable, as if he exists in a realm entirely separate from ours. What about you, Xiaoyun? Long Xuan asked, reflecting on the day's events. Long Xiaoyun replied, I find it difficult to see through him. He is as young as I am, yet possesses such immense power, particularly in his medical skills. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have dared to believe. Long Xuan rose to his feet and proclaimed, It appears that my initial intuition upon meeting Dr. Yi was indeed correct. Dr. Yi represents a remarkable opportunity for our Long family, and we must seize it firmly. Xiaoyun, what are your thoughts on Dr. Yi? Long Xiaoyun looked somewhat bewildered, yet soon grasped the implication of Long Xuan's words. Instantly, her cheeks flushed, and she could not restrain herself from exclaiming, Grandfather, it is impossible for me and Dr. Yi. He is the fiancé of the eldest daughter of the Lu family. What? Long Xuan's brow furrowed, and he remarked, So, someone has indeed beaten us to it? However, his expression quickly relaxed as he continued, Xiaoyun, I hope you will pursue Dr. Yi. Long Xiaoyun felt a surge of emotion, almost on the verge of tears, as she replied, Grandfather, although Dr. Yi is formidable, the Long family should not find itself in a position of mere admiration, nor should I become a third party in this matter. Long Xuan snorted dismissively and said, Xiaoyun, it seems you have yet to truly comprehend Dr. Yi's power. If he can heal me, he can certainly heal those who genuinely wield power and resources. Moreover, you have witnessed his capabilities. He is destined to stand atop the world, gazing down upon the masses. Upon hearing this, Long Xiaoyun felt her heart stir. Yet she listened as Long Xuan continued, Xiaoyun, throughout history, the strong have always controlled all resources, including women. This is not only an opportunity for the Long family, but also for you. Do you wish to seek a mundane man and live an ordinary life? Or would you prefer to be Dr. Yi's woman, accompanying him to the pinnacle of the world and basking in unparalleled glory? Consider this carefully. Chapter 20. Please be a human. That evening, Lu Sueki returned to the Lu residence. As she stepped through the door, she was greeted by a flustered Lu Gongming. Sueki, tell me, my granddaughter's husband hasn't been seduced by the Long family, has he? Lu Sueki, fuming, sank onto the sofa and replied, Grandfather, that Yi Chun was interrupted by the Long family's young lady. What was her name? Long Xiaoyun. She broke Qin Ling and Biao Ji's legs. Yi Chun is not to be underestimated. He has only been at school for 2 days and has already stirred up such a mess. I think we should give him the jade pendant and send him away quickly. Otherwise, he will surely meet his demise at school. Having just taken a sip of tea, Lu Gongming nearly smashed his cup in fury upon hearing Lu Sueki's words. Nonsense. I provided you with such a wonderful opportunity, and instead of seizing it, you push your man into someone else's arms, he exclaimed, his temper flaring. I. At that moment, Lu Sueki felt utterly defeated. Was she not still an innocent young lady? When had she ever had a man? Lu Gongming continued. You mentioned that Yi Chun and Long Xiaoyun broke Qin Ling and Biao Ji's legs. What happened? Lu Sueki recounted the events, feeling aggrieved. Grandfather, Yuchen, relying on his mediocre martial arts skills and some medical knowledge, acts recklessly. If something were to happen to him, wouldn't it be the Lu family that has to clean up the mess? The more she spoke, the angrier she became, her delicate frame trembling with emotion. Therefore, I believe we should promptly give the jade pendant to Yichen and send him away. Otherwise, he will inevitably cause a disaster at Jinling University. At this, Lu Gongming suddenly burst into laughter, leaving Lu Sueki momentarily stunned. Grandfather, what are you laughing at? Sueki, you truly underestimate my grandson-in-law. Did Qinling and Biao dare to lay a hand on him? In his presence, they are nothing, he declared. At that moment, Lu Sueki felt utterly despondent, questioning whether her grandfather had been brainwashed by Yichen. Yet, Braogu was the nephew of the king of Jinling. If the king were to become enraged, could the Lu family truly protect Yichen? She bit her lip and said, if the king of Jinling gets involved, surely grandfather would be concerned. However, Lu Gongming responded, even the king of Jinling amounts to nothing before my grandson-in-law. Upon hearing this, Lu Sueki nearly felt faint. Finally, Lu Gongming said sternly, you mentioned that Long Xiaoyan drove off with my grandson-in-law this afternoon. Let us head to Jinling University at once and see if he has returned. Although my grandson-in-law is a true dragon among men, he is still young and impetuous. If the Long family employs some charm to ensnare him, we will suffer a significant loss. Lu Sueki remained silent, but what made her even more distraught was yet to come. Sueki, you are a beautiful woman as well. You should learn from Long Xiaoyan, utilize your advantages, and at the right moment, employ your charm to secure my grandson-in-law sooner rather than later, Lu Gongming advised. Grandfather, please, do not say any more. Lu Sueki uttered in despair. Within her heart, a voice roared, Grandfather, I implore you to act like a person. Ultimately, Lu Sueki had no choice but to reluctantly accompany Lu Gongming to the car, en route to Jinling University. Coincidentally, Lu Sueki's parents, Lu Jinhua and Su Lan, had also returned, and they joined the journey as well. During the drive, upon learning the details of the situation, Lu Jinhua and Su Lan were filled with resentment. Their sentiments mirrored those of Lu Sueki. They believed that the old man had undoubtedly been brainwashed by Yichen. How could this young man possibly be worthy of their precious daughter? In their view, their daughter should at the very least marry into a family of equal standing, not someone as ordinary as Yi Fan. However, out of deference to the old man's authority, although they felt displeased, they dared not voice their thoughts. Before long, the group arrived at Jinling University, reaching the entrance of Yichen's dormitory. Upon arrival, they were met with an astonishing sight. Long Ziqian and a host of Long family members were kneeling before the dormitory entrance. What on earth is happening? Lu Gongming squinted, inquiring. Long Ziqian rose to his feet and said, Lu old master, alas, I am ashamed to admit. He briefly recounted the circumstances that led to their current predicament. Lu Gongming's heart was filled with derision. It seemed the Long family was indeed narrow-minded, having offended Yichen. Yet, the fact that this group was kneeling outside indicated one undeniable truth. Long Xiaoyan had yet to win over Yichen. This realization brought Lu Gongming a sense of satisfaction. He patted Long Ziqian on the shoulder, saying, my granddaughter's husband is a divine physician, a remarkable individual with a bit of temper. You must show sincerity and continue kneeling. I shall go see my grandson-in-law. Long Ziqian nodded gratefully, though he felt something was amiss. Thus, Lu Gongming and the others entered the dormitory building. Meanwhile, Long Ziqian received a text message from Long Xiwan. After reading the message, Long Ziqian's expression became exceedingly complex. Experience does indeed hold its value. My father possesses remarkable foresight, he mused, watching Lu Gongming and his party depart. With a mocking smile, he remarked, Lu old master, your granddaughter is the belle of Jinling University, while my daughter was the beauty of Qingbei University in her day. The art of seduction is not foreign to anyone. Just minutes after receiving the message, Long Xiaoyan arrived. Long Ziqian's spirits lifted as he said, Xiaoyan, let us proceed to the dormitory of the divine physician Yi and have a discussion. A faint blush appeared on Long Xiaoyan's face. In less than a day since meeting Yichen, her perception of him had transformed dramatically, from disdain to awe, and ultimately to admiration. Particularly after her conversation with Long Xiwan, her understanding of Yichen became clearer and more nuanced. She realized precisely what course of action she should take. Her mindset underwent a profound metamorphosis, akin to a girl suddenly blossoming into a woman. Thus, without hesitation, she followed closely behind Long Ziqian, entering the dormitory building, heading towards Yichen's room. Chapter 21. Once I've had my fill of fun, I shall marry my granddaughter in the dormitory. Yichen was engaged in gaming with his roommates. At this moment, Cui Zheng and others had already succumbed to Yichen's skills and strategies. Although they relished gaming, they were, in truth, rather inept, often being mercilessly defeated by others. The greatest humiliation of their lives was when they challenged a group of elementary school students, only to be thoroughly trounced. However, whenever they played games alongside Yichen, under his guidance, they could ascend to the ranks of champions in mere moments. They even believed that, given Yichen's current prowess, he could easily secure a place in professional competitions. In their eyes, this new roommate was nothing short of an enigma. Just an hour prior, Long Zaiqian and his companions had arrived, requesting Yichen to provide the second phase of treatment for Long Xiwan. The sight of Long Zaiqian and his entourage sent waves of excitement through Cui Zheng and the others. The Long group was one of the titans of Jinling City, and as the ruler of this conglomerate, Long Zaiqian was renowned. Many graduates of Jinling University took pride in securing positions within esteemed companies like the Long Group. Yet, to their astonishment, the chairman of the Long Group personally sought out Yichen. Cui Zheng and his peers felt an urgent need to cling tightly to Yichen's coattails, for a single word from him might catapult them to greatness. However, what left them even more astounded was Yichen's outright refusal of Long Zaiqian's request. Remarkably, Long Zaiqian and his companions exhibited no anger. Instead, they obediently knelt outside the dormitory building. Cui Zheng and the others were nearly driven to madness. Was the chairman of the Long Group truly willing to kneel? What kind of extraordinary person was their roommate? But the surprises did not end there. After a brief wait, another vehicle arrived at the dormitory entrance, bringing several more individuals. Cui Zheng glanced over and nearly cried out in disbelief, for among them was none other than the illustrious school belle, Lu Sueki. Another person he recognized was Lu Zhenhua, the head of the Lu Group. Given that Cui Zheng's family was not particularly well off, he had planned to enter the workforce immediately after his undergraduate studies. Thus he was familiar with the prominent enterprises in Jinling City. Seeing that these individuals were also coming to see Yichen, Cui Zheng was utterly flabbergasted. The heads of the Long Group and the Lu Group, two colossal enterprises in Jinling City, had both come to pay their respects to Yichen. His roommate was indeed remarkable. Lu Gongming entered the dormitory with a cheerful demeanor, approaching Yichen and inquiring, "Yi son-in-law, you've been at school for a few days now. Your grandfather has come to see you. How are you finding it? Are you adapting well?" As Yichen was dominating the gaming realm, he glanced up at Lu Gongming, feeling somewhat speechless. This Lu Gongming and Bai Guanghua were truly cut from the same cloth. One called him Master Yi, while the other referred to him as son-in-law. Was it a sign that as people aged, their shamelessness only intensified? Nevertheless, adhering to the principle of respecting one's elders, Yichen responded with a token, "It's fine. I'm adapting quite well." Witnessing this exchange, Lu Zhenhua felt a surge of irritation. If it were anyone else, they would have been slapped by Lu Gongming for speaking to him in such a manner. However, when Yichen spoke, Lu Zhenhua dared not retaliate. On one hand, Lu Gongming was utterly enchanted, treating Yichen as though he were his cherished son-in-law. On the other hand, Yichen had previously saved Lu Gongming, earning the family's gratitude. With a cheerful smile, Lu Gongming remarked, "Just adapt well. If you ever find it difficult, let your grandfather know. I'll buy you and Sueki a house near the school so you both can live together." Grandfather. Lu Sueki's face flushed crimson. Where had the imposing figure of her grandfather gone? Who would so openly barter their own granddaughter? "Grandfather, please, have some decency." At that moment, Cui Zheng and the others were utterly astonished, completely at a loss. It seemed that Yichen was indeed Lu Sueki's fiancé, and this revelation was irrefutable. However, given the old man's demeanor, Yichen's standing was evidently extraordinary. It felt as though the Lu family was eagerly accommodating him. Just then, having finished a game, Yichen glanced at Lu Gongming, stating, "Old Master Lu, according to our prior agreement, you will hand over the Mother Jade pendant to me in a month. We must adhere to our word." Yichen was genuinely concerned that Lu Gongming might renege on their pact. Ahem. Lu Gongming coughed awkwardly, but soon replied with a grin, "Of course, I hope that within this month, you and Sueki will spark a flame of love, at which point I shall bestow both my granddaughter and the Mother Jade pendant upon you." Upon hearing this, Cui Zheng and the others were left questioning their own existence. Lu Sueki felt despondent. If this news were to leak, she might transform from the most beautiful girl at Jinling University into the greatest laughingstock. As they conversed, a knock resounded from outside. It was Long Zaiqian who entered, accompanied by a stunning beauty rivaling Lu Sueki, Long Xiaoyan. Approaching Yi Chun, Long Xiaoyan bowed respectfully, saying, Dr. Yi, I implore you to save my grandfather. As she bent forward, a flawless silhouette was revealed, though the angle allowed only Yi Chun to appreciate the view. Yet, Yi Chun did not spare her a glance, coldly responding, Our transaction has been fulfilled. I am under no obligation to save your grandfather. I understand. Which is why I beseech you to assist him once more. If you can save my grandfather, I will acquiesce to any request of yours, Long Xiaoyan replied. Biting her lip, a blush crept onto her otherwise dignified face. Goodness! Cui Zheng and his friends were once again rendered speechless. They had lost count of how many times they had been left dumbfounded. Long Xiaoyan exuded an air of aloofness, even more so than Lu Sueki, yet here she was, making such a heartfelt plea to Yi Chun. Who can withstand this? Yet, Yi Chun did not spare a glance at Long Xiaoyan. He coldly stated, As I mentioned before, the second phase of treatment is cancelled, and that is final. Long Xiaoyan did not exhibit anger. Rather, she smiled gently and replied, It seems Mr. Yi is still upset with us. I do hope you will calm down, and I shall return tomorrow. With that, she turned and departed without a hint of reluctance. Initially, when Long Xiaoyan entered, Lu Gongming felt as though he were facing a formidable adversary. After all, she was a woman whose beauty and figure rivaled that of Lu Sueki. However, seeing Yi Chun disregard Long Xiaoyan entirely, Lu Gongming finally felt a sense of relief. Yet, before he could savor this moment, Yi Chun addressed him, Old Master Lu. Unless there is anything pressing, please take your leave. I still wish to play games with my roommates. The atmosphere suddenly turned tense. Clearing his throat, Lu Gongming remarked, While you are still young, it is indeed beneficial to indulge in some leisure. Once you have had your fill of fun, you should marry Sueki and inherit the Lu family's vast fortune. With that, Lu Gongming gestured for Lu Sueki and the others to depart. After all, Long Xiaoyan had left so decisively, he too could not afford to linger. Just as Lu Sueki was about to voice her discontent, she caught a glare from Lu Gongming and was compelled to follow suit. Once everyone had exited, Cui Zheng suddenly knelt upon the ground, clinging to Yi Chun's leg. Brother Chen, your leg is so robust and strong. I shall hold on tightly. Chapter 22. You were just talking nonsense. A new day dawned swiftly. As Yi Chun emerged from his dormitory, he was surprised to find Long Xiaoyan and several members of the Long family waiting at the entrance. In truth, the Long family had kept vigil at the dormitory door throughout the night. Yi Chun was not taken aback, given that Long Xiaoyan's cancer had metastasized, even infiltrating his mind. It was clear that without intervention, the outcome would be dire. Cui Zheng and his companions were exhilarated to encounter figures they typically only saw in the news. Yet, Yi Chun paid them no mind and proceeded directly to the dining hall. Despite this, the Long family dared not show any displeasure. After breakfast, Yi Chun and his companions received some grim news. Cui Zheng, glancing at the messages in their class group, were a look of disbelief. No way. It's been several months since the semester began, and we still have to undergo military training? Wang Tianliang replied, It seems military training is a mandatory course during university, and it carries credits, so there is no escaping it. Originally, due to certain special circumstances, military training for this year's freshmen had been temporarily cancelled at the start of the semester. Consequently, all first-year students were now required to halt their classes and partake in a 2-week military training program. Those who had hoped to indulge in gaming now found their joys abruptly curtailed. Sigh, let us hurry up and collect our military uniforms, Cui Zheng lamented. The group made their way to the classroom to retrieve their military attire. Military trucks began to roll into the campus, and the instructors had arrived. By 2 p.m., thousands of freshmen gathered on the playground for the military training mobilization meeting. Following the meeting, the military training commenced in earnest. The instructor for Class 2 of the International Finance major was also present. He was a towering figure, nearly 6 feet tall, with a robust build. After surveying the students, he addressed them. For the next 2 weeks, I will be your instructor. I have 2 demands. First, obedience. Second, obedience. By the way, allow me to introduce myself. I am Qin Tian, the squad leader of the Wolf Fong assault team, and your classmate Qin Ling is my cousin. What? At this revelation, the room fell into stunned silence. The instructor of Class 2 was, astonishingly, Qin Ling's cousin. Immediately, many eyes turned toward Yi Chun, filled with pity. It was clear to all that Yi Chun was in for a rough time. He would soon find himself in quite the predicament. Drenched in sweat from the sun while clad in military attire, Cui Zheng suddenly recalled, Wait a minute, I remember now, Qin Ling's cousin is a special forces soldier. ISNT he? He has been with the Wolf Fong Assault team for nearly a decade, and it's said that one of him can take on 10 opponents. Yichen merely shrugged, unperturbed. Are special forces truly that formidable? One who can take on 10? Is that impressive? Yichen thought of his own master in the ghostly prison, who had once been the supreme war god of Long Nation. In a past battle, even amidst a ceasefire agreement, some war criminals attempted to evade justice. Yichen's master had boldly infiltrated the enemy camp, snapping the neck of their leader and delivering hundreds of criminals to their doom. Subsequently, Master Jiao was convicted of war crimes, sentenced to life imprisonment, and confined in the ghost prison to serve his term. During the trial, the foreign judges rebuked Master Jiao for violating orders and breaching the mutual contract, asserting that even if the deceased were guilty, they deserved to be judged. However, Master Jiao retorted, judging them is a divine matter. My duty is to escort them to meet God. At the tender age of 10, Yichen was rigorously trained by Master Jiao to become an elite soldier. From the demeanor of Qin Tian, it was evident to Yichen that the latter was merely a ruffian, hardly deserving the title of a soldier king. In terms of training and combat experience, what Qin Tian had endured paled in comparison to Yichen's formidable background, akin to a child's play. Noticing Yichen's silence, Cui Zheng furrowed his brow and remarked, Brother Chun, I fear you are in for a rough time. The instructor will surely target you. That chubby one speaking. Step forward, came a sharp command. Qin Tian's gaze zeroed in on Cui Zheng. Startled, Cui Zheng nearly lost his composure and timidly pointed at himself, stammering, Me? I said come out, no more chatter. Qin Tian growled, yanking Cui Zheng forward to stand at the front of the class. Despite Cui Zheng's substantial build, Qin Tian handled him as if he were a mere chick. All of you sharing a dorm with this chubby fellow, step forward and stand here. I do this to convey that you are a collective. If one person errs, all must face the consequences, Qin Tian yelled. Yichen and the others complied and stepped forward. Now, assume a military stance for half an hour, followed by a 20-minute break, and then another half hour of standing. As he spoke, Qin Tian gestured towards Yichen and the others, You shall remain standing without rest. Do you understand? The last 3 words were bellowed. Cui Zheng and the others, intimidated, quickly affirmed their understanding. Yichen remained silent, simply standing there. Though Qin Tian was a cousin of Qin Ling, he was conducting normal training and not deliberately targeting Yichen. Moreover, such rigorous training was child's play for Yichen, who had spent 18 years in the ghost prison, experiencing things beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. After merely 10 minutes, many students silently lamented the ordeal. Standing at attention is fundamentally different from ordinary standing. During this time, a few girls even fainted. After enduring half an hour, when Qin Tian announced a 20-minute break, many students clutched their knees in exhaustion, while Cui Zheng and his companions were in dire straits, as they were not allowed to rest. Sweat streamed down their faces, particularly for those of larger stature like Cui Zheng and Wang Tianyang, whose clothes were nearly drenched. Throughout the ordeal, Lu Sueki had been observing Yichen closely. Earlier, when Qin Tian punished Yichen's dormitory, her heart raced with concern. Given her understanding of Yichen, she feared he might confront the situation head-on. It was crucial to note that Qin Tian was a special forces soldier, capable of taking on 10 adversaries single-handedly. Although Yichen had previously triumphed over Qin Ling with a single strike, the two were not comparable in caliber. Should a conflict arise, Yichen would undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage. Fortunately, Yichen ultimately chose to comply. Lu Sueki sighed, realizing that Yichen was not entirely oblivious to the nuances of advance and retreat. At that moment, Qin Tian glanced at Cui Zheng and the others, remarking, It is merely a few minutes of standing at attention. Look at you all, grimacing and gritting your teeth. Is this the extent of today's youth? With that, Qin Tian lifted his shirt, declaring, Let me show you what I have endured. Before them, a myriad of scars adorned both his chest and back, a sight both shocking and alarming. The more timid girls could not help but cover their eyes. Qin Tian appeared quite pleased with the students' reactions, continuing, Over the years, I have fought on the battlefield 6 times, emerging unscathed on 4 occasions. However, on one instance, while shielding my comrade, a bullet struck my chest, grazing my heart and penetrating my body. Had it deviated by merely 3 millimeters, I would not be standing here today. A collective gasp escaped the crowd, their gazes toward Qin Tian transformed by a newfound reverence. He pointed to another scar, recounting, During one battle, we found ourselves surrounded by the enemy, with bullets and grenades raining down upon us like madness. I witnessed our captain perish before my eyes, half of his body obliterated. With his last breath, he urged me, "Qin Tian, you must lead the brothers to safety." In that moment, I felt no fear. I was utterly unafraid of death. I shouted to my special forces team to avenge our captain. Then, I charged forward with my comrades, decisively annihilating the enemy and avenging our captain. It was only after the battle that I realized I had sustained additional wounds from bullets and shrapnel. These scars are the remnants of that fierce encounter. Upon hearing this, everyone stood in stunned silence, filled with profound respect. At this juncture, Qin Tian abruptly approached Cui Zheng, shouting, "So, do you still find standing for a few minutes unbearable?" Cui Zheng shook his head. "And you?" Qin Tian moved to Wang Tianyang, his words dripping with fervor. "Not unbearable." Wang Tianyang gritted his teeth in response. "And you?" Qin Tian's piercing gaze finally settled on Yi Chen's face. However, to everyone's astonishment, Yi Chen did not meet Qin Tian's eyes, simply stating, "What you say is nonsense, or rather, you are merely spouting drivel." Chapter 23. What constitutes a true battlefield? What? Upon uttering these words, Yi Chen rendered the entire training ground silent. In truth, when Qin Tian recounted his past, not only the students of International Finance Class 2, but also those from surrounding classes were enraptured, holding Qin Tian in deep respect. However, none anticipated that Yi Chen would audaciously dismiss Qin Tian's words as mere nonsense. The likes of Cui Zheng and others were nearly paralyzed with fear. Yi Chen was directly confronting Qin Tian, and without a shred of regard for his dignity, it was likely that he would face punishment, and his dormitory mates would inevitably share in his fate. At that moment, Cui Zheng and the others had been standing for a full hour, reaching their limits, and the prospect of collapsing onto the ground loomed ominously. Should the duration be extended? Cui Zheng felt he might as well be on his way to meet the king of hell. Lu Sueki furrowed her brow, while Jiang Linlin pursed her lips in discontent. Initially, they had believed Yi Chen understood the importance of restraint, only to find him stirring up trouble once more. It was essential to remember that Qin Tian was the cousin of Qin Ling. He could not possibly be oblivious to the circumstances surrounding her. Thus, Qin Tian would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to reprimand Yi Chen. In such a scenario, it was one thing for Yi Chen to remain obstinate, but to confront Qin Tian in such a manner was tantamount to inviting trouble. Notably, Qin Tian was neither Qin Ling nor Biao Ge. He was a man who truly danced on the edge of danger. If this incident escalated, it was unlikely that Yi Chen would enjoy the same stroke of luck as before. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Qin Tian seethed with rage. "What did you say?" His eyes seemed ablaze with fury. His purpose in coming to Jinling University as an instructor was, in fact, to avenge his cousin Qin Ling and to thoroughly discipline Yi Chen. Earlier, when he summoned Cui Zheng, it was with the intent to find an opportunity to deal with Yi Chen. However, he had not anticipated that Yi Chen would show him no respect whatsoever. This was nothing short of provocation. Confronted with Qin Tian's inquiry, Yi Chen replied, "Did you not comprehend my words? Do you require me to reiterate?" Without waiting for Qin Tian's response, he went on, "I assert that what you have said is utter nonsense, or rather, you are merely spouting drivel. I know your name is Yi Chen, and indeed, you are quite arrogant. I have yet to settle the score with you for breaking my cousin's leg, and now you dare to tarnish my honor. If you do not provide me with a reasonable explanation today, do not blame me for being uncivil." With that, Qin Tian called out, "All instructors, assemble." In no time, dozens of instructors gathered. "Yi Chen, if you do not clarify your stance, first inquire whether my brothers here will tolerate it." Many among them were soldiers under Qin Tian's command, viewing him as a target and a paragon to emulate. Upon hearing Qin Tian's account, the assembled instructors were incensed, their fists clenching in anticipation. Should Yi Chen fail to offer them a satisfactory explanation, they would ensure he understood the reasons behind the blooming flowers. Of course, even if Yi Chen were to provide a reasonable explanation, they would still make it clear to him the significance of the flower's vibrant hue. Ultimately, the prerogative of satisfaction rested in their hands. Witnessing this scene, many shook their heads in dismay. Lu Sueki felt a profound sense of frustration. Even Cui Zheng and others believed that Yi Chen had lost his mind. Of all the challenges one could undertake, why must he confront the expertise of Qin Tian? Did he truly think that those who had seen the battlefield were inferior to him? An explanation? Did they even deserve it? Yi Chen sneered, turning to leave. Initially, he had intended to go through the motions and complete the military training. However, it now seemed unnecessary. Yet, after taking only a few steps, before Qin Tian and the others could react in anger, he was halted by Lu Sueki. "Yi Chen, stop right there. Could you refrain from causing trouble every day?" "Even if you are not weary, I certainly am." Lu Sueki was genuinely exhausted, emotionally drained. Before Yuchen's arrival at the school, she attended classes and reveled in the admiration of her male peers, enjoying a blissful existence. But everything changed when Yuchen showed up. Now, she lived in a constant state of anxiety. Yuchen sighed and glanced at Lu Sueki. Upon meeting his gaze, she felt as though struck by lightning. In his eyes, she perceived something profoundly different. It was as if she could see a hail of bullets. It was as if she could witness the relentless bombardment. It was as if she could behold mountains of corpses and seas of blood. She felt as though she was witnessing rivers of blood. Her heart was profoundly shaken. Yi Chun sighed once more, directing his attention toward the dozens of imposing instructors, finally settling on Qin Tian. He chuckled softly and remarked, "What you speak of is merely a movie script, is it not? You have no comprehension of what the true battlefield entails." Just as Qin Tian was about to retort, Yuchen continued, "The real battlefield is a storm of bullets, a cacophony of artillery, a landscape of corpses, a river of blood. Anyone caught within it is as insignificant as a speck of dust. Tell me, if your captain were to fall before you, would you not, in the next instant, become nothing more than a puddle of flesh, crying out for vengeance?" Qin Tian had the opportunity to respond, but found himself at a loss for words. Crushed under Yuchen's formidable presence, Yuchen stepped forward, asserting, "The true battlefield is a meat grinder, a hellish realm, a nightmare you would never wish to recall. Not the boastful currency you wield." Finally, Qin Tian erupted, "What qualifications do you have to question me? The scars on my body are my military medals. What do you possess?" As he spoke, Qin Tian excitedly pulled up Yuchen's shirt. In that moment, he was left dumbfounded. The instructors were stunned. Lu Sueki was taken aback. Everyone observing the situation stood in shock. For Yuchen's chest and back were adorned with a myriad of intersecting scars, a sight both harrowing and profound. By comparison, the scars on Qin Tian's body seemed trivial, akin to a child's play. Moreover, Qin Tian's boastful claims of having seen battle stood in stark contrast to Yuchen's vivid depiction of war, rendering them utterly ludicrous. And indeed, that was the truth. At the tender age of 15, Yuchen had been taken to a genuine battlefield by his ninth master. Even then, in the eyes of ordinary people, he was already formidable, despite having comrades with whom he shared daily experiences. However, amidst the hellish battlefield, when he witnessed the gruesome demise of his comrades, he found himself devoid of time for anger or sorrow. His sole preoccupation was survival, which filled him with a profound sense of shame. Later, Master Jiao imparted wisdom to him, asserting that such feelings of shame were unfounded, for this was the essence of true warfare. The authentic battlefield is merciless, devoid of any space for emotions, even to the extent of stripping away humanity. At that moment, Qin Tian's face burned with humiliation, mirroring the expressions of dozens of instructors present. Watching Yuchen's departing figure, Qin Tian finally erupted, "Yuchen, halt. After rambling on for so long, you think you can simply walk away? I dare you to take another step." Just then, a voice, aged yet authoritative, resonated. "Mr. Yi is correct. The true battlefield is precisely as he described." Chapter 24. Stealthy tears. The crowd turned their gaze towards the source of the voice. An elderly man spoke. Clad in a traditional blue Zhongshan suit, his gray-white hair meticulously groomed, though age had rendered his back slightly hunched, it did not diminish the aura of dignified strength that surrounded him. Qin Feng was taken aback by the unexpected support for Yuchen. The elder's imposing presence was undeniable, causing Qin Feng's brow to furrow in concern. Who was this venerable figure? Many in the vicinity shared this curiosity. Upon seeing the elder, Cui Zhang's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "It's Long Xiuan, the esteemed elder Long." Beside him, Wang Tianyang could not help but inquire, "Who is this elder Long?" A multitude of gazes converged upon Cui Zhang, who suddenly found himself the center of attention, eliciting a sense of exhilaration within him. He promptly elaborated, "Long Xiuan, the elder Long, is the head of the Long family in Jinling City. In his youth, he dedicated himself to the military and achieved remarkable feats on the battlefield. In ancient terms, he would be akin to a figure capable of commanding the wolves of the steppe. However, what astonishes everyone is that Elder Long chose to retire from military service, returning to cultivate the Long family, leading it to unprecedented heights." Cui Zhang, well-versed in the prominent families and enterprises of Jinling, continued. At this moment, Wang Tianyang and the others began to connect the dots. Right. The other day, there was that Long Zaitian, the chairman of the Long Group, who was waiting at our dormitory to request Yuchen's assistance. Is he not the son of Elder Long? Indeed, Cui Zhang affirmed. The revelation sent ripples of shock through the crowd. There were two critical pieces of information. Long Xiuan and the Long family were formidable, ranking among the elite in Jinling City, and the Long family sought Yi Qin's assistance, even waiting for him at the dormitory. At that moment, a stir arose within the crowd as the president of Jinling University and other officials arrived. The president approached Long Xiuan with warmth, exclaiming, "Elder Long, how fortunate to see you at Jinling University. Why did you not notify us in advance so we could have greeted you at the entrance?" Long Xiuan smiled, replying, "I came here to visit a young friend, not for official business." The president chuckled, saying, "Elder Long, you are too modest. Regardless of the occasion, we should extend our welcome." Witnessing this exchange, the crowd was further convinced of Cui Zheng's assertions. The respect and deference shown by the university officials underscored Long Xiuan's esteemed status. Cui Zheng, unable to contain himself, added, "The president's respect for Elder Long is not only due to his status, but also because the Long family donates substantial funds to Jinling University, amounting to several hundred million over the years." The crowd was momentarily taken aback by the revelation. The formidable Elder Long had come specifically to see Yi Qin. After a brief exchange with the president, Long Xiuan approached Yi Qin, saying, "Young friend Yi, we meet again." The president's eyelids flickered involuntarily. He held a vivid impression of Yi Qin. A mere week ago, the esteemed patriarch of the Liu family personally called upon him to ensure the well-being of Yi Qin. Now, another prominent figure from Jinling has come to pay his respects to Yi Qin. What remarkable qualities does this young man possess that captivate the attention of such influential individuals? In the face of the enthusiastic Long Xiuan, Yi Qin displayed little interest, stating, "I intend to return to my dormitory. Is there something you wish to discuss?" Long Xiuan certainly had matters to address. His life was on a countdown, with mere hours remaining before he would bid farewell to this world. His very existence rested in Yi Qin's hands. However, despite the various tactics employed by the Long family, including Long Xiaoyun's seductive ploys, Yi Qin remained utterly unmoved. Thus, even though Long Xiuan felt a burning urgency, he maintained a facade of calm, smiling as he remarked, "Seeing the scars on Mr. Ye's body reminded me of my own youthful battles. Surely, you too have shed blood for your country and its people. I believe we could become friends." After a moment's contemplation, Yi Qin replied, "There is no need. Some matters are not for outsiders to know." Long Xiuan was taken aback, his heart heavy with despair. Was the esteemed healer, Yi Qin, truly impervious to persuasion? Yet, at that moment, Yi Qin added, "Mr. Long, please take your leave for now. Tomorrow evening, send someone to fetch me. For now, I wish to focus on my military training without any interruptions." Initially, Yi Qin had intended to depart, as the military training held little significance for him. However, he suddenly recalled his ninth master, the foremost warrior of Huaxia, who had once led him to the battlefield and had given his all for the nation. Thus, Yi Qin resolved to participate in the training, viewing it as a tribute to his ninth master. As for Long Xiuan, Yi Qin had not originally planned to offer him treatment, having already given the Long family an opportunity. Nevertheless, considering that Long Xiuan was akin to his ninth master, Yi Qin decided to grant him one more chance. This spontaneous decision filled Long Xiuan with overwhelming joy. He bowed deeply and turned to leave. Once outside the training ground, he could no longer contain his emotions and discreetly wiped away his tears. He had glimpsed hope for his own survival and for the continued prosperity of the Long family. With Long Xiuan's departure, the principal and other school officials also left. The military training resumed. Meanwhile, Qin Tian's expression shifted from pale to flushed to a deep shade of purple. Although he had undertaken certain tasks and faced off against criminals, he had never actually set foot on a battlefield. His understanding and descriptions of warfare were merely drawn from films and television. In truth, he had intended to boast and seize an opportunity to reprimand Yi Qin, only to have his bravado punctured in an instant. Although he could have struggled to regain his composure, Long Xiuan's defense of Yi Qin had effectively silenced him. Despite the humiliation, he gritted his teeth and commanded, "Continue the training." Approximately an hour later, the chief instructor, adorned with the insignia of the stars, descended to inspect the proceedings and announced an important matter. "The new students of this cohort are indeed fortunate. Just a few days ago, we submitted a request to our superiors for firearms training, which has now been approved. A shipment of authentic weaponry is set to arrive imminently, allowing us to commence our training today. In a couple of days, we will organize a shooting practice." Such were the words of the chief instructor. Upon hearing this news, a wave of excitement swept through the students, for firearms represent the ultimate aspiration for many men. and even female students possess an affinity for them. As anticipated, a truck entered the training ground shortly thereafter, delivering a batch of genuine firearms to the students of Class 2 in the International Finance Program. Many were exhilarated, cradling the weapons in their hands, their excitement palpable as they trembled slightly. Others mimicked the actions seen in films, practicing their aim. At this juncture, Chin Tian addressed the group. First and foremost, remember this principle: the muzzle must never be pointed at another person. Secondly, what you will be practicing now is neither aiming nor shooting, but rather disassembly and reassembly. This exercise will deepen your understanding of the weaponry in your possession. Now, allow me to demonstrate. With that, Chin Tian took a firearm and began to demonstrate the disassembly process, while instructing a classmate to time him with a stopwatch. In less than a minute, he had completed the disassembly, and reassembling the parts took him under the same time. The crowd erupted with applause, which was a welcome salve to Chin Tian's earlier embarrassment. He then proceeded to explain and demonstrate once more, before allowing the students to practice independently. Approximately an hour passed, and many had grasped the technique. However, their speed paled in comparison to Chin Tian's, taking them 4 to 5 minutes to complete the same task. As the saying goes, a marksman is forged through the use of bullets, so too is proficiency in disassembly and reassembly achieved through practice. I encourage you all to hone your skills. If you can reach even half of my proficiency during this military training, it will suffice. Chin Tian then turned his gaze towards Yichen, who had been observing quietly and had not participated in the training. A smirk crossed Chin Tian's face. He was certain he could find a way to confront Yichen once he joined the training. Yichen, why do you abstain from training? Are you somehow different from the others? Chin Tian questioned. Chapter 25. You were all unqualified in an instant. All eyes were once again drawn to Yichen. Everyone understood that he had become the target of Chin Tian. They feared that before the military training concluded, Yichen would not have a moment of peace. However, in the face of Chin Tian's interrogation, Yichen merely replied nonchalantly. Not wanting to practice is simply too easy. For Yichen, the disassembly and assembly of firearms were indeed trivial. Under the extreme training of Master Jiao, he had practiced for merely 2 hours, mastering the disassembly and assembly in under a minute. Yet, when these words fell upon the ears of the crowd, especially Chin Tian's, they were perceived differently. It was nothing short of a provocation and audacious challenge. Chin Tian narrowed his eyes. Just moments ago, Yichen had embarrassed him, and he felt it was time to reclaim his lost dignity. How interesting. This is the first time I've encountered a novice claiming disassembly and assembly to be trivial. Oh, I forgot. You're not a novice. You've been on a real battlefield, haven't you? Chin Tian fixed his gaze on Yichen. You're correct, Yichen replied. Chin Tian chuckled lightly. You truly dare to admit it? You claim I've never been on a real battlefield, yet you have? Anyone can talk big. If you have the guts, let us compete. A contest of disassembly and assembly of firearms. Do you dare? Yichen shook his head. You took nearly 2 minutes for disassembly and assembly, and even my worst performance surpasses yours, so there is no need for competition. In that moment, Chin Tian's anger surged, his neck muscles tensing. Yichen was not merely provoking him, he was humiliating him. Very well, if you're so confident, let us make a wager. The loser kneels and calls the winner Grandpa. Chin Tian had lost his composure in his fury. Many onlookers began to whisper among themselves, turning into spectators of this unfolding drama. Some found Yichen to be enigmatic, pondering whether he could indeed outshine Chin Tian in the realm of firearms. Others contended that Chin Tian was a professional, while Yichen was merely a pretender. Seeing Yichen remain silent, Chin Tian stepped forward and asked, What is the matter? Are you afraid? Yichen contemplated for a moment before replying, You truly are not my match, but since you wish to compete, I shall oblige. His tone was calm, devoid of any emotion, as if he regarded Chin Tian with utter disdain. This only served to further infuriate Chin Tian. Soon, the competition commenced. Before the contest began, Chin Tian outlined the rules. Yichen interrupted him, saying, No need for that. The total time will be counted for disassembly and assembly. Let us begin. Chin Tian gritted his teeth, remaining silent. He would prove himself through action, intent on striking Yichen's face with humiliation. In no time, the competition was underway. At the sound of the command, both participants sprang into action. The students of Class 2 in International Finance transformed into enthusiastic onlookers, cheering fervently. By this time, the military training was nearing its conclusion, and many classes had already dispersed. A large crowd quickly gathered around. After all, for the onlookers, there is always delight in watching the spectacle unfold. This student is truly remarkable, daring to challenge the instructor. What is so remarkable about that? Utilizing one's personal interests to confront someone else's expertise, who endowed him with such audacity. Could this be the fabled flat-top brother, who regards life and death with indifference? Challenging all who oppose him? Many were skeptical of Yichun. The surrounding instructors exchanged knowing smirks. Why did Yichun choose to challenge Qin Tian of all people? They eagerly anticipated Yichun's defeat at the hands of Qin Tian, envisioning him on his knees, calling Qin Tian grandfather. If Yichun refused to acknowledge his defeat, he would likely find himself swiftly subdued. After all, Qin Tian was a member of the Wolf Fang assault team, surrounded by numerous allies. There was no escaping the consequences. Qin Tian held his gun with both hands, his fingers moving with remarkable speed. In an instant, as if by reflex, several components were disassembled and neatly arranged on the ground. In contrast, Yichun remained unperturbed, slowly extending a hand to grasp the firearm. The crowd shook their heads in disbelief. Qin Tian had already disassembled several parts, while Yichun had only just begun. A slow start would make it increasingly challenging to catch up. Lu Sueki could not help but shake her head, stifling a sigh. In that moment, her thoughts mirrored those of many onlookers. Was Yichun merely attempting to amuse himself? Yet, in the blink of an eye, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. Yichun, with one hand holding the gun, began to move his fingers. The metallic clinking resonated, each sound echoing with precision. Yichun's hands moved with a breathtaking swiftness, as if the cold components had come to life, obediently detaching from one another. Before the crowd could fully comprehend, Yichun completed the disassembly. Without waiting for a response, he proceeded to the final assembly, the sound of metal clashing once again filling the air. However, the audience's hearts began to feel numb. Yichun's speed was utterly astonishing, completely overshadowing Qin Tian. Most critically, Yichun accomplished all this with one hand, never once casting a glance, relying solely on instinct to disassemble and reassemble the components. Lu Sueki took a deep breath, profoundly impacted by the spectacle before her. Memories of the shocking scars adorning Yichun's body surged to the forefront of her mind, leaving her with a colossal question. Who exactly was this individual? What had he endured? As Yichun completed the disassembly and reassembly, approximately 7 or 8 seconds passed before Qin Tian finally finished his own disassembly. Qin Tian's eyes widened in disbelief, a look of utter astonishment etched across his face. He had been decisively defeated by Yichun. I told you, you are not my match, Yichun remarked with an air of nonchalance, the weight of his words delivering a crushing blow to Qin Tian's pride. At that moment, someone shouted, "The loser must kneel and call the winner grandfather." That's what the instructor said. Qin Tian felt a surge of blood rise within him, realizing he had dug his own grave and was now compelled to leap into it. From the very beginning, it became evident that I was the true jester. With Qin Tian's pride, he would never kneel before Yichun, nor could he ever address him as grandfather. Thus, he could only hope that Yichun would choose not to pursue the matter further. Indeed, Yichun did not press the issue, he merely stated, "There is no need to kneel, nor to call me grandfather, for you lack the requisite qualifications." Many aspire to call Yichun grandfather, yet Qin Tian is undeniably unqualified. However, these words fell upon Qin Tian and his comrades like a deep humiliation. A young instructor stepped forward, irately proclaiming, "Young man, do you not know how to speak? Qin Tian is my squad leader. How dare you suggest he is unqualified?" Another chimed in, "Indeed, squad leader Qin is someone I hold in the highest regard. Anyone who dares to speak ill of him must first reckon with my fists." The surrounding instructors echoed their support, and the atmosphere grew tense. At that moment, Yichun simply shook his head and replied, "I am not speaking of him. My point is that none of you possess the qualifications." Chapter 26. Indifference. Upon hearing Yichun's words, the expressions of the dozen or so instructors around him grew increasingly grim. Since their arrival at the school, they had been welcomed with flowers and applause. Everything they proclaimed was deemed truth, and their displayed abilities consistently garnered countless cheers and adoration. However, all of this was shattered by Yichun, who regarded them with utter disdain. "Yichun, you are exceedingly arrogant. Since your parents and teachers have failed to educate you properly, allow us to take it upon ourselves to correct their oversight." A tall, dark-skinned instructor obstructed Yichun's path, while the other instructors approached, encircling him. Qin Tian clenched his teeth, realizing that today's events could not possibly end well. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Yichun would soon pay the price for his actions. Yichun glanced at the group, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "What? Do you wish to gang up on me?" The dark-skinned instructor chuckled lightly, replying, "I alone am sufficient to handle you." Yichun extended a finger, shaking it dismissively. You are far too weak. Let all of you come at once. Do not waste my time." Upon hearing this, the onlookers erupted in excitement. This Yi Chun was remarkably audacious. Such arrogance was unprecedented. It was said that previously he had been surrounded by Qin Ling and Biao Guo at the school gate, only to be saved by the Long family. Yet here he was, displaying such ostentation once more. It remained uncertain whether his bravado stemmed from genuine confidence or sheer impulsiveness. Inside, Lu Sueki felt a profound sense of helplessness. Previously, Yichen had invited Biao Ji's men to join forces against him. Now he was challenging a dozen instructors. Did he truly believe himself to be the legendary Ip Man, capable of felling 10 opponents single-handedly? The most critical factor was that last time, Long Shaoan had intervened, allowing Yichen to escape unharmed. Without assistance this time, he was likely to face dire consequences. Initially, Lu Sueki had intended to intervene and dissuade him. However, she ultimately concluded that even her intercession would not be appreciated by Yi Chun, and thus she relinquished the idea. Allowing him to experience some hardship might serve him well. Otherwise, he would remain oblivious to the existence of others beyond his own prowess. People only shed tears upon facing adversity, chimed in Jiang Linlin, nodding in agreement. Soon, Yichen will find himself in tears. At that moment, the dark-skinned instructor charged at Yichen. When he was about a meter away, he clenched his fist and unleashed a powerful blow. The force of his punch created a sonic boom, leaving the spectators in awe of the Wolf Fong assault team's prowess. The depth of his skill was evident. However, just as the punch was about to land on Yichen, he retaliated with a swift kick. With remarkable speed, his foot connected solidly with the instructor's abdomen. The instructor felt as if he had been struck by a motorcycle, the intense pain launching him into the air before he crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd was left utterly stunned. Yichen had emerged victorious. The key to victory lay in an effortless and joyous manner. At this moment, Qin Tian gritted his teeth and declared, "Let us take him down together. If we fail to subdue Yichen today, we will be utterly humiliated." With this in mind, Qin Tian was prepared to abandon any notions of martial ethics and jointly confront Yichen. This would not only serve as a severe reprimand for him, but also provide a measure of solace for his younger cousin. In an unexpected turn, Yichen made the first move. Like an arrow released from its bow, he surged forward, his form transforming into a fleeting shadow as he charged towards the dozen instructors. In the next instant, the air was filled with a cacophony of anguished cries. Wherever Yichen passed, the imposing instructors found themselves in a singular position, sprawled on the ground. Before anyone could react, all the instructors were down, groaning pitifully. Having accomplished this feat, Yichen appeared unfazed, turning to Cui Zheng and the others, saying, "Let us go eat." "Ah, yes, yes, let us eat," Cui Zheng eagerly echoed. Once they departed, the onlookers finally grasped the gravity of the situation. It was as if a bomb had detonated among the crowd. Am I dreaming? All the instructors have been knocked down? They gasped. This new student is astonishingly powerful. How could a group of instructors be so thoroughly outclassed? These instructors belong to the Wolf Fong assault team. After all, how could this even be possible? Lu Sueki and Jiang Linlin also stood agape, exchanging glances that conveyed their profound astonishment. Yichen had once again transcended their understanding. At that moment, the chief instructor, bearing the insignia of stars, approached. The chattering crowd gradually fell silent, though soon, discussions about the chief instructor erupted once more. "She is stunning, so gallant, she is my type," one exclaimed. "Dream on. Do you really think someone like her would notice you? She could take down 10 of you with a single punch," another retorted. "So what? One must have dreams. Who knows what could happen?" Someone mused. "But speaking of which, if I had Yuchen-S abilities, perhaps I could win over that female instructor." It was evident that many young men were captivated by the chief instructor's beauty, while numerous young women found themselves comparing themselves to her, inevitably feeling a twinge of inferiority. At this moment, Chief Instructor Bufian, her expression somewhat somber, surveyed the fallen instructors and remarked, "You were brought here for military training, yet you dared to engage in a brawl with the students, and to such a disastrous extent. Prepare yourselves for confinement upon your return." The instructors internally lamented their misfortune. What a stroke of bad luck. Eventually, they helped each other up and left, grimacing in pain. The onlookers, having lost their source of entertainment, dispersed. However, Bufian quickly caught up with Yichen, calling out, "Wait a moment, classmate." Yichen furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is it?" Instead of answering his question, Bufian extended her hand towards him, saying, "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Bufian. It's a pleasure to meet you." Yichen, refusing to shake her hand, replied, "I'm not interested," without another word. He turned and walked away. As she watched Yichin's retreating figure, Bu Fian was left in a state of shock. Throughout her life, she had always been the object of others' affections. From childhood to the present, the number of suitors vying for her attention was no less than 80. She could never have anticipated that one day she would experience rejection. At that moment, a fierce competitive spirit ignited within her. She resolved to win over this man. With this thought in mind, Bu Fian hastened to catch up with Yichin and said, "Classmate, please wait a moment. Is there something else?" Yichin replied impatiently. Bu Fian continued, "As the chief instructor of this military training, I would like to apologize for the actions of the other instructors earlier. Furthermore, I sincerely invite you to join the Wolf Fong assault team. The nation requires individuals of your caliber." Her apology was acknowledged. Yet his response was indifferent. "I appreciate the apology, but I have no interest in joining the Wolf Fong assault team. That will be all." With that, Yichin turned and walked away once more. Chapter 27. A shattering blow. Observing Yichin's departing figure, Bu Fian was on the verge of madness. A nameless fury surged within her, causing her chest to rise and fall tumultuously. She had been utterly rejected, with no semblance of leniency afforded. This was undeniably the greatest humiliation of her life, without exception. At that moment, Qin Tian and others approached. "Chief Instructor." Qin Tian saluted, yet could not help but lower his head. At this juncture, he felt as though he wished for death. Just days prior, he had boasted to his cousin, Qin Ling, about thoroughly disciplining Yichin. Yet now, he could barely withstand a single move from Yichin, suffering repeated losses of face. This was indeed the most profound disgrace he had ever encountered. Upon seeing Qin Tian and the others, Bu Fian's pent-up rage erupted completely. "Qin Tian, you all possess such audacity. You shall stand at attention till dawn tonight. Following the military training, each of you will face a month of confinement," Bu Fian declared. What? Qin Tian and the others were left bereft of tears. Standing at attention until dawn, followed by a month of confinement. This woman was far too ruthless. Yet, they had no choice but to accept their fate. After all, in the Wolf Fong assault team, there were merely foot soldiers, while Bu Fian held the position of commander. After storming off in anger, Bu Fian returned to her dormitory. She opened her phone and rewatched the video of Yichin battling Qin Tian and the others. To be precise, it was not a fight, but rather a one-sided beating. He was extraordinarily skilled, executing every movement with precision. Perhaps only the strongest of the Wolf Fong assault team could rival him. Bu Fian mused in awe. Ultimately, she sent the video to the commander of the Wolf Fong assault team. Soon after, the commander's call came through, his voice brimming with excitement. "I never expected Jinling University to harbor such talent. Fian, find a way to recruit this young man into our Wolf Fong assault team. We need individuals of his caliber." Bu Fian replied, somewhat despondent, "I've already inquired," but he expressed no interest. The commander responded, "Then let us wait a while longer. Young people often relish their freedom. We shall endeavor to recruit him before his graduation." The next day arrived swiftly. Military training resumed. After standing at attention all night, dark circles adorned Qin Tian and his companions' eyes. Reflecting on past events, Qin Tian had come to a stark realization: he was no match for Yichin. Thus, in the days to come, he resolved to behave with utmost humility. Unfortunately, as the saying goes, the trees may wish for calm, but the wind does not cease. That day, members of the Taekwondo club from Jinling University arrived. Led by their president, a Japanese exchange student named Kitano Takashi, who holds the authority here. Kitano Takashi surveyed the crowd, speaking in a distinct accent of the Dragon Kingdom. At that moment, Qin Tian stepped forward, asserting, "I am the person in charge of this training ground." "What brings you here?" Takashi Kitano arrogantly declared. "Our Taekwondo club intends to organize an event, and we require this venue. You must vacate immediately and train elsewhere." Qin Tian furrowed his brow and replied, "This space has been allocated to us by the school. Why should we leave? Moreover, other locations cannot accommodate so many students." Kitano scoffed, saying, "I said vacate. No more unnecessary chatter. Can't you train on the road outside? Hurry up and leave, or do not blame me for being impolite." Qin Tian's temper flared as he retorted, "So you've come to stir trouble. Let me be frank. This training ground is designated for military training. Anyone who disrupts the order of our drills will have to contend with my fists." The other instructors rushed over to support Qin Tian. Even the students participating in the military training could no longer stand by, speaking out in condemnation. "Indeed, this is our training ground. Why should we yield it to you? What makes you so special? Just because you're from the Taekwondo club. Our instructors are elite soldiers. Who are you to intimidate us? They rallied behind Coach Qin Tian, resolutely refusing to cede their space. Seeing the support of numerous students, Qin Tian felt a surge of confidence. He coolly advised, "Before I lose my temper, I suggest you leave immediately and not disturb our training." Kitano smirked. "Very well, let us resolve this fairly. All of you instructors come at me together. If you can defeat me, you may remain here to train. If you lose, you will vacate this place. What do you say?" Qin Tian gritted his teeth and replied, "No need for all of you to join. I alone will take you on." He understood the necessity of facing the challenge head-on. After all, Kitano was a Taekwondo expert, a master from Sakura country. If he backed down, it would not just be his own pride at stake, but the honor of the Wolf Tooth Assault team, and even that of Huaxiao itself. Kitano sneered, "Ignorant Dragon Country citizen, soon you will learn what true fear is." As his words faded, Kitano sprang into action. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, he closed the distance between himself and Qin Tian. Just before reaching him, he executed a spinning kick, tracing a perfect arc through the air. The powerful strike swiftly approached Qin Tian's shoulder. Qin Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. The saying goes, a master reveals his prowess with a single move. Kitano's spinning kick, though a simple attack, exhibited speed and precision that far exceeded Qin Tian's comprehension. The surrounding students were left in shock. Is Taekwondo really this formidable? Students from Jinling University, who had all attended Taekwondo classes, suddenly realized that the mundane techniques they practiced paled in comparison to Kitano's skillful execution. In short, Kitano's speed was overwhelming. Qin Tian barely had time to react. Boom. Kitano's foot connected with Qin Tian's shoulder. Crack. The sound of bones shattering echoed through the air. Qin Tian's shoulder was utterly obliterated. His entire being was mercilessly slammed into the ground by an overwhelming force, rendering him unconscious. Squad leader, witnessing Qin Tian's devastating defeat, the eyes of the other instructors turned crimson with fury as they rushed towards Kitano Takashi without hesitation. At that moment, a cruel smirk crept across Kitano's lips, and he moved once more. The dozen or so instructors stood no chance. They fell to the ground one after another. Moreover, Kitano's ruthless strikes left many of these instructors with shattered arms, broken legs, and fractured ribs. Initially, the new recruits, who were engaged in military training, had been cheering for Qin Tian and his comrades, but soon fell into a profound silence. What a farce, claiming to be elite soldiers of the Dragon Nation. They are utterly pathetic. Kitano remarked with a sneer, "If none of you dare to step forward, you might as well vacate the training ground." A group of students felt their faces flush with indignation, yet found themselves unable to retort. Just then, a chilling female voice pierced through the tension. "There is still me." Everyone turned towards the source of the voice, their eyes lighting up in surprise. The speaker was none other than the chief instructor of this military training, Bufian. Chapter 28. What constitutes true national art under the gaze of the crowd? Bufian strode forward with determination. Her countenance darkened as she beheld the instructors sprawled haphazardly on the ground. As the chief instructor for this military training task, she bore responsibility for these individuals. Although Bayu was formidable, she knew it was imperative for her to intervene. Upon noticing Bufian, Bayu's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and he could not help but lick his lips, declaring, "Are you one of them? Indeed, you fit my preferred type. Today, I shall conquer you." Seeking death, Bufian retorted, her fury igniting as she charged at Bayu. With her long legs, she unleashed a fierce kick aimed directly at his throat, an immediate lethal strike. Bayu let out a cold snort, raising his arm to block her attack. Boom. Bufian's powerful kick collided violently with Bayu's forearm, the force bending his body slightly. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and retaliated with a swift push kick that struck her abdomen. A piercing scream escaped Bufian as she was sent flying backward, akin to a kite severed from its string. Thud. She crashed heavily onto the ground. Without delay, Bayu kicked the ground, and with a crisp sound, a sharp dagger sprang forth from the tip of his shoe. "Beautiful lady, the game of conquest has officially commenced," Bayu sneered, adding, "Next, I shall unveil to you the magnificence of our Sakura Nation's revered martial art, Taekwondo." The crowd gasped in astonishment at the sight of the dagger protruding from Bayu's shoe. What was happening? Was he truly intending to kill? Though Bayu was an exchange student from the Sakura Nation and possessed great strength, it seemed implausible that he would escape unscathed from Dragon Country after committing murder. With a leap, Bayu propelled himself off the ground with the agility of a monkey. Bufian coughed up blood but quickly scrambled to her feet. Just then, Bayu launched another ferocious kick toward her. She attempted to evade, only to realize it was utterly futile. The disparity in their strength was insurmountable. How could Bayu be this powerful? Was this what true taekwondo entailed? A profound despair washed over Bufian. Swish! The keen dagger grazed past Bufian's body, leaving her unharmed yet slicing through the fabric of her shirt. A swath of alabaster skin was suddenly exposed to the air. Before Bufian could fully comprehend the situation, Bayu unleashed a flurry of kicks, each one narrowly missing her yet tearing her clothing further. In the blink of an eye, her attire lay in tatters, revealing an endless vista before the onlookers. Overwhelmed by humiliation, Bufian realized Bayu's intentions. If this continued, her garments would be entirely shredded. The thought was more unbearable than death itself. Takashi Kitano licked his lips and remarked, "My dear, your figure is splendid. I admire it." Witnessing this scene, the members of the Wolf Fong assault team were infuriated. However, they were all swiftly incapacitated by Kitano, leaving them devoid of the strength even to utter a curse. The students participating in the military training were equally incensed, particularly the more spirited young men among them, who could not restrain their indignation. Yet, when they met Kitano's icy gaze, fear washed over them instantly. Kitano laughed heartily, turning to Bufian, and said, "My dear, see, no one is here to assist you." Perhaps these young men are rather eager to see what happens next. Bufian felt an overwhelming sense of despair. She had faced life-threatening situations during her missions before, but never had she felt so utterly hopeless. Kitano's strength was simply too formidable. He toyed with her like a cat with a mouse. Just as she contemplated surrendering, she caught sight of Yichin amidst the crowd. "Yichin, are you not going to intervene? Do you intend to stand by and watch me be humiliated by this scoundrel?" Bufian shouted. In an instant, all eyes turned to Yichin, especially those of the students from International Finance Class 2, whose expressions brightened with recognition. They knew that Yichin was a formidable expert. Yet, they were dismayed to discover that Yichin seemed oblivious to Bufian's plea, calmly sipping water. A wave of disappointment swept through the crowd. It seemed even he was intimidated by Kitano and dared not act. At that moment, Jiang Linlin scoffed. "Isn't Yichin usually quite bold? Why is he silent now? Is he turning into a coward?" Lu Sueki sighed, saying, "It may be for the best that he doesn't intervene. After all, any action on his part would be futile. And Kitano would undoubtedly target him next, leading to dire consequences." Suddenly, accompanied by a sharp flash of the blade, Kitano's pointed knife aimed once again at Bufian's chest. She felt utterly mortified. Her outer garments had already been shredded. And if her inner attire was torn as well, she felt she could not bear to live. Just then, a dull whooshing sound pierced the air. In an instant, Kitano's body hair stood on end. He sensed something approaching with incredible speed. A bottle of mineral water hurtled toward him like a cannonball, striking him squarely in the face before he could react. The impact was resounding. The water burst open with a loud pop, and the world fell silent. All that remained was Kitano, clutching his reddened face, bellowing, "Baka, who did that? Step forward." The students from the Taekwondo club echoed, "Baka, who dares to ambush Lord Kitano? Show yourself." The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Everything had transpired so suddenly that no one had grasped what had happened. At that moment, Yichin slowly rose and declared, "The martial arts of Sakura country? Merely flowery punches and embroidered legs. Did they even dare to compare with the martial arts of our dragon country?" At that moment, a member of the Taekwondo club pointed at Yichin, exclaiming with fervor, "Master Kitano, it is he who claims that Taekwondo is merely a display of flashy moves." Kitano wiped the water from his face and retorted, "Did you strike me with a mineral water bottle, kid? And you dare to say that Taekwondo is just a show?" Amidst the complex gazes of the crowd, Yichin stepped forward to confront Kitano, declaring, "It was I." The expression on Kitano's face contorted into a menacing grimace, a glint of lethal intent flickering in his eyes. "You audacious brat, today marks your demise. I shall vanquish you using the martial arts of our beloved Sakura nation, crushing you utterly, perhaps even ending your life." After a moment of contemplation, Yichin replied, "In that case, allow me to demonstrate what true martial arts truly entails." Chapter 29. Every falling petal can inflict harm. As Yichin's words fell, the atmosphere became instantly agitated. Cui Zheng and others were particularly exhilarated. "Brother Chun is truly remarkable. Ultimately, it is he who must rescue us from peril. In society, Brother Chun commands respect, a man of few words yet profound strength. Remarkably, Brother Chun is also proficient in national martial arts. What a sight to behold." The other students were equally stirred, yet their minds were plagued with questions. They often encountered discussions online about the martial arts of Dragon Country, yet had never witnessed them in reality. Indeed, I have never seen them either, only on television, which often relies on special effects. Now, we eagerly await whether Yichen can deliver a surprise. Amidst the crowd's speculation, Beiyiwu sprang into action. His speed was akin to that of a predatory leopard. Mere meters away from Yichen, Beiyiwu executed a swift aerial flip, delivering a fierce spinning kick. Previously, he had incapacitated several members of the Wolf Fang assault team with this very move. Most concerning was that a sharp dagger was affixed to the tip of his foot. This meant that if Yichen failed to evade Beiyiwu's strike, he would have no chance of survival. In an instant, everyone's hearts raced. However, in the face of this lethal assault, Yichen remained remarkably composed. He took a measured step forward, adopting a horse stance. Then, he slowly extended his hand, drawing a circle before him. At that moment, someone gasped, "It appears Yichen is sketching a bagua. Could it be Tai Chi?" I recall a film portraying such a scene. As Yichen completed his gesture, Beiyiwu's attack reached its zenith. This was indeed a fatal blow. Yet, Yichen seemed to have anticipated Beiyiwu's assault. He leaned back slightly, allowing the razor-sharp dagger to graze past his face. Cheers erupted from the onlookers. Yet, at that moment, a cruel smile crept upon Beiyiwu's lips. He swiftly withdrew his leg and abruptly launched it again. The dagger aimed directly for Yichen's throat, and the crowd's eyes widened in horror. Should Beiyiwu land a strike, Yichen would undoubtedly meet his end. Just as the dagger was about to make contact with Yichen's throat, the air in front of him suddenly quivered. It was as if a colossal bagua hovered before him. Beiyiwu's lethal strike collided with the bagua. A deep thud resonated through the air. Beiyiwu's eyes widened in disbelief. It felt as though his kick had plunged into a quagmire, instantly draining all his strength. Conversely, it felt as if he had struck a steel plate, unable to penetrate, even slightly. "This must come to an end," Yichen remarked nonchalantly, delivering a palm strike to Beiyiwu's chest. The moment appeared deceptively light, yet Beiyiwu sensed something was amiss. Though the strike seemed slow, he found himself utterly unable to evade it. A formidable force surged through his chest, propelling him into the air, only to crash back down to the ground with a resounding thud. The pain in Kitano Takashi's chest roiled tumultuously, and as he struggled to rise, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. "What manner of martial arts is this?" he gasped, clutching his chest. Yichen, his expression unperturbed, replied, "The gentle power of Tai Chi conquers the rigid strength of steel, a martial art from the Dragon Kingdom. Next, I shall demonstrate Xingyiquan." As his words faded, Yichen took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes, his feet beginning to move, though his movements remained deliberate and unhurried. The distance between him and Kitano Takashi swiftly diminished. Moreover, Takashi could distinctly sense an invisible force locking onto him. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Just as this thought emerged, he beheld a myriad of shadowy fists converging upon him. In the next moment, he was sent sprawling once more, flying several meters. With a cough, he expelled another 2 mouthfuls of blood. "Next is the swordsmanship of Ame," Yichen continued. In that instant, despair enveloped Kitano Takashi. His pride lay utterly shattered. During his studies in the Dragon Kingdom, he had encountered no worthy adversaries, and his strength had steadily ascended. Upon his return to the Cherry Blossom Country, he had anticipated a swift rise into influential circles, buoyed by his formidable prowess. Yet today, his very spirit was on the verge of annihilation, leaving him with no hope of ever transcending his current limits. Resolute, he drew his weapon and aimed it at Yichen. Witnessing this act, the onlookers were immediately thrown into disarray. This is a competition. How can he resort to weapons? Such disgraceful conduct. Weapons were illegal in the Dragon Kingdom. Did this man truly wish to condemn himself to a lifetime behind bars? Kitano Takashi was acutely aware that by brandishing his weapon today, he would forfeit any standing in the Dragon Kingdom. Yet, he felt no fear. If he could eliminate Yichen, his spirit would remain unbroken. With his strength, he could surely escape back to the Cherry Blossom Country without incident. A malevolent grimace twisted his features, and his voice dripped with lethal intent. "Yichen, are you not formidable? Can you withstand this? Today marks your demise." "Stop!" Wufian cried out, alarmed. Yichen had acted for her sake. If his life were to end here, she would be haunted forever. Furthermore, the loss of such a talent as Yichen would be a grievous blow to the Dragon Kingdom. Lu Sueki sprang to her feet, astonished by the unfolding events. Regret flooded her thoughts. She lamented not having given Yichen the jade pendant earlier, which might have averted this dire situation. The thought of Yichen dying here weighed heavily on her heart, filling her with a sense of guilt that would linger for a lifetime. Yet, in the face of the ominous weapon, Yi Chun displayed no trepidation. On the contrary, a cold smile graced his lips as he addressed Takashi. It seems you remain oblivious to the true essence of the martial arts of the Dragon Kingdom. Spare me your words. Next year on this day shall be your day of reckoning. With a fierce growl, Kitano Takashi prepared to pull the trigger. At that moment, Yi Chun crouched down and picked up a leaf from the ground, stating, "The pinnacle of the national martial arts of the Dragon Kingdom lies in the ability to harm with even the most delicate petals and leaves." As his words faded, Yi Chun flicked his wrist, sending the leaf slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh towards Kitano Takashi. Startled, Kitano instinctively prepared to pull the trigger, but the leaf had already struck the weapon in his hand. The instrument was forcefully dislodged, reduced to a scattered array of metallic fragments upon the ground. Yet, the leaf's velocity remained unabated, and with a soft thud, it embedded itself into Kitano's throat. He could distinctly feel the severing of his artery. The onlookers were left in utter shock and confusion. In the next instant, Yi Chun's cold voice echoed. "The leaf has penetrated the artery. Should he receive medical attention within 10 minutes, there remains a chance for survival. Should that time elapse, his demise is inevitable." Chapter 30. The marvelous art of healing. In the preceding moment, everyone was engulfed in worry for Yi Chun, with many convinced of his impending demise. Yet now, lying on the ground, gasping for breath, was the once invincible Kitano Takashi. Instantly, the training ground erupted into a frenzy. Victory was theirs. Yi Chun had triumphed. Goodness, had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would have deemed it utterly implausible. The martial arts of the Dragon Country are indeed formidable. Even the slightest movement can inflict harm. It is simply breathtaking. Come, let us chant together. Brother Chun is magnificent. Brother Chun is magnificent. Amidst the jubilant atmosphere, the female attendees of the training ground found their spirits enlivened. This young man named Yi Chun is astonishingly powerful, akin to a superhero from the silver screen. Even the formidable Kitano was utterly vanquished. I dare say Yi Chun could take on 100 foes. If only I could have Yi Chun as my boyfriend. My happiness would surely know no bounds. Oh my destined partner has appeared. I am ready to fall in love. Lu Sueki and Jiang Linlin stood there, utterly stupefied. Lu Sueki's breath quickened, her chest heaving violently. Her gaze towards Yi Chun underwent a profound transformation. She increasingly perceived Yi Chun as a black hole, an enigma whose core remains forever unknown. She began to grasp why her grandfather held Yi Chun in such high regard. "Sueki, do you truly know your fiancé?" Jiang Linlin inquired. Lu Sueki first nodded, then shook her head, responding, "I thought I understood him to some extent, but now I find myself more perplexed than ever." "Indeed. Yi Chun is shrouded in mystery. He consistently defies our expectations, akin to a mesmerizing vortex. Did you not observe how those girls have gone wild?" Jiang Linlin lamented. Lu Sueki followed Jiang Linlin's gaze and saw a throng of girls surrounding Yi Chun, chattering excitedly, some even offering him water and snacks. Witnessing this scene, an unsettling discomfort welled up within Lu Sueki, as if her most treasured possession was being snatched away. Eventually, several ambulances arrived at the school, and doctors rushed out to attend to the injured. Although Qin Tian and his comrades were elite special forces soldiers, they too cried out in pain from their injuries, a sound that was unexpectedly harrowing. Many were astonished to realize that these elite soldiers were not made of iron. Their cries were indeed quite distressing. This left Qin Tian and his companions feeling somewhat embarrassed, as they insisted they were professionally trained and typically did not cry out unless utterly unavoidable. At that moment, Yi Chun interjected, "Please wait a moment." With that, he produced a box of silver needles. Before anyone could react, he had already inserted a needle into one of the instructors. Then, Yi Chun began to manipulate the injured limbs of the instructors with a series of pushes and pulls. Initially, the instructors were bewildered by Yi Chun's actions, but soon they sensed something was amiss. "Ah, it seems that I am no longer in pain. My hand no longer hurts, and I can move it as well. This is truly remarkable. Yi Chun, could it be that you possess medical skills?" "Yi Chun, I wish to apologize for my previous behavior." Yi Chun remained silent, skillfully retracting the silver needles before approaching Bufian. Bufian's beautiful eyes widened, regarding Yi Chun as if he were an extraterrestrial. This fellow actually knows medicine. How many more surprises can he possibly provide? Just as Yi Chun was about to administer another needle to Bufian, she suddenly exclaimed, "I must say, others have used those needles, at the very least, sterilized them." Yi Chun promptly sheathed the needles and tucked them away, stating, "If you don't want it, then so be it." Bufian. Observing Yi Chun turn to leave, Bufian hastily lifted her leg to follow. Yet at that moment, an excruciating pain surged from her knee. Ah! Bufian instinctively let out a cry of distress. To be honest, that cry was rather melodious, stirring excitement amongst several male onlookers. All right, Yichin, please treat me. Consider it a plea, Bufian finally relented. Yichin's expression softened slightly as he approached her, saying, if you insist on sterilization, then accompany me to my dormitory. I have new silver needles there. Bufian's face brightened as she responded, great, I'll call for the driver. Soon, a car arrived. Yichin and Bufian entered the vehicle and departed from the training ground. As they left, the entire training area erupted in commotion. What? No way. The chief instructor entered the dormitory with Yichin? The chief instructor is a stunning beauty, and her figure is simply exquisite. I am utterly envious of Yichin. Just imagine, a lone man and woman confined in one room, and the chief instructor's clothes are tattered. Who could withstand that? Please, stop talking. The images are forming in my mind. Upon witnessing this, Lu Sueki and Jiang Linlin were even more astounded. Jiang Linlin could not help but exclaim, this Yichin continues to exceed my expectations. Why do I feel that the chief instructor's gaze towards him is rather peculiar? Listening to the surrounding chatter, Lu Sueki could not suppress a cold snort, remarking, what is so surprising? Men are all the same. Jiang Linlin? The surrounding boys? What kind of emotional trauma has the campus belle endured to feel such disappointment towards men? Before long, Yichin and Bufian arrived at the boys' dormitory. Bufian retrieved a brand new camouflage uniform from the car and limped out. Once inside the dormitory, she first changed out of her clothing. After all, her attire had been shredded by Kitano Takashi. Thankfully, she had ample clothing underneath. Otherwise, she would surely have faced embarrassment today. However, recalling this incident ignited her anger as she glared at Yichin, saying, you could have acted sooner. Why did you wait until Kitano Takashi shredded my clothes before taking action? Yichin pondered for a moment and replied, I was drinking water earlier and had no time. Bufian interjected, is this truly something a man would say? She was on the verge of questioning Yichin's masculinity. However, before she could voice her thoughts, Yichin stated, stay still, I am about to administer acupuncture. Without allowing Bufian a moment to react, he deftly inserted over a dozen silver needles into her body. To her astonishment, she realized that the pain in her arm had vanished. Subsequently, Yichin continued, lift your shirt. You have an injury in your abdomen that requires treatment. After a brief moment of hesitation, Bufian complied and lifted her garment. With a swift motion, several more silver needles were inserted. She felt a warm sensation enveloping her lower abdomen, bringing her immense comfort. The tumultuous sensation within her belly dissipated as well. She couldn't help but marvel at the extraordinary nature of his medical skills. It was almost unbelievable had she not witnessed it with her own eyes. Chapter 31. Are you sure this is edible? Before long, Yichin extracted the silver needles from Bufian's body. She exhaled comfortably, suddenly feeling as light as a feather. Unable to contain herself, she let out an exclamation. The sensation was overwhelmingly delightful. The pain had entirely vanished. Could it be that acupuncture could restore even severed limbs? Bufian was astounded. Yichin possessed not only formidable strength but also the skills of a miraculous physician. Only through personal experience with his medical prowess could one comprehend its extraordinary nature. Bufian found her curiosity about Yichin growing ever stronger. However, just as Bufian believed she was fully healed, Yichin remarked, the silver needles merely stimulate your meridians, enhancing your body's circulation and restorative functions. If you exert yourself, you will realize you lack strength. Clenching her fist tightly, Bufian discovered that she indeed had little power left. Although I am not completely healed, this is still remarkable. Otherwise, I would probably be confined to a hospital bed for quite some time, she replied. Stay here for a moment. I will step out. Yichin instructed before striding towards the exit. Bufian hurried after him, asking, where are you going? Wait for me. Yichin replied, if you wish to recover swiftly, then lie quietly for a while. I will fetch some medicine. Once you take it, you can leave. Bufian obediently paused and inquired, where is your bed? Yichin frowned, pointing to his upper bunk, saying, my bed is on the upper level. You can lie down anywhere on the lower bunk. Bufian insisted. I want to lie on your bed. I have a cleanliness obsession with that. She leapt onto Yichin's bed. He paid her no mind and turned to exit the dormitory. Approximately an hour later, Yichin returned. Bufian excitedly sat up, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Didn't you go to get me medicine? Where is it? She asked. Right here, Yichin replied, opening his palm. In his hand lay several dark, round pills. Bufian's expression darkened as she questioned, "Are you joking? What is this? You mean to tell me this is the medicine you brought me?" Yuchen pondered for a moment and said, "These can be considered elixirs. Consume them, and you will recover without any side effects." Bufian wore a look of disbelief. "What elixirs? Do you think this is a fantasy novel, Yidasha? Setting aside whether this can cure me, are you sure this is safe to eat?" Yuchen shook his head, realizing that Bufian did not trust him. Were it not for the memories of the Wolf Fong assault team that reminded him of his master Jiao, he might have engaged in a confrontation with Baiyu today, but would not have intervened to save anyone. He shook his head and declared, "I spent over an hour refining these. If you choose not to eat them, then so be it. I will discard them." As he spoke, he prepared to toss the pills into the trash. "Wait," Bufian exclaimed, grabbing his hand. I'll eat them, as a person with obsessive cleanliness." If someone else had offered her such a grimy pill, Bufian would undoubtedly have retaliated with a flurry of punches. Yet Yuchen was different. He had astonished and surprised her in countless ways. Bufian took the pill, resolutely placing it into her mouth. With a firm grit of her teeth and a fierce glare, she swallowed it down, fearing the intense flavor might compel her to vomit. However, her eyes soon widened in astonishment. The expression on her face transformed entirely as she realized that the pill seemed to dissolve instantaneously upon entering her throat. Not only that, but a rich, fragrant aroma emanated from it, alluring and unforgettable. Almost immediately, Bufian distinctly felt the pill morph into a warm current, flowing into her abdomen and coursing through her body, reaching every corner of her being. She felt enveloped in warmth, akin to soaking in a hot spring. To her amazement, the arm she had recently broken had completely healed. Clenching her fist tightly, she discovered her newfound strength, a testament to her recovery. There is an old adage that states it takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. Yet she had gone from a broken arm to full recovery in barely 100 minutes. She realized she needed to reassess her perception of Yuchen. But soon, her body began to undergo further transformations. After her college entrance examinations, she had enrolled in the Special Warfare Academy and was subsequently assigned to the Wolf Fong assault team. Years of rigorous training and numerous missions had inflicted many hidden injuries upon her, constantly tormenting her. Yet now, she sensed those hidden ailments gradually dissipating. With a blissful exhale, she relished the lingering sensation of the pill, bewildered by how something that appeared so dark and filthy could taste so exquisite. Even the slightest aftertaste lingering in her throat surpassed any culinary delight she had ever experienced. Regrettably, she had swallowed the pill whole, missing out on savoring its full flavor. "Yuchen, do you have any more of those pills?" Bufian swallowed hard, reminiscent of Zhu Beiji after devouring a ginseng fruit. "There are none left. You are healed now. Let us go," Yuchen replied, somewhat speechless, pondering whether Bufian truly believed his miraculous pills were as commonplace as cabbages. Such treasures, if offered to the public, would fetch 1,000,000 each, with countless eager buyers. As they stepped out of the dormitory, they happened upon the boys from Class 2 returning as well. Upon witnessing the sight of the two of them emerging side by side from the dormitory, their comrades were left utterly astounded. My goodness, Yuchen and the chief instructor had spent over 2 hours together in the boys' dormitory. Over 2 hours, dear friends. Let your imaginations run wild. What could possibly have transpired during those 2 hours between Yuchen and the chief instructor? You are truly incorrigible. Vivid images flood my mind once more. The commandant's physique is nothing short of astounding. Were I in his position, I can scarcely imagine whether I would be able to withstand it. As for others, I cannot speak for their resilience, but I know I would falter. For those unable to endure, it is best to refrain from embarrassing themselves here. After all, Chen has managed to persevere for 2 hours. 2 hours. I am left feeling utterly inadequate. Chapter 32. A beautiful woman invites you to dinner. Bufian reluctantly bid farewell to Yuchen, who, regrettably, showed no spark of interest and was too indifferent to return her goodbye. This left Bufian feeling quite hurt, as she had never experienced such a thing in her more than 20 years of life. As she departed, the boys from Class 2 surrounded Yuchen. "Brother Chen, how was your 2 hours with the chief instructor?" "Brother Chun, isn't a woman like the chief instructor incredibly wild? Come on, Brother Chun, tell us how it felt. Were you able to handle it? Brother Chun, you must share with us. Did you manage to win over the chief instructor?" The more Yuchen listened, the more he felt uneasy, responding curtly with a single word, "Scram." The boys from Class 2 were disappointed, exclaiming, "Brother Chen, you're being quite ungrateful. You feast while your brothers are left with nothing but broth." After parting ways with Yuchen, Bufian did not return to her dormitory but instead went straight home to Jinling City. She aimed to verify a hypothesis of hers. Over the years, her family had persistently arranged blind dates for her. After all, at 26, her parents and superiors regarded her as a leftover woman, a term they used for women of a certain age still single. However, she was vehemently opposed to blind dates and had always rebuffed her suitors, leading many to speculate about her preferences. In truth, she harbored feelings of inferiority, stemming from an incident 3 years prior when she was shot during a mission, leaving her with several unsightly scars. She had tried various remedies to eliminate these scars, but to no avail. For men, a few scars might enhance their ruggedness, but the same could not be said for women. Yet, after taking the pill Yichen had given her, she felt an inexplicable sense of relief from the dull ache in the spot where she had been shot. Tentatively, she touched her skin, finding it remarkably smooth. She hurried into her bedroom, locked the door, and swiftly shed her constraining garments, standing before the mirror. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld a flawless body, devoid of any blemishes or scars. The pill from Yichen had miraculously erased her unsightly marks. A torrent of emotions surged within Bufian, and she instinctively covered her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks and plopping onto the floor. Eventually, she wiped her tears, smiled at her reflection, and took out her phone to make a call. I need the surveillance footage from the East Training Ground of Jinling University. Around 9:20 this morning. Approximately 5 minutes later, Bufian obtained the surveillance video. She began to watch it, witnessing the footage of Kitano Takashi provoking the playground, seeing various instructors fall victim to him, and observing her own humiliation at his hands. Anger surged within her as she cursed under her breath until Yichen made his entrance. Yichen unleashed the martial arts of the Dragon Kingdom, mercilessly defeating the once invincible Bei Wu, leaving him in a pitiful state. Subsequently, Yichen administered acupuncture to the injured instructor, who was astonished. After watching the entire video, Bufian felt her heart racing as she had never experienced such exhilaration before. She quickly powered on her computer, deleted some personal content, and sent the video to the captain of the Wolf Fang Commando team. Just a few minutes later, the captain called back. This Yichen truly exceeds our expectations. If we could recruit this young man into our Wolf Fang Commando team, we would stand a chance to redeem ourselves in this year's Special Forces competition. Bufian sighed. I wish we could, but this guy is as stubborn as a mule. As if I owe him $100. The captain replied, Fian, don't lose heart. I just discussed with the political commissar, and the organization has entrusted you with an honorable yet challenging task to persuade Yichen to join the Wolf Fang Commando team. After military training concludes, you must remain at Jinling University and endeavor to win over this tough nut. Bufian felt utterly despondent and said, Captain, there is something I'm unsure whether to express. Fian, whatever is on your mind, speak freely. When I first enlisted, I shared the same bunk with your father. We are like family, the captain chuckled heartily. Bufian sighed again. Perhaps I should refrain from saying it. I'm afraid my father might find out and punish me. The captain insisted, come on, you must share. Bufian gritted her teeth and said, Captain, I must ask, could you not be so shameless? The captain coughed awkwardly. Bufian continued, Yichen is truly exceptional. His skills and character are entirely unlike those of an ordinary student. I fear I cannot accomplish this task. At that moment, another voice emerged from the phone. Fian, this is Commissar Yan. I need not elaborate on Yichen's significance to the Wolf Fang Commando team. I hope you embody the spirit of fearlessness and selflessness, demonstrating unwavering dedication. Strive to touch Yichen with sincerity and allow him to feel the warmth of our Wolf Fang Commando family. At this moment, Bufian felt utterly overwhelmed, akin to being trampled by 1,000 alpacas. Yan, the political commissar of the Wolf Fang Commando team, was renowned for his ideological work. Anyone with doubts would find themselves engaged in a conversation lasting 3 days and nights, and even those without issues could end up with them. Bufian felt like Sun Wukong hearing the tightening spell of Tang Sing and quickly replied, Commander, I understand. I promise to complete the task. In the afternoon, military training resumed. Class 2 welcomed a new instructor. As the break neared its end, Bufian approached, instantly captivating the attention of both the male and female students. The boys fantasized that if they could find a wife like her, their lives would be worthwhile. The young woman dreamt of possessing the beauty and figure of Bufian, believing that with such allure, no male idol would be beyond her reach. Upon entering Class 2, Bufian's eyes sparkled with delight as she spotted Yichen among the crowd. No matter what, she resolved to have Yichen join the Wolf Fang assault team. Her eyes gleamed with determination as she murmured to herself, with that, She made her way directly to Yichun. The students of Class 2 quickly parted to make way for Bufian. Soon, she reached Yichun's side and said, "Yichun, I need to speak with you." However, Yichun responded with an icy indifference, stating, "If this is about joining the Wolf Fang assault team, then forget it. I have no interest." Rejected once again, Bufian felt an unprecedented sense of defeat. Yet, she mustered a smile and said, "You misunderstood. You saved me, and as a token of my gratitude, I would like to treat you to a meal." Chapter 33, a dinner invitation from three beauties. Upon hearing Bufian's words, the classmates of Class 2 were utterly astonished. For an ordinary student, the chance to converse with the chief instructor seemed almost unattainable. Yet, here was the goddess of a commander, extending an invitation to Yichun for dinner. The disparity between individuals was indeed striking. However, in response to Bufian's cordial offer, Yichun merely waved his hand and remarked, "There's no need. I simply find Kitano Takashi rather displeasing, and it has nothing to do with you." Bufian felt as though she might vomit blood. Did this person lack basic conversational skills? The surrounding boys and girls were equally dumbfounded. To dine with a beautiful instructor was a stroke of fortune, yet Yichun had audaciously declined. Some even began to speculate about Yichun's preferences. Jiang Linlin commented, "This Yichun is impressive. Even the chief instructor wishes to treat him to dinner. I can't help but feel that the chief instructor harbors some interest in him." Lu Sueki was taken aback. Upon Jiang Linlin's suggestion, she too sensed something amiss. During military training, instructors typically maintained a deliberate distance from students outside of training sessions, as it was reportedly against discipline regulations. Bufian's enthusiasm towards Yichun seemed rather excessive. However, Lu Sueki soon conjured a plausible explanation, stating, "Yichun saved the chief instructor yesterday. It stands to reason that she would want to express her gratitude with a meal, right?" Ultimately, Bufian had no choice but to depart. She recognized that Yichun was a tough nut to crack, yet she was determined to persevere. After all, if she could not win over Yichun, she would be compelled to remain at Jinling University, unable to return to the Wolf Fang assault team. Before long, the military training concluded. Bufian resolved to make another attempt to persuade Yichun. Just then, a luxury sports car came to a halt beside the training grounds. A tall, stunning beauty alighted from the vehicle. Wherever she went, she was a sight to behold, capturing the attention of all around her. The crowd turned to look, and Cui Zheng could not help but exclaim, "It's Long Shaoan, the daughter of the Long family. Brother Chen, is she here for you?" Indeed, Long Shaoan approached Yichun, provoking a flurry of whispers among the onlookers. The boys were particularly vocal in their astonishment. Was one goddess instructor not enough? Now, another stunning beauty appeared. Yichun was surely experiencing an abundance of romantic fortune. While we struggle to find a girlfriend, Yichun seems to be fending off admirers left and right. What can one do? In the comparison of lives, some thrive while others languish. Perhaps this is simply the nature of existence. Though I comprehend such truths, it does not alleviate my dissatisfaction with life. Can I admit to my envy? At that moment, Lu Sueki received a phone call from Lu Gongming. He spoke at length, and Lu Sueki frowned, countering a few points before ultimately conceding. After hanging up, she cast a worried glance towards Yichun. At this moment, Long Xiaoyan had approached Yichun and said with a hint of deference, "Mr. Yi, my grandfather has prepared some food and drinks, and he would like to invite you for a casual meal." If the Long family were merely extending a simple invitation to Yichun, he would naturally decline. However, he was acutely aware that he was to administer the second phase of treatment to the Long family's elder this evening. Regardless, he would need to make the trip. Just as he was about to agree, a voice interjected from the side. "Yichun, my grandfather wishes for us to return home and have dinner together." It was Lu Sueki speaking. Yichun furrowed his brow. Hadn't Lu Sueki always been quite averse to him? Why had her attitude suddenly shifted today? Just as he was about to respond, he received a call from Lu Gongming. "Son-in-law Yi, did Sueki inform you? Come over tonight to accompany grandfather for dinner." Yichun felt a peculiar discomfort upon hearing the term son-in-law. "Lu Lao, I need to rescue someone tonight, so I won't be able to make it. Perhaps another day." Yichun replied, maintaining a modicum of respect for Lu Gongming, considering he was an old acquaintance of Master Chen, Yichun's mentor. Lu Gongming chuckled, "Rescue someone. Is it the Long family elder? Well, you take your time. Now the Long family owes us another favor." Yichun found himself speechless. His act of saving a life had no bearing on the Lu family. After hanging up, he informed Lu Sueki, "I told Lu Lao that I won't be going tonight." He then turned to Long Xiaoyan and said, "Let us be on our way." Long Xiaoyan promptly opened the car door for Yichun, and they departed. Once they left, A wave of murmurs erupted among the onlookers. ISNT that the chief instructor, the Long family's eldest daughter, and the beautiful Lu Sweki all vying to invite Yichen for dinner? This time, I truly feel envious. Did Yichen choose the Long family's eldest daughter? What a joke. Only children make choices, while adults surely wish to have it all. In the end, the boys left, filled with envy and jealousy, while the girls felt somewhat disheartened. With Lu Sweki alone, they had already felt a significant lack of competitive advantage. Now, with the addition of Long Xiaoyan and Bufian, ordinary girls could hardly entertain such thoughts. After the crowd dispersed, Lu Sweki glared in the direction Yichun had departed, feeling a surge of frustration. On one hand, she was angry at Yichun. After all, she was still his fiancée, and to be rejected when inviting him to dinner was quite humiliating. Didn't her status as his fiancée warrant some consideration? She was also irritated with Lu Gongming for insisting on persuading her to invite Yichen for dinner, only to have him decline in front of their classmates. It seemed her grandfather was intent on embarrassing her. Thus, Lu Sweki stormed home in a huff. "Sweki, you're back," Lu Gongming greeted with a smile. Lu Sweki tossed her backpack onto the sofa and slumped down, sulking in silence. Lu Gongming inquired, "What is the matter? You return with such a stern expression." Lu Sweki retorted huffily, "Grandfather, you insisted on having Yichen over for dinner, but when I spoke to him, he ended up leaving with Long Xiaoyan, showing me no regard whatsoever. Ah, my eldest granddaughter, are you feeling a tinge of jealousy? Haha." Lu Gongming gazed at Lu Sweki, his expression most entertaining, breaking into hearty laughter. Lu Sweki's cheeks flushed as she protested, "Grandfather, I am not jealous at all." "Why would I be? Do not say such nonsense." Lu Gongming then adopted a serious demeanor, stating, "Sweki, I have already shared ample information with you over the phone earlier. Now, I ask you, what impression do you currently hold of Yichen?" Lu Sweki pondered earnestly for a moment before responding. Yichen possesses remarkable strength, exceptional medical skills, and extensive knowledge. His personality is somewhat peculiar. In short, he is unlike anyone else. Considering you find his personality odd, do you know why that is? Lu Gongming queried. Yet, before Lu Sweki could respond, he continued, "It is because he is a true powerhouse. He can disregard all rules, which is why you perceive him as distinct from others." Lu Sweki nodded, seemingly enlightened, yet she could not help but shake her head and remarked, "Grandfather, Yichen is indeed strong, but is he truly strong enough to dismiss all rules? Or is there truly anyone in this world capable of doing so?" Lu Gongming inhaled deeply and replied, "Sweki, it is your imagination that constrains your understanding of Yichen. Allow me to clarify. There are many formidable individuals in this world, many who stand at the pinnacle, and Yichen is one of them. Moreover, he is capable of determining the fate of these strong individuals. Indeed, a century from now, these titans will turn to dust, yet Yichen will still stand resolutely." Upon hearing Lu Gongming's words, Lu Sweki was left utterly stunned. Memories of her encounters with Yichen flooded her mind. Lu Gongming continued, "Sweki, Yichen is akin to a divine dragon, destined to soar through the heavens. Thus, those who can align themselves with this dragon will soar alongside it. If my instincts are correct, you likely already have rivals, do you not?" Lu Sweki thought of Long Xiaoyan and Bufian. "Indeed, Sweki, you must act swiftly. The number of individuals vying for this dragon will only increase." Lu Gongming added, "By the way, I had yet to mention that Yichun has 6 fiancés aside from you." "What?" Lu Sweki thought she must have misheard. This fellow had only recently arrived at Jinling University, yet had already attracted Long Xiaoyan and Bufian, winning the hearts of numerous young women. And now, with so many fiancés, did he aspire to become an emperor? Chapter 34. The premier divine physician of the Dragon Kingdom as it transpired. Yichen rode in Long Xiaoyan's vehicle, racing towards the Long family estate. The Long family had long awaited his arrival at the entrance. "Divine physician Yi, you have arrived." Long Xiuan clasped his hands in greeting. Yichen nodded in acknowledgement and said, "Old Master Long, let us commence the second phase of treatment. I shall first administer acupuncture to consolidate the progress, after which you may take a few of the medicinal pills I have concocted, and you should be able to recover fully." The Long family rejoiced, and a broad smile illuminated old Master Long's face. "We shall heed divine physician Ye's instructions." Why Physician Bai Guanghua was also waiting at the entrance, bowing respectfully to Yichen. "Master Yi, it is a pleasure to see you." Upon seeing Bai Guanghua, Yichen was reminded of a saying, "A person becomes invincible when they are utterly despicable." He chose to ignore Bai Guanghua and proceeded inside. Just as the group was about to enter, a Rolls-Royce approached at an alarming speed. halting at the entrance of the Long family estate. The passenger door swung open, and a young woman emerged. After alighting, she opened the rear door with utmost respect, addressing Divine Physician Ma. "We have arrived." Upon hearing the title Divine Physician Ma, Long Shiwan's second son, Long Zadie, hurried forward. "Shashue, could this esteemed individual be the foremost divine physician of the Dragon Kingdom?" "The head of the Divine Physician sect, Divine Physician Ma?" Long Zadie inquired, his excitement palpable. At this pronouncement, the atmosphere shifted, everyone present was taken aback. And even Bai Guanghua's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Clearly, Divine Physician Ma was a figure of considerable renown. The young woman nodded, saying, "Grandfather, father, I have invited Divine Physician Ma." She was none other than Long Shiwan's granddaughter, Long Zadie's daughter, Long Shiue. At that moment, Divine Physician Ma descended from the vehicle. He appeared to be in his 50s, of average height, slightly portly, with a square face, small eyes, and a modest patch of beard. Following him was a young man, presumably his apprentice. Long Shiwan, not daring to be remiss, promptly clasped his hands and remarked, "Divine Physician Ma, it is an honor to finally meet you. We are truly astounded that you have come to the Long family." Divine Physician Ma stroked his beard and pointed at Long Xiaoxue, saying, "Old Master Longs, you are blessed with a wonderful granddaughter. Were it not for her heartfelt sincerity, I would not have traveled such a distance by plane." Hearing this, Long Zadie gave Long Xiaoxue a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Xiaoxue, well done." At that moment, Bai Guanghua let out a cold snicker, whispering to Yi Chun, "Master Yi, this Divine Physician Ma Chunlin, is indeed a skilled physician, but he lacks any medical ethics. It is said that his consultation fee starts at 100,000. I suspect the second young lady of the Long family must have offered him quite a substantial sum." Yi Chun nodded in silence. Amidst the polite exchanges, Long Xiaoxue cheerfully suggested, "Divine Physician Ma, having endured several hours on the plane, you should rest in the house for a while." Divine Physician Ma agreed, "That sounds reasonable. After I have rested, I shall attend to the old master." At this juncture, the brows of the Long family members furrowed. Originally, Yi Chun had already committed to treating Long Shiwan, yet unexpectedly, Long Xiaoxue had summoned Divine Physician Ma as well. This undoubtedly placed the Long family in a precarious predicament. After all, whether to allow someone to govern or not inevitably offends others. "Xiaoxue, please take Dr. Ma to rest for a while." However, Long Shiwan did not linger on this matter. After giving a brief instruction to Long Xiaoxue, he turned to Yi Chun and said, "Dr. Yi, let us converse indoors." "Wait a moment, old Master Long. What did you just say about a divine physician?" The disciple of Dr. Ma frowned, clearly displeased. Long Shiwan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, "I forgot to introduce him. This is Dr. Yi from Jinling. Not long ago, I was on the brink of death, but thanks to Dr. Yi's timely intervention, I am still here. Otherwise, the King of Hell would have claimed my life." The disciple of Dr. Ma raised an eyebrow and retorted, "You invited my master for treatment, yet you sought another doctor as well. Does this not imply a lack of respect for my master?" The expressions of the Long family changed instantaneously. With a smile, Long Shiwan replied, "Young man, Dr. Ma is a renowned physician in our Long kingdom. How could we possibly disregard him?" At that moment, the members of the Long family were filled with mixed emotions. Although the Long family was quite powerful, they dared not show any arrogance in the presence of a divine physician like Ma Chunlin. Even Long Shiwan had to greet the reproach from Dr. Ma's disciple with a smile. After all, these divine physicians hold the lives of countless mortals in their hands. However, it seemed that Dr. Ma's disciple was not convinced by Long Shiwan's explanation. "Master, these Long family members clearly do not hold you in high regard, and yet they attempt to argue their case. It is utterly absurd." Everyone furrowed their brows, wondering why Dr. Ma's disciple was incessantly complaining when Master Ma had not yet spoken. However, to their surprise, Dr. Ma coldly snorted and said, "Since the Long family has invited me, it is indeed inappropriate to consult another physician. Therefore, you must choose, either let him treat you or allow me to do so. But let me make myself clear, if you choose this young man, do not expect me to render any assistance." "Dr. Ma, how can you say that? In our Long kingdom, your medical skills are unparalleled. No one would dare claim otherwise." "We need not choose, of course. It shall be you who treats." Long Xiuxiwei hurriedly interjected. She had exerted tremendous effort to invite Dr. Ma and naturally placed all her hopes upon him. Dr. Ma closed his eyes, seemingly oblivious to Long Xiaoxue's words. It was his disciple who spoke up. "At least you Long family members are perceptive. However, given your disrespect towards my master, the consultation fee has now risen from 10 million to 100 million. Furthermore, you must immediately send this young man away. He hasn't even matured yet. And he dares to call himself a divine physician? Chapter 35. The choice of the Long family. The members of the Long family were taken aback. They had not anticipated that the renowned Dr. Bai would raise his price, nor could they comprehend his blatant disregard for Yichen. At that moment, Bai Guanghua could no longer contain his fury and unleashed a torrent of invective. Stop spewing nonsense. Who do you think you are to look down upon, Master Yi? You're nothing but a blind fool. The crowd was momentarily stunned, clearly unprepared for such a vehement reaction from Bai Guanghua. Even Yi Chun was somewhat astonished. The disciple of Dr. Ma was left utterly humiliated, his face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Dr. Ma turned his gaze toward Bai Guanghua and gestured towards Yi Chun, stating, "You referred to him as Master Yi. This implies that you too are a doctor. By insulting my disciple, you are, in essence, insulting me, Ma Chunlin. Are you not aware of my influence within the medical community of Long Country? Do you not fear my potential to blacklist you? What I have to fear? If I did, I wouldn't he be worthy of being a disciple of Master Yi," Bai Guanghua retorted, clenching his teeth. Initially, his derogatory remarks towards Dr. Ma's disciple had been impulsive and thoughtless. However, clarity had dawned upon him. It was time to take a stand. He chose to ally with Yichen. Since witnessing Yichen's medical prowess, he had been utterly captivated, unable to eat or sleep properly, dreaming of becoming Yichen's apprentice. He firmly believed in his judgment and trusted that Yichen's skills surpassed those of Ma Chunlin. Of course, Bai Guanghua was acutely aware that he was taking a gamble. Should he lose this wager, he might indeed face repercussions from Ma Chunlin. Yet, he could not concern himself with such possibilities. He had always adhered to a principle. Life necessitates risk and struggle. Without daring to gamble, one would never have a chance to win. Dr. Ma chuckled awkwardly, saying, Ma Chunlin, have traveled across the nation, and today in Jinling, I am truly enlightened. I never expected that two young doctors would dare to challenge me. At that juncture, Long Xiaoxue could no longer remain silent and interjected, "Dr. Bai, Dr. Yi, we of the Long family have expended considerable effort to invite Dr. Ma here. I kindly ask that you refrain from disrupting his treatment." In Long Xiaoxue's view, having invited Dr. Ma meant that the presence of other esteemed doctors was unnecessary. After all, if Dr. Ma could not cure the ailment, no one else would be able to do so. She even felt an urge to reprimand both Yi Chun and Bai Guanghua. At this moment, Yi Chun turned to Long Shuan and inquired, "Elder Long, do you still require my treatment?" This marked Yi Chun's second opportunity presented to the Long family. Had it not been for Long Shuan's past as a soldier, which reminded Yi Chun of his own ninth master, he would not have come at all. Furthermore, if the Long family chose Dr. Ma, there would be no third opportunity. Hearing Yi Chun's words, Dr. Ma's disciple laughed derisively. "Are you joking? My master is the most renowned physician in Long Country. Do you honestly believe the Long family would choose you?" Dr. Ma echoed the sentiment with a cold chuckle, viewing Yi Chun's stance as a self-inflicted humiliation. However, Long Shuan did not hesitate and declared, "Dr. Yi, please proceed with the second phase of treatment." He then addressed Long Xiaoxue, "Xiaoxue, please take Dr. Ma to rest immediately, and tonight, we shall host a welcoming dinner for him at the Shangri-La Hotel." As he spoke, Long Shuan turned to Dr. Ma and said, "Dr. Ma, Jinling is an ancient capital of the Six Dynasties. Since you are here, let us prepare a carriage tomorrow so we can show you around." It was evident that Long Shuan had chosen Yi Chun. Originally, Dr. Ma's disciples had assumed that Long Shuan would undoubtedly select Dr. Ma, but they were taken aback when he opted for Yi Chun instead. One disciple became enraged, pointing at Yi Chun and exclaimed, "Long family, what do you mean by this? Are you truly choosing this young lad?" Even Long Xiaoxue was flustered, saying, "Grandfather, why have you chosen him? Dr. Ma is the foremost physician in the Long Kingdom." In Long Xiaoxue's eyes, Yi Chun appeared younger than herself. How could he possibly be a physician? Was her grandfather losing his faculties? At that moment, Yi Chun glanced at Dr. Ma's disciple and said, "I do not appreciate being pointed at. It would be wise to lower your hand." The disciple of Dr. Ma scoffed, "Kid, what of it? Do you realize that before my master, you are nothing?" Before he could finish, he received a kick to his abdomen and was sent flying. Dr. Ma's eyes widened in disbelief. "You dare strike my disciple? This matter is far from over. Do as you wish," Yi Chun replied nonchalantly. Afterward, Yi Chun addressed Long Shuan, "Let us conduct the treatment here. The Long family is too noisy. Once I am done, I shall take my leave." Long Shuan awkwardly nodded. "Thank you, Dr. Yi." At this point, further discussion was futile. He understood that having made his choice, he could do no more than place his life in Yi Chun's hands. Dr. Ma sneered. I am eager to see what you are capable of. But once you fail in your treatment, do not expect me to intervene. I will join forces with my peers to blacklist you. And you can forget about practicing medicine in the future. Yichen disregarded Dr. Ma entirely. He produced a silver needle and casually tossed it into the air. What followed was a scene that defied all expectations. A dozen silver needles inexplicably floated mid-air. At that moment, Long Shiwan felt a surge of excitement. He vividly recalled that during their last encounter, Yichen had used these very needles to pull him back from the brink of death. With a gentle press of his hand, the needles seemed to respond to an unspoken command, swiftly piercing the vital points across Long Shiwan's body. Dr. Ma, who had been wearing a smug smile, was now struck as if by lightning upon witnessing this spectacle. The 9 Yang Revival Needles. It is indeed the 9 Yang Revival Needles. Dr. Ma was nearly deranged. He was even more astounded and unhinged than Bai Guanghua had been upon first encountering this technique. Subsequently, Yichen retrieved a bundle of tissue from his pocket, unfolded it, and extracted several dark pills. These pills resembled those that Bufian had previously consumed. Observing the pills, the onlookers, still in shock, were left puzzled. What on earth are these dark objects? Yichen handed the pills to Long Shiwan, saying, "Take these." Instinctively, Long Shiwan swallowed hard at the sight of the dark pills. At this moment, he shared a common concern with the others. Is this pill safe for consumption? Witnessing this scene, Long Xiaoxiwei became increasingly anxious, exclaiming, "Grandfather, this pill is dark and ominous. It could very well be poisonous and should not be ingested." At that moment, Long Xiaoan tugged at Long Xiaoxiwei, signaling her to remain silent. However, Long Xiaoxiwei was indignant. "Sister, why are you pulling me? I am merely stating the truth. Why rely on an unknown young man when we have the foremost physician of the Dragon Nation at our disposal?" To her surprise, it seemed that only one person in the Long family understood the situation. This young man was nothing more than a charlatan. "Beware, old Master Long, lest you be poisoned by these pills," remarked the disciple of Physician Ma, with a sneer, just as Bai Guanghua was about to unleash a tirade. He witnessed Physician Ma delivering a resounding slap across his disciple's face, furiously rebuking, "You lowly wretch with such narrow vision, how dare you defame Physician Yi?" After chastising his disciple, Physician Ma approached Yi Chun, his body trembling with excitement as he gazed at the dark pill being offered. "This is a Dan pill. Imbued with patterns and fragrance, it is indeed a genuine medicinal elixir." Chapter 36. Begone, do not obstruct my path at this moment. Yichen felt a tinge of impatience and inquired, "Old Master Long, will you partake or not? If you choose not to, I shall put it away." Initially, Long Shiwan hesitated, but upon witnessing the astonished expression of Physician Ma, he discerned that, despite not knowing the nature of the elixir, it was undoubtedly extraordinary. Without further ado, Long Shiwan seized the pill and placed it in his mouth. The moment it touched his tongue, it dissolved instantly, releasing an intense fragrance that enveloped him. Having indulged in various delicacies throughout his life, he found this exquisite aroma surpassed all he had ever experienced. Moreover, he distinctly felt the pill transform into a warm current that coursed through his body, reaching every corner. As this warmth traversed him, the swelling and pain caused by cancer began to abate gradually, eventually vanishing entirely. Long Shiwan inhaled deeply, his gaze towards Yi Chun brimming with excitement and astonishment. He recognized that his choice had been wise. What if Physician Ma was the foremost healer in Long Country? He was in no position to compare to Yi Chun. The young man's methods were akin to those of a celestial being. After approximately 10 seconds, Long Shiwan noticed that the warm currents within him seemed to wane, even hinting at disappearance. This instilled a sense of unease within him, as if he had gained something only to lose it again. However, he soon realized that he had underestimated Yi Chun's capabilities, for those fading warm currents ultimately coalesced around the silver needles. Each needle had transformed into a source of heat, radiating a fervent warmth. Warm currents occasionally flowed from these heated points, delving deeper into his being and alleviating the faint pains. A hypothesis emerged in Long Shiwan's mind. Could it be that these warm currents were purging the cancer cells within him, while the silver needles concentrated this energy to prevent its dissipation and continue the eradication of residual cells? Contemplating this, he marveled even more at Yi Chun's prowess. Simultaneously, he felt as though he was reborn, truly reborn. With a thud, Long Shiwan knelt before Yi Chun, exclaiming, "Thank you, Divine Physician Yi, for saving my life." Witnessing this, Long Shiwan also knelt, saying, "Thank you, Divine Physician Yi, for saving my life." The rest of the Long family followed suit, kneeling in unison, "Thank you, Divine Physician Yi." for saving our lives. Finally, only Long Xiaoshui remained, her eyes wide in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Initially, she had placed all her hopes in Physician Ma. After all, he was the greatest healer in Long Country. Yet, she could not have anticipated that it was a young man, whom she had previously looked down upon, who ultimately saved her grandfather. Observing her kneeling family, their eyes filled with fervent admiration for Physician Ma, Long Xiaoshui finally comprehended her misjudgment of this young man. His medical skills surpassed even those of Physician Ma. Without hesitation, Long Xiaoshui too knelt down. Her heart was a tumult of emotions as all the members of the Long family knelt before a young man. This scene was sufficient to astonish the entirety of Jinling. The second phase of treatment had concluded, and it was estimated that 3 days would be required for the eradication of the cancer cells within her body. For now, this is it. I shall take my leave, Yuchen stated briefly before turning to depart. Long Xiwan was overwhelmed with excitement. Only through the experience of life and death can one truly comprehend that nothing in this world is more precious than life itself. Without life, all wealth, honor, power, status, and beauty are mere illusions. Yuchen had granted Long Xiwan a second chance at life. With fervor, Long Xiwan rose and implored, Dr. Yi, please stay and share a meal with us. Let our Long family express our gratitude. No need. Yuchen waved his hand dismissively and did not linger. At that moment, Dr. Ma, nearly in a frenzy, rushed before Yuchen and, with a thud, knelt on the ground. Dr. Yi, I was blind to your greatness. Please accept me as your disciple. Witnessing this, Bai Guanghua sarcastically remarked, I told you. What a load of nonsense it is to claim that you are the top physician in Long Country. Compared to Master Yi, you're nothing. Yet you think you can become his disciple? Dream on. Charging for consultation fees is one thing, but to inflate prices and treat patients as commodities is unacceptable. Such a person is unworthy to be my disciple. Begone and do not obstruct my path. Indeed, Yuchen kicked the kneeling Dr. Ma aside and strode away. Observing this, Bai Guanghua rejoiced. When Master Yi says I lack qualifications, it's due to my abilities. However, when he states you lack qualifications, it's because of your character. A person may lack ability, but to lack integrity is utterly disastrous. In response to Bai Guanghua's taunts, Dr. Ma remained unperturbed, kneeling on the ground with a pallid visage. Meanwhile, Yichun had just exited the Long residence when a series of powerful engine roars reverberated through the air. With a resounding crash, the gates of the Long family courtyard were shattered. A Hummer barreled into the premises, followed by several other vehicles. The Long family members furrowed their brows in confusion at this unexpected turn of events. Soon, the Hummer's door swung open, and 2 formidable middle-aged men emerged. Upon seeing them, Long Xiuan and Ji Changming's eyelids twitched in unison. Almost simultaneously, they exclaimed, the Thunder Brothers. The rest of the Long family frowned. None had heard of the Thunder Brothers before. After disembarking, one of the men, sporting a scarred face, sneered, Long Xiuan, it appears you are aware of us. I wonder if you anticipated that we have come to take your life? Long Xiuan replied defiantly, Lei Hu, Lei Bao, your father has killed countless. I am merely carrying out orders to eradicate bandits. What right do you have to seek vengeance against me? The scarred man, the leader of the Lei brothers, burst into laughter upon hearing the words. What a noble mission to exterminate bandits, regardless of whether you are acting on orders or who those orders come from. The vengeance for my father is irreconcilable. Today, my brother and I shall take the lives of your entire family to honor my father's spirit in the afterlife. If you wish to place blame, direct it toward your failure to eradicate the root of the problem by eliminating us back then. Long Xiuan nodded and replied, in that case, further words are futile. Let us engage in battle. The reason I spared you in the past was due to your innocence. However, your numerous transgressions over the years compel me to rid the world of your menace once more. Lei Hu laughed heartily. Long Xiuan, whom do you intend to intimidate? Are you not on the brink of death? In your prime, perhaps we would have had some trepidation, but now, killing you is as simple as slaying a chicken. Enough talk, let us commence. With that, Long Xiuan charged towards Lei Hu. Ji Changming also let out a fierce shout and rushed forward. And soon the two sides were embroiled in combat. The martial prowess of Lei Hu and Lei Bao leaned towards the brute force, their strikes capable of shattering stone pillars. A truly fearsome sight. In truth, during their prime, Long Xiuan and Ji Changming possessed strength that surpassed that of Lei Hu and Lei Bao. However, age was catching up with them, and they gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. At that moment, Long Xiuan also let out a fierce cry and joined the fray. Chapter 37. Those I save. Even the King of Hell cannot claim in a fierce confrontation of 3 against 2. the battle was evenly matched. However, it was not long before a muffled grunt signaled a turning point. Ji Changming was struck in the chest by Lei Hu and fell heavily to the ground. Before Ji could rise, Lei Hu appeared at his side, delivering a crushing blow. Crack! All of Ji's ribs shattered. Not long after, Long Xiwan and Long Shaoan also suffered devastating hits, collapsing to the ground. Upon witnessing this, the Long family members attempted to rush forward to assist, only to be subdued by Lei Hu and Lei Bao's men, forced to kneel in submission. In that moment, Long Zitian, Long Zaid, and the rest of the Long family were consumed by regret. Long Xiwan had long urged them to practice martial arts, yet they had dismissed it as futile. It was only now that they realized, in such dire circumstances, money and power were utterly worthless. Only tangible strength mattered. Yet, it was too late for regrets. Lei Hu pointed at the Long family's steward, Fong Mingyuan, and demanded, "Introduce me to the members of the Long family. I will eliminate them one by one." Fong Mingyuan quickly nodded and bowed, saying, "Certainly, Master Lei. This is Long Zitian, his eldest son. This is his second son, Long Zaid. This." Witnessing this scene, the Long family members were filled with rage. "Fong Mingyuan, you traitor." They finally understood why, upon the elder Long's fall, the Lei brothers had arrived. It turned out that there was a traitor among them. Fong Mingyuan laughed heartily. "What of being a traitor? Today, I shall survive, but you all must perish." Long Xiaoyan spat blood in fury and retorted, "Fong Mingyuan, how have we wronged you? Why betray the Long family?" Fong Mingyuan chuckled, "Miss Long, allow me to answer your question. The Long family has treated me well, but Master Lei offered me an irresistible price." Long Xiaoyan's anger intensified at his words. "You chose betrayal for a mere profit. You are lower than a beast. You dare call me lower than a beast?" Fong Mingyuan's eyes narrowed. "Miss Long, have you even considered your family's current plight? How dare you speak to me?" At that moment, Long Xiaoxue could no longer contain herself and shouted, "Fong Mingyuan, my sister speaks the truth. You are indeed lower than a beast." Fong Mingyuan sneered and turned to Lei Hu and Lei Bao, saying, "Master Lei, I suggest we eliminate the Long family entirely. Then take Long Shaoan and Long Xiaoxue with us. These two are renowned beauties in Jinling. They shall become our slaves and playthings for the rest of their lives." Lei Hu and Lei Bao exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with interest as they responded, "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. The eldest and second daughters of the Long family shall repay their family's debts with the remainder of their lives." Fong Mingyuan wore a smug and arrogant expression, declaring, "Did you hear? Your fates now rest in my hands. Fong Mingyuan, you despicable traitor, may you suffer a wretched end." Long Xiaoxue could not help but curse. Smack! Fong Mingyuan struck Long Xiaoxue across the face with a resounding slap, venomously declaring, "Tonight, you shall understand that even if I am a creature beneath the level of swine or dog, you shall still be subjected to their fate." The members of the Long family were seething with rage, their tempers on the verge of exploding. Yet they were acutely aware that their lives were firmly in the grasp of others, rendering their fury utterly futile. Ultimately, Lei Hu gritted his teeth and stated, "We have come to Long country covertly. We must swiftly eliminate the Long family. If we draw the attention of the relevant authorities, we will be in deep trouble." Fong Mingyuan gestured towards Physician Ma and his companions, inquiring, "Master Lei, what shall we do with these individuals?" Terrified, Physician Ma collapsed to his knees, pleading, "Master Lei, I am Ma Chunlin, a renowned physician of Long country, and I have no ties to the Long family. I beseech you, please do not take my life." His apprentice also knelt down, fervently bowing and begging for mercy. Without a moment's hesitation, Lei Hu commanded, "Take action, kill them all, leaving no one alive except for the two women." "Understood, Master Lei," responded several fearsome subordinates. As they prepared to strike, a voice resonated from the entrance, "The lives saved by Yichen are not for even the King of Hell to claim. What are you to presume?" Upon hearing this voice, the spirits of the Long family were momentarily lifted, especially Long Xiwan, Long Xiaoyan, and Ji Changming, who had all witnessed Yi Chen's formidable prowess. However, Bai Guanghua, unaware of Yi Chen's capabilities, hastily shouted, "Master Yi, flee. They intend to kill." Physician Ma and his apprentice, kneeling on the ground, could not help but shake their heads, pondering how this physician could be so reckless, returning when he had already departed. Was he seeking death? Lei Hu and Lei Bao furrowed their brows, wondering from whence this lunatic had come, and promptly waved their hands, ordering, "First, eliminate this brat. Then proceed to slay the Long family. Be swift." "Yes," the subordinates nodded, unhesitatingly charging towards Yichen. "You have sought your own demise. their faces twisted with disdain and a bloodthirsty intent. Yet, in the next moment, they realized something was awry. For Yichen had made his move. In a mere instant, they were all sent hurtling backwards, unable to discern how Yichen had struck. Witnessing this scene, Lei Hu and Lei Bao felt their eyelids twitching uncontrollably. They sensed an imminent threat. Together, let us strike and eliminate him. Without hesitation, the two transformed into fleeting shadows, akin to two unsheathed swords, piercing towards Yichen. "You physician, be cautious," Long Shiwan shouted, summoning all his strength to rise, wishing to fight alongside Yichen. However, due to his severe injuries, merely standing was a monumental effort. Long Shaoan also attempted to rise, only to realize her own grievous wounds rendered her assistance impossible. In an instant, Lei Hu and Lei Bao were upon Yichen. "Boy, prepare to die," they exclaimed simultaneously, launching their attacks aimed directly at Yichen's vital points. Witnessing this, Long Shuwan's eyelids fluttered wildly, his heart brimming with astonishment. He never anticipated that the prowess of Thunder Tiger and Thunder Leopard would be so formidable. It is likely that the two have devoted themselves to rigorous training over the years, driven by a desire for vengeance. Long Shiwan even felt that, during his prime, he might not have stood a chance against these two. This portends an inevitable calamity for the Long family. At this moment, uncertainty clouded Long Shiwan's heart. He was unsure if Yichen could contend with these two adversaries. Boom! Thunder Tiger's fist, capable of cleaving mountains and shattering stones, approached Yichen's temple. Meanwhile, Thunder Leopard's right hand, akin to an eagle's talon, lunged fiercely towards Yichen's chest. In the critical moment of life and death, Yichen remained utterly composed. His body shifted slightly, allowing the attacks to narrowly graze past him. Thunder Tiger and Thunder Leopard were taken aback, unprepared for the exquisite precision of Yichen's evasion. As if he had anticipated their moves. Without any hesitation, the two launched a follow-up assault after their initial strikes missed. However, just as the thought crossed their minds, it was already too late, for Yichen's counterattack had arrived. Boom! Yichen's knee shot upward, crashing directly into Thunder Tiger's chest. In swift succession, he straightened his knee and delivered a powerful kick to Thunder Leopard's abdomen. These seemingly simple yet unadorned strikes concealed an unparalleled force. Both Thunder Tiger and Thunder Leopard were sent hurtling into the air before crashing down hard onto the ground, rendering them unconscious in an instant. Chapter 38. The professional Bufian Rei Hu and Rei Bao succumbed to unconsciousness, plunging the entire Long family estate into an eerie silence. Long Shiwan and Ji Changming exchanged glances, each reflecting profound astonishment in their eyes. Having lived for decades, they had never encountered such an overwhelming shock. Just moments before, they had engaged with Rei Hu and Rei Bao, gaining a clear understanding of their formidable strength. Yet, Yichen had vanquished both with a single move. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have deemed it unbelievable. Long Xiaoyan clutched her injured chest, gazing at Yichen from a distance. Her heart stirred by tumultuous emotions. She recalled the first time she had met Yichen. At that moment, she could hardly have anticipated the significance this young man would hold for the entire Long family, and for her personally. Long Shashue's eyes widened in astonishment as her perception of Yichen transformed entirely. Just moments ago, she had lamented the Long family's decision to invite Yichen, risking the ire of Master Ma. Now, she felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for his presence. Without him, the Long family might have faced annihilation, and she and Long Xiaoyun would have been taken overseas, reduced to mere playthings and slaves. Long Zaiqian and Long Zaidi suddenly awakened to the truth. They finally understood why their elder had persistently urged them to cultivate their skills. No matter how much wealth they amassed or how high they elevated the Long family, it would all be in vain if they lacked the ability to protect it. However, their age had rendered them incapable of further training. They looked at Yichen with fervent admiration, and new aspirations began to blossom within them. Bai Guanghua was overcome with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes. If I could become a disciple of Master Yi in this lifetime, I would die without regrets. Long Shiwan struggled to approach Yichen, grasping his hand and expressing, "Yisheni, you have once again saved the Long family. Your immense kindness is beyond our ability to repay." Yichen replied, "I am averse to unnecessary troubles and typically refrain from meddling in others' affairs. If you wish to express gratitude, let it be for the blood you shed for the nation and its people in the past." Long Shiwan's body trembled, and he ultimately nodded with determination. "I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. The ensuing affairs are for you to resolve." As Yichen spoke, several silver needles materialized in his hand, and with a swift flick, they whizzed through the air. Puff, puff, puff. The subordinates of Rei Hu and Rei Bao collapsed in response. The Long family steward, Fang Mingyuan, also fell to the ground. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Yi Chen strode away. Long Shuan laughed heartily, unable to contain his tears of joy. Heaven has eyes, my bloodshed was not in vain. The heavens shall not extinguish my Long family, he exclaimed with fervor. In the next moment, a fierce determination filled him. I shall cleanse our ranks. As for Rei Hu and Rei Bao, I did not eradicate you in the past. Today, I shall not repeat that mistake. Meanwhile, Yi Chen had just reached the entrance of the Long family estate when a cacophony erupted. Dozens of jeeps sped towards them and screeched to a halt at the gate. From the foremost vehicle emerged a graceful figure, fully armed, none other than the formidable Bufian. When Bufian spotted Yi Chen, she appeared somewhat surprised. Striding over, she exclaimed, Yi Chen, the notorious Lei brothers have entered Long Nation. According to our intelligence, they have arrived at the Long residence. If you encounter them, you must keep your distance and be cautious to avoid harm. Yi Chen shrugged and inquired, did you orchestrate such a grand operation solely to confront the Lei brothers? Indeed, Bufian replied. What you might not realize is that the Lei brothers possess formidable strength. Otherwise, they would not thrive overseas. They have countless lives on their hands, far beyond the capabilities of Bei Yi Wu, whom you previously defeated. Bufian patiently elaborated. Continuing to advise, you must heed my warning. These two are exceedingly dangerous. If you encounter them, do not act recklessly. Leave it to us, for we are the professionals. In truth, Bufian genuinely cared for Yi Chen. On one hand, he had saved her life, and on the other, she truly believed in his potential. However, in her view, despite Yi Chen's formidable skills, he would likely fall short against the notorious Lei brothers. The Wolf Fang assault team had numerous members and advanced weaponry, making them well-equipped to handle the Lei brothers. Yi Chen glanced at the fully armed and alert soldiers of the Wolf Fang assault team and remarked, if you are here to confront the Lei brothers, there is no need to be tense. I have already subdued them. They are right here at the Long residence. Bufian smirked and replied, classmate Yi, I know you are skilled, but I did not expect you to be a master of exaggeration. In any case, remember my words. Keep your distance from the Lei brothers. I understand. You have your responsibilities. I shall take my leave now. Yi Chen recognized that further discussion was futile and chose not to elaborate, departing instead. A smile graced Bufian's face as she said, now that's more like it. For reasons unknown, educating Yi Chen left her with a sense of accomplishment. After Yi Chen's departure, Bufian directed the assault team to split into 3 groups and storm the Long residence. Upon entering, Bufian was taken aback. Based on the photographs, she quickly identified the Lei brothers. However, they posed no threat at that moment, lying on the ground like defeated dogs. Approaching Long Shuan, she saluted and announced, Commander Long, I am Bufian from the Wolf Fang assault team, hereby ordered to apprehend the Lei brothers. Long Shuan chuckled, you arrived just in time. I was contemplating how to deal with them myself. Bufian could not help but express her admiration, saying, I often hear my father speak of the illustrious prowess of old Master Long. I never imagined he still possesses such valor. The Lei brothers dared to come to the Long residence, effectively walking into a trap. Ahem. Long Shuan awkwardly cleared his throat and replied, I must admit, if it weren't for Dr. Ye's timely intervention, the Long family might have ceased to exist. Bufian was momentarily stunned and asked, Dr. Ye? Which Dr. Ye? At that moment, Long Xiaoyan interjected, that would be Yi Chen, a student from Jinling University. You are conducting military training for students there, so you should be acquainted with him, right? Bufian. At this moment, the members of the Wolf Fang assault team, who had been on high alert, could not help but relax. Due to the urgency of the situation, many participants in this operation were drawn from the instructors at Jinling University. Consequently, these individuals possessed a certain understanding of Yi Chen. Bufian's face flushed with embarrassment as she recalled how she had just earnestly advised Yi Chen. Unable to believe his words, it dawned on her that the true fool was herself. Yi Chen, I know. Finally, Bufian composed herself and declared, subsequently gesturing with a grand sweep of her hand to have all those individuals handcuffed and taken away. Thus, Bufian departed from the Long family as if she were fleeing. Chapter 39. The charisma that attracts beauties. After Bufian departed, Long Xiaoyan could not help but express her thoughts. Why does Bufian seem rather unsettled whenever the name Dr. Yi is mentioned? Long Shuan chuckled softly and replied, it appears that Dr. Ye's unparalleled charm is enough to captivate countless young ladies. Long Xiaoyan was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped Long Shuan's implication. For reasons unbeknownst to her, her heart began to race. She recalled the events of the day, particularly the scene where Yichen triumphed over the Lei brothers, which left her entranced. Long Xiuan continued, Xiaoyan, do you remember what I spoke to you about last time? Long Xiaoyan was well aware of what he referred to, her cheeks flushing slightly as she responded. But Grandpa, Yichun is the fiancé of Lu Sueki from the Lu family, and they attend the same school. Long Xiuan waved his hand dismissively, saying, I've already addressed this matter. Besides, you mentioned he is merely a fiancé, not a husband. You still have a chance. Father is right. As long as there is no marriage, there remains an opportunity. I believe that even if they were married, there would still be a chance. No one understands men better than I do. Long Zadie exclaimed passionately, Dr. Yi is like a swift vessel. No, he is like an aircraft carrier. Any family fortunate enough to ally with him will undoubtedly soar to new heights. As he spoke, Long Zadie turned excitedly to Long Xiaoxua, saying, Xiaoxua, did you hear what Grandpa said? You must pursue Dr. Yi alongside your sister Xiaoan. According to your father's experience, the most effective strategy with a young talent like Dr. Yi is the allure of beauty, whether it is Xiaoan or you who succeeds in winning him over. Our Long family stands to gain immensely. Long Xiaoxua blushed and replied, Dad, what are you talking about? Haven't you heard Xiaoyan say that Dr. Yi has a fiancé? Besides, how can I interfere with Xiaoyan's pursuit of him? Long Zadie, with a smug expression, countered, what of having a fiancé? Does that mean you cannot pursue him? As I just mentioned, no one understands men better than I do. If both you and Xiaoyan strive to win Dr. Yi's affection, your chances of success would be maximized. Long Xiaoyan. Long Xiaoxua turned to Long Xiuan, saying, Grandpa, listen to what my father is saying. He indulges in a life of excess, constantly changing partners. Does he really believe that all men are like him? Long Xiuan pondered for a moment and replied, Xiaoxua, I find some merit in your father's words. Long Xiaoxua. Long Xiaoyan. Nearby, Bai Guanghua was utterly astonished. The Long family was indeed going to great lengths to align themselves with Yichun. However, upon reflection, it was certainly worth the investment for someone of Dr. Ye's caliber. With this thought, Bai Guanghua could not help but sigh. He muttered to himself, what a pity that my daughter possesses a rather unconventional beauty. If only she resembled the exquisite granddaughters of Long Laozi. I too would consider employing the strategy of beauty to become Dr. Ye's disciple. Surely, being his father-in-law would be far more advantageous. Meanwhile, upon leaving the Long residence, Yichun returned directly to Jinling University. The following day, the military training continued. A group of individuals was fervently engaged in their training when a pink BMW Mini approached. The door swung open, revealing a pair of long, elegant legs. Cui Zheng immediately exclaimed, Look, the beautiful instructor has arrived. The male students were instantly electrified. The instructor of Class 2, Lin Xiaoro, was renowned at Jinling University for her beauty. At the beginning of the semester, the boys were profoundly convinced that their 4 years of university bliss were assured, given her stunning appearance. However, they soon realized how naive they were, for as the semester drew to a close, they could count the number of times they had seen Lin Xiaoro on one hand. Upon seeing the enchanting instructor, the once lethargic boys sprang to life. Was she here to offer warmth after their strenuous training? The mere sight of her made me feel invigorated enough to perform push-ups. You all can talk big, but if you actually tried to converse with the instructor, you'd probably turn crimson. Who do you look down upon? As long as one has the audacity, the instructor might just take a break. Amidst the fervent gazes of the boys, Lin Xiaoro approached Class 2. Thank you all for your hard work and training. She waved, her smile radiating kindness. Good afternoon, instructor. The boys responded, as if they had been ejected with adrenaline. Lin Xiaoro walked directly to Yichen and said with a smile, Yichen, could you step out with me for a moment? The boys erupted in whispers. It turned out that the beautiful instructor had not come to check on them, but was there specifically for Yichen. What kind of aura did Yichen possess that attracted such attention from a beauty? Yichen nodded and followed Lin Xiaoro to a secluded spot. Yichen, you have been at the school for over a week now. Are you adjusting well? Lin Xiaoro asked with a smile. Yichen nodded and inquired, everything's fine, Lin teacher. Is there something you need? Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiaoro felt an inexplicable aura emanating from Yichen that made her somewhat anxious. Actually, the principal wishes to meet you. He is rather busy, so he sent me to fetch you, Lin Xiaoro explained. Let us discuss this in the car. Without further thought, Yichen took a seat in the passenger side. Soon, the BMW roared to life and departed from the training grounds. Witnessing this scene, the classmates of Class 2 were left in a state of shock. What was happening? Yichen was actually leaving with the beautiful instructor. Not only did Yuchen have a stunning fiancée, but he had also spent time in close quarters with the chief instructor. And the young lady from the Long family had sought him out multiple times. Now he was getting into the car of the beautiful instructor. Could this guy's charm be that immense? If you could send Qianling to the hospital and defeat Bei Yiwu, your allure would surely skyrocket, the crowd murmured, inadvertently glancing at Lu Sueki. Lu Sueki sighed inwardly. Before Yuchen arrived at the school, she had been the exalted campus belle. However, after Yuchen arrived at the school, her primary title became Yuchen's fiancée. It seemed that many things had undergone subtle changes. She gazed in the direction where Yuchen and the counselor had departed. A flicker of curiosity stirring within her. Unable to restrain herself, she murmured, "What could the counselor want with Yichun?" Chapter 40. Are you satisfied? As it happened, Lin Shiro drove Yuchen to the school's administrative building. Upon reaching the principal's office, Lin Shiro knocked on the door. "Please come in," came the principal's voice. The two entered, greeted warmly by the principal. "Yuchen, it's a pleasure to see you again," the principal said with a smile. Yuchen nodded and directly inquired, "Principal, did you call for me?" The principal pulled out his phone, opened a video, and said, "Yichun, take a look at this video." Yichun took the phone, and on the screen was a short video platform playing footage of his victory over Bei Yiwu. The video had garnered over 1 million likes and tens of thousands of comments. Yichun opened the comments and scanned them briefly. Wow, is the martial arts of our Dragon Nation really this formidable? The Taekwondo of Sakura Nation is utterly powerless. Incredible. The ability to harm with mere petals and leaves is astonishing. Who is this master? Not only is he skilled in martial arts, but he is also quite handsome. I look forward to his revitalization of our Dragon Nation's martial arts. Yuchen handed the phone back to the principal, saying, "Is there a problem with this video? Has it caused any negative impact on the school?" The principal quickly waved his hands, replying, "No, no. You have brought glory to the school. However, I called you here to caution you that Bei Yiwu's father is a 9-star Sakura warrior, affiliated with the militaristic Bushido, and has taken many lives. I fear he may seek revenge. Thank you for the warning." Yichen nodded, "But I am not afraid of his retaliation. A mere 9-star Sakura warrior is not something I regard with concern." Listening to the conversation between Yichun and the principal, Lin Xiaoro felt perplexed. What was this talk of a 9-star Sakura warrior? It seemed almost like something out of a novel. However, Yichun was quite familiar with the concept of a 9-star Sakura warrior. In the Dragon Nation, martial artists were referred to as wuxia, while in Sakura Nation, they were called bushin. The title of a 9-star Sakura warrior was essentially the highest honor among warriors. When Master Jio had taken him to the battlefield, they faced adversaries from multiple nations, including over a dozen 9-star Sakura warriors. At that time, Master Jio had intentionally used these formidable opponents to test Yuchen, forcing him to battle against more than 10 9-star Sakura warriors alone. During the fight, Yuchen's life had hung by a thread several times. After all, he was merely a teenager then, while those Sakura warriors were exceptionally powerful and had blood on their hands. Ultimately, Yichun, despite sustaining numerous injuries, had successfully taken the lives of those tenacious 9-star Sakura warriors. Now, Yuchen's strength had evolved beyond recognition. He had no reason to fear the so-called 9-star Sakura warriors. Yet, the principal could not help but feel astonished by Yichen's words. He had once been a guest invited to visit a university in Sakura Nation, where he witnessed a performance featuring a 9-star Sakura warrior battling a pack of wolves. In that performance, a 9-star Sakura warrior had demonstrated Taekwondo, killing several fierce wolves with his bare hands. After witnessing the formidable prowess of the 9-star Cherry Blossom Samurai, he was profoundly shaken, experiencing nightmares more than once. Concurrently, he developed a sense of reverence for the Taekwondo of the Cherry Blossom Nation. Thus, he agreed to establish a Taekwondo club at school, aiming to learn from each other's strengths. However, after viewing the video of Yichun defeating Bei Yiwu last night, his perceptions were utterly transformed. The so-called Taekwondo, when compared to the national martial arts of the Dragon Nation, was rendered utterly trivial. Reflecting on this, he expressed his gratitude, saying, "Yichun, you have shown me and many from the Dragon Nation the true essence of our national martial arts. I hope you can promote our national martial arts to enhance the student's sense of identity and pride." Yichun, with a contemplative expression, responded, "This issue crossed my mind during my first Taekwondo lesson. Why should our schools in the Dragon Nation learn Taekwondo? I propose we study our own national martial arts." The principal nodded, acknowledging it is indeed best for the students to learn our national martial arts. However, we lack qualified instructors. Yichun interjected, "Leave the instructor issue to me." Give me a week, and I will cultivate a group of qualified national martial arts instructors. Yet, he added, the prerequisite is to immediately abolish the Taekwondo classes and disband the Taekwondo club. Both the principal and Lin Shiro widened their eyes in disbelief. Could Yi Chen truly train a batch of qualified instructors in just 1 week? Surely, he was not merely boasting. Ultimately, the principal chose to place his trust in Yi Chen, stating, very well, I promise you, Jilin University will immediately abolish the Taekwondo classes and disband the Taekwondo club. The two were in perfect accord. At that moment, a knock on the door interrupted them. A staff member entered, presenting a document to the principal, saying, Principal, we have received a lawyer's letter from Beiyu's Yuhang of the Cherry Blossom Nation's military samurai, demanding the expulsion of a student named Yi Chen. If we do not comply, they will prohibit Jilin University from implementing Taekwondo and cancel the cooperation in establishing the Taekwondo club. The principal glanced at Yi Chen and remarked, Do you see? They are acting swiftly. This is undoubtedly more than just a lawsuit. I fear they may seek retaliation. Yi Chen shrugged nonchalantly, asserting, If they dare to come, I will ensure they remain here forever. His voice, although calm, carried an undercurrent of chilling menace. Both the principal and Lin Xiao shivered at the thought. They looked at Yi Chen, filled with an overwhelming sense of awe. Their instincts told them that Yi Chen was far more than an ordinary student. The principal tore the lawyer's letter in half and discarded it into the trash, instructing the staff member, you need to implement 2 actions. First, respond to Yuhang, asserting that Yi Chen acted in defense of justice. If they wish to pursue legal action, we will stand firm. If they seek to retaliate against Yi Chen, Jilin University will not permit it. Second, cease all Taekwondo classes. In 1 week, we will convert them all to national martial arts classes and notify all physical education teachers involved in Taekwondo to prepare to learn our national martial arts. Understood. The staff member pulled out a small notebook and meticulously recorded the principal's words before exiting the office. After finishing, the principal turned to Yi Chen with a smile and inquired, Yi Chen, are you satisfied with my handling of the matter? Yi Chen nodded and replied, no problem. Meanwhile, in the land of cherry blossoms, Kitano Yu received a response from Jilin University. Casting a glance at Kitano Takashi, who lay on the bed, Kitano Yu, filled with rage, slammed his hand down, shattering the table before him. Although Kitano Takashi had escaped the clutches of death, for reasons unknown, he was left utterly incapacitated. Baka, those detestable citizens of the Dragon Nation, I shall soon journey to your land and make you pay a bloody price. Kitano Yu's eyes narrowed as he declared. Chapter 41. Do not forget each other in prosperity and wealth. Upon exiting the principal's office, Lin Shiro drove Yi Chen back to the training grounds, eliciting envy from a crowd of boys. On that very day, Jilin University announced a significant notice. All Taekwondo classes would be discontinued and replaced with traditional Chinese martial arts courses, with all physical education teachers dedicating a week to study these martial arts under the tutelage of Yi Chen. Not only that, but Yi Chen was also appointed as the deputy chief instructor for the military training, alongside Bu Fian, overseeing the students' training. The announcement sent ripples throughout the university. After all, Yi Chen was merely a student, yet he had transformed into a coach for a group of teachers and assumed the role of chief instructor for military training. Such an occurrence is undoubtedly unprecedented, not just at Jilin University but across the whole of Long Country. The classmates in Class 2 erupted in excitement upon hearing the news. Yi Chen was truly remarkable. As of today, he was the deputy chief instructor, no longer required to endure the same hardships as they did during training. Their class had produced a hero, a source of pride. Rumor had it that after the military training concluded, an excellent class would be selected, and Class 2 was sure to excel. Surely, with Yi Chen's fiancée in their class, who would dare to show them disrespect? Amidst these discussions, Lu Sueki felt a sense of helplessness. Indeed, her status as the campus belle had been overshadowed by Yi Chen's fiancée. Just then, the chief instructor, Bu Fian, approached. From a distance, she called out to Yi Chen, Deputy Chief Instructor Yi, step forward. From today onward, we shall fight side by side. Yi Chen nodded and began to walk towards Bu Fian. However, at that moment, Cui Zheng clung to Yi Chen's leg, exclaiming, Brother Chen, do not forget me in prosperity. I'm holding onto this leg. Laughter erupted among the crowd. In the blink of an eye, military training was nearing its conclusion. Yi Chen had transformed dozens of physical education teachers into competent martial arts instructors in just 7 days. Though a brief period, it was sufficient for Yi Chen. He employed the training methods imparted by his master in prison, ensuring high efficiency. Additionally, he concocted several elixirs to enhance the teacher's physical abilities. Previously, these middle-aged instructors had succumbed to a mundane existence, steeping goji berries in thermoses, but after consuming Yi Chen's elixirs, they were revitalized and full of vigor. During the military training showcase, Yi Chen performed martial arts alongside these instructors, garnering thunderous applause. The students present were left in awe, eagerly anticipating the upcoming martial arts classes. After the performance, Yi Chen, as the deputy chief instructor, took his seat at the podium. The military training showcase concluded swiftly, with the Wolf Fang assault team instructors departing immediately. However, Yi Chen was surprised to find that Bu Fian had not left. "Your unit's vehicle has already departed. Why do you linger?" Yi Chen inquired of Bu Fian, who stood beside him. Bu Fian smiled mysteriously and remarked, "I will not leave. The commander of the Wolf Fang assault team has entrusted me with a glorious yet arduous task." Yi Chen replied, "Oh, then continue with your mission. I shall go and have my meal." With that, he strode towards the dining area, intending to join Cui Zhang and others for lunch. Bu Fian was left speechless, her mind filled with confusion. She truly wondered if this fellow was perpetually hungry, as he seemed to think of nothing but food every day. Unable to restrain herself, she caught up to Yi Chen and inquired, "Yi Chen, do you not wish to know what my task is?" Yi Chen shook his head, "Not really." Bu Fian continued, "My task is to persuade you to join the Wolf Fang assault team. Our political commissar stated that if I fail in my mission, I must remain at Jinling University and not return." She blocked Yi Chen's path, pleading, "Thus, you must assist me." Yi Chen pondered for a moment and replied, "Isn't it rather pleasant to stay? Consider it a vacation." Bu Fian was momentarily taken aback, feeling at a loss for words. "Do you have anything else to discuss?" "If not, I shall proceed to dine," Yi Chen queried. "Nothing else?" Bu Fian deflated, resembling a punctured balloon. After Yi Chen and Cui Zhang had their lunch, they returned to their dormitory to engage in gaming. Yi Chen relished this state of life immensely. However, around 3 in the afternoon, he received a call from Lu Gongming. "Why, son-in-law, this evening, Sweki will attend a gathering with Lin Lin. You should join as well. It's good for young people to interact," Lu Gongming said cheerfully. Yi Chen considered this and replied, "I have no objections. It mainly depends on whether Sweki is willing." Lu Gongming exclaimed with delight, "Rest assured. Sweki is already home and eager to go. I shall send a car to fetch you immediately." "Grandfather." Then, Yi Chen could hear Lu Sweki's voice complaining in the background. He ended the call, stating, "I'll step out for a moment. I want to be dining in the cafeteria tonight." Cui Zhang jumped off his bed, saying, "Chenggu, I just overheard your call. Are you going to dine with the campus beauty, Lu?" Yi Chen thought for a moment and replied, "You could say that." The envy in Cui Zhang and the others' eyes was palpable as they exclaimed, "Chenggu, the campus beauty Lu is your fiancée. And both Bu the instructor and the young lady of the Long family seem interested in you. You truly are a model for our generation." Were it any ordinary university student surrounded by such admiration, they would undoubtedly become conceited. Yet Yi Chen remained unaffected. Although he was of similar age to Cui Zhang and his companions, his emotional maturity vastly surpassed theirs. Soon, Yi Chen departed from Jinling University. A striking red Ferrari awaited him at the entrance, with Lu Sweki already inside. Upon seeing Yi Chen approach, she shifted awkwardly and said, "I hadn't intended to invite you. It was my grandfather who insisted I bring you along." Yi Chen nodded, "I understand. Let us go." Lu Sweki felt a sudden sense of discomfort. Her explanation was meant to convey to Yi Chen that she was not clinging to him. However, what she had not anticipated was Yi Chen's nonchalant demeanor, as if he were entirely indifferent to her attitude. Lu Sweki started the car and departed from Jinling University. Along the way, she informed Yi Chen, "The banquet this evening is organized by a fellow named Chu Xiaowei, a senior at Jinling University of Finance and Economics, primarily to celebrate his birthday. You may not recognize many of the attendees, and if you prefer not to attend, you need not feel obligated." Yi Chen replied, "I just consulted an oracle, and it foretells that your participation in this gathering may pose a danger. If you are also reluctant to go, I would recommend against it." In truth, Yi Chen held no interest in such events. However, he noticed that Lu Sweki's forehead bore a faint darkness, with a hint of blood concealed within. This was an ominous sign, indicating that Lu Sweki was not only in peril, but could potentially face dire consequences. Yet, upon hearing this, Lu Sweki found herself at a loss for words. She abruptly halted the car and stated, "Yi Chen, I have already said that if you do not wish to attend, you are free to decline." Why must you fabricate such excuses? Yichun cast a glance at Lu Sueki before closing his eyes, leaning back in the passenger seat, and said, "Since I have already promised old Lu, I shall go." Lu Sueki. Chapter 42, Fiancé or Shield. Approximately 20 minutes later, Lu Sueki and Yichun arrived at a KTV named Dreamy Sea. At this moment, the night had just fallen, and the vibrant nightlife of the city was officially beginning. As they alighted from the car, they spotted Jiang Linlin at the entrance, fervently waving at them. "Sueki, over here." Lu Sueki, filled with delight, inquired, "Linlin, how did you get here?" Jiang Linlin pouted, replying, "I wanted to hitch a ride with you, but since you're driving a two-seater Ferrari, even if I wanted to be a third wheel, I had no chance." Lu Sueki shot her a disapproving glance, saying, "Stop talking nonsense. Didn't you come in your boyfriend's car?" Jiang Linlin chuckled, "Come on, everyone is waiting. Let's head up quickly. We're in the Emperor's Hall on the 8th floor." The three entered the elevator, with Jiang Linlin pressing the button for the 8th floor. The Dreamy Sea KTV ranks among the top 3 night venues in Jinling, and the Emperor's Hall is the most luxurious private room in the entire establishment. "Tonight, we shall revel," Jiang Linlin exclaimed, her excitement palpable. After all, the host of the birthday celebration was Chu Xiaowei, whose father is an executive at the Sea High Group, rich and powerful. However, Jiang Linlin's tone shifted as she sighed, "Sueki, Chu Xiaowei is your admirer, and he is quite the gentleman, unlike Qin Tian's domineering nature. Are you here to give him a chance?" At this remark, Lu Sueki couldn't help but glance at Yichun, only to find him expressionless, seemingly indifferent to Jiang Linlin's words. "My father knows Chu Xiaowei's father and insisted that I attend tonight's gathering, so spare me the gossip," Lu Sueki replied with a hint of exasperation. Before long, the elevator reached the 8th floor, and the trio entered the Emperor's Hall. A cacophony of raucous singing greeted them. Inside, at least 20 to 30 people had already gathered. A man was holding a microphone, singing passionately. "The feeling of falling in love drives me wild." As they entered, a loud voice rang out, "The illustrious Lu Sueki has arrived." At that moment, a sharply dressed man in the center of the sofa stood up, exclaiming, "Sueki, you finally made it. We've been waiting for quite some time." This man was none other than Chu Xiaowei. As he approached, he added, "Sueki, please take a seat." Once Lu Sueki and her companions settled down, the attention of everyone in the room converged upon them. Is this truly the legendary Lu Sueki? She is even more stunning in person than we imagined, far exceeding the beauty of our school-s flower. It is no wonder that Brother Chu has taken a liking to her. She outshines even the stars of the entertainment industry. Attending today's banquet and witnessing Lu Sueki in person is truly worthwhile. Mind your manners. Can't you keep your mouth shut while drinking? Chu Xiaowei interjected, waving his hand dismissively as he took a seat beside Lu Sueki. Meanwhile, he noticed Yichun beside Lu Sueki, narrowing his eyes slightly, and inquired, "Sueki, is this your friend?" Lu Sueki pondered for a moment before replying, "He is my fiancé." "What?" Instantly, the entire private room fell silent. Those who had been drinking paused, turning their gazes toward them. Many present were classmates and friends of Chu Xiaowei, all of whom were well aware that he had long regarded Lu Sueki as his dream girl. Moreover, he was elated to have invited her to his birthday celebration. Yet, who could have anticipated that Lu Sueki would arrive with her fiancé? In fact, when Lu Sueki made this declaration, both Yichun and Jiang Linlin were momentarily taken aback. After all, until now, Lu Sueki had consistently resisted acknowledging her relationship with Yichun. Today, however, she had boldly admitted it herself. Nonetheless, Jiang Linlin quickly deduced that Lu Sueki had no intention of accepting Chu Xiaowei, thus using Yichun as a shield. Yichun, on the other hand, did not dwell on it. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings, keen to identify any potential threats that might endanger Lu Sueki. Once he ensured her safety, he planned to leave early. He had no desire to remain in this KTV with a bunch of youngsters drinking. Chu Xiaowei forced a smile and remarked, "Sueki, you truly have a knack for humor." He then addressed the crowd, saying, "Everyone, don't just stand there. Continue drinking and singing. Let us not waste this glorious time." Only then did the crowd react, some pouring drinks while others chose songs. The notion of Lu Sueki claiming Yichun as her fiancé did not linger in their minds. After all, aside from his handsome appearance, Yichun was dressed in cheap attire, utterly incomparable to Chu Xiaowei. Thus, the only plausible explanation was that he was merely a decoy. As the drinking progressed, Chu Xiaowei selected a song. Holding the microphone, he gazed at Lu Sueki and cheerfully stated, "Next, I will sing I Truly Love You for the most beautiful girl present today, Lu Sueki." Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in cheers. Lu Sweki slightly furrowed her brow. I gently approach your side, slowly becoming familiar with your smiling face. A certain essence of love begins to spread. Chu Xiaowei sang with profound emotion, his eyes fixed on Lu Sweki, brimming with infatuation. When he concluded his song, the room resounded with enthusiastic applause. Chu Xiao sang the song with such passion. My goodness, I am truly envious. If a man were to express such deep feelings for me, I would unhesitatingly surrender myself. In truth, I believe Chu Xiao and the beautiful Lu are quite a match. Hearing the murmurs around her, Lu Sweki's brow furrowed once more. In fact, Chu Xiaowei had confessed his feelings to her previously, only to be rejected. Had it not been for her father's insistence that she attend tonight's gathering, she certainly would not have come. At that moment, Jiang Linlin glanced at Yi Chun and remarked, Yi Chun, Chu Xiaowei is publicly serenading Xueqi with love songs. Aren't you going to sing a piece to assert your claim as her fiancé? Jiang Linlin appeared to revel in the unfolding drama. However, Lu Sweqi couldn't help but look toward Yi Chun, suddenly filled with anticipation. Yet, Yi Chun merely shook his head and replied, I have no interest in singing. Jiang Linlin pouted and retorted, if that's the case, I shall take it as a sign of your cowardice. Yi Chun downed his brandy in one gulp and said, do as you wish. Jiang Linlin let out a huff, feeling a surge of indignation. However, before she could speak again, Chu Xiaowei approached, kneeling before Lu Sweqi and declaring, Sweqi, I truly care for you. Please grant me a chance. Chapter 43. Chu Xiaowei's plan. Lu Sweqi was taken aback. She had never anticipated that Chu Xiaowei would profess his feelings for her. Moreover, he chose to do so in front of such a large audience. Before Lu Sweqi could gather her thoughts, the crowd began to chant, Together! 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 Kneeling on one knee, Chu Xiaowei lifted his gaze. His fervent eyes locked onto Lu Sweqi. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Linlin suddenly comprehended the situation. The banquet, ostensibly held in celebration of Chu Xiaowei's birthday, was, in fact, a ruse to seize the opportunity to declare his love for Lu Sweqi. Sweqi, please say yes, Chu Xiaowei implored, reaching out to grasp Lu Sweqi's hand. In a swift motion, she evaded him, firmly taking hold of Yi Chun's arm instead, proclaiming, Chu Xiaowei, I already have a fiancé. Chu Xiaowei chuckled, replying, Sweqi, do not deceive me. You think I cannot see through this? This fellow is merely your shield, isn't he? Lu Sweqi, flustered, insisted, I am not lying. Yi Chun is truly my fiancé, if you don't believe me. However, before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted. The crowd chimed in. Lu, the campus belle, do you think we are so easily fooled? This guy is nothing but a cheap trinket. How could he possibly be your fiancé? Indeed, if you're looking for an actor, at least choose someone credible. His entire outfit barely costs 200 yuan. Many girls admire Chu Xiao. Yet he is uniquely infatuated with you. Countless people envy your position. Lu Sweqi furrowed her brow, feeling a surge of disdain. Chu Xiaowei continued with a smile. Sweqi, even your father supports our union. If we were to be together, it would benefit both our families' businesses. With that, Chu Xiaowei turned to Yi Chun, saying, What do you think, brother? Yi Chun smiled and replied, Brother, pursuing a girl is not about relentless pestering. Please rise, there's no need to kneel. What did you say? Chu Xiaowei's expression twisted. You are Yi Chun, right? Regardless of whether you are a shield, you must understand that you are utterly unworthy of Sweqi. Yi Chun shrugged and said, And what of it? What of it? Chu Xiaowei clenched his teeth, warning, You better step aside. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. Yi Chun took a sip from his glass, remaining silent, yet his stance was unmistakably clear. A flicker of malice crossed Chu Xiaowei's eyes as he nodded to himself, declaring, Very well, we shall see. As Chu Xiaowei's heartfelt confession crumbled before Yi Chun's indifference, the crowd erupted in disdain. Kid, you're merely a shield. Don't overestimate your worth. Unless you plan to leave Jinling after graduation, offending Chu Xiao means you'll have no place in this city. It would be wise to apologize to Chu Xiao and make your exit. Unfazed, Yi Chun continued to drink. Chu Xiaowei shot a glare at Yi Chun before turning and entering the restroom of the private booth. A male student followed closely behind him. Inside the restroom, Chu Xiaowei lit a cigarette, exhaling a long plume of smoke. The male student remarked, Chu Xiao, how dare that brat oppose you? He must be tired of living. Should we seize the opportunity later and teach him a lesson? Chu Xiaowei narrowed his eyes and replied, He certainly cannot be spared. But my primary target tonight is Lu Sweqi. As he spoke, Chu Xiaowei produced a packet of drugs and handed it to the male student, instructing, in a while, Open a few bottles of wine and drinks, and slip the drugs into Lu Sweqi's beverage, and that brat's wine. The male student instantly understood Chu Xiaowei's intentions towards Lu Sueki. "Rest assured, Chu Xiao, I will ensure the task is completed," he said with a smile, filled with envy. Lu Sueki was the belle of Jinling University, undeniably a stunning beauty. And tonight, Chu Xiaowei was poised to savor her allure. Of course, only Chu Xiaowei would dare to act thus, considering the formidable power of the Lu family. Any ordinary boy attempting such a thing with Lu Sueki would likely find himself unceremoniously fed to the fish in the Jinling River. However, with Chu Xiaowei's audacity, the Lu family would likely be unable to retaliate, and perhaps for the sake of reputation, they might even arrange a marriage between the two. Soon, Chu Xiaowei returned to the booth, and a fresh batch of wine and drinks arrived promptly. Seeing Lu Sueki pouring herself a new drink, a smile crept onto Chu Xiaowei's face. He lifted his glass and approached her, saying, "Sueki, regardless of anything, I thank you for attending my birthday celebrations. Let us remain friends." Lu Sueki glanced up at Chu Xiaowei, surprised by his nonchalance. Truth be told, she was quite apprehensive about him being overly persistent. After all, his father was an executive at the Four Seas Group, a corporation with considerable dealings with the Lu family, many of which the Lu family relied upon. Lu Sueki raised her drink and replied, "Let us indeed remain friends." Just as she brought the drink to her lips, Chu Xiaowei realized that his plan had succeeded halfway. However, at that moment, a voice rang out from the side, "Hold on." Yichen snatched the drink from Lu Sueki's hand. Chu Xiaowei's eyelids twitched, and he frowned. Lu Sueki was taken aback and asked, "What's wrong?" In the next instant, Yichen splashed the drink onto Chu Xiaowei's face. "What are you doing?" Chu Xiaowei exclaimed. The splattering drink elicited screams from those nearby. Lu Sueki and Jiang Linlin widened their eyes in shock. Indeed, Yichen would never simply stand down. Just when one might think he was quiet, he was likely concocting a grand scheme. "Yichen, how could you splash a drink on Chu Xiao's face?" Jiang Linlin said. Exasperated, Lu Sueki tugged at Yichen's arm, casting him a questioning look. Meanwhile, Chu Xiaowei's classmates had already erupted in outrage. "Young man, are you aware of Chu Xiao's status? Do you dare to spill a drink on him? Such audacity stems from ignorance. You may not fully grasp the magnitude of the entity you have provoked. It appears this fellow is courting disaster." Chu Xiaowei was also incensed. "You were seeking death." Yichen's cold gaze fixed upon Chu Xiaowei as he replied, "You should already understand why I poured the drink on you." Chu Xiaowei clenched his teeth and retorted, "I do not comprehend, but today, you shall meet your end. Just wait." With that, he retrieved his phone, intending to summon reinforcements to teach Yichen a lesson. However, before he could even dial, Yichen had already taken action. Boom. Yichen delivered a powerful kick to Chu Xiaowei's abdomen. Chu Xiaowei let out a wretched scream as he was propelled backward, crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. The sheer force held his body against the wall for several seconds before he fell to the ground with a thump. Chapter 44. A sudden outburst after falling to the ground. Chu Xiaowei curled up, clutching his abdomen, resembling a large shrimp. The onlookers were filled with disbelief at this scene. Who would dare to lay a hand on Chu Xiaowei? This person must be out of their mind. Soon, the private room was filled with various warnings. "Kid, it seems you truly do not comprehend who young Master Chu is. You are finished. You are doomed. No one can save you." Even Lu Sueki could no longer hold her tongue. "Yichen, why do you have to resort to violence again? You cannot afford to provoke him." Yichen shook his head and replied, "There is no one in this world that I, Yichen, cannot confront." Lu Sueki could only remain speechless. The crowd could not help but shake their heads. Yichen was indeed too arrogant. Such arrogance would undoubtedly come at a cost. At that moment, Chu Xiaowei finally managed to rise from the floor, clutching his abdomen as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Initially, when Yichen questioned him, he felt a twinge of insecurity. However, rage had now overwhelmed his reason. He charged towards Yichen, pointing furiously, "You dare to touch me? Today, I will ensure you do not leave this KTV. It will be useless no matter who comes, mark my words." Yichen, however, responded nonchalantly, "If I wish to leave, no one can stop me. And remove your hand." Chu Xiaowei's eyes seemed ablaze with fury. "What will you do if I don't? You dare to." Before he could finish, Yichen swiftly delivered a slap. Chu Xiaowei let out a wretched scream, blood spurting from his mouth along with several teeth. And he collapsed once more to the ground. In contrast, Yichen remained unfazed, turning to Lu Sueki and saying, "Let us depart." Lu Sueki was left in shock. "Yichen, do you realize what you have done?" She felt resentment towards Yichen, as her intention for attending this gathering was to avoid escalating tensions. Yet, with Yichen's outburst, everything was now ruined. Strangely, a thought flickered in her mind. Was it because Chu Xiaowei pursued her that Yuchen acted? This notion left her heart in turmoil, but above all, she felt a sense of helplessness regarding Yi Chen's impulsive nature. In truth, not only was Lu Sueki stunned, but Zhang Linlin was equally bewildered. The crowd was also left speechless, gazing at Yi Chen as though he were a fool. I mean, you have beaten young Master Chu to this extent and still wish to leave? You are overestimating yourself. Young Master Chu has declared that you will not exit the KTV today. Though they spoke these words, their gazes towards Yi Chen had entirely shifted. As they uttered these remarks, they maintained a safe distance, for after all, this individual was prone to violent outbursts, even daring to confront young Master Chu. Observing Lu Sueki's expression, Yi Chen contemplated his words and stated, Chu Xiaowei, had someone drug your drink. As for the purpose of that drug, do I need to elaborate? Lu Sueki was momentarily taken aback, her gaze darting towards Chu Xiaowei. At that moment, Chu Xiaowei staggered to his feet, trembling in pain, and vehemently exclaimed, You're talking nonsense. How could I possibly drug anyone? Another voice chimed in, Exactly. Don't slander him without evidence. A brother added, Are you just making excuses for your own folly? That excuse is utterly ludicrous. The crowd rallied in support of Chu Xiaowei, yet at that moment, both he and the accused were left in a state of disarray. They were puzzled as to how Yi Chen had discovered the drugging. Inside the KTV, the noise was deafening. They had been conversing in the restroom, making it implausible for Yi Chen to have overheard them. Little did they know, Yi Chen's hearing was far superior to that of ordinary individuals. He had clearly perceived their dialogue. Even if Yi Chen had not overheard them, he could easily detect the anomaly in Lu Sueki's beverage. At that juncture, Yi Chen approached the boy who had administered the drug, fixing him with an unwavering stare. The boy felt an overwhelming sense of dread and stammered, What are you staring at me for? Yi Chen inquired, Who instructed you to drug the drink? His tone was calm, yet a powerful pressure enveloped the boy. Trembling, he stuttered, You, don't speak nonsense. One last chance. Who directed you to drug the beverage? Yi Chen pressed. Ultimately, the boy could no longer withstand the pressure, his nerves fraying, and he collapsed to the ground. He pointed towards Chu Xiaowei, quaking as he said, It was Chu Xiao. He instructed me to do it. It has nothing to do with me. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd as they turned their gazes towards Chu Xiaowei. Could it be true that Chu Xiao had indeed orchestrated the drugging of Lu Sueki merely to manipulate her? It seemed highly plausible. Chu Xiaowei gritted his teeth and retorted, You brute. What else can you do besides threaten others? I did not drug anyone. Stubborn. Yi Chen declared as he seized Lu Sueki's drink, approached Chu Xiaowei, and forced the liquid into his mouth. Chu Xiaowei struggled, but in Yi Chen's grip, he was as helpless as a fledgling chick. The onlookers understood the gravity of the situation. Soon, they would discern whether the drink contained any drugs. Within less than 2 minutes, Chu Xiaowei's consciousness began to waver. Though his eyes remained open, they held a glazed expression. At that moment, someone shouted, I recognize this. It's that infamous drink from a while back. After consuming it, one's awareness becomes muddled, yet basic reflexes remain intact, leaving one susceptible to manipulation. The crowd was instantly enlightened. Yi Chen had spoken the truth. Chu Xiaowei had indeed intended to drug Lu Sueki. As for the motive, it was all too clear to those present. They couldn't help but marvel at Chu Xiao's audacity. Meanwhile, Lu Sueki shivered, a chill running down her spine. Had it not been for Yi Chen's keen perception of the drug in both the alcohol and the beverage, they both would have fallen prey to his machinations. Once she ingested the medicine and succumbed to unconsciousness, it was all too evident what Chu Xiaowei would do to her. With trembling hands, she grasped Yi Chen's arm and said, Yi Chen, I wish to leave this place. Yi Chen nodded in agreement, uttering, All right. However, at that very moment, a thunderous bang echoed as the door to the private room was forcefully kicked open. A voice followed, Chu Xiao, which fool has dared to provoke you again? Everyone turned their gaze towards the entrance, their hearts sinking in silent lament for Yi Chen. Chu Xiao's men had arrived. Could this young man possibly escape unscathed? Upon seeing the figure at the door, Yi Chen's expression turned peculiar, while Lu Sueki and Zhang Linlin's faces blanched in an instant. The person at the threshold was none other than Biao Gu, the notorious leader of a street in the university town, with whom Yi Chen had a history of conflict. Chapter 45. The misfortunate Biao Gu. As Yi Chen gazed at Biao Gu at the entrance, an expression of bewilderment crossed his face. Previously, when he had clashed with Qin Ling, it was Biao Gu whom she had summoned. However, at that time, Biao Gu had his legs broken by Long Xiaoyan. Logically, he should have been bedridden for a considerable period. To his astonishment, merely a few days had passed, and here was Biaogu, seemingly lively and undeterred, coming to provoke him once more. Biaogu, upon spotting Yichin, appeared equally perplexed. Yet, in the next moment, a cold smirk crept across his face as he remarked, Well, it seems fate has brought us together again. Did you provoke young Master Chu? Yichin nodded, replying, Indeed. That's all I needed to hear. Previously, with the support of the Long family's young lady, you broke my legs. I was just about to seek you out, Biaogu declared, gesturing grandly as a group of his underlings entered the private room. He seized a baseball bat from one of them, fixing a frosty stare upon Yichin. Today, I shall take your 2 legs. Yichin shrugged nonchalantly, stating, Just like that day, I'll return the sentiment to you. You are still defiant even when death is imminent. Today, I shall make you aware of the consequences of your bravado. Biaogu's fury ignited, and he waved his hand, instructing several subordinates to clear the area, declaring that blood would be shed today. Upon hearing this, the faces of those present turned ashen. The companions of Chu Xiaowei exchanged fearful glances, silently agreeing to depart. Biaogu was the notorious leader of a street in the university town, and with the backing of the Jinling King, disturbing him could lead to dire, unforeseen consequences. Jiang Linlin, too, felt trepidation and instinctively tugged at Lu Sueki's sleeve. Yet, Lu Sueki stood resolute, stating, Biaogu, today Chu Xiaowei drugged me, and Yichin intervened to save me. I hope you will not make things difficult for him. Biaogu let out a cold laugh, replying, Miss Lu, this matter is between Yichin and myself. It does not concern you. I advise you to leave at once. Of course, if you wish to stay and witness Yichin's demise, I have no objections. At this juncture, Yichin patted Lu Sueki's shoulder, saying, You should return. I can handle this. No. Lu Sueki replied with unwavering conviction. She then turned to Biaogu, asserting, Biaogu, you must know that Yichin is my fiancé. If you intend to harm him, should you not seek the approval of the Lu family first? Upon hearing this, Biaogu's brows furrowed. The last time he had encountered Yichin, he had suffered broken legs, and had it not been for an acquaintance with a remarkable individual, he would likely still be bedridden. He had long harbored thoughts of revenge against Yichin. Furthermore, as today was orchestrated by Chu Xiaowei, he could easily pin the blame on him if anything went awry, an unparalleled opportunity. With this realization, Biaogu erupted in laughter, proclaiming, Miss Lu, grievances have their roots and debts their masters. If I were to end his life today, should the Lu family seek retribution, they can send old Master Lu to find me. Besides, I was summoned here by young Master Chu. I merely act as a hired hand, taking money to settle scores. Lu Sueki frowned, retrieving her phone and declaring, I shall call my grandfather immediately. Yichin firmly grasped Lu Sueki's hand and said, You may leave. I do not require assistance from the Lu family. Lu Sueki was immediately filled with indignation. Having extended her goodwill to Yichin, she felt utterly unappreciated. Realizing her sentiments were misplaced, Jiang Linlin, equally exasperated, pulled Lu Sueki towards the exit, saying, Sueki, let us depart quickly. Why bother with someone who reciprocates kindness with disdain? Lu Sueki glanced back at Yichin, only to see him pouring himself a drink and indulging in it without a care. Initially, she had felt grateful for Yichin's rescue, but witnessing his arrogant demeanor extinguished any fondness she had for him. Thus, she allowed Jiang Linlin to lead her away from the private room of the Emperor's Hall. However, as they reached the door, regret washed over her. From what she understood, Biaogu was not to be trifled with. If anything were to happen to Yichin, Jiang Linlin broke the silence. Sueki, are you so concerned about Yichin because you have developed feelings for him? Lu Sueki quickly retorted, Of course not. I merely felt guilty for not returning the favor after he saved me. Jiang Linlin shook her head, replying, What is there to feel guilty about? You have already done your part, yet he remains indifferent. Do you enjoy placing your warmth against his coldness? Lu Sueki was momentarily taken aback, reflecting on Yichin's earlier attitude, which ignited her anger. As the campus belle, when had she ever been treated in such a manner? She cast one last glance at the closed door of the private room, gritted her teeth, and departed with Jiang Linlin. Meanwhile, after Lu Sueki and Jiang Linlin had left, Biaogu, wielding a baseball bat, approached Yichin menacingly, stating, Kid, let us see what it's like to have your legs broken. Yichin remained silent, sipping his drink, observing Biaogu's bravado with an air of calm. This nonchalance only served to infuriate Biaogu further, who swung the bat violently towards Yichin's legs. Biaogu's face contorted with a sinister expression, while his entourage cast sympathetic glances at Yichin, eagerly anticipating his cries of pain. However, in the next moment, Yichin seized the bat with precision. With a swift motion, he wrested it from Biao Ji's grasp and swung it with force, the bat carving a perfect arc through the air before crashing down upon Biao Ji's knees. Crack! His knees shattered instantly. Thud! Biao Ge collapsed to the ground, howling in agony. The excruciating pain jolted through his nerves. Ah! He cried out, pounding the ground with his fists, soon succumbing to unconsciousness. His group of underlings swallowed hard. Previously, Biao Ge had suffered a similar fate at the hands of Yi Chun, but back then, it was the dragon family's young lady who had dealt the blow. They had no inkling of Yi Chun's formidable strength and brutality. Biao Ge has once again encountered an insurmountable obstacle. No, it is akin to striking against a titanium alloy plate. The formidable figure of the university town, who usually strides with audacity, has, within a fortnight, suffered 2 broken legs. Such a fate is indeed tragic. A group of his subordinates lamented. Yi Chun cast aside the baseball bat, gazing at Biao Ji's motley crew, and declared, "I am leaving. Is there anyone here who wishes to engage?" The group of subordinates swallowed hard. The ease with which Yi Chun had taken the bat from Biao Ge indicated that he was not merely skilled, but exceptionally so. Should they charge forward, they might find themselves in an even graver predicament than Biao Ge. Observing their hesitation, Yi Chun stepped towards the exit. The subordinates instinctively retreated, forming a clear path for him. However, one subordinate stood his ground, warily eyeing Yi Chun, and stated, "Listen, kid, the king of Jinling resides in Dream City, and Biao Ge is his nephew. You shall not leave here today." As soon as the words left his mouth, the door to the private room was forcefully swung open once more, and another group of individuals entered. Chapter 46. Unexpected arrival. A group of over a dozen individuals entered, led by a towering figure exuding an air of dominance. It was none other than the king of Jinling, the ruler of Jinling. Accompanying him were individuals clad in tailored suits, radiating an imposing presence that was leagues above that of Biao Ji's subordinates. It was he who had shattered Biao Ji's legs. The assembly of underlings pointed excitedly at Yi Chun, their eyes alight with fervor. The mere sight of the king of Jinling was enough to fuel their bragging for days. They had no doubt that, should the king intervene, Yi Chun would undoubtedly kneel and sing his praises. After all, the king of Jinling was a paragon of power, his iron fists unmatched in the realm. Biao Ji's eyes narrowed as the king approached him. Despite his abundance of conquests, he had yet to father a child. Having consulted numerous physicians and even undergone in vitro fertilization, all efforts had culminated in failure. Thus, he held great significance for his nephew, anticipating that the young man would one day provide for him in his twilight years and inherit the family legacy. At that moment, Biao Ge stirred from his stupor, attempting to speak, but only a series of anguished cries escaped his lips. The king swiftly interjected, "Do not speak. I shall arrange for your transport to the hospital. Leave this matter to me." Tears streamed down Biao Ji's face as he gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "I refuse to go to the hospital. I want to witness this brat's demise." The king comprehended Biao Ji's intent, patting his shoulder reassuringly. He then rose and strode toward Yi Chun, the atmosphere in the private room seemingly darkening with each step. Meanwhile, Yi Chun had settled comfortably on the sofa, pouring himself another drink and leisurely indulging in the fruits before him, exuding an air of nonchalance. The onlookers in the room regarded Yi Chun with astonishment. Shouldn't he be groveling in despair at this moment? Why was he still indulging himself? Yet, soon their expressions morphed into disdainful smirks. The kid is clearly aware of his impending doom. Perhaps he wishes to die with a full stomach. If he were to kneel and plead for mercy now, the king might show him some leniency and spare his life. With a grim countenance, the king of Jinling approached Yi Chun. At that instant, Yi Chun lifted his gaze, meeting the king's eyes. The king, upon recognizing Yi Chun's visage, stood frozen in shock, as if struck by lightning. To the astonishment of all, he sank to his knees before Yi Chun. The murmurs within the room ceased abruptly. Biao Ge clenched his teeth, anticipating Yi Chun's pleas for mercy. Yet, what unfolded before their eyes was the king of Jinling kneeling before Yi Chun. In disbelief, the onlookers rubbed their eyes, striving to confirm the surreal scene. Their expressions morphed into one of existential doubt. How could this be? The formidable king of Jinling, brought to his knees by a mere youth. However, the most astonishing revelations were yet to come. Before Yi Chun stood the king of Jinling, kneeling and eagerly offering, "My lord, shall I massage your legs?" Yi Chun reclined comfortably on the sofa, crossing his legs, and replied, "That would be acceptable." Instantly, the king of Jinling's face lit up with joy as he obediently began to massage Yi Chun's legs. The onlookers were utterly astounded. The scene before them shattered their perceptions. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, no one would have ever believed such a spectacle. During this time, Brother Biao awakened once more. However, upon seeing the king of Jinling kneeling before Yichen, his mind became overwhelmed, and he fainted again. As Yichen relished the king's massage, he remarked with a teasing smile, "Little Li, not bad at all. After a few years out of prison, you've risen quite splendidly, even becoming a king." The king of Jinling, sweating profusely, stammered nervously, "It is primarily due to your excellent guidance, my lord. Back in prison, I studied under you for 4 years, which has led to my current achievements." The crowd grew increasingly bewildered and astonished. Did the king of Jinling and Yichen know each other? Furthermore, was the king's success somehow tied to Yichen? It turned out that the king of Jinling had once been a second-rate figure, commanding a group of underlings due to his formidable skills. However, he had later offended someone and was swiftly imprisoned. Once in prison, he quickly ascended to the position of leader among the inmates, living a life of relative comfort. Yet, he was later transferred to Seoul Prison, where his task was to train alongside the little master, who was none other than Yichun. When the king of Jinling first encountered Yichun, the latter was merely 13 years old. To the king, Yichun was just a mere child, and the notion of training alongside him felt like an affront. However, he was taken aback to find that he could not withstand even a single move from Yichun, being soundly defeated and left on the ground in a state of disgrace. Realizing he was to be transferred out of Seoul Prison, since the facility had no tolerance for incompetence, he recognized this moment as his greatest opportunity. Before the transfer, he endeavored to please Yichun in every possible way, hoping to remain in Seoul Prison. Whenever Yichun grew weary from training, he would eagerly rush to offer water and provide massages. Ultimately, Yichun granted him the favor of staying. He spent 4 years in Seoul Prison, during which he primarily served Yichun but also learned many techniques from him. Over those years, his strength multiplied tenfold. Upon leaving Seoul Prison and reclaiming his title as the king of Jinling, he vanquished his adversaries through sheer might and ascended to greatness. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that while he was a king in Jinling, in comparison to Yichun, he was but a trivial existence. Should Yichun desire, he could strip him of everything in an instant. After sufficient time had passed, Yichun rose and declared, "It is time for me to take my leave." Jinling Wang rose respectfully and said, "My lord, I shall escort you." Yichun waved his hand dismissively and replied, "No need, just handle matters here." Yes. Please rest assured, my lord." Jinling Wang stammered. However, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Yichun had left him with a perplexing dilemma. The instruction to manage the situation was vague, leaving him uncertain about the proper course of action. If he failed, the repercussions would undoubtedly fall upon him. He called over Biao Ji's subordinates to thoroughly understand the events that had transpired. After a considerable period of contemplation, Jinling Wang turned to Biao Gu and said, Biao, this is your second transgression against my lord. Were you not my nephew, I would have dispatched you without hesitation." Upon hearing this, Biao Gu was struck with fear, exclaiming, "Uncle, I truly had no idea about this fellow. I was unaware of Yichun's true identity. Had I known, I would have kept my distance. You must save me." With a swift motion, Jinling Wang struck Biao Gu across the face and admonished, "You dare to speak my lord's name so carelessly? From now on, refer to him as grandfather. Do you understand?" Biao Gu nodded repeatedly, saying, I understand. Satisfied with this response, Jinling Wang nodded and continued, "However, while you may escape death, you cannot evade punishment. Since my lord has seen fit to break your leg, you shall forego medical treatment and leave the rest to fate." He then directed his gaze towards Chu Xiaowei, who lay on the ground, eyes glazed over, and declared, "Chu Xiaowei, son of Chu Wei, a senior executive of the Sihai Group, since you cannot control your baser instincts, you shall no longer be needed. Dispose of him and feed him to the dogs." Chapter 47. Feeding the dog. After departing from the Dream CKTV, Yichun hailed a taxi back to Jinling University. As he sat in the cab, observing the bustling traffic outside, he felt a sense of nostalgia. It had been over 20 days since he left the ghost prison, and he couldn't help but wonder how his mentors were faring. To unravel the mystery of his lineage, he needed to acquire 7 pieces of the Mother Jade pendant. Yet, to his dismay, he had not secured even a single piece thus far. It appeared he needed to expedite his efforts. Having rescued Lu Gongming and Lu Sueki, he had fulfilled the promise made by Elder Chen years ago. Ultimately, he had to reclaim the Mother Jade pendant within a month. Upon arriving at Jinling University, Yichun exited the taxi. Before he could fully step out, a Rolls-Royce approached. The vehicle came to a halt, and a familiar voice called out, Son-in-law Yi, please wait. Yi Chen was taken aback. Why was the patriarch of the Lu family here? Lu Gongming exited the car and hurried over to Yi Chen, with Lu Sueki following behind, her expression one of discontent. What brings you here so late, Elder Lu? Yi Chen inquired. Lu Gongming warmly grasped Yi Chen's hand and replied, Son-in-law Yi, I heard from Sueki about the incident at KTV. How could she abandon you after you saved her? I have already given her a stern reprimand at home. Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively, saying, It's nothing. However, Lu Gongming spoke with utmost seriousness. How can it be nothing? As a husband, one must uphold the dignity of the family. A woman must know her rightful place. With that, he cast a glance at Lu Sueki and added, Sueki, you must apologize to son-in-law Yi and express your intentions. Lu Sueki was utterly speechless and retorted, Grandfather, what era are we in? Why are you still clinging to those archaic notions? Lu Gongming's expression turned stern. What archaic notions? These are the fine traditions passed down from our ancestors. How did you promise me you would behave at home? With gritted teeth, Lu Sueki approached Yi Chen and said, Thank you for saving me. And I shouldn't have left you alone tonight. Yi Chen replied, It's all right. Your presence wouldn't have changed anything. Lu Sueki, after a moment's hesitation, Lu Sueki inquired, Are you all right? Yi Chen responded, Do I look like someone who is not well? You needn't worry. I'm heading back to my dorm to rest. Lu Sueki. Through their interactions over the past few days, Lu Sueki had come to realize that Yi Chen's most significant pursuits were eating and sleeping. At that moment, Lu Gongming interjected, Son-in-law Yi, it's quite late. The dorm might already be locked. There's no point in returning now. Yi Chen glanced at the time and replied, There are still 20 minutes until lights out. I can make it back in time. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Lu Gongming blocked Yi Chen's path and said, Isn't today a day off? Don't go back to the dorm. Come home with us instead. We can enjoy a family reunion dinner tomorrow. Yi Chen looked at Lu Gongming for a moment before finally saying, Very well. Soon, the three of them got into the car. Lu Gongming occupied the front passenger seat, leaving the rear seat for Yi Chen and Lu Sueki. Lu Sueki, seated beside Yi Chen, felt a sense of discomfort. In contrast, Yi Chen remained as carefree as ever, gazing out the window, lost in thought. Soon, the trio arrived at the Lu family estate. Lu Gongming arranged for Yi Chen to sleep in the bedroom adjacent to Lu Sueki's quarters. Lu Sueki couldn't shake the feeling that her grandfather was subtly hinting at something. However, Yi Chen appeared unfazed. After a brief wash-up, he entered the bedroom and fell into a deep slumber. The night passed in silence. Before long, dawn broke, and the Lu family had prepared a lavish breakfast, a testament to Lu Gongming's regard for Yi Chen. Though recent events had altered Lu Sueki's perception of Yi Chen, she still felt somewhat helpless, questioning whether her grandfather's treatment of Yi Chen was perhaps excessive. As for Lu Sueki's parents, their confusion ran even deeper. In their eyes, someone like Chu Xiaowei, a scion of high society, was the ideal match for Lu Sueki. However, they had also heard of the drugging incident involving Chu Xiaowei and condemned him as a scoundrel, vowing to confront his father about it one day. Just as the family was finishing breakfast, an unexpected guest arrived, Chu Xiaowei's father and a senior executive of the Sihai Group. Chu Wei, Lu Jinhua, come out. Chu Wei stormed in, his voice booming with fury. Lu Jinhua felt his own anger rising. With a cold snort, he retorted, Chu, have you lost your mind? I was planning to find you. Chu Wei, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Jinhua, spat out his words. Lu Jinhua, where is your son-in-law? Tell him to come out. Last night, he mutilated my son's manhood. At this revelation, Lu Jinhua was taken aback, instinctively glancing at Yi Chen. Lu Sueki's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Yi Chen, who was calmly eating. He had indeed severed Chu Xiaowei's manhood. A harrowing image flashed through Lu Sueki's mind. Was it because Chu Xiaowei had drugged her and had ulterior motives that Yi Chen had punished him so brutally? This seemed excessively cruel. Yet, she understood that had she been drugged and fallen into Chu Xiaowei's hands, she too would have wished for his punishment. With these thoughts, Lu Sueki felt that Yi Chen's actions were justified. She even found herself wanting to commend him. Chu Wei glared at Lu Jinhua, demanding, Lu Jinhua, speak up. Where is your son-in-law? Taken aback by Yi Chen's brutal actions, Lu Jinhua swallowed hard and turned to Yi Chen, asking, Yi Chen, did you do this? Yi Chen remained silent, peeling a tea egg and popping it into his mouth, turning to Lu Gongming to say, This tea egg is quite well made. Yi Chen had a master who was a legendary chef, imparting to him a wealth of culinary skills. So for this tea egg to earn his approval was indeed a rare feat. Lu Gong was evidently unaffected by Chu Wei's presence. Smiling as he spoke to Yi Chen, This tea egg is made with top-quality Longjing tea, simmered for a full 10 hours. Son-in-law Yi, if you find it delicious, do indulge yourself. Lu Sweki. Lu Jinhua. Chu Wei's eyelids twitched, and with a piercing gaze, he fixed his eyes on Yichen. You are the one who severed Xiao Wei's manhood. After savoring the tea egg, Yichen finally replied, I did not sever your son's manhood. Flames of fury seemed to erupt from Chu Wei's eyes, wishing he could devour Yichen whole. You did not do it? Do you think I am unaware? Xiao Wei's classmates have informed me. Last night, after the king of Jinling ordered the severing of Chu Xiao Wei's manhood, he had the young man sent back. Upon witnessing his son's tragic state, Chu Wei nearly lost his mind. However, due to Chu Xiao Wei's confusion and excessive blood loss, he was unable to articulate what had transpired. By contacting his son's classmates, Chu Wei learned that his son had clashed with someone named Yichen, who happened to be the son-in-law of the Lu family. At that moment, gazing at Yichen, Chu Wei felt an overwhelming urge to kill. He fixed his stare on Yichen, demanding, Tell me, did you indeed sever Xiao Wei's manhood? Where is it? Yichen pondered for a moment before responding, That was the doing of a friend of mine. But I will need to inquire about the whereabouts of Chu Xiao Wei's manhood. With that, Yichen produced the business card left by the king of Jinling the previous night and dialed the number inscribed on it. As the call connected, a detached voice answered, Hello, who is this? It is I. Yichen replied calmly. Immediately, he heard the sound of the phone dropping to the ground. Young master, how may I serve you? The king of Jinling asked respectfully. I merely wish to inquire about the whereabouts of Chu Xiao Wei's manhood, Yichen asked. After receiving the answer, Yichen ended the call. Chu Wei hastily inquired, Where is it? He had already consulted the doctors, and if time were on their side, perhaps it could be reattached. After all, time is life, and it is also the happiness of Chu Xiao Wei. Yichen's expression turned slightly peculiar as he remarked, It was fed to the dogs. Chapter 48. The comfort of being protected. What? Upon hearing Yichen's words, Chu Wei was nearly driven to madness. The members of the Lu family were momentarily taken aback. Yichen's ruthlessness was astonishing, akin to a heartless execution. Chu Wei, trembling with rage, pointed at Yichen and shouted, You little brat. If you dare to feed Xiao Wei's lifeblood to the dogs, I will let you off the hook. Yichen casually picked up a small steamed bun and took a bite, nonchalantly replying, You do as you wish. I shall accompany you. Lu Gongming laughed heartily, exclaiming, As expected of my granddaughter's husband. Unfazed by raging storms, he remained steadfast, and I find myself increasingly fond of him. With that, he turned his gaze to Chu Wei, sneering, Mr. Chu, there is no need for your theatrics. If it weren't for my grandson-in-law last night, my precious granddaughter would have been sullied by your despicable son. Therefore, what my grandson-in-law did was entirely justified. Should you dare to lay a finger on him, the Lu family will stand firm against you. Stand firm? What gives your Lu family the audacity to confront me? Chu Wei's face contorted with rage as he spat. Lu Gongming, mark my words today, your grandson-in-law must die. And there is no longer a need for the collaboration between the Lu family and the Four Seas group. At these words, Lu Jinhua and his wife exchanged alarmed glances. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the Four Seas group was one of the giants in Long Country's corporate landscape. While the Lu family possessed numerous assets, their scale paled in comparison to that of the Four Seas group. Each year, their collaboration provided a significant cash flow to the Lu family. Terminating that partnership would deal a severe blow to them. However, Lu Gongming merely scoffed and remarked, Chu Wei, you are but a high-ranking executive of the Four Seas group. If you intend to use this incident to suppress the Lu family, the Four Seas group may not agree. Just then, Lu Jinhua's phone rang. Upon answering, a panicked voice erupted, President Lu, it's bad news. The Four Seas group has unilaterally terminated its collaboration with the Lu family, citing product deficiencies. Chu Wei chuckled dryly. Now you understand whether I can accomplish this, don't you? Lu Jinhua furrowed his brow, realizing that Chu Wei's influence exceeded his expectations. At that moment, Lu Sweki spoke up. Had I known that Chu Xiao Wei was so vile, I would never have gone last night. This incident is not our fault. Guilt gnawed at her. If it weren't for her, Yichen would not have been embroiled in such trouble, nor would the Lu family be implicated. She had always prided herself on her beauty, yet for the first time, it brought her distress. Nevertheless, Lu Sweki's words incensed Chu Wei, who pointed at her and hurled insults. You shameless harlot. It is your seduction of Xiao Wei that led to this debacle. I will ensure Xiao Wei recovers and makes you pay dearly. At this, the Lu family members' expressions darkened, unable to suppress their indignation. It was no wonder that Chu Xiao Wei was so debased, truly, like father, like son. However, before anyone could retort, a cup of water flew through the air, striking Chu Wei squarely in the mouth with a resounding crack. His lips were left bloodied and mangled, and he let out a piercing scream. The crowd clearly observed that the cup had indeed been thrown by Yi Chun. Lu Gongming could not help but exclaim, "Well done, son-in-law. If he dares to insult your wife, let us take action against him." At that moment, Lu Sueki felt a sudden warmth in her heart, touched by the protective sentiment. Being safeguarded by someone was truly delightful. However, Yi Chun merely remarked, "Your loud commotion is disrupting my meal." Lu Gongming. Lu Sueki. The crowd. After a moment of recovery, Chu Wei turned to Yi Chun and declared, "If you dare to touch me or Xiao Wei, you will face dire consequences. I vow to settle this with you." It was at this moment that Yi Chun finally finished his breakfast. He retrieved a napkin to dab his lips and stated, "Cease your shouting. You are about to be dismissed from the Sihai group. The one who is doomed is not me, but you." Chu Wei chuckled, "Dismissed from the Sihai group? What a laugh. I am the second in command and a shareholder. You must be dreaming." In truth, Chu Wei was not alone in this belief. Even the Lu family members thought Yi Chun was merely trying to intimidate him. Unbeknownst to them, while Yi Chun was dining, he had sent a message to King Jinling, who promptly assured him that he could handle the situation. Of course, even if King Jinling could not resolve it, Yi Chun had his own means. For his over 100 masters had not only imparted their lifelong teachings, but also left him with numerous other resources. As Chu Wei finished speaking and noticed Yi Chun's silence, he was about to continue when his phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was a call from Zheng Hanyan, the chairwoman of the Sihai group. He answered, "What is it, Chairwoman Zheng?" "Chu Wei, you have been dismissed. Please come to the office to complete the necessary formalities." Zheng Hanyan's voice was chilling. Chu Wei felt as though he had been struck by lightning. "Why have I been dismissed? On what grounds?" he demanded. Zheng Hanyan replied coldly, "I do not know the specifics. It is the decision of the shareholders' meeting. You should reflect on whom you may have offended." Chu Wei was nearly driven to madness. He could hardly accept this harsh reality. The Sihai Group, as one of the top enterprises in Longhua, was a behemoth in Jinling. Countless companies depended on the Sihai Group for survival, and many sought collaboration with it. As the second in command, his authority was only surpassed by Zheng Hanyan, overseeing numerous projects. Many companies had showered him with gifts, money, and favors to gain his favor. Yet, should he be expelled from the Sihai Group, all of this would vanish. In a state of panic, Chu Wei exclaimed, "No, the Sihai Group cannot dismiss me. I have made significant contributions to the company, and I hold shares as well. If the Sihai Group dismisses me without justification, I will sue." Zheng Hanyan responded, "Chu Wei, I have already informed you. This is the shareholders' decision. Furthermore, the group will investigate the projects you have handled. If any corruption or illegal activities are discovered, accountability will follow." Boom. Chu Wei's mind went blank, and he collapsed to the ground. Over the years, he has engaged in substantial corruption and abuse of power. Not only will he lose everything, but it is also likely that he will languish in prison. "Chu Wei, we have been partners for quite some time. I suggest you reflect on whom you have offended. I have a meeting to attend, so I must take my leave." With that, Zheng Hanyan ended the call. Chu Wei's hand, which held the phone, fell helplessly to his side. He turned his gaze towards Yi Chun, suddenly recalling Yi Chun's words, "Stop making such a fuss. You are about to be dismissed by the Sihai Group. It is not I who will face ruin, but you." His eyes widened in shock as he crawled over to Yi Chun, weeping uncontrollably, and pleaded, "Mr. Yi, I was wrong. I beg you. Please do not let the Sihai Group fire me. I implore you." Chapter 49. The Rhythm of Cohabitation. Chu Wei knelt before Yi Chun, tears streaming down his face as he confessed his wrongdoings. His forehead repeatedly struck the ground, quickly becoming bruised. The members of the Lu family exchanged shocked glances. They had just assumed Yi Chun's words were mere bluster. To their astonishment, Chu Wei had indeed been dismissed from the Sihai Group. It is worth noting that the Sihai Group is a colossal enterprise, encompassing a vast array of industries and ranking among the top 50 in Long Kingdom. Although the Lu family boasts considerable assets and a respectable standing in Jinling, they pale in comparison to the Sihai Group. This disparity is precisely why Chu Wei held significant influence throughout Jinling. Even Lu Jinhua found it necessary to curry favor with him. Yet now, Chu Wei had been expelled from the Sihai Group. Furthermore, the group was set to launch an investigation, signifying that they not only cast aside Chu Wei but sought his complete ruin. Given Chu Wei's capabilities and the extensive network he had cultivated over the years, one would expect the Sihai Group to show him some leniency, even if he had erred. The current situation clearly suggested that a powerful figure had taken aim at Chu Wei. With this realization, the members of the Lu family turned their gazes toward Yi Chun. Could it be that Yi Chun was that formidable individual? The mere possibility sent shockwaves through the entire Lu family, especially Lu Jinhua and his wife. Initially, they had vehemently opposed the old patriarch's insistence on marrying Lu Sueki to Yi Chun. However, as they exchanged knowing looks, an idea began to take root in their minds. If Yi Chun truly was the influential figure who effortlessly subdued Chu Wei, they would never oppose Lu Sueki's union with him. On the contrary, they would ensure Lu Sueki was impeccably presented to Yi Chun. At that moment, the Lu family remained engulfed in profound astonishment. While Chu Wei continued to kneel at Yi Chun's feet, pleading, "Mr. Yi, I was wrong. I beg you, please don't let the Sihai group expel me." "Get lost," Yi Chun coldly retorted, delivering a kick that sent Chu Wei sprawling. Yet, like a dog, he quickly crawled back to Yi Chun, continuing his supplication. Lu Gongming let out a sneer, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. His decision had been impeccably sound. Yi Chun was destined to be a dragon rising from the depths. Should the Lu family establish a connection with Yi Chun, they too would surely soar to great heights. "Someone, drag this scoundrel away," Lu Gongming commanded without hesitation. Soon, security personnel rushed in, seizing Chu Wei and unceremoniously tossing him out. Interestingly, these two security guards were the same ones who had previously thwarted Yi Chun at the entrance. They now felt a profound sense of reflection. Initially, they had presumed Yi Chun to be just another ordinary individual. Yet it was they who turned out to be the true fools. From the reactions of the Lu family patriarch and others, it was evident that if Yi Chun desired, he could soon marry Lu Sueki and ascend to the pinnacle of life. Just then, the astonishment among the crowd was far from over. As a Porsche came to a halt at the gates of the Lu estate, the car door swung open, revealing a woman who seemed nearly perfect as she stepped out. Upon the arrival of a visitor, Lu Jinhua's eyes widened in surprise as he hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Chairman Zheng, what a delightful surprise. I apologize for not welcoming you properly." The visitor was none other than Zheng Hanyan, the esteemed chairwoman of Sihai Group and a renowned figure in Jinling City. Although the Lu family had a partnership with Sihai Group, Lu Jinhua felt he was hardly worthy of an audience with Zheng Hanyan, whose illustrious background was well known. 5 years prior, Zheng Hanyan had come to Jinling to assume her role as chairwoman, captivating a multitude of admirers. During a lavish banquet, a young heir from a local family, intoxicated, had made unwelcome advances towards her. The following morning, his lifeless body was discovered floating in the Jinling River. That family, initially intent on seeking retribution against Zheng Hanyan, soon vanished without a trace from Jinling. Since that incident, no one dared to covet Zheng Hanyan's beauty, for no one wished to invite the wrath of annihilation upon their lineage. Thus, upon Zheng Hanyan's arrival, Lu Jinhua and the others felt an undeniable tension. Zheng Hanyan then turned to Lu Jinhua, smiling as she said, "You flatter me, Mr. Lu. I have come to offer my sincerest apologies for the oversight that led to Chu Wei's cancellation of our cooperation with the Lu family. As a gesture of goodwill, Sihai Group is eager to explore a deeper collaboration with Lu's group. May I inquire about your thoughts on this proposition?" Lu Jinhua, taken aback, quickly responded, "Chairman Zheng, it is an honor for Lu's group to collaborate with Sihai Group." Soon, they reached a preliminary agreement. Zheng Hanyan then courteously greeted Lu Gongming, further astonishing the Lu family. The notion that Sihai Group had proactively sought partnership with Lu's group was unfathomable. Moreover, Zheng Hanyan was apologizing due to the cancellation of cooperation with Chu Wei. This was truly beyond belief. Before long, the gaze of the Lu family shifted once more to Yi Chun. Could it be that the attitudes of Sihai Group and Zheng Hanyan were somehow connected to him? This possibility sent shockwaves through the Lu family, as it implied that they were indeed fortunate to have a connection with Yi Chun. Ultimately, Zheng Hanyan departed, casting a lingering glance at Yi Chun, her words unspoken. However, upon noticing Yi Chun seemingly engrossed in a game, she chose to leave without further ado. Lu Jinhua and his wife observed Yi Chun, their emotions in turmoil. In the past, they would have scorned him for his lack of ambition, questioning why he, at his age, still indulged in gaming. Yet now, their perspective had shifted entirely. "Do you know Chairman Zheng?" Lu Jinhua couldn't help but inquire. Just as Yi Chun completed a game, he looked up at Lu Jinhua and asked, "Who is Chairman Zheng?" Lu Jinhua was momentarily taken aback as he replied, "Chairman Zheng of Sihai Group, Zheng Hanyan, the very person who just left. I don't know her." Yi Chun shook his head. Lu Jinhua and his wife exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in confusion. Could it be that Zheng Hanyan's visit had no connection to Yichen whatsoever? The other members of the Liu family harbored similar thoughts. Regardless, today is a momentous occasion for the Liu family. The prospect of a profound collaboration with the Sihai group signifies that the Liu family is poised to ascend to new heights. In celebration, Mr. Liu ordered the chef to prepare several additional dishes for lunch and shared a few drinks with Yichun. During the meal, Mr. Liu made an announcement. My dear granddaughter, Sweki, remember my visit to your university some time ago? I observed that while the accommodation at Jinling University is quite satisfactory, it may not be entirely conducive for your comfort. Hence, I have taken the liberty of purchasing a luxurious apartment near your university in your name. You both shall move in shortly. Upon hearing Mr. Liu's words, Liu Sweki's face flushed crimson. It was abundantly clear that her grandfather intended for the two of them to cohabit. Chapter 50. A ripple effect. Must I truly cohabit with Yichen? What a peculiar maneuver from my grandfather. At this thought, Liu Sweki's face flushed crimson. The fact that Yichun was her fiancé was already known to a considerable number of people, though fortunately, it hadn't caused much of a stir. However, if she were to cohabitate with him, it would undoubtedly become common knowledge throughout the school. In the past, she would have outright rejected her grandfather's decision. Yet, her perspective had shifted. Ultimately, she remained silent, wishing to observe Yi Chen's reaction. What say you, son-in-law Yi? Lu Gongming gazed at Yi Chen with a cheerful demeanor. Lu Jinhua and his wife exchanged glances, unable to suppress their admiration for Lu Gongming's wisdom. Truly, experience prevails. It has always been said that a hero struggles against the allure of beauty, as long as Yi Chen is a reasonably normal man. He is unlikely to decline such a golden opportunity. In any case, once the two began living together, everything would naturally fall into place, binding the Liu family to Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen, without a moment's hesitation, replied, "No, thank you. I am quite comfortable in my dormitory." This response took the Liu family by surprise. Liu Sweki was left speechless and infuriated. As a young lady, she had yet to voice her concerns. Yet here was a grown man already expressing his reluctance. "Grandfather, I am also quite accustomed to my dormitory. I do not wish to move out," Liu Sweki retorted, biting her lip in defiance. Lu Gongming burst into hearty laughter, saying, "You needn't feel embarrassed. Besides, I have already purchased the house. It would be a waste if you do not utilize it." Yi Chen interjected, "Old Master Liu, I genuinely do not wish to go." Anger flared on Liu Sweki's face as she swiftly added, "Grandfather, I do not wish to go either. That is final." With that, she attempted to retreat to her room. Lu Gongming seized her arm, chuckling as he said, "Son-in-law Yi, Sweki, you both promised your grandfather to try living together for a month. There are still 10 days left. You cannot deceive this old man." He then added, somewhat playfully, "If you two refuse to go, the duration will be extended. Otherwise, my memory may become a bit muddled, and I might forget where the jade pendant is." Upon hearing the words jade pendant, Yi Chen's gaze finally sharpened, a resigned expression crossing his face. He genuinely wanted to inquire whether it was the old man's audacity that had thickened with age, or if it was simply the audacity of age itself. "You've won. I shall go." Yi Chen conceded. The jade pendant held significant importance for him, and he absolutely needed to acquire it. Were it anyone else being so shameless, they would likely find themselves on the floor by now. However, as Lu Gongming was an old acquaintance of Chun Lao, Yi Chen could only wait for a month to pass. "Sweki, you have no objections, do you?" Lu Gongming inquired. Without waiting for Liu Sweki's response, Lu Jinhua and his wife chimed in unison. "Of course, Sweki has no objections." Liu Sweki could only respond with silence. Now, not only her grandfather, but also her parents seemed eager to push her into Yi Chen's embrace. Thus, the family swiftly arrived at Jinling University, where they assisted Yi Chen and Liu Sweki in vacating their dormitory, ultimately reaching a prestigious apartment complex nearby known as Tulip. Shortly after their departure from the university, news erupted like a tidal wave, sweeping through the entire campus. Liu Sweki was cohabitating with her fiancé. Although the previous revelation of her engagement had stirred a stir among a limited audience, primarily within the financial college, this incident was markedly different. Someone had captured images of Liu Sweki departing the campus alongside Yi Chen, trailing them all the way to the Tulip apartment, akin to paparazzi capturing celebrities in clandestine moments. These individuals promptly disseminated the photographs across the school's forums, discussion boards, and confession walls. The uproar was palpable within merely half an hour. The comments had soared into the thousands. Breaking news: the campus's foremost beauty, Liu Sweki, was living with her fiancé, who happened to be a student at Jinling University. Goodness, is this rumor ripe for the picking? Is the person above out of their mind? There are pictures, after all. The truth is evident. No way. The illustrious Lu Sweki is my goddess. How could she possibly cohabit with another? I still use her photograph from the sports meet as my wallpaper. I'm utterly heartbroken. Just the thought of my goddess being shared with someone else makes me feel despondent. As the news spread, more and more individuals became aware of the situation. Ufian, while in the library, overheard students discussing the matter. She glanced at the forum and immediately felt the weight of her own ambitions. As the saying goes, the tender embrace of love can be a hero-esque grave. It seemed Yichen would be less inclined to join the Wolf Tooth assault team now. After all, who would prefer a hard bed over living with the campus beauty? Of course, this news swiftly reached the Long family as well. Just a few days prior, after Long Xiuan had consumed the medicinal pill provided by Yichen, all his ailments had vanished. He had even made a special trip to the hospital for an examination, where it was confirmed that the cancer cells that had once ravaged his body were entirely gone. Though he had been mentally prepared for a positive outcome, the reality still left the entire Long family in shock. At that moment, in the Long family estate, Long Xiuan held the examination results in his hand, feeling as though he had regained a decade of youth. With profound emotion, he exclaimed, Yushini can actually cure late-stage cancer. His medical prowess is nothing short of miraculous. Beside him, Ji Changming shared similar sentiments. The strength of the Lei brothers is formidable, yet they could not withstand even a single strike from Yushini. His skills in both medicine and martial arts are truly divine. Long Xiuan took a deep breath, lamenting, that old fox, Lu Gongming, is indeed cunning. He has orchestrated for his granddaughter to cohabit with Yushini, and we have fallen behind yet again. Listening to their conversation, Long Xiuan also felt her thoughts drift. Although her acquaintance with Yichen was brief, she had already been thoroughly captivated. With a sigh, she remarked, Yushini has been betrothed to Lu Sweki, so their cohabitation is hardly surprising. Long Xiuan waved his hand and remarked, I have inquired with the security of the Lu family, and it appears that the engagement between them was established over a decade ago. Previously, both Dr. Yi and Lu Sweki seemed inclined to dissolve this engagement. In any case, we still have our chances. Long Didi nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, both Xiaoyan and Xiaoxue are stunning beauties. As long as we take the initiative, we need not fear that Dr. Yi will remain indifferent. Ultimately, the advantage lies with us. Long Xiaoyan and Long Xiaoxue exchanged a glance, both feeling a sense of helplessness. Long Xiuan's so-called opportunity merely entailed them attempting to undermine the engagement or perhaps sharing a husband. Throughout this period, they had been inundated with such notions. Although their resolve had wavered, they had yet to breach the final psychological barrier. After all, they had been raised as the favored daughters of heaven. The idea of sharing a husband was entirely absent from their life aspirations. Chapter 51. A seizure of the nest at the Tulip apartment. Yi Chun and Lu Sweki have already moved in. To avoid disturbing the couple, Lu Gongming had long since departed with Lu Jinhua and his wife. However, Lu Gongming left with a cheerful demeanor, while Lu Jinhua and his wife were somewhat apprehensive. Upon returning home, Su Lan, Lu Sweki's mother, could not contain her concerns and asked, Jinhua, do you think we are being too hasty in entrusting Sweki to them? Lu Jinhua sighed and replied, I too feel it is somewhat rash, but this is Father-'s decision. It must be right. Besides, you have seen Yi Chen's abilities. Have you not? Su Lan nodded slightly but continued to express her worry. Sweki is still an innocent young lady. It seems unfair to let that boy Yi Chen take advantage of her. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that today's events are rather chaotic. The dismissal of Chu Wei and Zheng Hanyan coming personally to discuss cooperation. Does this have anything to do with Yi Chen? We must clarify this. If we misunderstand, it could be a great loss. Lu Jinhua nodded emphatically and said, you are right. We should promptly call Sweki and have her probe Yi Chen. Su Lan quickly picked up her phone and dialed Lu Sweki's number. Once the call connected, Su Lan spoke earnestly, Sweki, listen carefully. Now that you are living with Yi Chen, you must be vigilant. Do not let him have his way too easily. Men often fail to cherish what they acquire too effortlessly. Lu Jinhua nudged Su Lan, urging her to get to the point. She quickly nodded and continued. You must ascertain whether today's events are connected to Yi Chen. If they are, and he approaches you, that is one matter. If not, he should not get near you at all. A woman's first time is crucial. If handled well, it can yield immense rewards. Do you understand? In the apartment. Upon receiving her mother's words, Lu Sweki felt utterly bewildered. Why did she feel as if she were being treated like an object? Moreover, when Lu Jinhua and Su Lan had brought her to the apartment, they had been so eager. What did that mean now? With a sigh, she said, all right, Mom, I understand. Let us leave it at that. After hanging up, Lu Sueki emerged from her room. At that moment, Yichen was sitting on the sofa, dominating the gaming world. Seeing this, Lu Sueki suddenly wondered if today's events were merely a misunderstanding and had nothing to do with Yichen at all. After winning several consecutive games with ease, Yichen soon found it uninteresting and logged off. His teammates, who had benefited from his prowess, were eager to continue riding on his coattails in the game. Yichen glanced at Lu Sueki, who was watching television on the sofa, and then looked at the time, saying, "It's about time. I should take a break." Lu Sueki bit her lip and asked, "Yichen, may I ask you something?" Yichen nodded and inquired, "What is it?" "Does today's dismissal of Chu Wei and Zheng Hanyan's personal visit regarding cooperation have anything to do with you?" Lu Sueki questioned. Yichen pondered for a moment and remarked, "It is related. I am acquainted with King Jinling. It must have been he who pressured the Sihai group." "Is that so? How do you know King Jinling?" Lu Sueki inquired, her curiosity piqued. Yichen replied, "Wasn't King Jinling incarcerated at one point? We shared the same prison." "You were in prison together?" Lu Sueki was taken aback, surprised by this revelation. "Is there anything else?" Yichen asked, noticing Lu Sueki's silence. "And no, nothing more." Lu Sueki stammered, somewhat bewildered. "Then I shall take my leave to rest." With that, Yichen entered the bathroom, attended to his personal hygiene briefly, and returned to his room to lie down. At that moment, Lu Sueki received a call from Su Lan. As soon as the call connected, Su Lan's anxious voice filled the air. "So, did you ask him? You didn't let Yichen touch you, did you?" Lu Sueki rolled her eyes and responded, "Mom, what are you thinking? Yichen is already asleep, and I have also settled down." "Oh, did you inquire about what I asked?" Su Lan pressed again. Lu Sueki's expression turned peculiar as she replied, "I did. It indeed concerns Yichen. He mentioned having served time in prison with King Jinling. They know each other. And it seems King Jinling exerted pressure on the Sihai group." "What? He was in prison?" Su Lan's disbelief was palpable as she questioned her very existence upon hearing the news. A moment later, she sprang to her feet. "Sueki, you didn't let Yichen touch you, did you? He is a criminal, possibly a rapist. This is too dangerous. We must come to get you immediately." With that, Su Lan hung up, leaving Lu Sueki no chance to respond. Lu Sueki felt exasperated. Yichen was already asleep, and she was certainly not in any danger. What was Su Lan thinking? She hurriedly redialed, but Su Lan refused to answer. Approximately half an hour later, there came a knock at the door. Reluctantly, Lu Sueki opened it to find Lu Jinhua and Su Lan storming in with palpable aggression. Without waiting for Lu Sueki to speak, Su Lan seized the opportunity. "Sueki, Yichen hasn't harmed you, right? If he dares to touch you, I won't let him off easily." Lu Sueki sighed. "Mom, what are you doing? I've already told you. Yichen is asleep. How could he possibly harm me? That boy better be smart. If he dares to tarnish your reputation, you will regret it." As she spoke, Su Lan marched to Yichen's bedroom door and kicked it open. "Yichen, you rapist, come out at once." Yichen emerged with a grim expression, asking, "What is the matter? What else could it be?" "Sueki has informed me that you have served time in prison and are a rapist. My daughter cannot cohabit with you. We are here to take her away." Su Lan's words were laced with indignation. Lu Sueki felt utterly speechless as she pulled Su Lan aside. "Mom, what are you blabbering about? Rapist?" As she spoke, she turned to Yichen and said, "Yichen, please allow me to explain. My mother." Yichen waved his hand dismissively, responding, "There is no need for explanations. You all should leave quickly. I require some rest." With that, he firmly shut the door and laid down in his room. Lu Sueki stood in stunned silence, taken aback by Yichen's refusal to grant her the opportunity to clarify. What struck her most was his demeanor, as if she were a mere stranger, disposable and easily dismissed. Having cohabited with him, did he not comprehend the significance this held for a young woman? Tears welled in Lu Sueki's eyes, a sense of grievance swelling within her. "Sueki, there is nothing more to discuss. Every moment you linger here increases the peril. We must depart immediately," Su Lan urged. Thus, Lu Sueki was pulled away by Su Lan, leaving the tulip apartment behind. Shortly after their departure, Long Shiyuan received a phone call. Once he ended the call, he summoned the members of the Long family, exclaiming with excitement, "I have just received crucial information from our informant positioned within the Lu family. Lu Sueki has been retrieved from the apartment by her parents. They even claim that Dr. Yi is a notorious criminal. How narrow-minded. Does someone like Dr. Yi truly lack female companionship? In any case, our opportunity has arisen. Xiaoyan, Xiaoxua, you must head to the tulip apartment at dawn tomorrow and find a way to stay with Dr. Yi. We will seize this chance to take over his domain." What a splendid plan. I wholeheartedly agree. Long's ID exclaimed, raising his hands in approval. Long's Ition nodded in agreement, stating, indeed. This is a pivotal opportunity for our family. We must seize it. Long Xiaoyun and Long Xiaoxue exchanged glances, an unsettling feeling lingering in their hearts, sensing that something was amiss. Chapter 52. The enthusiastic sisters of the Long family. The night passed in silence, and a new day dawned swiftly. As Yichen stepped outside, he was greeted by the sight of Long Xiaoyun and Long Xiaoxue standing at his door. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is there something you need?" Long Xiaoyun replied, "Dr. Yi, we have come to bring you breakfast." As she spoke, the two lifted the fragrant dishes they were carrying. The breakfast was freshly purchased, still steaming with warmth. Yichen frowned slightly and said, "There's no need. I'll eat at school." As the eldest daughter of the Long family, Long Xiaoyun had always been the one to decline others, never having faced rejection herself. Therefore, when Yichen turned her down, she was momentarily taken aback. However, Long Xiaoxue quickly responded with a smile, "Dr. Yi, we've already bought it, and it's still warm. Why not eat first before heading to school? There's still plenty of time." After contemplating for a moment, Yichun relented. "All right, come in." The sisters beamed with joy as they followed him into the apartment, setting the breakfast on the dining table. The spread was lavish, featuring steamed dumplings, soup dumplings, pumpkin cakes, tea eggs, 8 treasure porridge, noodle soup, milk oatmeal, and an array of fruits and vegetables. Yichen sat down to eat and glanced at the sisters, saying, "You should eat too. We've already had our fill. You eat. We'll tidy up the room." Long Xiaoyun responded. Promptly, both sisters tied on aprons and began cleaning. Yichen, while enjoying his meal, observed the industrious sisters and felt a peculiar sense in his heart. Despite the room being clean, they diligently continued to tidy up, their demeanor contrasting starkly with the spoiled and haughty airs they had exhibited upon their first meeting. They resembled two dutiful little wives. As Yichen finished his meal, the sisters completed their tasks. Long Xiaoyun sat beside him, a charming smile gracing her face. "Dr. Yi, everything is tidy now. Shall we head to school?" Yichen's expression was somewhat perplexed as he asked, "To school?" Long Xiaoyun explained, "Well, Xiaoxue and I have decided to further our education. We are now graduate students at Jinling University, which means we will be schoolmates." Upon hearing this, Yichen sensed something amiss, but he brushed it aside and replied, "All right then, let us go." Thus, the three of them made their way to Jinling University together. The morning classes concluded swiftly. At noon, Yichen joined Cui Zheng and others for lunch in the cafeteria. On the way, Cui Zheng complained, "Chenggu, you're being quite inconsiderate. You're living with the campus belle, enjoying a life of bliss, while the rest of US Haven Tea even held a woman's hand." Yichen remained focused on his path, completely ignoring Cui Zheng. Just then, Wang Tianliang, holding his phone, exclaimed excitedly, "Chenggu, look, you're trending on the school forum again." Yichen glanced at the phone screen and saw 2 highly popular posts on the school forum, both concerning him. The first post, astonishingly, the esteemed campus beauty, Lu Sueki, has begun cohabiting, and her partner happens to be. The second post, shockingly, the campus beauty just moved in with someone last night, only to be heartlessly abandoned today. The man who discarded her is now entangled with 2 other women. The first post was published last night, accumulating thousands of comments. It not only revealed some information about Yi Chun, but also included photographs of him leaving with Lu Sueki. The comment section was filled with lamentations. "The fact that the campus beauty cohabited has left me utterly heartbroken. It is said that she has always maintained her virtue, never having engaged in a romantic relationship, yet she has been captured. What a tragic tale. The thought of her now having a man behind her pains my heart. How could this young man have won over the campus beauty? Did he save the galaxy in a past life?" The second post, however, was published just a few hours ago. Despite its brief existence, it has already garnered over 1,000 comments. Could it be that the campus beauty was merely a fleeting whim? "I always suspected that handsome men are often scoundrels. I hope the campus beauty considers me." Someone suggested that the commenter take a moment to reflect upon themselves. Even if they were to step in, they would hardly be a contender. It seems these 2 beauties are sisters, the eldest and second daughters of the Long family. This scoundrel truly knows how to play the field. Can someone inform me of this scoundrel's name? I wish to seek justice for my goddess. As more and more individuals joined the discussion, Yichen's personal details were rapidly exposed. Observing these comments, Yichen shook his head and remarked, "Are these people really this bored?" Cui Zheng, feeling a bit helpless, replied, "Brother Chen, you have now become the enemy of all the boys in school. Do you know how many people idolize Lu Sueki? You not only lived with our goddess, but turned around and flirted with 2 other women. Aren't you just inviting hatred? Yichun pondered for a moment and said, the opinions of others are inconsequential to me. Wang Tianliang raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, an elephant does not concern itself with the opinions of ants. Brother Qin is truly remarkable. It's no wonder beautiful women are drawn to him. Cui Jing sighed and lamented, I am filled with envy. If I could have a beauty like the campus goddess as my girlfriend, I would never look at another woman. Meanwhile, as the group arrived at the cafeteria, Yichun had just finished getting his meal and found a seat when 2 lovely figures approached. Dr. Yi, may we join you for a meal? They said, their smiles radiant. Without waiting for Yichun's response, they sat down beside him. Long Xiaoxue placed a chicken leg on Yichun's tray, saying, Dr. Yi, the cafeteria's chicken legs are quite good. I took an extra one for you to try. Yichun, puzzled by the sister's intentions, could not help but inquire, is there something you wish to discuss? Long Xiaoyan replied, not at all. We are currently pursuing our graduate studies at Jinling University and happened to see you, so we thought we would come over to share a meal with you. Yichun nodded and said, since we shall be alumni from now on, there is no need to call me Dr. Yi every day. Simply address me as Yichun. The 2 sisters joyfully nodded in agreement, responding, all right, Dr. Yi. Yichun. The 3 of them settled down, preparing to dine. At that moment, Yichun realized he had forgotten to bring chopsticks. Long Xiaoxue promptly offered her chopsticks to Yichun, saying, Dr. Yi, you can use mine. I'll go fetch another pair. With that, Long Xiaoxue hurried off to retrieve chopsticks. Just then, a familiar voice echoed, Yichun. He turned toward the source of the voice and saw Bufian approaching with a tray in hand, striding towards him with a hearty demeanor. Bufian sat down beside Yichun, her face alight with delight as she exclaimed, Yichun, it has been quite a while. She then glanced at Long Xiaoyan and Long Xiaoxue, smiling as she inquired, do you mind if I sit here? Not at all. Long Xiaoyan and Long Xiaoxue replied. However, the sisters exchanged glances, both unable to suppress their thoughts, realizing they had gained yet another rival. Yichun, feeling a bit helpless, remarked, Instructor Bu, are you truly planning to stay at the school indefinitely? Bufian responded, I wish to leave as well. But our commander has decreed that if I do not complete the task of persuading you to join the Wolf-Tooth Assault team, I shall not be permitted to return. Moreover, to ensure I remain at the school with peace of mind, the commander has assigned me a position here. I am now the honorary vice dean of your financial college, responsible for the daily affairs of your class alongside your counselor. Upon hearing this, Yichun shook his head in resignation, stating, I prefer to live freely, and I have no interest in joining the Wolf-Tooth Assault team. You might as well abandon that hope. Bufian, however, smiled slightly and replied, your reluctance is your own concern. I must fulfill my duties. For this embodies the spirit of revolutionary optimism. Yichun, uninterested in further discussion, waved his hand and said, well, feel free to do as you wish. Initially, Bufian was indeed quite optimistic, but after hearing Yichun's words, she suddenly found her sausage less appealing. Chapter 53. The visit of Zheng Han in at that moment. Yichun was dining with 3 enchanting ladies when Cui Zheng and his companions arrived. Upon witnessing the scene before them, they were utterly astonished. Surrounded by such beauty, Yichun seemed to have gone a bit overboard. Sitting nearby, he turned to Cui Zheng and spoke. At that instant, the 3 ladies simultaneously cast their gazes towards Cui Zheng and the others. Caught in the captivating stares of the 3 beauties, Cui Zheng's face flushed crimson. Although he was ordinarily quite loquacious, the presence of such exquisite women rendered him utterly tongue-tied. Okay, Cui Zheng stammered, nodding as he hastily took a seat at the adjacent table. Throughout the meal, Cui Zheng was uncomfortably aware of the situation, to the extent that he found himself no longer envious of Yichun. After all, dining in the company of such stunning women was indeed a formidable pressure. In stark contrast, Yichun appeared completely at ease, his entire focus devoted to the culinary delights before him. He devoured his meal with fervor, as if he were indulging in a feast of rare delicacies rather than the ordinary fare served at school. Unbeknownst to him, while he enjoyed his meal, several posts on the school forum were gaining traction. Baffling, the campus belle abandoned by the notorious Casanova gains the affection of many, completely defying expectations. A new heartthrob emerges at Jinling University with evidence to back it up, the scoundrel snatched by 3 stunning beauties. What has happened in this world? Upon clicking on these posts, one could indeed find compelling images, photographs of Yichun dining with Long Xiaoyan, Long Xiaoxue, and Bufian. Although the photos were candidly taken, The three women were undeniably breathtaking, capturing the attention of all who beheld them. The popularity of these posts surged, and Yuchen's renown within the school escalated as well. Yet, Yuchen remained blissfully unaware and indifferent. With no classes in the afternoon, he bid farewell to his companions and set off towards a secluded grove to practice his cultivation. Wu Fian insisted on accompanying him, but he resolutely declined her request. Long Xiaoyan and Long Xiaoxua did not press the matter further. They were prepared for a prolonged pursuit. Despite their initial reluctance, they reconciled this with the understanding that all their efforts were for the sake of the Long family. As Yichen exited the school gates, he received a phone call from the king of Jinling. Upon answering, he was greeted by the respectful voice of the king. Young master, the chairwoman of the Sihai group, Zheng Hanyan, wishes to meet with you. Zheng Hanyan? Yichen paused momentarily before recalling her identity. He promptly declined, saying, I shall not meet her. Is there anything else? On the other end, the king of Jinling took a deep breath and replied, and no. Nothing else. Yichen then hung up the phone and continued his journey to the grove by the Jinling River. Approximately 3 hours later, after concluding his practice, Yichen prepared to return to his apartment for some rest. Upon reaching the entrance, he spotted the king of Jinling waiting there alongside a woman of exquisite form, none other than Zheng Hanyan herself. The king of Jinling approached respectfully and said, Your Highness. Zheng Hanyan also stepped forward, bowing slightly as she spoke. Mr. Yi, greetings. I refrained from addressing you last time at the Liu family's gathering, fearing to overstep. Zheng Hanyan's demeanor was marked by deep respect, yet she maintained a composed dignity, contrasting sharply with the king of Jinling's cautious attitude. Overall, this woman exuded an extraordinarily powerful aura. Yichen frowned slightly, glancing at the king of Jinling, and coldly remarked, Was my phone call unclear? The king of Jinling nearly fell to his knees in fright and quickly replied, Your Highness, Ms. Zhang's daughter has been afflicted by a peculiar illness for over 6 months, and Ms. Zhang has performed many charitable deeds. I thought it prudent to bring her to meet you. As he spoke, sweat streamed down his face. I called you earlier, but you did not answer. At that moment, the king of Jinling regretted his decision deeply. Should he incur Yuchen's wrath, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Zheng Hanyan knelt before him, lowering herself to the utmost humility, pleading, Please, Mr. Yi, save my daughter. I am willing to sacrifice anything, even my own life, to exchange for her well-being. Yichen's expression softened slightly as he replied, You may rise. Lead me to your daughter. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Thank you, Zheng Hanyan exclaimed, tears streaming down her face. She quickly approached a luxury vehicle, opened the door, and invited, Mr. Yi, please step inside. Yichen said nothing further and entered the car. Soon, they arrived at the city center, at a villa district known as Zhuzhou Pavilion. Villa number 3 was Zheng Hanyan's residence. In no time, Yichen met Zheng Hanyan's daughter, Zheng Sisi. Approximately 3 years old, she was quite adorable, yet her illness rendered her pitiable. Mama, hold me, Sisi hurts. Sisi reached out her frail arms, her skin marred with numerous needle marks. At that moment, the nanny spoke up, Miss, Master Wang just administered acupuncture to Sisi. She is feeling somewhat better now. Zheng Hanyan turned to a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe in the room and said, Master Wang, thank you. Master Wang stroked his beard and replied, Miss Zheng, you were too kind. Though I have done my utmost, Sisi's time is limited. Her life hangs by a thread. Zheng Hanyan's expression shifted as she declared, I do not believe in fate. I must save Sisi. Her tone was resolute. Yet it faltered towards the end, revealing her helplessness. Approximately 6 months ago, Sisi had contracted a mysterious illness, leading to severe weight loss and persistent, unidentified pain. Zheng Hanyan had traversed the nation, seeking answers in major hospitals, yet none could diagnose her daughter's affliction. About 3 months into Sisi's illness, she was admitted to the ICU, where the hospital soon issued a death notice. In that dark time, Zheng Hanyan was engulfed in despair and anguish, ultimately connecting with Master Wang through a business associate. Master Wang's acupuncture significantly alleviated Sisi's suffering. However, Master Wang stated that he could only extend Sisi's life for 3 months through such means. Once the 3 months elapsed, the little one would inevitably meet her demise. Coincidentally, just as the 3 months concluded, Zheng Hanyan learned through the king of Jinling that Yi Chun was a divine physician with extraordinary medical skills. Yet, upon her first encounter with Yi Chun, Zheng Hanyan felt a tinge of disappointment, for he appeared exceedingly young. Given his youth, she doubted whether he possessed the prowess to heal her daughter. Nevertheless, witnessing Sisi's impending fate, Zheng Hanyan could only adopt a desperate hope, treating a dead horse as if it were alive, and implored Yi Chun to take action. Hearing her words, Master Wang shook his head and remarked, "The decree of heaven is inscrutable, and it cannot be defied. I have already transgressed divine will by extending Cece's life for 3 months. Even if a celestial being were to arrive now, they could not save her. I believe there is still hope," Zheng Hanyan proclaimed, and with a sudden thud, she knelt before Yi Chun, pleading, "Divine Physician Yi, I beseech you to save Cece." Chapter 54. The Illness of Your Daughter. I can cure. Upon witnessing Zheng Hanyan kneeling on the ground, Master Wang was initially taken aback. But soon a cold smirk spread across his face. He spoke with displeasure, "Miss Zheng, I have told you that even if deities were to descend, they could not save your daughter. Are you looking down on me?" Seeing that Master Wang was displeased, Zheng Hanyan hurriedly explained, "Master Wang, I do not mean to belittle you, but I truly cannot bear to lose Cece. Please understand my plight." With a mocking laugh, Master Wang scrutinized Yi Chun from head to toe and remarked, "If you truly held me in esteem, you would not have summoned such a boy. This lad, still in the throes of youth, dares to call himself a divine physician? Miss Zheng, could it be that you have been deceived?" At that moment, Jinling Wang could no longer contain himself. He pointed an accusatory finger at Master Wang and declared, "Watch your words, or I shall not be so courteous." Master Wang snorted coldly, his gaze turning icy towards Jinling Wang. Upon meeting Master Wang's eyes, Jinling Wang suddenly trembled, a wave of genuine fear coursing through him. He felt as though he were a mouse in the presence of a cat, utterly overpowered. Despite having danced on the edge of danger for years, he could not withstand this overwhelming terror. Then, Yi Chun cast a glance at Jinling Wang. Upon meeting Yi Chun's gaze, Jinling Wang felt as if he were basking in the warmth of spring, his inner fears dissipating entirely. "Miss Zheng, please rise. I can indeed cure your daughter's illness," Yi Chun said calmly, then turned his attention to the ailing Cece, adding, "You have indeed been deceived. This Master One is not only a fraud but also a butcher." At these words, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Master Wang, however, was enraged. "What did you say?" A hint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes, causing the temperature in the room to drop several degrees. Jinling Wang shivered once more. Yet Yi Chun remained unfazed as he approached Cece, preparing to treat her. Master Wang sneered, "You insolent brat. I, Master Wang, have traversed the world, revered by countless individuals. You are the first to call me a fraud. Today, I shall see what abilities you possess." With that, Master Wang turned to Zheng Hanyan and coldly stated, "Miss Zheng, today's events stem from your lack of virtue. Your daughter is bound to die and will endure immense suffering. I could have alleviated her pain, but now, that opportunity is lost." Upon hearing this, Zheng Hanyan staggered, her eyes instantly brimming with tears. A strong woman, she had always believed nothing could ever topple her. Yet, it was only when her daughter fell ill that she recognized her error. She wanted to kneel and plead with Master Wang, but upon seeing his indifferent gaze, she hesitated. She understood that, at this moment, her words bore no weight. The situation before her felt like a gamble. She had staked everything on Yi Chun. Yet her heart was in turmoil, unsure if her choice was indeed the right one. Yi Chun knelt beside Cece's bed, soothing the child and gesturing for silence, while he closed his eyes, seemingly intent on listening to something. Witnessing this scene, Master Wang chuckled, "You truly know how to put on a show. This is the first time I've seen someone treat illness using only their ears. No one is to speak." Yi Chun turned and commanded the onlookers. Angered, Master Wang retorted, "Are you done pretending? If you keep this up, the child will perish, and I'm curious to see how Zheng Hanyan will plead with me." "Haha." Yi Chun rose, his expression darkening as he approached Master Wang. Just as the crowd wondered what Yi Chun intended to do, he struck. A resounding slap echoed as he hit Master Wang's face with astonishing speed, akin to a flash of lightning. Master Wang's body spun and crashed to the ground, rendered unconscious. Yi Chun then returned to Cece's bedside, again reassuring her to remain quiet, closing his eyes to listen intently. "Found it," he suddenly exclaimed. In his hand, a silver needle appeared, which he plunged into Cece's abdomen, the needle disappearing into her flesh. "Ah, mommy, it hurts so much." Cece soon cried out in agony. "Ah, it hurts, please no wah." Her cries evolved from shrieks to pleas, eventually fading into pained whimpers. Witnessing this, Zheng Hanyan covered her mouth in horror, tears streaming down her face. Her heart ached as if pierced by 1,000 knives. She would gladly endure this suffering in place of her child if it were possible. At that moment, Master Wang regained consciousness, spitting out a pool of blood mixed with several broken yellow teeth. Clutching his swollen face, he seethed. You dare strike me? Today, I will ensure your demise. Just then, he heard Shishi's anguished cries, and a cruel smile crept across his face. I told you, this boy cannot save Shishi, she will perish in torment. And this agony will last a full hour. Without me, she will endure a hellish suffering before she dies. Hearing Master Wang's words, Zhang Hanyan's mental defenses shattered completely. She fell to her knees before him, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded, Master Wang, I was wrong to seek help elsewhere. I beg you. Let my child leave this world without such suffering. She no longer hoped for her daughter's survival but merely wished to alleviate her pain. Even the nanny Zhang Hanyan had hired could not bear to watch any longer and knelt in desperation, imploring Master Wang to intervene. Master Wang's face twisted in malice as he spat. If you wish for me to intervene, abandon that hope. Your daughter's insides will be devoured slowly until she dies. But at that moment, Shishi's cries abruptly ceased. Master Wang's triumphant expression froze in disbelief. A piercing sound cut through the air. Before their eyes, Yichen extracted a silver needle from Shishi's mouth, upon which a grotesque worm was impaled. The creature writhed incessantly, emitting a sharp, piercing screech. Master Wang's eyes widened in horror as he exclaimed, You release my cursed insect. Yichen cast a cold smile towards Master Wang and replied, It seems you acknowledge that this is your cursed insect. Therefore, it was you who introduced it into Shishi's body? Master Wang narrowed his eyes and threatened, Boy, return the cursed insect to me, or I shall ensure your demise is both gruesome and complete. Return it to you? Very well. Yi Chun retorted as he flung the cursed insect to the ground, crushing it underfoot, transforming it into a mere puddle of flesh. Chapter 55. Encountering the token is like meeting the Tao ancestor upon witnessing the crushed remnants of the goo worm. The expression on Wang Tianchu's face nearly transcended into madness. You fool, he warned. I had cautioned you. This is your own demise. At that moment, Zhang Hanyan rose and hurried to Cece's side. The little one, with her round, glistening eyes, extended her arms and embraced Zhang Hanyan, exclaiming, Mama, Cece seems to feel no pain anymore. Tears streamed down Zhang Hanyan's face as she held Cece close. Her vision blurred with emotion. She could scarcely believe that, having lost all hope, Yi Chun had miraculously healed Cece. Her gamble had paid off. Soon, she released Cece and knelt beside Yi Chun, saying, Mr. Yi, thank you for saving Cece. Rise, Yi Chun replied. As Zhang Hanyan stood, her gaze returned to Wang Tianchu, her eyes igniting with fury. Wang Tianchu, Mr. Yi is right. You are a charlatan. You inflicted such suffering upon Cece, nearly costing her life. It is you. Zhang Hanyan roared, akin to a furious mother leopard. Wang Tianchu laughed heartily, declaring, Indeed, it is I. I had planned to use your daughter's flesh and blood to nurture my goo worms. According to my scheme, your daughter was to perish, and you would be taken as my plaything for my amusement. Zhang Hanyan gritted her teeth. We once thought you a master of the Tao, but you are nothing more than a beast. A cold smirk returned to Wang Tianchu's face as he retorted, And what of it? Do you truly believe you have escaped my grasp? You overestimate your luck. Today, apart from you, they shall all perish. Ha ha. As he spoke, Wang Tianchu's sleeves began to swell, and a chilling wind swept through the room. The temperature plummeted to the freezing point, leaving everyone feeling as though their bones were being encased in ice. Suddenly, a massive black mist erupted from his sleeves, interspersed with horrifying ghostly faces. Wails of despair echoed from these ghastly visages, causing Zhang Hanyan and the others to blanch in terror. As ordinary individuals, they had never encountered such a spectacle. Today, you shall witness the prowess of our Taoist arts, Wang Tianchu sneered, raising his arm to unleash a torrent of terrifying faces that charged at them, as if intent on devouring them alive. Help! The king of Jinling, a ruler in his own right, was rendered speechless, crouching on the ground, clutching his head. Even with blood on his hands, he had never faced such a terrifying scene. The maid, paralyzed with fear, collapsed to the floor in a heap. Cece, overwhelmed with fright, burst into tears. Though Zhang Hanyan was equally pale with fear, maternal instinct drove her to Cece's side, where she enveloped her in a comforting embrace. Only Yi Chun remained unfazed, standing calmly amidst the chaos. He even stepped forward towards Wang Tianchu, confronting the ghastly faces head-on. The onlookers could scarcely believe their eyes. Could it be that he feared nothing? Jinling Wang trembled all over, mustering his courage to exclaim, My lord, danger. Quickly, evade. Those ghastly faces are ravenous. Mr. Yi. Zhang Hanyan's tears streamed down her face, her heart heavy with regret. Although Yi Chen had saved Cece, the wrath of Master Wang would undoubtedly lead to everyone's demise. Even Yi Chen would be ensnared, facing a fatal end. Master Wang had initially thought Yi Chen would be paralyzed with fear. However, to his astonishment, Yi Chen not only remained unafraid, but boldly approached him. This instant ignited Master Wang's fury. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "You fool, you seek your own death." With a fierce wave of his hand, he pointed menacingly at Yi Chen. The grotesque faces, baring their fangs, charged towards Yi Chen. Die. Master Wang's visage contorted with rage. "Mr. Yi, my lord." Zheng Hanyin and Jinling Wang descended into despair. Yet, at that moment, Yi Chen erupted in laughter. "You proclaim yourself a practitioner of the Celestial Master's way, yet all you can muster are mere tricks to summon spirits. How disgraceful for one of your ilk. Today, I shall unveil the true art of the Celestial Master to you." As his words fell, an aura emanated from Yi Chen. Gathering at his fingertips, he swiftly extended his hand, gesturing in the air. In the next moment, all eyes widened in astonishment. For, as Yi Chen gestured, a golden rune materialized in the sky, radiating brilliant light. Witnessing this spectacle, Master Wang's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his face drained of color. "Go." Yi Chen uttered a single word from his throat. The golden rune blazed forth, colliding with the ghastly faces shrouded in darkness. The black mist met the golden light as if white snow encountered the blazing sun, disintegrating in an instant. The ghastly faces emitted wails of agony, vanishing into the ether. Master Wang shouted in alarm and turned to flee. However, the golden rune swiftly emblazoned itself upon him, causing him to collapse, shrieking in pain, blood spilling from his lips. His complexion devoid of hue, sketching symbols in the air. "Who are you truly?" Master Wang questioned, his eyes wide with disbelief. Yi Chen casually tossed a golden talisman. Upon it were inscribed bold characters, "Celestial Master's Way." The talisman of the Celestial Master's Way. To behold the talisman is to encounter the ancestral master. Master Wang was utterly petrified, hastily bowing down, pleading, "Great ancestor, I admit my ignorance. I beseech your mercy." Yi Chen, resembling a deity from the heavens, looked down upon the kneeling Master Wang and proclaimed, "Since the inception of the Celestial Master's Way, our mission has been to uphold righteousness and save the lives of the people. You, a degenerate, dare to call yourself a disciple of the Celestial Master's Way? Very well, prepare to experience the torment of the cursed insects." With that, a silver needle appeared in Yi Chen's hand and suddenly pierced Zheng Hanyin's abdomen. Startled, she felt an intense pain radiate through her core. The agony compelled her to stifle a scream. As the pain intensified, Zheng Hanyin distinctly sensed something surging from her abdomen towards her throat. In the next moment, she opened her mouth and, to her astonishment, expelled a cursed insect. The goo worm emitted a piercing, shrill cry, yet it was pierced by a silver needle, rendering it incapable of escape. "Today, I shall return the favor in kind." As Yi Chen spoke, he flicked his finger, sending the goo worm directly into Master Wang's mouth. A cacophony of anguished screams erupted from Master Wang as he writhed on the ground, soon succumbing to the pain and losing consciousness. Zheng Hanyin gently caressed her abdomen, gazing at Yi Chen, and inquired, "Mr. Yi, what on earth is happening?" Chapter 56. Subverting cognition. Yi Chen cast a glance at Wang Tianshi lying on the ground and explained, "Cici is not actually ill. She has been afflicted by a parasitic insect that this Wang Tianshi has used, which is manifesting as illness. In truth, he has not only inflicted Cici but also you with this parasite." Upon hearing Yi Chen's explanation, Zheng Hanyin felt a chill run down her spine but could not suppress her curiosity. If the parasite is removed, will everything be all right? Will such insects leave behind eggs or anything in the body? Yi Chen shook his head and replied, "No, you will both be fine." Zheng Hanyin finally exhaled in relief, asking, "Why would this Wang Tianshi want to afflict us with parasites?" Yi Chen's expression turned slightly peculiar, yet he continued, "The reason you and Cici became targets for Wang Tianshi is your extraordinary beauty. The parasite within Cici is called Toxic Cup, while the one in your body is known as Love Insect. I surmise that Wang Tianshi has taken a liking to you. He first poisoned Cici to gain proximity to you, and then placed the Love Insect within you. I observe that the Love Insect in your body is on the verge of maturation. Once it matures, you will inevitably fall in love with Wang Tianshi, completely trusting him and allowing him to manipulate you." Zheng Hanyin's eyes widened in horror. She was not merely feeling a chill now, but her legs felt weak, threatening to give way beneath her. A wave of dread washed over her. Had she not encountered Yi Chen, not only would her daughter's life have been in peril, but she too would have become a mere plaything of Wang Tianshi. She would rather face death than endure such a fate. With a thud, She knelt before Yichen once more, exclaiming, "Mr. Yi, it is you who have saved both me and Cece. I shall surely repay your kindness." Yichen waved his hand dismissively, stating, "In truth, I ought to express my gratitude to you. The revelation of such a robe by Tianshi necessitates a cleansing of our ranks." At that moment, Wang Tianshi regained consciousness. The parasitic insects within him had ceased their gnawing. He knelt before Yi Chun, pleading for mercy. "O ancestor, I acknowledge my wrongs. I shall never engage in such actions again." Yi Chun coldly regarded Wang Tianshi, saying, "Tell me, what have you been doing all these years? If you dare conceal even a single word, I shall ensure that you find neither life nor death to escape." Wang Tianshi, meeting Yi Chun's gaze, felt his very soul tremble. Over the years, he had committed numerous heinous acts, and if he divulged everything, he would undoubtedly face death. However, under Yi Chun's penetrating stare, he realized escape was impossible, and so he confessed everything. His actions towards Cece and Zheng Hanin aligned perfectly with Yi Chun's earlier conjectures. After his confession, Wang Tianshi remained kneeling, weeping and beseeching, "O ancestor, I recognize my errors. I implore you to grant me another chance. I vow to reform and become a better person, to uphold the spirit of our Tianshi Dao." "Do you still have the audacity to speak of the spirit of Tianshi Dao?" Yi Chun's voice turned frigid once more, gazing down upon the kneeling Wang Tianshi as though he were but an insignificant insect. "Your actions warrant nothing less than obliteration as your rightful fate." With that, Yi Chun pointed his finger, transforming it into a blade, and struck down decisively. A beam of light surged forth, striking Wang Tianshi directly. Before Wang Tianshi could utter a cry of despair, he transformed into a wisp of blue smoke, vanishing without a trace. Jiling Wang, Zheng Hanin, and the nanny stood petrified, their minds overwhelmed by the extraordinary turn of events. Despite Jiling Wang's formidable reputation and Zheng Hanin's prowess in the business realm, the spectacle they had just witnessed transcended their comprehension. At that moment, they could not even bring themselves to glance at Yi Chun, acutely aware that they existed on entirely different planes of existence. Having completed his task, Yi Chun took a deep breath. Upon leaving the ghost prison, Elder Chen had advised him to attempt to integrate into the outside world. Thus, he mingled with Cui Zheng and others, engaging in games with them. Even when provoked, he merely employed his fists to teach them a lesson. Today marked his inaugural use of supernatural powers. He felt it was his duty to eradicate the disgraceful elements of the Tianshi Dao, ensuring that Elder Chen's reputation remained untarnished. Yet, he understood the profound shock, even fear, such a scene would evoke in those unaccustomed to it. Casting a glance at the trembling trio, he stated, "Cece's illness has been cured. I shall take my leave now. I do not wish for any more individuals to be privy to today's events." At last, Jinling Wang could bear it no longer and, with a thud, knelt upon the ground, exclaiming, "Rest assured, young master, this matter has slipped my mind." Zheng Hanyan and the nanny followed suit, kneeling as well, vowing to keep it buried within themselves. Yi Chun paid them no heed and strode toward the exit. However, just as he reached the door, the unconscious Cece suddenly began to weep, followed by a fit of violent coughing. "Cece." Zheng Hanyan scrambled to her feet and rushed toward her child, cradling Cece in her arms. She was horrified to discover that the little one was coughing up clots of blood. Furthermore, Cece's breathing had grown faint, a troubling imbalance of exhaling more than inhaling. "Cece." Zheng Hanyan's heart shattered at the sight. In desperation, she set Cece down and sprinted toward Yi Chun with all her might. Thud! She knelt once more, her knees crashing against the floor, and pleaded, "Mr. Yi, Cece is coughing blood. Her breath is weak. I implore you to examine her again." She clung tightly to Yi Chun's leg, as though he were her only glimmer of hope. Yi Chun furrowed his brow and replied, "Release me." Once Zheng Hanin relinquished her grip, he hastily returned to Cece's hospital room. A single glance revealed the situation's gravity. With a wave of his hand, a dozen silver needles materialized above Cece's body, swiftly descending to pierce several vital acupuncture points. Soon, Cece ceased coughing and lapsed back into unconsciousness, her breathing becoming far more even. Zheng Hanyan rushed over, her eyes filled with concern and worry. Yi Chun remarked, "It appears that the parasitic insects have consumed a portion of Cece's internal organs. What she coughed up were fragments of her insides." Upon hearing this, Zheng Hanyan covered her mouth, struggling to suppress her tears, yet finding it impossible to hold them back. "Mr. Yi, will Cece be all right?" Zheng Hanyan wiped away her tears and asked. Yi Chun replied, "I will help Cece with her condition. it's not a major issue. As he spoke, Yichen took out a pill and placed it in Cece's mouth. Her complexion swiftly transformed to a rosy hue, and her breathing became steadier and more robust. For tonight, there are no significant concerns. I shall return tomorrow to treat Cece, Yichen declared, preparing to depart. At that moment, Zheng Hanyin summoned her courage and, with tears in her eyes, implored, Mr. Yi, I worry there may be unforeseen circumstances. Could you stay here tonight? Meeting Zheng Hanyin's beseeching gaze, Yichen ultimately nodded and replied, very well. I will remain until I have treated Cece tomorrow. Zheng Hanyin's heart soared with joy, tears streaming down her face. Completely abandoning her usual demeanor as a strong woman, the king of Jinling, realizing his presence was no longer required, discreetly withdrew. The events of the day had utterly shattered his previous perceptions. Ever since ascending to the throne, he had harbored a sense of invincibility, yet today, he recognized his own ignorance. Not only he, but even the influential figures he had encountered over the years paled in comparison to Yichen. As he left Zheng Hanyin's residence, he could not help but glance back, observing the perfectly proportioned Zheng Hanyin, dutifully attending to Yichen as if she were a devoted wife. He could not refrain from exclaiming, Zheng Hanyin's beauty is renowned in Jinling. I wonder if the young master will take her into his fold tonight. I lament not being a woman myself, for I would willingly offer myself in devotion. Chapter 57. You are a good person. After the departure of King Jinling, Zheng Hanyin approached Yichen, slightly bending her body in a gesture of respect. Mr. Yi, what would you like to eat tonight? I shall prepare it, she inquired. Yichen replied, anything will suffice. I am not particular. Zheng Hanyin poured tea for him, saying, then please enjoy your tea while I prepare dinner. After taking a sip, Yichen remarked, you may attend to your tasks. I will keep an eye on Cece. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Zheng Hanyin expressed her gratitude. Upon entering the living room, she addressed the maid, Wang Ma. Mr. Yi will be dining here tonight. Please order some dishes from the hotel, ensuring the highest standards. However, she quickly reconsidered, shaking her head. No, ordering from the hotel lacks sincerity. I should personally cook for Mr. Yi. With that, she led Wang Ma into the kitchen, and the two began their bustling preparations. After diligently working for over 2 hours, they finally laid out a lavish spread. Once everything was ready, Zheng Hanyin stretched languidly and invited Yichen to dinner. Mr. Yi, the meal is prepared, she announced respectfully. Yichen glanced at Zheng Hanyin, who was donned in an apron, transformed into a charming chef, and inquired with mild surprise, did you cook this yourself? Zheng Hanyin was taken aback, not expecting Yichen to take an interest in her efforts. Yes, I felt that cooking myself demonstrates sincerity. Primarily to express my gratitude to you, Mr. Yi. Then let me sample your culinary skills, Yichen responded, seemingly intrigued. In the dining room, a table adorned with an array of over a dozen dishes awaited. Zheng Hanyin attentively offered the chopsticks to Yichen, saying, please, Mr. Yi, do try. Yichen picked up the chopsticks and sampled a piece of braised pork. Since Cece adored this dish, Zheng Hanyin had learned the recipe from a 5-star chef. This was indeed her specialty. How is it, Mr. Yi? Zheng Hanyin asked, her face brimming with anticipation. Yichen commented, the flavor is acceptable, however. The caramelization was slightly overdone, lending a hint of bitterness. Zheng Hanyin was momentarily speechless. She quickly picked up a piece of braised pork and savored it, finding no fault with the taste. Biting her lip, she suggested, Mr. Yi, please try this stir-fried chicken. Yichen nodded and took a small piece of chicken into his mouth. How is it, Mr. Yi? Zheng Hanyin eagerly inquired. With a sigh, Yichen replied, the flavor is quite good, but the texture could be improved. A pinch of baking soda would enhance its tenderness significantly. Zheng Hanyin was at a loss for words. Subsequently, she urged Yichen to taste all the dishes. The results were invariably the same. He consistently pointed out flaws while offering suggestions. By the end, Zheng Hanyin found herself questioning her culinary skills. Cooking was her only passion, and she had even participated in culinary competitions alongside professional chefs, earning accolades. Yet, the meticulously prepared feast for Yichen was met with such criticism. Certainly, one cannot place the blame on Yichen, for he is tutored by a culinary master whose skills are nothing short of divine, resulting in his palate being exquisitely refined. From the tender age of 7 or 8, he has been under this master's wing, taking charge of over 100 daily meals. Approximately half an hour later, Yichen had his fill. Zheng Hanyin promptly offered him a napkin with thoughtful care. After dabbling at his lips, Yichen remarked, you possess a remarkable talent for cooking. It's a pity you have yet to encounter a worthy mentor. Should you find the time, I would be delighted to impart some knowledge to you. Zhang Hanyan was left somewhat incredulous. Just moments ago, Yichen had been critical, yet his appetite spoke volumes, as he savored every bite. As for him claiming the role of her teacher, unless he were of Michelin star caliber, he truly lacked the credentials to instruct her. Naturally, while these thoughts coursed through her mind, she refrained from voicing them, instead offering a smile. It would be an honor to receive guidance from Mr. Yi. Before long, it was time to retire for the evening. Zhang Hanyan had already prepared the master bedroom for Yichen. Just as he was about to extinguish the light, a knock echoed from outside. "Come in. The door is not closed," Yichen called out. The door opened, revealing Zhang Hanyan, who closed it behind her with a casual flick of her wrist. "Mr. Yi." He glanced at her. Noticing she had donned a delicate nightgown that accentuated her flawless figure, laid bare before him. Yichen furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Is there something you need?" Taking a deep breath, Zhang Hanyan replied, "Mr. Yi, you saved Cici. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. If there is anything you desire, please let me know. I am willing to fulfill any request." Yichen shook his head, asserting, "I am but a physician. It is my duty." Zhang Hanyan bit her lip and spoke plainly, "Mr. Yi, if you wish, I could stay the night." Yichen waved his hand dismissively, saying if that were the case, I would be no different from Master Wang. "Return to your quarters. I need to rest." Zhang Hanyan trembled slightly, taken aback by his refusal. As a woman, she was acutely aware of her allure. After all, many men had succumbed to her charm, yearning for a moment of intimacy. "Mr. Yi, do you mind that I have a child? Cici is indeed my daughter, yet she was conceived through artificial insemination, rendering me still a virtuous maiden," she said, biting her lip. Yichen, with an impassive expression, reiterated, "As I said, it is my duty. Please return and turn off the light." Zhang Hanyan stood frozen, realizing that Yichen was unlike the men she typically encountered. "Mr. Yi, thank you. You are a good person," she expressed gratefully as she exited the room. Yichen rubbed his nose, feeling an inexplicable sense that something was amiss. The following morning, he examined Cici once more, producing a pill for the little one to take. For now, there is no major concern, but to eradicate the root of the ailment completely, this pill lacks one essential ingredient, Yichen stated. Zhang Hanyan hastily remarked, "Mr. Yi, if you are missing any medicine, I shall certainly find a way to procure it. It is a century-old mountain ginseng that I require. Please keep an eye out for it in the coming days and contact me once you have found it, as I must personally authenticate it," Yichen replied. Zhang Hanyan nodded earnestly and said, "Mr. Yi, let us exchange phone numbers and add each other as friends." A sudden wave of nervousness washed over her, for this was her first time taking the initiative to add someone as a friend. Yichen retrieved his phone, and they exchanged numbers. "I must take my leave now. Do not hesitate to call if you need anything," Yichen stated, preparing to depart. Zhang Hanyan bit her lip and asked, "Mr. Yi, may I add you as a friend?" After a moment of contemplation, Yichen replied, "Please search for my WeChat ID. It is the pinyin for Yuhanjianyu in lowercase." Zhang Hanyan paused, then searched for Yuhanjianyu, unable to suppress a gulp as she remarked, "Mr. Yi, your account name is quite peculiar." Yichen offered no explanation. He chose the name Ghost Prison as a constant reminder not to forget that it was the place where his life began. Once the friend request was successfully sent, Zhang Hanyan was filled with joy. "Mr. Yi, allow me to give you a ride. Please wait for me while I fetch my car." Before long, she emerged from the garage driving a Cullinan, and together they departed. The vehicle soon arrived at the Tulip apartment. Just as they reached the entrance, they discovered the Long sisters waiting there, breakfast in hand. Chapter 58. Men remain youthful until death, it was said that last night. The Long sisters waited at Yi Chen's apartment until midnight. According to Long Shiwan's plan, the two intended to seize the opportunity and find a way to cohabit with Yi Chen. However, they did not anticipate that Yi Chen would not return home at all that night, leaving them no choice but to return home and retire for the evening. To their surprise, they were awakened early the next morning by Long Shiwan, who instructed them to continue waiting at the entrance. The sisters felt a twinge of grievance, pondering when they had ever endured such an ordeal. As they lamented their situation, they finally spotted Yi Chen approaching. However, they soon noticed that he was accompanied by a stunning beauty whom they recognized, Zhang Hanyan, the chairwoman of the Sea High Group. This formidable woman had captivated countless elite individuals in Jinling. The sisters exchanged knowing glances, immediately connecting the dots. Yi Chen had not returned home the previous night because he had been with Zhang Hanyan. What was their relationship? What had transpired between them? Zhang Hanyan, upon seeing the two sisters, was equally taken aback. She was well aware of the Long sisters, who represented the pride of the Long family. As a family flourishes, it increasingly relies on relationships, and the most effective way to forge connections is through marriage. In the future, should the two blossoms of the Long family find spouses, it would undoubtedly bring numerous opportunities for their lineage. Thus, many families in Jinling envy the Long family. However, Zhang Hanyin could never have imagined that the sisters knew Yi Chen and had come personally to deliver breakfast to him. In the entirety of Jinling, no one else could receive such treatment. Yet, it soon dawned on Zhang Hanyin. Having witnessed Yi Chen's prowess firsthand, she understood better than anyone that he was indeed worthy of the Long family's efforts. It appeared that the Long family was willing to invest heavily to associate themselves with Yi Chen. Suddenly, Zhang Hanyin regretted not being more proactive the previous night. She should have made a move to secure Yi Chen for herself. In doing so, she and her daughter would have a formidable ally, one that money could not buy. Zhang Hanyin believed that, in comparison to the Long sisters, she possessed certain advantages in terms of allure. Conversely, the sisters felt that their youth was their asset. Moreover, according to Long Xuan's assertion, with the two of them together, no man could withstand their combined charm. At this moment, both Zhang Hanyin and the Long sisters were engulfed in a flurry of thoughts. Meanwhile, Yi Chen furrowed his brow and inquired, "What brings you here again?" Long Xiaoxue flashed a sweet smile and replied, "We came to bring you breakfast." "I've already eaten. There is no need," Yi Chen stated, causing the sisters to feel a pang of disappointment. Before they could respond, Yi Chen issued an abrupt dismissal. "I'm tired and wish to rest. You may return now." Long Xiaoxue. Witnessing this exchange, Zhang Hanyin's eyes sparkled with realization. She finally understood that Yi Chen's lack of interest in her was not due to her beauty or physique, but rather that he seemed indifferent to all beautiful women. After all, when confronted with the combined allure of the Long sisters, most men would falter, yet Yi Chen had simply ushered them away. "Please return as well. I shall visit early tomorrow morning," Yi Chen remarked to Zhang Hanyin before striding into the apartment. Zhang Hanyin, undeterred by Yi Chen's refusal, nodded cheerfully and replied, "I will come to pick you up tomorrow." The sound that responded to her was the chilling thud of a closing door. As Zhang Hanyin turned to leave, she found herself locking eyes with the two sisters from the Long family. Silence enveloped the three women, yet an inexplicable tension and jealousy permeated the air. Before long, Zhang Hanyin departed. Long Xiaoyan and Long Xiaoxue conferred briefly before returning home, having already waited until past 11 the previous night and endured an additional 2 hours that morning. Upon arriving at the Long household, they began to lament their grievances to Long Xuan, recounting the incident of Zhang Hanyin escorting Yi Chen home. Upon hearing this, Long Xuan appeared alarmed, stating, "I recall Zhang Hanyin. She is the queen of the business world in Jinling. Countless men wish to court her. Yet she has never given any man a second glance. Now, she personally accompanies Mr. Yi home. Truly, Mr. Yi is a remarkable figure." Long Xiaoxue scoffed, asserting, "It is not merely that she escorted Yi Chen home. He actually spent the night at her residence." Long Xuan sighed, saying, "Xiaoxue, Xiaoyan, although both of you are exceptional, you cannot deny that you pale in comparison to Zhang Hanyin. We have indeed lost this round. Perhaps it is fate. Perhaps it is all preordained." Long's ID added earnestly, "Zhang Hanyin is an extraordinary woman. Her beauty and grace could ensnare any man in an instant. Who among the men in Jinling has not fantasized about her?" Long Xiaoxue shot her father an incredulous look, chiding, "Father, how old are you? Can you not behave more sensibly?" Long's ID chuckled and replied, "A man remains youthful at heart until death. I speak from genuine sentiment." In conclusion, Long Xuan stated, "Since Mr. Yi has chosen to spend the night at Zhang Hanyin's, it signifies that he too is susceptible to her charms. Therefore, we must not abandon our strategy of allure." Long's ID concurred, "What you say holds merit." Long's Ition echoed, "I agree." Long Xiaoyan remained silent, as did Long Xiaoxue. Meanwhile, at the Lu household, a different scenario unfolded. After Lu Jinhua and his wife retrieved Lu Sueki from the tulip apartment, they concealed the matter from Lu Gongming. They found a place for Lu Sueki to stay, convinced that the old man had been bewitched by Yi Chen. However, when Lu Gongming called Lu Sueki the previous night, hoping she would return home with Yi Chen for dinner, he learned that their first day of cohabitation had been disrupted by Lu Jinhua and Su Lan. Upon discovering this news, Lu Gongming was nearly apoplectic with rage. He promptly expelled Lu Jinhua and the others, issuing a stern ultimatum that they must apologize to Yi Chen and that Lu Sueki must return to the tulip apartment, lest they forfeit any claim to the family fortune. Faced with this pressure, Lu Jinhua and Su Lan had no choice but to acquiesce. They understood the old man's character. He was resolute and unwavering in his decisions. There was a possibility that, in a fit of anger, he might indeed donate his entire fortune. Lu Sueki had resigned herself to the situation, no longer wishing to struggle. She would simply follow her parents' wishes. Ultimately, Su Lan proposed a thorough investigation into Yi Chun, insisting that they must not carelessly entrust their daughter to him. Lu Jinhua, through his business associates, sought out the most esteemed detective in Jinling. However, despite employing all his resources, the detective could uncover no information regarding Yi Chun prior to his arrival in Jinling. Nevertheless, he did provide Lu Jinhua with a significant piece of information. Yi Chun had spent the previous night at Zheng Hanyan's residence. Upon learning this, Su Lan became incensed, declaring, "I told you so. What capabilities could Yi Chun possibly possess? He is merely Zheng Hanyan's kept man. I absolutely cannot allow my daughter to marry a man who lives off others." In the end, the family collectively decided to continue concealing the truth from the old man. In Su Lan's words, "If we can hide it for a day, we will. A man like Yi Chun, lacking genuine talent and skill, will inevitably reveal his true nature." Chapter 59. The Beast Cauldron. Early the next morning, Zheng Hanyan arrived to pick up Yi Chun. The night before, she had sent him a message, expressing her gratitude for saving her daughter and inviting him to breakfast at her home. As a formidable woman, she executed her tasks with meticulous precision. The breakfast spread was lavish, yet Yi Chun found numerous faults with it. It is worth noting that Zheng Hanyan had risen at 5 in the morning and spent a full 2 hours preparing the meal. Thus, hearing Yi Chun's comments left her feeling somewhat stifled. Were it not for Yi Chun being her daughter's savior, she might have erupted in frustration. Instead, she could only muster a charming smile and say, "I wonder if Hanyan has the honor of tasting the grand feast prepared by Chef Yi?" Yi Chun pondered for a moment and replied, "I should have time today." Zheng Hanyan's eyes sparkled as she responded, "That would be an extraordinary honor." After breakfast, Yi Chun assisted in checking on Cece. The little one was still peacefully asleep, but her condition appeared excellent. Yi Chun deliberately refrained from waking her, wishing to avoid any coughing that could further harm her internal organs. To fully heal Cece without leaving any lingering effects, he would need to concoct a batch of minor vitality pills, necessitating certain medicinal materials, most of which could be procured from a pharmacy, save for the century-old mountain ginseng. Yi Chun produced a prescription and stated, "This is what I require." Zheng Hanyan nodded and said, "I will find a way." With that, she reached for her contact list and called several well-connected partners to inquire about sourcing authentic century-old mountain ginseng. Approximately half an hour later, she exclaimed with delight, "Mr. Yi, I have just learned that there is an auction at the Century Building, featuring a century-old mountain ginseng as one of the lots." Soon after, the two departed from Jiuzhou Pavilion and made their way to the Century Building. During their journey, Zheng Hanyan enlightened Yi Chun about the day's auction. It turned out that this event was organized by the esteemed Lin family of Jinling, a lineage that had thrived for nearly 3 centuries, originally starting as pawnbrokers. Even today, their business revolves around 2 primary operations, pawning and auctions. While the Lin family may only qualify as a second-tier family in terms of wealth, they are undeniably the foremost family in terms of heritage in Jinling. Most families in Jinling emerged after the founding of the nation, whereas the Lin family has flourished for almost 300 years. Furthermore, rumors suggest that they have martial arts experts safeguarding their legacy, which has allowed them to remain prosperous. As Zheng Hanyan spoke, she noticed Yi Chun seemed somewhat disinterested, prompting her to add, "Mr. Yi, today's auction is expected to feature many rare and exquisite items. If you find something to your liking, you may bid on it, and I shall cover the expenses." Yi Chun nodded, replying, "We'll see what transpires." Approximately half an hour later, they arrived at the Century Building, a landmark in the heart of Jinling. Under the guidance of the staff, they ascended to the 28th floor. Although the auction had yet to commence, a considerable number of attendees had already gathered. Apart from journalists, the audience comprised collectors and several prominent affluent individuals from Jinling. After much effort, the two finally found a place to sit, and the auction commenced. The auctioneer took the stage, exchanged a few pleasantries, and swiftly delved into the first item, a gilded cup adorned with a galloping horse motif, one of the top 10 antiques of the Dragon Kingdom. With a starting bid of 30 million, numerous eyes ignited with fervor and murmurs filled the air. 32 million, 35 million, 40 million, 45 million. Bidders eagerly placed their offers. Ultimately, a collector from afar secured it for 62 million. The The second item was a renowned painting, and the third was a sculpture crafted by a foreign master. The auction was exceptionally heated, with even the least expensive items fetching over 15 million. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen items had been sold, yet Yi Chun and Zheng Hanyan's centuries-old ginseng still had not graced the auction stage. Zheng Hanyan grew anxious, her palms slick with sweat. Soon, the 13th item was presented, the 100 Beasts Ding, reputedly used by an alchemist during the Ming and Qing dynasties. With a starting price of 10 million, the auctioneer announced. Yu Chen's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the 100 Beasts Ding. It was modest in size, approximately 3 to 4 centimeters tall, resembling an ordinary bronze ding, yet intricately engraved with lifelike depictions of 100 beasts. Bidding commenced almost immediately. 11 million, 12 million. Although Zheng Hanyan was visibly tense, she was keenly observing Yi Chun. She noticed a flicker of intensity in his gaze as he beheld the 100 Beasts Ding. Mr. Yi, do you have an affinity for this 100 Beasts Ding? Zheng Hanyan inquired. Yi Chun, fixated on the artifact, replied, to be precise, I require this 100 Beasts Ding. Zheng Hanyan assured him, rest assured, Mr. Yi. I will secure it. Yi Chun nodded. He had initially intended to acquire it himself, but entrusting it to Zheng Hanyan was equally acceptable. Elated, Zheng Hanyan felt a desire to align herself with Yi Chun ever since witnessing his prowess the previous day. Her intentions of offering herself stemmed from gratitude and the instinct to forge a bond with him. Now, with Yi Chun asking her to secure the 100 Beasts Ding, it signified a level of trust. She hoped her thoughts were not overreaching. Without hesitation, she raised her paddle, declaring 30 million. She raised the bid by 10 million at once to signify her determination, a strategic move that would typically deter further bidding. However, upon her declaration, all eyes turned towards her. Among the attendees, some recognized Zheng Hanyan while others did not, but all were captivated, for she was undeniably stunning. 30 million once, 30 million twice, 30 million thrice. Sold. The auctioneer's hammer fell. A radiant smile illuminated Zheng Hanyan's beautiful face as she exclaimed, Mr. Yi, we've secured it. Yi Chun nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, everyone's attention was drawn to Yi Chun, standing beside Zheng Hanyan. Those who were acquainted with Zheng Hanyan, particularly those who coveted her beauty, could not help but raise their eyebrows in surprise. They had always assumed that she held no interest in men, preferring to conceive a child through artificial insemination rather than enter into matrimony. How could she now appear so intimate with a man? Yet upon observing Yi Chun's appearance, the truth became apparent. It was not that Zheng Hanyan was disinterested in men. Rather, she simply had no inclination towards those who were elderly and unattractive. Indeed, upon encountering this youthful and handsome gentleman, she was immediately captivated, unable to resist the urge to flaunt their connection in a public setting. Undoubtedly, the predominant sentiment among the onlookers was one of envy, lamenting their own lack of opportunity to embody such a charming figure. Meanwhile, the auction continued, and at long last, the century-old ginseng that Zheng Hanyan had eagerly anticipated made its grand appearance. Chapter 60. The intense auction. At this moment, upon the auction stage, there lay an aged mountain ginseng bound with a crimson ribbon. The auctioneer bowed to the audience and proclaimed, Ladies and gentlemen, I have fulfilled my task for today. Now, I invite the esteemed Miss Lin Qingyi of the Lin family to preside over the auction of our final item. A murmur of anticipation rippled through the crowd. Soon, a tall and fashionable woman with cascading waves of hair confidently ascended the stage. Lin Qingyi bowed gracefully and expressed her gratitude. I sincerely appreciate your presence amidst your busy schedules for this auction. The item we are about to auction, as you can see, is a 150-year-old mountain ginseng. Before Lin Qingyi could finish, a voice interrupted, 50 million. The bidder was a portly and affluent hotel chain owner from Jinling. Laughter erupted among the attendees, with some teasing. Boss Wang, the beauty hasn't even finished her introduction. Why the rush? Take a moment to admire her. Isn't she captivating? Flushed with embarrassment, Boss Wang wished for a hole to hide in. Lin Qingyi chuckled and reassured, Please, esteemed guests, do not rush. Allow me to properly introduce the item. I believe many experts here are aware that mountain ginseng over a century old is exceedingly rare and can be a life-saving treasure in critical moments. The market value typically ranges from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands per gram. However, today's specimen is truly a gem among gems. The crowd's interest was instantly piqued. Someone ventured to inquire, Miss Lin, you mentioned this mountain ginseng is a gem among gems. What sets it apart? It possesses spiritual energy. Lin Qingyi replied, removing the cover from the ginseng. A soothing and refreshing aura permeated the hall, enveloping everyone in a warm embrace. It was as if they were basking in the gentle spring breeze, feeling utterly at ease. You must all sense the spiritual energy emanating from the ginseng, Lin Qingyi observed, noting the expressions of enjoyment and astonishment on their faces. Seemingly pleased, she covered the ginseng once more and continued, "Please note, the crimson ribbon binding this ginseng is essential. Without it, it would escape on its own, just as recorded in our ancient texts. In short, such mountain ginseng is a rare find. Indeed." The audience was thoroughly intrigued. Finally, someone could no longer contain their excitement. "Miss Lin, we are all informed now. When shall the bidding commence?" Zheng Hanyan also felt the tension rising, her palms clammy with sweat. She had initially believed that her lavish spending would secure this mountain ginseng to heal her daughter, but it seemed fierce competition was inevitable. As the atmosphere reached a crescendo, Lin Qingyi declared, "For this exquisite century-old mountain ginseng, the starting bid is set at 100 million. Let the auction begin." A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. While century-old mountain ginseng is indeed valuable, it typically ranges in the millions. No one expected the opening bid to be a staggering 100 million. Nevertheless, the Lin family, being a century-old establishment, had a reputation that was well acknowledged in the industry. Since the other party claimed that this old ginseng was unique, it undoubtedly justified its price. 150 million, 110 million, 120 million. Soon, bids began to rise. The price of 100 million, though somewhat steep, merely pinched the wallets of these affluent individuals. After all, their greatest anguish in life is the loss of life, while their wealth remains. Securing this old ginseng could potentially prolong one's life at a critical moment, which made it undeniably worth the investment. Lin Qingyi's appearance on stage was remarkably effective, igniting fierce competition in the room. At this juncture, Zheng Hanyan bit her lip and declared, 300 million. Initially, she had planned to spend only a few million that day. However, she felt compelled to assert her determination and deter others' ambitions. 300 million far exceeded Zheng Hanyan's budget, yet for the sake of her daughter, it was a worthy sacrifice. All eyes turned towards her, pondering how ruthlessly bold Zheng Hanyan was to elevate the bidding to such heights. Was it true that beautiful women possessed such fierceness? In an instant, those who had intended to bid on the century-old ginseng found themselves compelled to withdraw. On one hand, spending 300 million on a single ginseng was indeed extravagant. Despite the presence of numerous tycoons, disbursing hundreds of millions in cash would strain their company's liquidity. On the other hand, Zheng Hanyan's bid of 300 million signified her resolute intent to acquire the ginseng. Given their shared connections in the Jinling circle, no one wished to offend her unless absolutely necessary. Seeing no further bids, Zheng Hanyan exhaled in relief. Lin Qingyi, standing on stage, bore a barely perceptible smile, clearly taken aback by the unexpected price. The Lin family would receive a 10% commission from the auction, with higher final prices benefiting them immensely. Notably, the Lin family had acquired this old ginseng for 60 million, meaning they stood to profit significantly. 300 million at once. Lin Qingyi prepared to make her customary remarks before striking the gavel. However, no one anticipated that a figure at the front would raise their paddle, exclaiming, 500 million. A collective gasp echoed through the venue as all eyes turned to the paddle holder. Finally, someone recognized him, Wang Tengfei of the Wang family. The room erupted into murmurs. Rumor had it that the elder of the Wang family was gravely ill, suggesting their urgent need for this century-old ginseng. It seemed Zheng Hanyan's daughter also had ongoing health issues, indicating an impending rivalry. Spending 500 million on a wild ginseng demonstrated immense wealth. My total assets do not even amount to 500 million. The Wang family was the foremost clan in Jinling, the only entity capable of rivaling the Sihai group. While Zheng Hanyan served as the chairwoman of the Sihai group, the conglomerate was not solely hers, leaving her little choice but to concede. Zheng Hanyan was acutely aware that she could not compete with the Wang family. After all, being merely a woman, her total assets and stock holdings amounted to only a few billion at most. She was not afraid of going all in. What terrified her was the prospect of the Wang family continuing to raise the stakes. Thoughts of her beloved Shishi, still lying in bed, made her eyes redden. She was so young. Must she endure illness and carry the burden of its aftermath for the rest of her life? Alone, she stood in that moment, engulfed by a sense of helplessness. Many in the crowd felt a pang of sympathy, yet they understood she would not raise her bid any further. However, they underestimated a mother's unwavering resolve to protect her child. 550 million. Zheng Hanyan bit her lip as she spoke. At that moment, Wang Tengfei, seated in the front row, turned back and cast her a meaningful glance. 600 million. Wang Tengfei raised his paddle, his tone calm and indifferent. Zhang Hanyin clenched her fist slightly, resolutely declaring, 650 million. 700 million. Wang Tengfei's voice remained unperturbed. 750 million. Zhang Hanyin continued without hesitation, her voice imbued with a tragic determination. 800 million. 850 million. 900 million. 950 million. 1 billion. When Wang Tengfei announced 1 billion, Zhang Hanyin felt as though all her strength had been drained from her, and she sank helplessly into her seat. 10 billion was her limit. Beyond that, she simply could not muster the funds. The crowd realized the contest had reached its conclusion and could not help but sigh. At that moment, Wang Tengfei glanced back at Zhang Hanyin and asked indifferently, "Do you wish to raise the bid?" Zhang Hanyin lowered her head, tears welling in her eyes, resembling a little girl who had just lost her toy. Meanwhile, Lin Xingyi was taken aback. She had never imagined that a single old mountain ginseng could fetch a staggering price of 1 billion. 1 billion, once 1 billion, twice 1 billion, 3 times, Lin Xingyi announced, bringing down her gavel. At that instant, Zhang Hanyin completely broke down, unable to contain herself as she leaned into Yuchen's embrace, desperate to stifle her sobs. In her haze, she felt Yuchen pat her shoulder. She thought he was about to offer her comfort. Yet at that moment, what solace could possibly suffice? She watched as Yuchen took the auction paddle from her trembling hand and stated, 1.5 billion. Chapter 61, in my hands. It is worth this price, 1.5 billion. Yuchen's voice, though not loud, resonated like a stone cast into placid waters, reaching every corner of the room. Swish, swish, swish. All eyes converged upon Yuchen. Zhang Hanyin, nestled against him, suddenly lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes brimming with incredulity. The earlier indifference and composure she had displayed were nowhere to be seen. Lin Xingyi's mouth fell agape in astonishment, her hammer slipping from her grasp and clattering to the ground. She swallowed hard and exclaimed, "Excuse me, sir, I did not quite catch that." Yuchen reiterated, "I said 1.5 billion. This time, Lin Xingyi comprehended clearly. The crowd, too, confirmed they had not misheard. Yet, at that moment, Wang Tengfei abruptly turned his head, his gaze imbued with an intimidating aura. Though he remained silent, an unmistakable tension filled the air. Soon, however, he redirected his attention, coolly stating, 16 billion. The crowd's hearts raced. It seemed these two were about to clash once more. Many speculated about Yi Chen's identity, as they found him unfamiliar. Initially, some had presumed he was merely Zhang Hanyin's kept man. However, witnessing her nestled in his embrace and Yi Chen standing up for her, they began to reconsider. Zhang Hanyin had spurned numerous suitors over the years, not out of disinterest in men, but perhaps because she had been sheltered by Yi Chen. The pivotal question arose. With such audacity to confront the Wang family, did Yi Chen possess a formidable background? Upon hearing Wang Tengfei's new bid, Lin Xingyi crouched down to retrieve the hammer that had fallen once more. Just then, Yi Chen's voice echoed once again throughout the venue. 20 billion. Lin Xingyi's hammer slipped from her fingers for a third time. An audible gasp swept through the audience, accompanied by the sound of a phone tumbling to the ground. Zhang Hanyin, bewildered, grasped Yi Chen's hand and looked into his chiseled features. "Mr. Yi, please, do not raise the bid any further. Spending such a sum is unwarranted, and you may incur the wrath of the Wang family." Her concern stemmed not only from the potential repercussions but also from the fear that Yi Chen might be unable to produce such a vast sum. Even those atop the wealth rankings would find it challenging to liquidate several billion in cash easily. Just then, a loud clap resounded as Wang Tengfei's hand struck the table, his composure finally fracturing. "Kid, I don't care who you are. I just want to say, our Wang family requires this century-old ginseng. I advise you. 25 billion. Yi Chen raised his paddle once again, speaking with casual nonchalance. The crowd erupted into chaos. For the third time, Lin Xingyi's hammer fell to the ground. Who was this individual, seemingly intent on provoking the Wang family? Wang Tengfei's voice dripped with malice as he warned, "Do you believe I can ensure you do not leave the Century Building?" Without lifting his gaze, Yi Chen replied, "Whether I can exit the Century Building is not for you to decide. The only choices you have are to raise the bid or withdraw." Wang Tengfei gritted his teeth, seated himself, and retrieved his phone, preparing to make a call. Zhang Hanyin's palms were clammy with sweat as she inquired, "Mr. Yi, do you possess such a fortune? Moreover, this century-old ginseng cannot possibly be valued at 2.5 billion. Yi Chen reassured her, "Rest assured, in my hands, it is worth that much." "Indeed." When the century-old ginseng was presented at the auction, Yi Chun discerned its uniqueness. As the ginseng's spiritual energy emanated, Yi Chun became even more convinced that this was not merely an old ginseng, but a rare divine herb. The elixirs made from this divine herb would surpass those produced from ordinary century-old ginseng by 100-fold. Most importantly, this extraordinary herb could concoct the Yang Yuan Dan, which was vital for Yi Chun's cultivation. He would not hesitate to part with not just 2 billion, but even 20 billion for it. As the auction concluded, the time for payment approached. Suddenly, the doors of the auction hall were thrust open with great force. A throng of men in black surged in with an imposing presence. Wang Tingfei snapped his fingers, and the group of black-clad individuals encircled Yi Chun and Zhang Hanan. Observing the situation, the crowd retreated. Realizing that Wang Tingfei sought to confront Yi Chun, Zhang Hanyan's expression shifted, and her dignified aura as a beautiful chairwoman emerged. Wang Tingfei. This century-old ginseng was legally acquired by us. In the presence of so many witnesses, do you intend to seize it openly? Wang Tingfei chuckled coldly, replying, legally acquired? You must first pay the money for that to hold true. He pointed at Yi Chun and continued, Zhang Hanyan. This young man must have bid on the ginseng for you, right? I cannot believe he would spend 2 billion just to win your favor. You're not exactly a golden opportunity. Zhang Hanyan was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped Wang Tingfei's insinuation, responding with indignation, Wang Tingfei, mind your words. Wang Tingfei scoffed. Mind what? I speak nothing but the truth. In Jinling, others may fear you, but our Wang family does not. Aren't you merely working for someone else? Zhang Hanyan trembled with rage, at a loss for words. The onlookers shook their heads, aware of the rumors surrounding Zhang Hanyan's formidable background, including the tale of a family that was annihilated due to her. However, the Wang family seemed to possess a certain audacity in belittling her. At that moment, Yi Chun interjected, you would do well to remove your hand. I dislike being pointed at. Wang Tingfei chuckled, what if I don't? What will you do? It could prove quite perilous, Yi Chun replied earnestly. Wang Tingfei, infuriated yet mocking, declared, I want to remove it. I am curious to see. Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Chun transformed into a blur, vanishing from Zhang Hanyan's side and reappearing instantly beside Wang Tingfei. In the next moment, Wang Tingfei was propelled into the air, crashing onto the auction stage with a resounding thud. Kid, seeking death. A group of black-clad men were incensed. They were preparing to take action when Wang Tingfei, clutching his abdomen, rose from the ground and growled, hold on, let him pay first. If he can't afford it, I will have him dismembered. Instantly, all eyes turned to Yi Chun, as they speculated whether he could indeed produce 25 billion in cash. Ultimately, the consensus among the crowd mirrored Wang Tingfei's disbelief. Could Yi Chun really be willing to squander 25 billion just to win over Zhang Hanyan? What a ridiculous notion. There are countless women to be had for 20 billion. Even the most popular starlets could be easily exchanged. Even the wealthiest individuals would never engage in such folly. Zhang Hanyan herself deemed it improbable, yet she resolved to stand by Yi Chun's side. Approaching him, she said, Mr. Yi, I can raise approximately 8 or 9 billion, but I will need some time. Yi Chun waved his hand dismissively and replied, no need, just use my card. Use a card? The crowd erupted in laughter, further convinced that Yi Chun was merely posturing. The notion of charging over 20 billion was utterly implausible. No bank card could accommodate such a sum. Under Wang Tingfei's furious gaze, amidst the scornful looks from the crowd and Zhang Hanyan's anxious expression, Yi Chun walked over to Lin Qingyi. He produced a black card and tossed it onto the table, declaring, charge this card. Lin Qingyi glanced at the black card, her eyes widening in astonishment. Chapter 62. A deadly scheme. Lin Qingyi stared at the black card on the table, her eyes wide with disbelief. The black card was the size of a bank card, engraved with a vividly depicted dragon. As a venerable family with a history spanning several centuries, the Lin family was privy to more secrets than ordinary families. For instance, Lin Qingyi had heard her grandfather speak of this very black card, the exclusive bank card of the president of the Hongming Chamber of Commerce. There was only one in the entire world. The wealth of the Hongming Chamber of Commerce was known to be immeasurable. It was certain that if the chamber were to mobilize its entire capital, it could easily destabilize a nation's financial system. Seeing Lin Qingyi in a state of inaction, Yi Chun furrowed his brow and urged, swipe the card. Yes, yes. Lin Qingyi nodded respectfully, hastily taking the bank card and inserting it into the POS machine, preparing to complete the transaction. Her hands trembled slightly as she entered the amount of 2 billion. Due to the angle, the others could not see the Hongming black card. Moreover, even if they had, without the Lin family's insight and background, few would recognize its significance. Wang Fei spat on the ground, scoffing, "Miss Lin, are you really going to swipe it? Do you believe he has 2 billion in that card? Moreover, can that machine even process such an amount?" The others shared similar sentiments. Even Zhang Hanyan felt a sense of unease, pondering what they would do if the transaction failed. It wasn't that she doubted Yu Qin, rather, her own understanding led her to deem this impossible. However, just as Lin Qingyi pressed the confirmation button, a crisp sound resonated through the air. Ding. Then, a voice seemed to penetrate the eardrums and hearts of the onlookers. Transaction successful. The POS machine promptly dispensed a receipt. What? Everyone was taken aback. Was this some sort of joke? Given the limits of bank cards, even the most exclusive VIP cards from major banks could not exceed a limit of 2 billion. Likewise, the PS machine's limit was not supposed to breach that amount. At that moment, Wang Fei's face shifted through shades of green, white, and purple, filled with rage and humiliation. Lin Qingyi, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to set me up with this brat? At this juncture, Lin Qingyi's gaze toward Yi Chun had undergone a profound transformation. She finally comprehended that the Hongming Chamber of Commerce, recorded in her family's ancestral texts, indeed existed. Furthermore, this young man must have connections to the chamber. He could even be its president. With this realization, Lin Qingyi felt as if her heart was about to cease its rhythm. She withdrew the bank card, slightly bending forward and saying, "Sir, your bank card." At that instant, Wang Tengfei rushed over and snatched the receipt from her hands. Upon seeing the string of zeros and confirming it was indeed 2 billion, he stood there in stunned silence. Lin Qingyi let out a cold laugh and instructed a staff member, Xiao Xiao, display the transaction record on the big screen. Soon, the record of the 2 billion transaction was projected onto the large screen. The cardholder is none other than the Lin Group. The name of the cardholder is obscured by a series of asterisks, while the card number is 88888888888888. At this moment, the crowd began to believe, and their gazes toward Yi Chen shifted. They vaguely realized that Yi Chen's identity likely surpassed their imagination. At that moment, Lin Qingyi cast a cold glance at Wang Tengfei, her voice turning icy. "Wang Tengfei, this gentleman has successfully completed the transaction. I advise you not to cause any disturbances. Today's auction is organized by the Lin family, and I will not tolerate any disruptions." As she spoke, she waved her hand, and dozens of security personnel from the Lin family rushed in. Organizing an auction typically involves transactions worth billions, necessitating the utmost security. In the past, Lin Qingyi might have feared the Wang family. However, she now understood precisely where she stood. The Wang family was merely a local power in Jinling, viewed on a global scale. Or even within the entirety of Longhua or Jiangnan province, what significance did the Wang family hold? Conversely, the Hongming Chamber of Commerce could undoubtedly make its mark worldwide. The Wang family, in the presence of the Hongming Chamber of Commerce, amounted to nothing. No, they were worth even less than that. Wang Tengfei gritted his teeth, knowing he would gain nothing from this encounter and could only leave in anger. Before departing, he shot a fierce glare at Yi Chen and Zhang Hanyan, his eyes betraying an unmistakable intent to kill. Thus, a farcical scene came to a close. Order at the auction was finally restored, and those who had successfully bid began to line up to make their payments. Zhang Hanyan nestled closely against Yi Chen, preparing to settle the payment for the beast cauldron she had just won. Just as the staff received the card, Lin Qingyi intervened. "Since Director Zhang is a friend of this gentleman, the beast cauldron will be gifted to her, as a gesture of goodwill from the Lin family," Lin Qingyi said with a slight smile, her tone respectful. As she uttered these words, she felt an overwhelming envy toward Zhang Hanyan. A man like Yi Chen, possessing immense wealth, a mysterious background, and striking good looks, must surely make his partner the happiest woman in the world. Zhang Hanyan tucked the bank card away, her heart stirred by tumultuous waves. As the chairwoman of the Sihai group, she was accustomed to receiving respect and flattery from many. Yet, the attitude these people held toward her was entirely different from Lin Qingyi's demeanor toward Yi Chen. She could discern the reverence Lin Qingyi held for Yi Chen. The more she observed, the more she perceived Yi Chen as a black hole, concealing countless secrets, drawing people irresistibly into its depths. Just as Zhang Hanyan was lost in thought, she heard Yi Chen's voice. "Shall we go?" Zhang Hanyan nodded. Lin Qingyi added, "Sir, please leave us an address. We will arrange for someone to deliver the items, ensuring greater safety." Summoning her courage, she continued, "By the way, I still do not know how to address you. I am surnamed Yi, and I will not leave an address." "We will take the items with us," Yi Chen replied. Soon, the century-old ginseng and the beast cauldron were placed onto Lin Qingyi's vehicle. Lin Qingyi watched as Yu Qin and Zheng Hanyan departed, her gaze filled with envy. Shortly thereafter, Zheng Hanyan drove away with Yi Chun from the Jinling building. As they traversed a narrow path, Zheng Hanyan felt Yi Chun grasp her hand, which was gripping the steering wheel. Instantly, her heart raced like a startled rabbit. She was uncertain of Yi Chun's intentions. Pull over, Yi Chun instructed. Zheng Hanyan hesitated for a moment, yet complied with his request, bringing the vehicle to a halt. Yi Chun opened the car door and stepped outside, leaning against the vehicle. He produced a cigarette, lit it, and began to smoke in silence. Zheng Hanyan grew anxious, wondering if Yi Chun had asked her to stop merely to indulge in a cigarette. Just as she was about to voice her concerns, two figures emerged from the shadows. One of them was Wang Tung from the Wang family, wearing a cold smirk and exuding malice. Beside him stood an elderly man, whose somber countenance radiated an aura of profound danger. Mr. Yi, they intend to commit murder and robbery. That old man is a master from the Wang family. Zheng Hanyan suddenly realized the gravity of the situation and shouted, "Hurry, get in the car. We still have time to escape." Chapter 63. The disappointment of outsiders. As Wang Tung and the elder approached, Zheng Hanyan was tense to the utmost degree. She tugged at Yi Chun's sleeve, urging him to get into the car. Yi Chun exhaled a plume of smoke and replied, "I got out of the car precisely to await their arrival." Zheng Hanyan was momentarily taken aback, but in the next instant, she regained her composure. She recalled the scene from the previous night, when Yi Chun had obliterated Master Wang. Perhaps the so-called experts of the Wang family posed no threat to Yi Chun at all. Soon, Wang Tung approached with a mocking sneer, fixing his gaze upon Yi Chun. "Kid, I already warned you at the auction. Hand over the century-old ginseng, and I shall spare your life." Yi Chun took a drag from his cigarette and retorted, "I will not give it to you, nor will I leave you with a whole corpse. You're courting death." Wang Tung bellowed furiously, turning to the elder beside him. "Ming Lao, make him kneel and speak to me, then finish him off." Ming Lao nodded and said, "Understood, young master." At that moment, Zheng Hanyan emerged from the car, declaring, "Wang Ting, in broad daylight, do you truly wish to commit murder and robbery?" Wang Ting chuckled coldly, "Indeed, you are correct, but only partially. I intend to kill him. As for you, I shall take you away and dispose of you once I have had my fill of amusement." Zheng Hanyan clenched her teeth and demanded, "Wang Tung, are you not afraid of facing the consequences of the law?" Wang Tung erupted into laughter. "Law? Our Wang family is the law in Jinling. Here, it is only we who impose justice upon others. No one can bring our family to account." He then turned to Ming Lao and commanded, "Ming Lao, proceed. I can hardly wait to witness this brat's demise." Just then, Yi Chun finished his cigarette and remarked, "I have a principle. I do not strike first unless provoked. Should one offend me, they shall not have a second chance." As the words fell, Yi Chun flicked the cigarette butt away. With a swift motion, the fiery ember soared through the air, striking Wang Tung directly in the eye. Wang Tung felt an excruciating pain as it pierced into his right eye. "Ah, my eye," he cried out, feeling the blood on his hand as he touched it. Ming Lao's eyelid twitched, followed by an eruption of fury. "You seek death," he shouted, and in an instant, his body moved with the agility of a monkey, appearing beside Yi Chun and launching a powerful punch aimed at his head. Confident in his strength, Ming Lao believed he could fell an ox with this blow. Convinced that the young man before him was doomed, unfazed, Yi Chun calmly stated, "After a lifetime of training, is this all you can muster?" "The outsiders truly disappoint me." As Ming Lao, a top-tier expert, had served the Wang family for over a decade, he could not abide being belittled, especially by a mere child. Witnessing his fist nearing Yi Chun, he exerted even more force, shouting, "Brat, perish." Zheng Hanyan gazed at the scene before her, feeling an involuntary tension despite her awareness of Yi Chun's formidable strength. Having toiled for many years in Jinling, she understood all too well the foundations of the Wang family's rise to power. The elderly Ming before her had undoubtedly played a significant role in assisting the Wang family with their lethal endeavors. Clenching her fists tightly, she murmured to herself, "Mister, you will surely prevail." In the next moment, an astonishing spectacle unfolded before Zheng Hanyan's eyes. Ming's forceful punch, mere centimeters from Yi Chun's face, was suddenly seized by Yi Chun's grip. He appeared utterly unfazed, as if this punch were not delivered by a master, but rather a child from kindergarten. A surge of elation coursed through Zheng Hanyan, and she felt an overwhelming urge to cheer for Yi Chun. Even she could not comprehend why, at such a critical juncture, she was filled with such fervor. Perhaps it was the profound sense of security Yi Chun instilled within her. "What?" Ming's eyes widened in disbelief, his shadowy visage turning ashen. "Wang Tingfei, just recovering from excruciating pain, was rendered speechless by the scene before him. At that moment, Ming's other hand revealed a sharp dagger, thrusting toward Yi Chen's throat. He had come to terms with the reality that the youth before him was a master, a peerless expert capable of overwhelming him. His hope for victory hinged on this surprise attack. Witnessing this, Zhang Hanyan instinctively covered her mouth, anxiety creeping back into her heart. However, Yi Chen did not evade nor attempt to grasp Ming's dagger-wielding hand. Instead, he chose to strike. Attack was the best form of defense. With a resounding boom, Yi Chen's foot struck Ming's chest with blinding speed. The dull thud of impact mingled with the sharp crack of breaking bones, reverberating through the air. Ming was sent flying, as if struck by a high-speed train. Upon landing, he stared wide-eyed, spitting blood, his head tilting at an unnatural angle as he succumbed to death. The dagger slipped from his grasp, rolling to rest at Yi Chen's feet. Wang Tingfei, witnessing the scene, nearly lost control of his bladder. A singular thought consumed him: escape. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee. Yi Chen's foot connected with the dagger at his side, sending it slicing through the air, embedding itself in Wang Tingfei's back. With a thud, Wang Tingfei collapsed, sliding several meters forward before coming to a halt. Throughout the ordeal, Yi Chen had remained rooted in place, never budging an inch. Both Ming and Wang Tingfei had perished instantly. Yi Chen calmly entered the vehicle and settled into his seat, turning to Zhang Hanyan to say, "Let us depart." Zhang Hanyan inhaled deeply, her legs trembling uncontrollably. Though a formidable woman in her own right, her experiences had mostly been confined to the treacheries of the business world. Yet, in a matter of days since meeting Yi Chen, she had witnessed the deaths of Wang Tianshi, Ming, and Wang Tingfei unfold before her very eyes. Simultaneously, she recognized that had it not been for Yi Chen, any one of these individuals could have led her to utter ruin. Struggling to suppress her inner shock, she climbed into the car beside Yi Chen. Though her legs continued to tremble uncontrollably, she pressed the accelerator to the floor. With a roar, the Cullinan surged forward, swiftly vanishing from sight. Soon, the two returned to the Jiuzhou pavilion. Yi Chen handed the century-old ginseng to Zhang Hanyan and hoisted the beast cauldron with one hand, declaring, "I shall concoct the elixir today. Once Cece consumes it, she will be restored to health." "Very well, Mr. Yi," Zhang Hanyan replied, taking a deep breath. She was astounded. Yi Chen had just neutralized two adversaries yet remained unfazed. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she said, "Mr. Yi, the Wang family will likely be informed soon." I intentionally glanced at that alleyway when I left. Although there are no cameras inside, the entrances are monitored. I am concerned. Indeed, this could present some complications. Yi Chen mused. "Do you have a computer at home? Please find one." Zhang Hanyan responded, "I have a laptop in my study." Before long, Yi Chen entered the study, opened the laptop, and began to operate it with deft precision. Zhang Hanyan felt a twinge of curiosity, pondering what Mr. Yi intended to do. Chapter 64. The Michelin chef is just average in the study. Yi Chen's fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard, the sharp clattering of keys resonating in the room. His speed left Zhang Hanyan in a daze. Soon, the computer screen displayed a series of surveillance videos capturing the moments when the two entered and exited a narrow alley. Yi Chen swiftly deleted the videos, erasing all traces of their existence. Zhang Hanyan's eyes widened in astonishment as she couldn't help but inquire, "Did you hack into the surveillance system?" Yi Chen remained silent, merely stating, "For now, no one will trace it back." He possessed unwavering confidence in his skills, having honed them under the tutelage of his hacker mentor. Years ago, his mentor had infiltrated numerous critical systems purely for amusement. Had it not been for his mentor's deliberate exposure, he would not have ended up imprisoned in the ghost prison. A spark of wonder illuminated Zhang Hanyan's beautiful eyes. She was eager to discover the depths of Yi Chen's hidden talents. After completing his task, Yi Chen entered the room with the beast cauldron, instructing Zhang Hanyan not to let anyone in. He intended to concoct a minor Peiyuan pill using the ancient mountain ginseng. The quality of this pill would undoubtedly surpass that of the elixirs he had previously crafted. While Yi Chen focused on his alchemical process, Zhang Hanyan anxiously waited outside. Before long, a delightful fragrance wafted through the crack under the door. Finally, the door swung open, and Yi Chen emerged. Zhang Hanyan rushed toward him. Yi Chen produced 3 azure pills and said, "These 3 pills are for Cece. Administer one each day, and not only will she recover, but her constitution will also surpass that of ordinary children." "Thank you, Mr. Yi," Zhang Hanyan exclaimed. With that, she hurried to Cece's room, gently opened her daughter's mouth, and placed the pill inside. The pill dissolved instantly, swiftly traveling down Cece's throat. Almost immediately, Cece's complexion transformed, her pallor replaced by a rosy glow. Under Zhang Hanyan's expectant gaze, Cece opened her eyes. "Mommy, hug." Cece reached out her small hands. Zhang Hanyan embraced her daughter tightly and asked, "Cece, how do you feel?" With joy in her voice, Cece replied, "Mommy, Cece doesn't hurt anymore. Not at all." Zhang Hanyan was overwhelmed with tears of joy, exclaiming, "That's wonderful. Simply wonderful." At that moment, she felt both elated and astonished by the miraculous efficacy of Yuqin's elixir. If she hadn't witnessed it with her own eyes, she would have never believed such a phenomenon could exist in this world. She took Cece by the hand and knelt before Yuqin, saying, "Cece, this is Uncle Yi, your savior. Quickly, thank him." Yuqin lifted Cece into his arms, saying, "No need to bow, rise." Cece joyfully wrapped her arms around Yuqin's neck and planted a kiss on his cheek, saying, "Thank you, big brother, for saving Cece." In that moment, Zhang Hanyan was profoundly touched. The sight of Yuqin cradling Cece filled her heart with warmth. At this moment, a thought crossed her mind. How wonderful it would be if Yuqin were Xixi father. Simultaneously, a peculiar expression emerged on her face. As Xixi called her mother and addressed Yuqin as big brother, which seemed rather inappropriate for their age hierarchy. She bit her lip and said, "Xixi, you should call him uncle, not brother." Xixi pondered for a moment and replied, "No, uncles are old and ugly. Big brother is so handsome. He can't be an uncle." Zhang Hanyan. Ultimately, she could only come to terms with it. Just then, Xixi suddenly declared, "Big brother, you saved me. I want to thank you. I'll ask my mom to make you delicious food, lots of it." Zhang Hanyan felt helpless. Was her daughter truly trying to side with him? Yuqin smiled and said, "In the evening, big brother will prepare a feast for you. Then you can taste and see whose cooking is better, mine or your mother's." Xixi happily nodded. Zhang Hanyan, intrigued, recalled the last time she prepared a grand meal for Yuqin, only to have him critique it mercilessly. She still felt a twinge of resentment. She was eager to discover the true quality of Yuqin's culinary skills. Thus, she began to entertain herself in the living room while Yuqin and Zhang Hanyan ventured into the kitchen together. Zhang Hanyan donned an apron, assisting Yuqin in chopping vegetables and preparing ingredients. Once the preparations were nearly complete, Yuqin commenced cooking. As the saying goes, a true expert's skill is evident at first glance. Yuqin's cooking movements flowed gracefully, captivating the eye, while delightful aromas wafted through the air. In no time, Zhang Hanyan found herself utterly enchanted by Yuqin. She noticed that while he cooked, he emanated a unique aura, one she had never witnessed, even in her mentor. A Michelin-starred chef. After about an hour and a half, Yuqin had prepared an exquisite feast. Just then, Zhang Hanyan's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, her eyes lit up, and she answered the call. "Yu Meng, have you arrived in Jinling? That's wonderful. Where are you? I'll come to pick you up." A youthful voice responded from the other end. "No need to pick me up. I'm coming to your house shortly." Zhang Hanyan replied helplessly, "I can't believe you. You always spring surprises on me." After hanging up, she turned to Yuqin and said, "Mr. Yi, my best friend is coming over unexpectedly. I hope you don't mind?" Yuqin replied, "Not at all." Zhang Hanyan cheerfully added, "By the way, my best friend is a Michelin chef. I learned my culinary skills from her." Yuqin shrugged nonchalantly. "I've encountered many Michelin chefs. They're all about the same." Zhang Hanyan rolled her eyes and said, "What about a 3-star Michelin chef?" Yuqin shrugged again. "They're all about the same, too. Several 3-star Michelin chefs have sought to apprentice under me, but I turned them down." Just as Zhang Hanyan was left speechless, a voice echoed from the doorway, "Who has the audacity to belittle even the 3-star Michelin chefs?" Chapter 65. Your cooking lacks soul. The speaker was Chu Yameng, a close friend of Zhang Hanyan. Clad in a form-fitting beige suit, she accentuated her exquisite figure. Her visage was equally pleasing. While she may not rival Zhang Hanyan's beauty, she was undeniably a striking woman in her own right. Upon seeing Chu Yameng, Zhang Hanyan hurriedly approached her, exclaiming with delight, "Yameng, you've come." Chu Yameng strode in with an air of indignation, scrutinizing Yuqin from head to toe, and exclaimed, "Hanyan, who is he? He can't possibly be your boyfriend." Zhang Hanyan promptly shook her head, replying, "No, Mr. Yi is a friend of mine." With a disdainful huff, Chu Yameng retorted, "I don't care what he is to you, but disparaging a Michelin chef is unacceptable." As she spoke, her gaze bore hostility toward Yuqin. "Do you comprehend what it means to be a Michelin chef, especially a 3-star one?" "I don't," Yuqin replied, barely sparing her a glance as he prepared the final cold dish. Chu Yameng's frustration mounted. "You don't know? Allow me to enlighten you. Michelin restaurants are the most luxurious and prestigious establishments worldwide. Those who indulge in Michelin cuisine belong to the upper echelons of society. Achieving the status of a 3-star Michelin chef is a chef's lifelong aspiration and the pinnacle of their honor. Yi Chen regarded her for a moment and said, "That is merely your subjective viewpoint." Chu Yuming felt as though she might explode with rage. Subjective? Do you have any idea how every top restaurant in the Dragon Kingdom vies for my services? 3 years ago, I was earning $1 million a year. The 10th richest man in the Forbes rankings, Smith, has sent private jets more than once just to savor my culinary creations. As she spoke, Chu Yuming stood tall and proud, resembling an elegant swan. She had expected Yi Chen to be intimidated by her accomplishments. However, he shook his head and declared, "So what? Your claims prove nothing. The so-called delicacies crafted by Michelin chefs lack true soul." Chu Yuming was almost amused by her rage. Soul? This is the first time I've heard that cooking requires a soul. Are you seriously suggesting that your utterly ordinary home-cooked dishes possess soul? Indeed, Yi Chen replied. The essence of earthly flavors soothes the hearts of mortals. Chu Yuming nearly retched at his pretentiousness. Is this how you managed to win Han Yan over? I must taste your cooking to determine if it's as profound as you claim. Yuming, what nonsense are you spouting? Zhang Hanyan's face flushed as she interjected. At that moment, she felt somewhat helpless. One was her savior, and the other her dear friend, yet they were at odds. She regretted allowing Yi Chen to cook, as it had led to this turmoil. Just then, as Chu Yuming picked up her chopsticks to serve herself, Cece scampered over. The little one gazed at the spread on the table, drooling with anticipation. Wow, did Big Brother make this feast? Cece exclaimed, her wide eyes sparkling with excitement. Yi Chen sat down with Shishi in his arms, picking up a piece of braised pork with a smile. He said, "Give it a try." Shishi opened her small mouth and eagerly devoured the piece, her little mouth moving swiftly. "Delicious. I want more," she exclaimed, her enthusiasm unabated as she reached for the braised pork, stuffing her mouth until it was full. Observing Shishi's behavior, Zhang Hanyan wore a peculiar expression. While Shishi had always enjoyed braised pork, she had never been this unrefined before. Could it be that Yi Chen's braised pork was superior to her own? Contemplating this, Zhang Hanyan inquired with a smile, Shishi, which is tastier, Mommy's braised pork or Big Brother's? Without hesitation, Shishi replied, "Big Brother's is tastier. Big Brother's is tastier." Zhang Hanyan. Chu Yuming furrowed her brow and couldn't resist asking, "Shishi, don't you love the barbecue that your aunt makes the most? Which do you think is better, Annie's barbecue or this braised pork?" Shishi's little mouth kept moving as she mumbled, "Big Brother's braised pork is tastier. Better than Annie's barbecue." Chu Yuming. Children speak without a filter, yet both Zhang Hanyan and Chu Yuming felt a profound sense of disappointment. They exchanged glances and simultaneously picked up their chopsticks, each taking a piece of braised pork into their mouths. Instantly, they widened their beautiful eyes, their chewing accelerating. So delicious. Zhang Hanyan licked her lips, letting out a satisfied sigh. She finally understood why Shishi had been so unrestrained moments ago. When Chu Yuming took her first bite, she was momentarily stunned. A rich aroma emanated from the braised pork, enveloping her senses. This indescribable flavor was something Chu Yuming had never encountered before. Instinctively, she began to chew rapidly, as with each bite, a burst of flavor was released, making it hard to stop. After finishing one piece, she reached for a second, only to find the plate of braised pork completely empty. Shishi's cheeks were stuffed, her mouth glistening with grease. Zhang Hanyan, equally unrefined, voiced her delight while chewing. "So good, truly too delicious." Watching Zhang Hanyan and Shishi indulge, Chu Yuming couldn't help but swallow hard. The braised pork seemed to possess a magical quality. Once tasted, it lingered in one's memory, unforgettable. Shishi still desired more. Seeing the empty plate, she was on the verge of tears. Yi Chen chuckled and said, "Shishi, try this Kung Pao chicken." Reluctantly, Shishi picked up a small spoon and scooped a portion of the Kung Pao chicken. Upon tasting it, her big eyes widened in astonishment, and she began to chew rapidly once more. "Delicious, delicious. Just as good as the braised pork." Shishi beamed with joy once again. Zhang Hanyan and Chu Yuma exchanged a glance, and both picked up their chopsticks to take a bite. "Wow," Zhang Hanyan exclaimed. "How is this so delicious?" "Hanyan, could you refrain from exclaiming?" Chu Yuma responded, slightly exasperated. Even if Yi Chen's cooking was exquisite, she doubted Zhang Hanyan could be so unrestrained. She genuinely suspected that Zhang Hanyan was a plant sent by Yi Chen. As she spoke, Chu Yuma took a mouthful of Kung Pao chicken. Her eyes widened once more. Was the flavor of this dish truly so exceptional? As a Michelin-starred chef, Chu Yuma possessed a profound understanding of the culinary arts of Langua. In her view, Kung Pao chicken was merely a commonplace dish. No matter how it was prepared, could it truly transcend the ordinary? With these thoughts swirling in her mind, she scooped a generous spoonful of Kung Pao chicken into her mouth. An endless wave of flavor cascaded across her palate, tantalizing her taste buds. She felt as if she were ascending to the heavens. When she regained her senses, she realized that half of the plate of Kung Pao chicken had already been devoured by Zheng Hanyin and Cici, though she yearned to maintain her composure. The exquisite taste overwhelmed her resolve, and she hastily scooped another large spoonful into her mouth, followed by another for her bowl. Observing this, Yuchen sighed and remarked, "Aren't you two going to try the other dishes? If you keep eating like this, you'll fill up quickly." Only then did Zheng Hanyin and Chu Yuma come to their senses and begin sampling the other dishes: crab meat lion's head, sweet and sour carp, longjing shrimp, mapo tofu. Yi Chun prepared traditional and simple dishes of Longhua, yet their flavors were unparalleled. Even as chefs, Zheng Hanyin and Chu Yuma found themselves unable to resist after their first taste. Cici devoured her food ravenously, as if she hadn't eaten in days, her little belly quickly swelling. At that moment, Zheng Hanyin's gaze toward Yi Chun shifted once more. She grew increasingly curious about how many secrets this man concealed. A smile graced her lips as she could not help but inquire, "Mr. Yi, your dishes are so delectable. Is it because your culinary skills possess a soul?" Yi Chun, taking small bites of his food, presented a striking contrast to the other's voracious consumption. He smiled and replied, "It is not that my culinary skills possess a soul, but rather that our Longhua has a civilization spanning 5,000 years, which has infused our culinary culture with a soul." Upon hearing this, Chu Yuma trembled, profoundly impacted. Her greatest passion since childhood had been cooking. She initially studied Chinese cuisine, but later became enamored with Western cuisine, ultimately becoming a 3-star Michelin chef. Yet now, she suddenly realized that, in Yi Chun's presence, her Michelin accolades felt utterly insignificant. It turned out that the rich, soulful culinary heritage left by her ancestors had merely been overlooked by her. In that moment, Chu Yuma felt no pride whatsoever. She gazed at Yi Chun, filled with anticipation, and said, "Mr. Yi, I wish to learn Chinese cuisine. May I take you as my mentor?" Chapter 66. Such playfulness upon hearing Chu Yuma's words. Zheng Hanyin's face broke into a smile. She couldn't help but marvel internally. Truly, Mr. Yi is impressive, effortlessly captivating even someone like Chu Yuma. Her friend, born into privilege, blessed with beauty and a successful career, was undeniably haughty. Yet now, before Yi Chun, she could only submit meekly. However, Yi Chun waved his hand and stated, "I do not wish to take on a disciple at this moment." He did not even cast a glance at Chu Yuma as he spoke. Chu Yuma was taken aback. She never anticipated that Yi Chun would reject her. After all, she was a stunning beauty, and countless men would jump at the chance to engage with her under the pretext of culinary exchange. Yet, Yi Chun had coldly turned her down. Chu Yuma scoffed inwardly, convinced that Yi Chun was employing a strategy of pursuit by feigned disinterest, a tactic frequently used by men in their courtship endeavors. Having encountered such maneuvers numerous times, she smiled and replied, "Mr. Yi, even if you do not wish to take on a disciple, surely we can still exchange ideas." "I have no time," Yi Chun replied decisively. "Chu Yuma." At that moment, Zheng Hanyin stepped forward, smiling as she said, "Yuma, Mr. Yi is quite busy. He genuinely lacks the time." Upon hearing this, Chu Yuma looked at Zheng Hanyin and ultimately fell silent, though her gaze held a deeper meaning. It seemed her earlier judgment was not unfounded. Zheng Hanyin and Yi Chun likely shared a special relationship. Yet, Zheng Hanyin was already 25 and had borne a child, while Yi Chun was significantly younger. Could it be that Yi Chun was the young companion supported by Zheng Hanyin? Especially after witnessing Yi Chun's handsome features and robust physique, Chu Yuma felt increasingly convinced of her conjecture. Her friend was truly adept at navigating such affairs. Chu Yuma felt an envious pang within her. After dining, Yi Chun prepared to leave. Cici jumped into Yi Chun's arms, planted a kiss on his cheek, and said, "Big brother, will you still come to see Cici and prepare delicious food for her?" A smile graced Yi Chun's face as he affectionately ruffled Cici's hair, assuring her, "I will." Cici beamed with joy, kissing him again. Witnessing this scene, Zheng Hanyin and Chu Yuma fell into contemplation, noting the stark contrast between Yi Chun's cold demeanor towards them and his warm attitude towards Cici. "Mr. Yi, allow me to drive you," Zheng Hanyin offered, promptly heading to the car. As they watched Zheng Hanyin and Yi Chun depart, Chu Yuma felt speechless. She had traveled from afar, neglecting her homecoming just to visit Zheng Hanyin, only to see her leave with a man Truly, what a friend who prioritizes romance over companionship. Meanwhile, as Zhang Hanyan drove with Yuqin in the passenger seat, she wished to converse with him but struggled to find a suitable topic. An awkward atmosphere began to permeate the air. Finally, she resorted to turning on the car radio. At 11 o'clock in the morning, a murder occurred in Jinling City. The identity of the deceased has been confirmed as Wang Tingfei of the Wang Group, along with his bodyguard. The police have opened a case, and the Wang Group has issued a statement offering a reward of 10 million for information leading to the perpetrator. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Hanyan's body trembled violently. Lost in thought, she nearly collided with the car in front, abruptly slamming the brakes to a stop. The vehicle behind her also screeched to a halt, and the driver leaned out, cursing, "Damn it, why did you slam on the brakes? Do you want to die?" Zhang Hanyan poked her head out and replied, "My apologies." The driver, upon seeing her striking beauty, was momentarily speechless, astonished that such a captivating woman existed, far surpassing the stars on television. Instantly, his irritation vanished, and he cheerfully said, "No worries, just be more careful next time." Zhang Hanyan exhaled deeply, gradually pressing the accelerator while casting a glance at Yichun. She noticed that his expression remained unchanged, as if the news broadcast held no relevance to him whatsoever. After a moment's hesitation, she finally spoke, "Mr. Yi, the Wang family will inevitably discover the connection between Wang Tingfei's death and us, won't they? They may not find conclusive evidence, but they will certainly suspect me, especially since I had a confrontation with Wang Tingfei at the auction." Yichun furrowed his brows slightly and continued, "I can handle the Wang family, but I worry about the trouble it may bring you. If there's nothing pressing, it might be best for us to refrain from contact for the time being." "No," Zhang Hanyan replied with fervor. Immediately after, her cheeks flushed involuntarily, and she couldn't quite comprehend the intensity of her reaction. Biting her lip, she added, "Mr. Yi, you are both my and Cece's savior and a friend. No matter what transpires, I will face it alongside you." As she spoke, her face radiated genuine resolve. Yichun glanced at Zhang Hanyan and replied, "Very well." Though it was merely a pair of simple words, Zhang Hanyan felt an unprecedented joy blossom within her. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the Tulip apartment. Yichun alighted from the car and walked towards the building. "Mr. Yi." Zhang Hanyan's voice suddenly called from behind. Yichun turned around and inquired, "Is something the matter?" Zhang Hanyan smiled and said, "Good night, Mr. Yi." "All right." Meanwhile, within the Wang family in Jinling, an atmosphere of sorrow and rage enveloped them. The head of the family, Wang Tailai, had been gravely ill and unconscious for 3 months, with his condition deteriorating. Although the Wang family ranked among the elite families in Jinling, Wang Tailai possessed a strong sense of foreboding. Over the years, he had tirelessly cultivated connections, investing considerable capital and resources to align with the aristocracy of Yanjing. Just as his efforts were on the verge of yielding returns, he fell into a deep coma, delivering a significant blow to the Wang family. On this very day, the Wang family received another piece of tragic news. The bodies of Wang Tingfei and Old Ming had been discovered in a narrow alley. At this moment, the lifeless bodies of Wang Tingfei and Elder Ming lay in the hall of the Wang family. Wang Tingfei's mother, Li Yuqin, wept profusely, declaring, "I care not who has slain Tinger, the Wang family shall not rest until vengeance is ours." Just then, Wang Tingfei's younger brother, Wang Tingyuan, approached and remarked, "Mother, Elder Ming was our family's foremost master. The fact that even he has fallen indicates that the one who murdered my brother came prepared." Li Yuqin nodded in understanding, fully aware that the Wang family had ascended to prominence in Jinling City by stepping over the corpses of countless rivals. Undoubtedly, the Wang family had garnered many enemies along the way. There were numerous individuals yearning for the downfall of the Wang clan. At this moment, she made her way to Wang Tailai's chamber, retrieving a yellowed envelope from beneath his pillow. She handed it to Wang Tingyuan, instructing, "Tingyuan, take this letter to Kunlun Mountain immediately and summon your grandfather's old acquaintance. It is only a matter of time before we unearth the perpetrator. When we strike, it shall be with the force of thunder, uprooting both the culprit and the powers that stand behind them." A fervent gleam appeared on Wang Tingyuan's face. From a young age, he had understood that the Wang family's true trump card lay in the hands of his grandfather's acquaintance, the formidable figure from Kunlun Mountain, an entity that transcended the mundane rules of the world. "Very well, mother, I shall depart at once." With the envelope in hand, Wang Tingyuan exited, brimming with excitement. Chapter 67. Has traditional Chinese medicine declined to such an extent? The next day arrived swiftly. Yichen rose early and, after a brief morning routine, prepared to head to school for breakfast. Upon opening the door, he encountered two familiar figures, the Long sisters. They held breakfast in their hands, seemingly having waited for quite some time. "Mr. Yi, we have brought you breakfast," the sisters exclaimed, promptly entering his room. As if fearing he might decline their gesture, Yi Chun furrowed his brow and replied, "Let us leave it at this for today. Please do not bring me breakfast tomorrow." The sisters had already devised their response, smiling as they said, "Mr. Yi, there is no need to be polite. You saved our grandfather, so it is only fitting that we bring you breakfast for a lifetime." Yichen waved his hand dismissively, stating, "I save only those who deserve saving," without expecting anything in return. "Please refrain from coming tomorrow. Let it be." "Mr. Yi, please eat first. We can talk while we dine," Long Xiaoxue suggested. Without overthinking, Yichen sat down to eat. Long Xiaoxue continued, "Mr. Yi, we wish to express our gratitude, but we also have a favor to ask." Yichen inquired, "What is it?" Long Xiaoxue explained, "As you know, we have just been accepted into the graduate program at Jinling University. We have been living in the dormitory, but we find it rather uncomfortable and often suffer from insomnia. We wondered if we might move into your apartment, as you have spare rooms." Her voice was soft and sweet, with a hint of pleading. Beside her, Long Xiaoyan admired her cousin's approach, thinking to herself how much she still had to learn in this regard. "No." Yichen declined without hesitation. Long Xiaoxue. Long Xiaoyan. Undeterred, Long Xiaoxue persisted, "Mr. Yi, we promise not to disturb you, and we can take care of your daily needs." Long Xiaoyan nodded in agreement, adding, "Mr. Yi, we can cook and handle chores. You would have much less to worry about. If necessary, we can pay rent." In truth, the sisters had only recently acquired these skills. Yichen fell into contemplation, considering that the small grove by the Jinling River was rich in spiritual energy, even more so than the ghost prison, making it an ideal place for cultivation. He planned to stay in Jinling for an extended period. Initially, he intended to hire a maid, but now the arrival of the Long sisters alleviated many of his concerns. Finally, he relented, saying, "Very well, you may stay for now. If you become too noisy, I will ask you to leave, and you must comply." Upon hearing this, the sisters were overjoyed. For days, the entire Long family had been strategizing how to bring the sisters closer to Yichen and arrange for them to cohabit with him, a plan they did not expect to materialize so swiftly. As Yichen finished his breakfast, the sisters eagerly began clearing the dishes and tidying up. Observing their flustered movements, a hint of helplessness crossed Yichen's face. He genuinely doubted whether the meals they prepared would be palatable. At that moment, Yichen received a phone call from Zheng Hanyan. Once the call connected, a sweet, youthful voice chimed in. "Big brother, today I am going to the welfare home with my mother to visit the sick little friends. They are as unfortunate as I am. Can you come with us?" Immediately after, Zheng Hanyan's voice followed. "Mr. Yi, I've been supporting the Jinling welfare home, where many terminally ill children are cared for. We visit them every week, and this morning, Shishi insisted on bringing you along. If you are busy, it's perfectly fine." Before Zheng Hanyan could finish, Yichen interjected, "I am free. The Jinling welfare home, right? I will head there now. Mr. Yi, let me come and pick you up." Zheng Hanyan exclaimed joyfully. "All right." Yichen nodded. Once Yichen hung up the phone, Long Xiaoyan inquired, "Mr. Yi, where are you going?" "We drove here." "Mr. Yi, we can be your drivers," Long Xiaoxue said with a bright smile. Initially, Yichen intended to decline, but Long Xiaoxue had already dashed off to start the vehicle. He said nothing further, informed Zheng Hanyan he was on his way, and then got into the car. Approximately 30 minutes later, the trio arrived at the welfare home, coinciding with Zheng Hanyan and Shishi's arrival. "Big brother." Shishi ran toward Yichen, extending her chubby little hands for a hug. Yichen lifted her up, and with a gentle peck, Shishi kissed him on the cheek. Zheng Hanyan approached and greeted, "Mr. Yi." Upon seeing the Long sisters, a frown involuntarily crossed her brow. This was not the first time she had witnessed the sisters encircling Yichen. It seemed the Long family was determined to engage with this potential dragon, regardless of the circumstances. The sisters, noticing Yichen holding Shishi, felt a twinge of emotion. From their experience, Yichen appeared indifferent to everyone else, yet his demeanor towards Shishi was markedly different. They couldn't help but wonder if Shishi was an illegitimate child born to Yichen by Zheng Hanyan. However, they quickly dismissed the thought. Despite Yichen's enigmatic presence, he was still merely 18 years old. "Mr. Zheng, you have arrived," a voice called out, and it was Director Zhao of the welfare home. Zheng Hanyan shook hands with him, and they exchanged introductions before she said, Director Zhao, shall we go see the sick children? Certainly, please follow me. Director Zhao nodded and led the way. The group arrived at a building with the words Love Building inscribed above the entrance. Director Zhao explained, this Love Hospital was donated by Ms. Zheng and the C-High Group, specifically to care for children afflicted with terminal illnesses that cannot be treated. Soon, they entered the building. Inside the Love Building, dozens of terminally ill children were present, and the sound of sobs echoed throughout. Zheng Hanyan was reminded of Xishi's own illness, and her heart tightened with concern. She spoke to Yi Chun, saying, these children, the majority of them are beyond medical salvation, and a significant number are forsaken due to financial constraints. Our initial intention in establishing this charitable hospital was to alleviate their suffering in their final moments. Yi Chun nodded and entered a patient room where a frail child lay. The child was emaciated, his eyes devoid of light, while his parents wept in despair beside him. Yi Chun furrowed his brow and remarked, this is merely a case of simple malnutrition. Traditional Chinese medicine has specific prescriptions capable of treating such ailments. How could it be deemed untreatable? Zheng Hanyan was taken aback and replied, traditional Chinese medicine can cure this illness? I am not entirely certain, but this child cannot be treated here. He can only maintain life through human serum injections, which are exorbitantly priced. Each vial costs a fortune, leading to annual medical expenses exceeding $1 million. Ordinary families simply cannot bear this burden. Yi Chun remained silent, examining each room one by one. By the end, his furrowed brow deepened. Many of these ailments could indeed be treated by authentic traditional Chinese physicians from Longhua, indicating a deeper issue at play. Traditional Chinese medicine can heal these conditions? Zheng Hanyan expressed her disbelief, adding, however, from my understanding, traditional Chinese medicine generally focuses on managing chronic diseases, while most ailments necessitate Western treatment. Conditions deemed terminal, whether through surgery or medication, are not financially feasible for average families. Yi Chun did not respond. Instead, he took out silver needles and began to administer acupuncture room by room. Initially, the parents viewed him with skepticism, but soon they observed a marked improvement in the children's conditions following his treatment. After completing the acupuncture, Yi Chun requested paper and pen, recording the room numbers and writing prescriptions for the necessary medications. Witnessing this, Zheng Hanyan felt an overwhelming surge of hope. She had initially wanted Yi Chun to come and see if he could help these children, and it was evident that he indeed could. Finally, Yi Chun turned to Zheng Hanyan and inquired, do you know a doctor named Bai Guanghua? Zheng Hanyan replied, Bai Guanghua, the renowned physician? I know him. He has treated Sisi before. Call him and tell him I need him to come over, Yi Chun instructed. He had long been aware of the decline of traditional Chinese medicine, yet he had not anticipated its current state of deterioration. There must be some underlying issues, and he intended to consult Bai Guanghua about it. Chapter 68. Traditional Chinese medicine is dead. Burn paper for matters soon. Zheng Hanyan dialed Bai Guanghua's number. On the other end, Bai Guanghua's voice was filled with helplessness. Director Zheng, is there something you need? I truly cannot treat your daughter's illness. Zheng Hanyan replied, my daughter's illness has already been cured. It was Mr. Yi who treated her. Mr. Yi wishes for you to visit the Jinling Welfare Institute. He has something to discuss with you. Mr. Yi? Bai Guanghua was momentarily taken aback. Then his excitement surged. You mean Master Yi wants to see me? Wonderful. I will come right away. After hanging up, Zheng Hanyan cast a peculiar glance at Yi Chun. She understood well that Bai Guanghua, a renowned physician in Jinling, was typically quite proud, yet upon hearing that Yi Chun wished to meet him, he was as joyous as a child. In less than 10 minutes, Bai Guanghua arrived. Running with haste and respectfully bowing to Yi Chun, Master Yi, you wish to see me? Yi Chun nodded and stated, I have something to ask you. Bai Guanghua, brimming with enthusiasm, responded, Master Yi, please speak. Your disciple will certainly share everything I know. Witnessing Bai Guanghua's demeanor, Zheng Hanyan felt even more astonished. Speculating that Bai Guanghua must have witnessed Yi Chun's medical prowess and been utterly captivated by it, Yi Chun inquired, I observe that many children in this charity hospital are afflicted with ailments that traditional Chinese medicine could completely cure. How has it come to be that they are deemed terminal? Has traditional Chinese medicine truly declined to such a state? At this, Bai Guanghua sighed, Master Yi, you have come to the right person for this. I know what has transpired. I do not wish to hear superfluous words. Speak quickly, Yi Chun interjected impatiently. Realizing he had spoken too much, Bai Guanghua hastily explained, it is as follows, Master Yi. Firstly, many prescriptions from elder traditional Chinese physicians have been acquired by foreign pharmaceutical companies. rendering them unable to utilize these remedies. Secondly, with the rise of Western medicine, traditional Chinese medicine has faced suppression, and many elder practitioners have no successors, leading to a gradual loss of their art. Thirdly, many unscrupulous individuals masquerade as traditional Chinese physicians, deceiving the public and causing widespread skepticism regarding the efficacy of traditional Chinese medicine. Yichen nodded, quickly grasping the situation. It was no wonder that traditional Chinese medicine had declined. Both internal and external factors contributed to this downfall. At this moment, Zhang Hanyan furrowed her brows and asked, but the issue remains, if these prescriptions can cure terminal illnesses, why do foreign pharmaceutical companies not employ them for treatment after acquiring them? Wouldn't that mean these ailments could be cured? The Long sisters and Director Zhao also nodded, harboring similar doubts. Bai Guanghua shrugged, admitting he was unsure. Then, Yichen elucidated, it is quite understandable. These pharmaceutical giants are not physicians, they are merchants. What they seek are not effective prescriptions, but lucrative commodities. What constitutes a good commodity? It is a medicine that can heal patients in the shortest time possible. It may be an effective drug, but not necessarily a good commodity. A good commodity is one that cures the patient immediately upon ingestion, yet causes a relapse the moment the medication is halted. Upon hearing this, everyone present, including Bai Guanghua, was left in stunned silence. Yuchen's analysis was indeed incisive. At that moment, the medicinal herbs and the necessary tools for brewing the medicine he desired were brought back. Under Yuchen's guidance, the parents of the children began to prepare the medicine. They were all captivated by Yuchen's medical prowess. Initially, they had succumbed to despair, but Yichen rekindled their hope. Soon, the entire charity hospital was suffused with the fragrant aroma of the medicines. Subsequently, all the emergency devices attached to the children were removed, and they began to consume the medicine. Not long after taking it, the children's conditions improved significantly, allowing them to rise from their beds and walk. This scene astounded everyone present. With a thud, 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 one by one, parents knelt before Yichen. Divine Healer, we implore you, save our children. Yichen replied, please rise. If you adhere to the prescription I have provided for 2 days, I will return to adjust it, and most of the children will recover. The parents remained on their knees, bowing in gratitude. Finally, Yichen declared, I intend to establish a traditional Chinese medicine clinic, not only to heal and save lives, but also to pass on the medical knowledge inherited from our ancestors. Bai Guanghua, do you wish to be my first disciple? What? Bai Guanghua was instantly taken aback. Ever since he first witnessed Yuchen's medical skills, he had dreamt of becoming his disciple. He never imagined that such happiness would arrive so suddenly. With a thud, he knelt on the ground, saying, I am willing, master. Please accept my humble bow. Witnessing Bai Guanghua, once so revered, kneeling before Yichen left the crowd in awe once more. Upon seeing this scene, Zhang Hanyan felt her eyes moisten. Yet, her heart brimmed with exhilaration. She believed that once Yuchen's clinic opened, it might bring hope to many despairing families. If Yichen could nurture more disciples, the number of those receiving treatment would surely increase. After leaving the orphanage, Yichen devoted himself to his training. Bai Guanghua busied himself with the affairs of the clinic. Zhang Hanyan, Long Shaoan, and Long Xiaoxue also kept themselves occupied, leveraging their networks to resolve various matters. In just a few days, Yuchen's clinic was nearly completed. It was situated on the pharmacy street near the People's Hospital of Jinling. The decor was remarkably antiquated, and the plaque bore Yuchen's own calligraphy, Xian Yi Tang. A couplet adorned the entrance, hanging the pot to aid the world, healing the sick and saving lives. The renovation caused quite a stir over the last few days. The nearby pharmacies initially perceived it as a new competitor, but upon realizing it was a traditional Chinese medicine clinic, they were amused. Staff from Likong Pharmacy, Kongjian Pharmacy, and the Western medicine families all emerged. They couldn't help but chuckle. Xian Yi Tang, such a formidable name. It's clear the proprietor harbors great aspirations. Indeed, the ambition to alleviate suffering and cure ailments is truly noble. Just observe the promotions in our local pharmacies, discounts on purchases exceeding 100. Or complimentary eggs with a 200 yuan recharge. Such trivialities seem almost absurd in the face of a genuine endeavor. One might wonder, is it not folly to establish a traditional Chinese medicine clinic right outside the largest hospital in Jinling City? The jest is amusing. As Zhang Hanyan busily attended to her tasks, the remarks of Long Xiaoyan and Long Xiaoxue finally prompted a reaction. Zhang Hanyan interjected, you may not be aware, but the proprietor of this clinic is a renowned physician. Soon, your pharmacies may find their shelves gathering dust. Long Xiaoxue further teased, Indeed, once the clinic opens, your establishments may face closure. At this, the pharmacy personnel could only chuckle, their laughter tinged with disbelief. One quipped, "What a fright. It seems I shall soon be out of a job." Another added, "That jest is hardly amusing. Can traditional medicine truly heal? Have you traversed through time? Traditional medicine is a relic of the past. It's time to let it rest in peace." The derision from the crowd ignited Long Xiaoxue's temper, leaving her feeling as though her very lungs might burst from indignation. Zheng Hanin and Long Xiaoan shared her frustration. In that moment, all three women found themselves eagerly anticipating the opening of the clinic. Chapter 69. The astonishing grand opening ceremony after a week of meticulous preparation. Xian Medical Hall officially commenced operations. Although Yichen preferred a more understated approach, Zhang Hanin and her companions were resolute in their determination to orchestrate a splendid opening ceremony. At the break of dawn, a throng of individuals from nearby pharmacies gathered around. No one seemed to hold any optimism for Xian Medical Hall. Many speculated that given the captivating beauty of Zhang Hanyin, Long Xiaoyun, and Long Xiaoxue, they could achieve greater success in live streaming than in traditional Chinese medicine. They pondered whether anyone would actually attend such an event, noting the street was lined with pharmacies and suggesting they should at least hire some patrons for appearances. Amidst the murmurs of doubt, a small delivery truck arrived. An elderly gentleman, looking quite weathered, emerged from the passenger seat. A gasp rippled through the crowd. It was the renowned Dr. Bai. Though many in the crowd were skeptical of traditional Chinese medicine, they had certainly heard of Dr. Bai's illustrious reputation. Someone eagerly inquired, "Dr. Bai, is this medical hall yours?" The crowd buzzed with excitement. If it truly was Dr. Bai's establishment, it would undoubtedly merit respect. Dr. Bai wiped the sweat from his brow and replied modestly, "I have no such qualification. This is my master's endeavor. I am merely here to procure supplies." As he spoke, he directed the unloading of medicinal ingredients from the truck. The onlookers were left bewildered. The medical hall was established by Dr. Bai's master? What a jest! Dr. Bai, with his head of white hair, must surely have a master who had long since passed. Just as the crowd continued to speculate, another figure appeared. It was the elder of the Liu family. Recognition surged through the crowd. At that moment, Long Xiaoxue loudly declared, "Head of the Liu family, Liu Gongming, and chairman of Liu Group, Liu Jinhua. Present a pair of floral arrangements." A ripple of excitement swept through the crowd. The Liu family was a prominent name in Jinling. For a modest medical hall's opening to attract such esteemed guests was indeed remarkable. Soon after, more notable figures arrived. Long Xiaoxue's voice resonated once again. Head of the Long family, Long Xiyuan, chairman of Long Group, Long Zitian, and the owner of Jinling's nocturnal city, Long Zidi, present a magnificent screen depicting galloping steeds. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Not only had the Liu family come, but the Long family had also graced the occasion. The arrivals continued in rapid succession. Long Xiaoxue hardly paused. President Wang of Jinling University presents a congratulatory plaque. Director Zhao of Jinling Welfare Institute presents a lifelong evergreen. Director Wang of Jinling Municipal Hospital presents 2 floral arrangements. Deputy Captain Bu Fian of the Wolf Tooth Assault Team presents a top-tier Heeshou Wu. The crowd's eyes widened in astonishment. These were all prominent figures. Yet, the most staggering surprises were yet to come. Chairwoman Zhang Hanyan of Zhang Group presents traditional Chinese medicinal materials worth 10 million. The King of Jinling presents traditional Chinese medicinal materials worth 10 million. Upon hearing this, the crowd was utterly flabbergasted. Initially, they held a deep disdain for this traditional Chinese medicine clinic. However, they soon realized their grave mistake. The presence of so many esteemed figures in support of this establishment indicated that its proprietor was undoubtedly exceptional. Who, then, was the owner of this clinic? Curiosity swelled among the crowd. At last, amidst their eager anticipation, Yichen made his entrance, albeit fashionably late. Now, let us hear a few words from the founder of Xianitong, the illustrious Dr. Yichen. Let us extend a warm welcome. The audience erupted into fervent applause. By this moment, a substantial crowd had gathered. Aside from the staff of nearby pharmacies, many passers-by had also stopped to witness the event. All filled with intrigue, unsure who among them was the esteemed Dr. Yi. Yichen frowned, taken aback by Long Xiaoxue's flamboyant arrangements. Nevertheless, he approached the front, took the microphone, and addressed the gathering. "Greetings, everyone. I am Yichen, a physician. From today onwards, I will be offering consultations here at irregular intervals. Should you or your acquaintances have any perplexing ailments, feel free to visit Xianitong for treatment. Now, I shall commence my consultations." With that, Yichen turned, and entered the clinic. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Could it be that the young man who had just spoken was indeed the renowned Dr. Yi? He appeared far too youthful. Indeed, he seemed to be of a similar age to my son. How could he possibly be a miracle worker? Could he be a wealthy heir merely seeking a taste of life? At that moment, a group of individuals approached, both adults and children alike. With a thud, they knelt at the entrance of the clinic, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, Dr. Yi, for saving my child. Dr. Yi embodies the compassionate spirit of a healer. A true blessing for all ailing souls. A multitude knelt, tears streaming down their faces, their heartfelt gratitude palpable. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were deeply moved. It was evident these people were neither hired actors nor mere bystanders. Their genuine sorrow resonated, and if they were performers, they surely possessed the caliber of award-winning actors. Before long, Yichen began his consultations. Doctor, I wish to seek your help. A middle-aged man raised his hand and stepped into the clinic. Doctor, during my youth, I served in the military. I injured my shoulder while doing pull-ups. Now, it aches and tingles every day, preventing me from sleeping. The middle-aged man explained. Yichen gestured for him to sit, placing one hand on the man's chest and the other on his back, applying firm pressure. The man let out a piercing cry. Before the cry had fully subsided, Yichen produced several silver needles, swiftly inserting them into the man's shoulder blade. Before the man could react, Yichen removed the needles and declared, all done. Next, the man rotated his shoulders, his eyes widening in disbelief. The discomfort is gone. I truly feel no pain. He bowed deeply to Yichen, exclaiming, Thank you, doctor. You have cured my chronic ailment. I spent thousands at the Jinling City People's Hospital, yet it was of no use. Upon hearing this, the director of the Jinling City People's Hospital twitched the corner of his mouth. Next, Yichen announced. A middle-aged woman approached and said, Dr. Yi, I have suffered from headaches for over a decade. I lack energy every day, and when the pain strikes, it is unbearable. Please help me. I shall take your pulse. With that, Yichen placed his hand on the woman's wrist. Shortly thereafter, he stated, this ailment stems from your confinement period. I will administer a few acupuncture needles and prescribe a potion, and you shall feel better. As his words fell, several silver needles appeared in Yichen's hand, swiftly piercing several acupuncture points on the woman's body. He then took a pen and swiftly wrote a prescription, handing it to Long Xiaoxue. Prepare the medicine for the patient. Long Xiaoxue nodded enthusiastically, realizing just how exceedingly handsome Yichen appeared at that moment. When Yichen removed the needles, the woman felt an immense sense of relief and expressed her gratitude, saying, I haven't felt this comfortable in over a decade. How much do I owe you for the consultation? Yichen waved his hand, replying, Today's treatment is free. There is no consultation fee. The woman, clutching her medicine, exclaimed, I have spent over 10,000 at the Jinling City People's Hospital, and it was all in vain. Dr. Yi, you truly are a miraculous physician. Upon hearing this, the director of the Jinling City People's Hospital felt his mouth twitch once more, internally grappling with an unutterable sentiment. Observing Yichen's extraordinary medical skills, the queue of patients continued to swell. At that moment, a blossoming young girl approached. Yichen checked her pulse, and his expression grew peculiar as he inquired, Do you feel any discomfort? The girl shook her head and replied, I do not feel unwell. It's just that I am different from the other girls around me. My chest is somewhat flat, and I have yet to have my first menstruation. At this, Yichen's expression became even more strange. Chapter 70. You can be brothers with him. Observing the girl before him, Yichen remarked with a peculiar expression, Your chest appears somewhat flat, and you have yet to experience your monthly cycle. This is not surprising, for you are, in fact, a boy. What? Upon hearing Yichen's words, Zheng Hanyan and the others were momentarily stunned. The onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. The girl's face flushed crimson. Had she not witnessed Yichen's medical prowess just moments ago, she would have suspected he was mocking her. Yichen continued, Although you may appear as a girl, you are, in essence, of male anatomy. Such cases are rare, yet not unheard of. There are numerous instances in the animal kingdom, the most typical being hermaphrodites. The girl was on the verge of tears, pleading, Then, Divine Dr. Yi, what should I do? Contemplating for a moment, Yichen replied, This is easily treatable. Simply undergo a procedure at the People's Hospital, and you shall become a normal man. With that, he turned to Director Wang and said, Director Wang, I leave this matter in your capable hands. Cough, cough. Director Wang responded, This is not an issue at all. The girl gritted her teeth and asked, So, Divine Dr. Yi, will I truly be a boy after the surgery? Indeed, Yichen affirmed with a nod. Finally, The girl broke down in tears, lamenting, "But what will happen to my boyfriend?" Yuchen pondered briefly and suggested, "You can become brothers with him." Pfft. Zheng Hanyan, Long Xiaoan, and Long Xiaoxue erupted in laughter. They quickly covered their mouths, as they were professionally trained not to laugh, except when unable to contain themselves. Before long, Director Wang escorted the girl away. The crowd raised their thumbs in approval, exclaiming, "Divine Doctor Yu not only possesses miraculous medical skills, but he is also not as obstinate as some traditional Chinese doctors. He prescribes medicine when necessary and advocates surgery when required." What do you know? This is called the integration of Chinese and Western medicine, indicating that Divine Dr. Ye's philosophy is advanced. Hearing the crowd's discussions, Yichen shook his head and remarked, "You are mistaken. Do you think surgery was invented by Western medicine? Over 800 years ago, Hua Tuo performed surgeries and invented anesthetics a millennium before the West. In essence, what you refer to as Western medicine is merely what our ancestors left behind." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, their understanding profoundly challenged. Subsequently, Yichen continued to treat patients, and regardless of how complex the ailments were, they were quickly alleviated with his remedies. Remarkably, even patients with terminal illnesses, previously deemed untreatable by hospitals, regained their ability to move after being treated by Yichen. As grateful patients departed, those who had initially harbored doubts were now convinced and formed a queue. Witnessing this scene, the staff along the pharmacy street began to question their life choices, fearing that if Yichen continued, the pharmacies might indeed go out of business. At that moment, a group of 7 or 8 individuals burst into the clinic. "Which one of you is Divine Dr. Yi?" One of them shouted loudly upon entering. The surrounding people were displeased. "This is a clinic, not your home. Why are you shouting?" "Indeed, Dr. Yi is quite occupied. If you wish to seek medical attention, kindly form a queue at the back." Silence fell as the leader cast a cold glance over the crowd, and a warning look was shared among the others, instantly silencing any dissent. Soon, the leader approached Yuchen and arrogantly inquired, "Are you Dr. Yi?" Without raising his head, Yuchen continued to attend to the patient beside him. "You dare to ignore me?" The leader retorted coldly. Yuchen glanced at him, and then addressed Long Xiaoan, saying, "It's too noisy. It's affecting my ability to treat the patients. Please ask them to step outside." Long Xiaoyan nodded and approached the man, stating, "Please do not disturb Dr. Yi. If you wish to be treated, kindly queue at the back." "Queue? I have never stood in line in my life. Hurry and let Dr. Yi attend to me. If he can cure my father's illness, I will grant you anything you desire," the man boasted. Long Xiaoyan's expression turned icy. "What do you take Dr. Yi for?" "I shall say this one last time. If you want treatment, go queue at the back." The man, incensed, shouted, "A mere doctor should consider it an honor to treat my father, and you expect us to wait in line? You hold yourself in too high regard. Someone, seize this Dr. Yi and see who dares to obstruct us." At his command, several burly men prepared to act. "You seek death." At that moment, Long Xiaoan sprang into action. A series of anguished cries erupted as the men were thrown back, much to the astonishment of the crowd. Truly, Dr. Yi is impressive. His companion is not only stunning but also remarkably skilled. Just then, a man in his 50s rushed in, displeased, and exclaimed, "You insufferable brat. How many times must I tell you not to bully others with your status? Why can't you heed my words?" Upon seeing him, the crowd gasped in shock. It was the provincial governor. How extraordinary that even the governor sought Dr. Ye's medical expertise. With the line already so long, it would soon become even more challenging to consult Dr. Yi. Amidst the astonished gazes, Governor Chen Dihai approached Yuchen, respectfully stating, "Greetings, Dr. Yi. I am Chen Dihai. May I request your assistance with my ailment?" Yuchen did not even glance at Chen Dihai but remained focused on his patient, diligently taking their pulse and inquiring about their condition. Once he finished with the current patient, Yuchen finally spoke, "If you wish to be treated, please queue at the back." With that, he turned his attention to the next patient, announcing, "Next." The surrounding crowd collectively gasped, their perception of Yuchen shifting once again. The esteemed Dr. Yi indeed possesses a unique character. He does not regard even such high-ranking figures with undue reverence. This is a testament to Dr. Ye's capabilities. True strength breeds confidence. Perhaps, in Dr. Ye's eyes, the provincial governor is no different from the rest of us. Chen Dihai was momentarily taken aback by Yichen's words. His son, unable to contain his anger, was silenced by a stern look, promptly closing his mouth. Subsequently, Chen Dihai took his son by the hand and obediently moved to the back of the queue, ready to wait in line. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of those around changed once more. to compel a provincial leader to obediently queue. How many individuals throughout the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom could accomplish such a feat? Even Zhang Hanyin and her companions were somewhat stirred. However, Yichen's demeanor remained unwavering throughout. It was as if all of this were simply a matter of course. Before him, even a tiger must lie down. And even a dragon must coil. Chapter 71. Secrets beneath the bed. Before long, it was 5 in the afternoon. The queue outside the Xuanyi Hall stretched several dozen meters long. At last, it was Qin turn. Dr. Yi. I have been afflicted by a peculiar ailment for the past few days. Whenever I come into contact with water, my head feels as if it is splitting apart. I have undergone numerous examinations at the hospital, yet the cause remains elusive. As Qin recounted his experience, a shiver of anxiety washed over him at the memory of his excruciating headaches. Yichen gestured for Qin to take a seat and instructed Long Xiaoxue to pour a glass of water for him. As Qin gazed at the water in the cup, a chill ran down his spine. Despite having gone several days without drinking, rendering him parched, he instinctively recoiled at the sight of it. For the moment water touched him, his head would throb as if pierced by countless steel needles, rendering him almost unable to bear it. Yichen took Qin pulse and examined his eyelids before stating, "Without you drinking water, I cannot ascertain the source of your affliction." With a grimace, Qin seized the paper cup from the table and gulped down the water in one swift motion. Almost immediately, a horrific scream erupted from his throat. He tumbled from the chair, rolling on the ground while clutching his head and wailing in agony. Witnesses to this scene turned pale, understanding the depth of his suffering from his cries. Who could have imagined such a bizarre malady existed in the world? Yuchen's eyes narrowed as he focused on the writhing figure of Qin. He soon discerned a faint, shadowy mist swirling ominously near Qin brow, frantically penetrating his skull. Should this dark fog fully invade his mind, it would herald his demise. Without uttering a word, Yichen traced a symbol in the air and pointed it toward Qin forehead, commanding, "Go." The symbol struck Qin brow, colliding with the eerie black mist. Although ordinary individuals could not perceive the dark energy, Yichen saw it with perfect clarity. Upon encountering the symbol, the mist was immediately restrained, and Qin pain diminished significantly. He rose from the ground, touched his head, and a glimmer of excitement crossed his face. Each time he came into contact with water, he had endured nearly an hour of torment, yet this time, relief had come so swiftly. Gratefully, he expressed to Yichen, "Thank you, Dr. Yi, for your timely intervention." Yichen replied, "I have merely alleviated your suffering temporarily. To resolve your issue, I must visit your residence." Qin responded eagerly, "Certainly, Dr. Yi. Whenever you are available, we can set off." Yichen assured him, "I will attend to all my patients today first." "Understood, Dr. Yi." Qin dared not show any discontent, fully aware that only Yichen could save him from such torment. It was not until 9 in the evening that Yichen completed his consultations. He had taken no breaks throughout the day, aside from meals and water. Upon exiting the Xuanyi Hall, he found Qin waiting patiently outside the pharmacy. "Let us proceed to your home," Yichen stated. Soon, the group arrived at Qin residence. Despite Qin elevated status, his residence is a modest family compound. His wife has long awaited him at the entrance, witnessing his suffering over the past few days, truly understanding the meaning of a life worse than death. Upon hearing of a miraculous healer capable of curing her husband, her heart brimmed with hope. However, upon meeting the healer in person, she was taken aback. He was astonishingly youthful. Could it be that he began his medical studies in the womb? Especially when she observed the 3 enchanting women surrounding Yichen, her doubts deepened. She feared that Qin, in his desperation, might have fallen prey to deception. Yet, she dismissed these thoughts, reasoning that with Qin stature, anyone daring to deceive him would undoubtedly face dire consequences in Jinling. "Dr. Yi, perhaps you would like to rest and enjoy some tea first?" Qin suggested. Yichen waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need. I must first see where your bedroom is." "Dr. Yi, please follow me." Qin led Yichen to the bedroom. After a brief survey of the room, Yichen instructed, "Remove your bed and excavate 2 meters down from its position." Qin and his family, along with Zhang Hanyin and her companions, were momentarily stunned. "Dr. Yi, what does this have to do with my illness?" Qin could not help but inquire. "Just follow my instructions," Yichen replied curtly. "Very well, Dr. Yi." Qin had no choice but to place his trust in him. He retrieved his phone and called his secretary, asking him to gather some workers. An hour later, his secretary, Shi Qingyuan, arrived with 7 or 8 laborers. Qin felt a twinge of annoyance but refrained from voicing it. As he had largely retreated from his duties since falling ill, with retirement looming ahead. Director Chun, is it really necessary to commence work at this hour? Shirching Yuan asked, having been roused from sleep and feeling somewhat displeased. Chen Dihai briefly explained the situation. Upon hearing this, Shirching Yuan chuckled. Director Chun, this young man, could he possibly be a fraud? Xiao Shi, what are you saying? Apologize to Dr. Yi at once. Chen Dihai's expression turned stern. In former times, Shirching Yuan would never have dared to contradict Chen Dihai, for associating with him could have propelled his own career. However, with Chen Dihai's impending retirement, his value had diminished significantly. Chuckling, Shirching Yuan replied, Director Chen, please do not be angry. I was merely concerned that you might be acting hastily and be deceived. Shirching Yuan, do you think my impending retirement makes you immune to consequences? If so, you may leave now. This matter is personal, Chen Dihai said, feeling disheartened. He approached Yi Chen, saying, Dr. Yi, I sincerely apologize for this inconvenience. Yi Chen waved his hand. It is getting late. Let us proceed with the excavation. Understood, Dr. Yi. Chen Dihai nodded, personally stepping into the fray. Esteemed workers, he addressed them, I truly appreciate your efforts. Tonight, you shall receive double wages. I kindly ask you to endure a bit longer. Soon, several workers commenced their excavation. Approximately an hour later, they had unearthed a substantial pit. One worker measured the depth with a tape, declaring, it's already 2 meters deep, but there's nothing here. Upon hearing this, Shirching Yuan let out a cold sneer, having anticipated this outcome long ago. Chen Dihai and the others furrowed their brows and turned their gazes toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen approached the edge of the pit, took a glance, and stated, there's a measurement error. Dig down another 3 centimeters, and that should suffice. At that moment, Shirching Yuan could no longer contain himself. Keep pretending. Why? At such a young age, do you choose to act like a charlatan? It's almost embarrassing for me to expose you. Shirching Yuan, silence yourself. Chen Dihai nearly wished to expel him. Shirching Yuan jumped into the pit, snatching a shovel from the hands of a worker. Governor Chen, there's no need to be angry. If he claims we should dig down 3 centimeters, then that's precisely what I shall do. If nothing emerges, I shall relish in watching him squirm. With that, he thrust the shovel into the earth. Instantly, the expression on his face froze. His voice fell abruptly silent. It seemed he had struck something. Chapter 72. The abyss is desolate. Demons walk among us. With a vigorous thrust of his shovel, Shirching Yuan was momentarily struck dumb. He distinctly sensed that he had unearthed something extraordinary. Gritting his teeth, he plunged the shovel deeper with a forceful dig. An arm was revealed. To be precise, it was a skeletal hand, a black and bony hand that seemed to have erupted from the earth, narrating the anguish, injustice, and resentment of its former owner. Aghast, Shirching Yuan emitted a horrific scream, nearly losing control of his bladder in terror. Instinctively, he scrambled towards the mouth of the pit. However, in his frantic haste, he stumbled and tumbled down. Thud. His back crashed hard against the ground. Yet, before he could register the pain, he opened his eyes in horror to find that very skeletal hand mere inches from his face. In that moment, sheer terror overwhelmed him, and he felt as if his very soul were about to escape his body. Eventually, several workers pulled Shirching Yuan back up to the surface, where excavation continued. He cowered in a corner, trembling like a leaf in the wind, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. The others, equally pale, were especially shocked, particularly the Chen family, who never anticipated that a corpse lay beneath their home. Zheng Hanyan clutched Yi Chen's arm tightly, while Long Xiaoyan and Long Xiaoxuan nestled closer to him, having never encountered such a horrifying scene. The workers, seasoned by various encounters, resumed their digging with a stoic demeanor. Approximately half an hour later, the entire skeleton was finally unearthed. Chen Dihai, a man seasoned by life's tempests, swallowed hard and inquired, Dr. Yi, might my headaches be connected to this skeleton? With hands clasped behind his back, Yi Chen gazed upon the exposed remains and replied, indeed, it is related, but not solely to this skeleton. It pertains to 2 skeletons. 2 skeletons? But there is clearly only one here. The group stared in disbelief, eyes wide with astonishment. Yi Chen gestured in the air, and a golden talisman materialized above. As its light cascaded down, the onlookers beheld a smaller skeleton nestled within the abdominal cavity of the larger one. They were struck as if by lightning. This skeleton had, in fact, been pregnant in life. At that moment, Yi Chen's voice resonated once more. Descend, he gently pressed downward, and the golden talisman fell, landing directly atop the skeleton. Instantly, a vivid scene materialized in the air. On a construction site, several men restrained a pregnant woman, subjected her to unspeakable horrors, and subsequently burned her, burying her within the foundations. Though silent, the image conveyed the profound suffering inflicted upon the woman. Violated and murdered, 2 lives were extinguished in one fell swoop. Zhang Hanyin gasped, covering her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks. As a woman and a mother, she felt an unparalleled empathy for the anguish suffered by that ill-fated woman. She wiped away her tears and said, "Not only did they kill this woman, but they also took the life of her unborn child. If it were me, I would haunt them even in death." Yichen took a piece of paper and wrote down 5 names, turning to Qin Dihai and stating, "Let these 5 individuals face the due punishment and retribution they deserve, and grant justice to these 2 remains. Your illness will heal itself." Qin Dihai accepted the note, nodding vigorously, and replied, "Rest assured, esteemed Dr. Yi, setting aside my ailment, this is my duty." Soon, Qin Dihai made a call to have the relevant authorities come and gather evidence. Thanks to Yichen's note, the authorities swiftly apprehended the 5 suspects and interrogated them overnight. The 5 individuals were taken aback to discover that the misdeeds they had committed over a decade ago could still be traced back to them, leaving them in a state of shock. Nonetheless, they stubbornly insisted that they had no connection to the matter. After all, so many years had passed, and with no witnesses alive, no one could convict them. Yet, the authorities managed to locate hair and other evidence at the scene, promptly conducting tests that confirmed the involvement of 2 of them. The psychological defenses of these 2 crumbled instantly, leading them to confess. The remaining individuals ultimately had no choice but to admit their guilt. What awaited them was a reckoning for their actions. After managing all of this, it was already 3 in the morning. "Let us depart," Yichen said to the women. Recalling the events of the day, the women couldn't help but shudder. "Truly, hell is empty, and the demons walk among us. Mr. Yi, I feel a bit frightened. Would you mind riding in my car?" Zhang Hanyin inquired. "Of course." Yichen nodded, settling into the passenger seat of her vehicle. On the way, Zhang Hanyin remarked, "Mr. Yi, Cici and Wang Ma have long gone to bed. May I stay with you for the night?" After speaking, she felt a wave of anxiety, fearing that Yichen might decline her request. To her surprise, Yichen readily agreed. Half an hour later, the 4 arrived at the Tulip apartment. Long Xiaoan and Long Xiaoxue were utterly exhausted and headed straight to their rooms to sleep. Yichen told Zhang Hanyin, "You can sleep in my room. I will take the sofa." Zhang Hanyin quickly replied, "No need, Mr. Yi. I can sleep on the sofa." Yichen nodded without further comment and stepped into his room. However, not long after Yichen had fallen asleep, he heard the sound of the doorknob turning at the bedroom door. Zhang Hanyin tiptoed in and said, "Mr. Yi, as soon as I close my eyes, the images from tonight replay in my mind, and I feel frightened. May I sleep here for the night?" After finishing her sentence, she felt as if she were cradling a frightened little rabbit, her heart racing. Yichen sighed and said, "Lie down, there are pillows in the cupboard. Take one for yourself." Zhang Hanyin's heart soared with joy as she opened the cupboard in the dark and retrieved a pillow. She climbed onto the bed, mustered her courage, and burrowed under the covers. Feeling Zhang Hanyin so close, Yichen frowned slightly but ultimately chose not to say anything further. Lying beside Yichen, Zhang Hanyin felt a sense of security, yet an undercurrent of anxiety coursed through her. It was only when the rhythmic sound of his breathing reached her ears that she realized he had fallen asleep. Could it be that she, a striking beauty, was lying next to this fellow, akin to a mere dog? Zhang Hanyin found herself questioning her existence, a wave of despondency washing over her. As dawn broke the following day, Long Xiaoyan and Long Xiaoxue awoke to a peculiar situation. They realized that Zhang Hanyin had also spent the night here. Indeed, but there were only 2 rooms. Thus, the question arose, did Yichen and Zhang Hanyin share a bed? Chapter 73, Our Territory. Our rule. As Long Xiaoyan and Long Xiaoxue engaged in their conversation, the door to Yichen's room swung open. The 2 watched in astonishment as Yichen and Zhang Hanyin emerged one after the other. Yichen's expression remained as cold and composed as ever. However, Zhang Hanyin appeared somewhat disheveled, as if she had not slept well. Had they truly spent the night together? Moreover, it seemed that Zhang Hanyin had endured quite a tumultuous evening. Long Xiaoyan and Long Xiaoxue's minds began to race with speculation. As their thoughts spiraled, they were left speechless. They had initially reveled in their successful encroachment, only to find that Zhang Hanyin had decisively outmaneuvered them. Was this the fabled tale of the mantis stalking the cicada while the yellow sparrow awaited its chance? At that moment, a knock echoed from outside. Long Xiaoxue said, "I shall answer the door." Upon opening it, Lu Gongming and Lu Sueki stepped inside. Upon witnessing the scene within the room, Lu Gongming nearly believed his weary eyes were deceiving him. How could there be another woman in the apartment he had purchased for Yi Chen and Lu Sueki? And not just one, but multiple. However, Lu Gongming quickly grasped the reality. He was not the only one vying for Yi Chen, a potential dragon lurking in the depths. It turned out that during the inauguration ceremony of the Xuanyi Hall, Lu Gongming had been infuriated by Lu Sueki's absence. When he inquired at home, he learned that Lu Sueki had yet to return to the tulip apartment. After a night of persuasive discussions, Lu Gongming had finally convinced her. Early in the morning, he had brought Lu Sueki over, intending to apologize to Yi Chen and facilitate their continued cohabitation. Little did he expect to find 3 additional women in the apartment. Lu Gongming suddenly felt the gravity of the situation shift. Lu Sueki's composure shattered. She had been prepared to accept Yi Chen, but now she hesitated. She had no desire to marry a playboy. Biting her lip, she said, "Grandfather, I must take my leave." With a sigh, Lu Gongming addressed Yi Chen, son-in-law Yi. "What of your engagement with Sueki?" Yi Chen replied, "Old Master Lu, according to our previous agreement, we still have 10 days left in a month. We shall speak then. And regardless of the outcome, the Lu family will ensure you receive the jade pendant." Lu Gongming nodded and turned to depart, his silhouette tinged with a sense of loss. At that moment, Yi Chen received a call from the president of Jinling University. The university had decided to replace Taekwondo classes with traditional martial arts as a featured subject, which required evaluation by relevant departments. Should traditional martial arts fail to earn this designation, Jinling University's standing among the 985 prestigious institutions would inevitably decline, adversely affecting enrollment and funding. To ensure the university's successful evaluation, the president sought to invite Yi Chen to serve as the head of the Traditional Martial Arts Research Department. "Student Yi, I understand you are quite busy. This position is largely ceremonial. You need only attend the evaluation today. Would that be acceptable?" The president was visibly anxious, fearing a rejection from Yi Chen. Yi Chen responded, "No problem. I will head over right away." After ending the call, Yi Chen departed from his apartment and made his way to Jinling University. Upon arriving at the university's playground, he found the newly established martial arts team already assembled. At the invitation of the principal, Yi Chen provided guidance to the team. In the spectator stands, many students without classes had been invited to create an atmosphere of enthusiasm. As Yi Chen demonstrated his prowess in the center of the field, akin to a fierce tiger returning to its mountain or a dragon plunging into the sea, the students present erupted in excitement. Lu Sueki gazed at the radiant Yi Chen, feeling a sense of loss. At last, the judging panel arrived, greeted warmly by the school leaders. However, the principal's expression darkened upon seeing one of the panel members, Kitayu, a warrior from the Sakura Nation. Kitayu was the father of Kita Takashi, who had been severely injured by Yi Chen in a military training session just half a month prior. This connection suggested that Kitayu's presence on the panel was anything but coincidental. The host began introducing the members of the judging panel. Among those participating in today's evaluation are Fong Mingyuan, Vice President of the Jinling Martial Arts Association, Ouyang Hua, a committee member of the Jiangnan Provincial Martial Arts Bureau, and Kitayu, a member of the World Martial Arts Alliance. Let us give them a warm welcome. Sparse applause echoed through the crowd. However, many students whispered in confusion upon hearing Kitayu's name, questioning why a citizen of the Sakura Nation was judging the martial arts of the Dragon Nation. Soon, the host announced the commencement of the performance, and music filled the playground. Yet, at that moment, Yi Chen raised his hand in a gesture to halt proceedings. Before anyone could react, he activated his microphone and declared, "We refuse to perform, for a citizen of the Sakura Nation cannot possibly comprehend the martial arts of the Dragon Nation, nor does he possess the qualifications to evaluate it." An uproar ensued, but the gazes directed at Yi Chen were filled with admiration, as he had dared to do what others would not. In response, Kitayu suddenly erupted in anger, slamming his palm onto the table before him. With a resounding crash, the entire table shattered. This spectacle left many in awe, marveling at Kitayu's strength as a member of the World Martial Arts Alliance. After breaking the table, Kitayu coldly surveyed the crowd and proclaimed, "In that case, I declare that Jinling University has failed this evaluation of its special discipline." The audience stirred again, with many voicing their discontent. What is happening? Has it ended before it even began? How can a man from the Sakura Nation decide the merits of our university's special discipline? It's infuriating. If only I were his equal, I would gladly teach him a lesson. Meanwhile, Yi Chen's voice resonated throughout the arena. This is the Dragon Nation. We govern our own territory and will not allow a citizen of the Sakura Nation to act recklessly here. A resounding cheer erupted in response. As Yuchen's words garnered the support of numerous students and teachers, even the principal's eyes lit up. He realized that whether they could pass the review today was no longer significant. What mattered was that they could not allow Bei Yaoxiong to insult them. It was a matter of pride over trivialities. However, Bei Yaoxiong let out a cold laugh and directed his ire towards Yuchen, stating, "Yuchen, you are indeed quite arrogant. But let me be clear, even in your own territory, you have no authority. I am a member of the review committee appointed by Jiangnan province, and I possess a veto power. Your words hold no weight." Upon hearing Bei Yaoxiong's remarks, many were so infuriated that their teeth ground in anger. This was simply intolerable, a blatant act of provocation. Some in the audience even began to shout curses. They were practically itching to rush forward and confront Bei Yaoxiong. Yet, at that moment, a robust voice resonated from the entrance of the playground. Who says that classmate Yi Chen's words do not count? Chapter 74. Kneel and apologize, then roll out of Dragon Country. Who says that Yi Chen's words hold no weight? A powerful voice resonated from the entrance of the playground, unmistakably belonging to a figure of authority. When the crowd turned to identify the source, they were left in stunned silence. It was the provincial governor, Chen Dihai. Gasps echoed among the onlookers. Even the school officials were taken aback. What brought Chen Dihai to the school? Such high-ranking leaders typically announce their visits in advance, yet this occasion deviated from the norm. The principal hastily adjusted his attire and hurried towards Chen Dihai, with the other school officials trailing behind. However, Chen paid little heed to them and proceeded directly to Yi Chen's side. "Yi Chen, it's a pleasure to see you again," Chen Dihai said with a warm smile, his tone remarkably affable. To avoid causing a stir, he refrained from addressing Yi Chen as Dr. Yi, yet his words struck the crowd with explosive impact. What is happening here? The provincial governor is so familiar with Yi Chen? Could it be that Yi Chen is a relative of his? Perhaps he is even the governor's son-in-law? Speculations erupted among the students, diverting attention from Bei Yaoxiong. Yet, in the face of Chen Dihai's geniality, Yi Chen responded coldly, "What brings you here?" The crowd collectively gasped in disbelief. How audacious was Yi Chen to speak so casually to the governor? Surprisingly, Chen Dihai exhibited no sign of anger. Instead, he chuckled and replied, "I primarily came to see you. I also heard that your school's martial arts course participated in a unique course evaluation. So I wanted to extend my congratulations." With Yi Chen's earpiece active, Chen's words reached the audience, and they could sense the warmth and perhaps a hint of flattery in Chen Dihai's demeanor towards Yi Chen. What remarkable qualities does Yi Chen possess? Waves of astonishment washed over the crowd, striking their hearts like relentless tides. Throughout this interaction, the principal and others hovered around Chen Dihai, eager for a chance to interject. Yet, Chen offered them no opportunity. Instead, he requested a microphone and proclaimed, "I announce that the martial arts course of Jinling University has successfully passed today's special course evaluation. We wholeheartedly support Jinling University's initiative in promoting martial arts and will fervently recommend it to higher authorities, assisting Jinling University in reaching new heights." Upon concluding his statement, the venue erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers. What many had presumed to be futile suddenly turned into a momentous occasion. Yet, it was clear to all that this triumph was closely tied to Yi Chen. At that moment, someone spontaneously began chanting, "Yi Chen, Yi Chen, Yi Chen." Soon, the entire assembly joined in unison, "Yi Chen, Yi Chen, Yi Chen." The collective pride among the students surged, particularly among those in the International Finance Program, many of whom felt tears welling in their eyes. They suddenly felt that having a classmate like Yi Chen was a matter of great honor. Lu Sueki gazed at Yi Chen on the playground, her heart stirred. At that moment, Yi Chen radiated brilliance, evoking a sense of admiration. Beside her, Jiang Linlin looked at Yi Chen and couldn't help but exclaim, "Sueki, I suddenly feel that you must be so fortunate to be Yi Chen's fiancée. I envy you immensely." Lu Sueki was momentarily taken aback, remaining silent, yet a profound sense of loss welled up within her. At that juncture, Bei Yaoxiong's expression darkened significantly. He had intended to seize this opportunity to humiliate Jinling University and belittle Yi Chen. However, he never anticipated the sudden appearance of Chen Dihai. Gritting his teeth, he chose to endure for the time being. After all, as the provincial leader, Chen Dihai wielded unimaginable influence. Confronting him directly would yield no favorable outcome. Since he had come to Longhua, there would be ample opportunities to deal with Yi Chen and avenge his son. "Let us go." He gritted his teeth and instructed the other two members of the evaluation panel. However, before the three could leave in disgrace, Yi Chen's icy voice rang out. "Who said you could leave?" Instantly, The expressions on everyone's faces froze, their gazes towards Yi Chun filled with complexity. Initially, the day's events had unfolded perfectly, but unexpectedly. Yi Chun targeted Bei Yuxiong once more. What was he up to now? Bei Yuxiong halted, his expression contorted with rage. What? Do you intend to keep me here? He sneered, narrowing his eyes, a chill emanating from him. He had not anticipated that Yi Chun would dare to provoke him. Yi Chun, disinterested in Bei Yuxiong, simply stated, "Apologize and leave Jinling University. You are henceforth forbidden from stepping foot in Longhua, or else you may remain here permanently." A murderous intent radiated from Bei Yuxiong. "You want me to apologize, kid?" Yi Chun replied coolly, "Not you, but your companions." At this, the other two members of the evaluation panel, Fong Mingyuan, the vice president of the Jinling City Martial Arts Association, and Ouyang Hua, a committee member of the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Bureau, exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. "You want us to apologize?" Fong Mingyuan's eyes narrowed. Ouyang Hua glared at Yi Chun with a face full of coldness. "Indeed, as representatives of Longhua, you collude with the traitors of Sakura Nation. Not only do I demand your apology, but I also expect you to kneel." Yi Chun met their icy gazes without flinching. At that moment, Bei Yuxiong chuckled dryly. Addressing Fong Mingyuan and Ouyang Hua, President Fong, committee member Ouyang, "This brat dares to disrespect us. He must not be allowed to remain. Furthermore, he injured my son. So we shall settle old and new scores together." Turning his gaze to Yi Chun, he said, "Boy, since that's the case, do you dare accept my challenge?" As long as Yi Chun accepted his challenge, everything could be negotiated. He would not strike unless absolutely necessary, but when he did, it would be with overwhelming force, openly eliminating Yi Chun to avenge his son. Yet, his greatest concern remained that Qin Dihai would intervene. Qin Dihai was about to speak when Yi Chun interjected. "I accept your challenge." As soon as Yi Chun finished his declaration, a cold smirk appeared at the corner of Kitano Takashi's mouth. "Yi Chun." Qin Dihai's brows furrowed tightly. "Yi Chun, do not act impulsively." The principal was visibly agitated. The students present widened their eyes in disbelief, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Just moments ago, Kitano had effortlessly shattered a solid wooden table with a single slap, illustrating the formidable strength of his opponent. Furthermore, he was a member of the World Martial Arts Alliance. How could Yi Chun dare to accept such a challenge? Lu Sueki clenched her fists, her palms slick with perspiration, and she couldn't help but murmur to herself, "What is this guy thinking? Is he courting death?" Chapter 75. I only give you 3 seconds to consider. Upon hearing Yi Chun's agreement, Kitano Yu swiftly approached him. "Prepare yourself, young man." Without a moment's hesitation, Kitano launched his attack, as if fearing that Yi Chun might retract his consent or that any unforeseen circumstances could arise. The crowd immediately changed their expressions, inwardly lamenting the impending disaster, with many convinced that Yi Chun would meet his end on the spot. Just then, a sharp voice rang out. "Stop!" Wu Fian emerged from an unknown direction, positioning herself protectively in front of Yi Chun, weapon drawn and aimed at Kitano. Kitano's countenance darkened as he fixed his gaze on Wu Fian and inquired, "Who are you?" Wu Fian promptly produced an identification card, declaring, "Wu Fian, from the Wolf Fong Assault Team of the Dragon Nation." Kitano narrowed his eyes, responding, "The Wolf Fong Assault Team? Do you not have any jurisdiction over matters in the martial world?" Wu Fian retorted, "Yi Chun is a member of the Wolf Fong Assault Team. Do you think I would remain uninvolved?" At that moment, the principal interjected, "Indeed, Yi Chun is also a student of Jinling University. This is a university campus, and we absolutely will not tolerate any fighting or brawling here." Wu Fian marveled at the principal's astuteness, realizing that by invoking the issue of fighting, they could potentially regulate the situation with school rules. Qin Dihai, inspired, added, "Precisely. Anyone who dares to engage in a fight on campus, disrupting the normal educational order, will be swiftly apprehended by the authorities." In the eyes of Wu Fian, the principal, and Qin Dihai, their actions were a means to protect Yi Chun. After all, Yi Chun was no match for Kitano, and given their prior enmity, a confrontation could lead to grave consequences for him. Observing this scene, Yi Chun felt a sense of helplessness. However, the students watching breathed a sigh of relief, especially Lu Sueki, who finally relaxed her clenched fists. She patted her chest, grateful for the return of her breath. Kitano's expression was grim, yet he understood that today, it would be nearly impossible to harm Yi Chun. He bit his lip, thinking that there would be other opportunities. Now that he had come to the Dragon Nation, he would surely take Yi Chun's life before returning. At that moment, Yi Chun addressed Wu Fian and the others, stating, "You may prevent me from striking, but on the condition that you make them kneel and apologize. Bufian was left speechless, thinking, brother, we are not here to stop you. We are here to stop Kitano. Yet, Yi Chun had already begun to circumvent them. Advancing towards Kitano, Bufian's eyes widened in alarm. Yi Chun, Kitano's strength is formidable, far beyond that of Kitano Yu. Do not act impulsively. Qin Dihai and the principal also urged him softly, attempting to dissuade Yu Qin from his path. At that moment, the Long sisters rushed forward, grasping Yi Qin's arms tightly. Mr. Yi, a gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. Why do you insist on placing yourself in such danger? Yu Qin paid them no heed. Continuing his advance towards Kitano, a cold determination etched upon his face. Just then, from the audience, a graceful figure sprinted forward. It was Lu Sueki. Yi Chun, stop. I forbid you from laying a hand on Kitano Yu. Lu Sueki declared, biting her lip. Yi Chun shook his head, unwilling to utter a word. Lu Sueki, her eyes brimming with tears, exclaimed, Yi Chun, as your fiancé, I command you. The crowd erupted in astonishment at Lu Sueki's proclamation. Goodness! The renowned beauty of Jinling University, Lu Sueki, has just publicly acknowledged her relationship with Yi Chun. The last incident of their cohabitation had stirred considerable controversy, with claims of photographic evidence. Yet, in this era, not only could images be manipulated, but even videos could be altered with AI technology. However, this moment was witnessed firsthand, leaving no room for doubt. Upon hearing the cries behind him, Yu Qin turned to glance at Lu Sueki. Their eyes locked, and her sobs intensified. Rest assured, I shall come to no harm, Yi Chun said calmly, resuming his approach towards Kitano Yu. His icy tone enveloped Kitano Yu. Kneel and apologize. This is your final opportunity. It was over. Yu Qin's actions could only serve to infuriate Kitano Yu further, hastening his demise. This was the collective thought among the onlookers. Flames of fury seemed to blaze in Kitano Yu's eyes. He had not anticipated such blatant provocation from Yi Chun. Yet soon enough, a sense of euphoria enveloped him. He had originally intended to eliminate Yi Chun, but now the opportunity had presented itself. With Yi Chun approaching him directly, how could he hesitate any longer? Boy, you are courting death, Kitano Yu coldly remarked, preparing to strike. However, before he could finish his sentence, he realized something was amiss. Yi Chun had already made his move. If you refuse to kneel, then I shall make you, Yi Chun's voice echoed as his figure transformed into a fleeting shadow. This time, he would take the initiative. Kitano Yu was taken aback. He had not expected Yi Chun to act first, nor did he anticipate his extraordinary speed. Before Kitano Yu could react, the chilling force of Yi Chun's punch surged toward him. Momentarily stunned, he felt as though he were being utterly suppressed. With no time to ponder, he retaliated. Boom. Their strikes collided fiercely in the air, generating a palpable wave of energy that radiated outward. Those nearby felt their blood surge, overwhelmed by an impulse to vomit. Accompanied by the sound of their clash was a sharp, crisp crack, like the sound of bones shattering. In an instant, a figure was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground. That figure was none other than Kitano Yu. Incredible. The crowd was thrown into disarray. Yi Chun had decisively bested Kitano Yu in a single move. Witnessing this, Lu Sueki instinctively covered her mouth, her tears finally ceasing. Long Xiaoyan and Long Xiaoxue gazed at Yi Chun's proud silhouette, deeply moved within. Bufian rubbed her eyes, realizing she would need to reassess Yi Chun entirely. Chungu, you're amazing. At that moment, someone started the chant. The entire playground erupted in cheers, a tidal wave of applause flooding in. Chungu, you're amazing. Chungu, you're amazing. Chungu, you're amazing. Qin Dihai and the principal were also infected, joining the students in their enthusiastic cries, Brother Qin, incredible. What identity, what negative influence. Forget it. Being incredible is all that matters. Kitano Yu's arm was bent, several ribs shattered, and his internal organs felt as if they were in a tumultuous storm. His complexion was pallid, and despair enveloped his heart. He simply could not comprehend how Yi Chun could possess such strength. He even doubted that, within the entirety of the military and the warrior spirit, there was anyone capable of matching him. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, attempting to rise from the ground. Boom. Yi Chun's foot came crashing down upon his head, forcefully pinning him down. You. Kitano Yu was filled with a mix of shame and fury. Kneel and apologize, or perish. I shall grant you 3 seconds to contemplate. Yi Chun's voice was commanding. Never. Kitano Yu gritted his teeth defiantly. 3, 2. Yi Chun's icy voice echoed, akin to the pronouncement of death itself. Chapter 76. A turn may indeed be forever. 3, 2. Yi Chun's voice resonated like the ominous decree of death, akin to a frigid surgical blade ruthlessly slicing through Bei Yuxiong's heart, shattering his final psychological defenses. Bei Yixiong felt an overwhelming chill of murderous intent enveloping him. His eyelids twitched uncontrollably, his nerves stretched to their limits. This boy truly intends to kill. Boom. Bei Yixiong's legs seemed to betray him, collapsing to the ground in abject submission. His voice trembled as he stammered, "I was wrong. I apologize. I apologize." On the playground, under the gaze of countless spectators, Yi Chen's upright figure stood in stark contrast to the kneeling Bei Yixiong. This scene struck a profound chord within everyone present. The atmosphere erupted in cheers once more, surging like relentless waves. The boys went wild. And the girls were even more fervent. Yi Chen's power surpassed their wildest imaginations. Who would not yearn for such a man? Yi Chen turned his gaze away from Bei Yixiong, his cold eyes fixing upon Fang Ming Yuan and Ouyang Hua, one the vice president of the Wudao Association in Jinling City. The other a member of the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Bureau. These two had colluded with Bei Yixiong, and it would not be an exaggeration to label them traitors. How could Yi Chen possibly spare them? As their eyes met Yi Chen's, a flicker of panic crossed their faces. You two have conspired with Bei Yixiong. Do you have nothing to say for yourselves? Yi Chen's voice was icy. They swallowed hard, utterly unprepared to be confronted by a mere university student. Why, you're mistaken. We were merely performing our duties. Fang Ming Yuan stammered, biting his lip in an attempt to explain. Kneel. Yi Chen's voice suddenly thundered in their ears. The most crucial element was an inexplicable pressure that bore down upon them. Thud. Instinctively, they dropped to their knees, seeing the three men kneeling before him. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. He approached the principal and said, "Principal, my task is complete. I shall take my leave." With that, he turned and walked away. The crowd erupted into even greater fervor. The name Yi Chen echoed throughout the entire campus of Jinling University. The principal could not help but reflect on the fortunate circumstance that this had taken place on the playground. Had it been in the gymnasium, the roof might well have been torn off. Just as Yi Chen took a few steps away, Long Xiaoyun and Long Xiaoshui hurriedly caught up to him. "Yi Chen, wait, I want to walk with you." Wu Feiyin, unable to contain her impulsive feelings, also chased after him, calling out, "Yi Chen, wait for me. I wish to accompany you as well." Lu Xueqi wiped away the tears on her face, wanting to express something but finding herself at a loss for words. As Yi Chen and the three girls were about to vanish from sight at the playground entrance, Lu Xueqi could no longer hold back. If she did not seize this opportunity, a turn might indeed become forever. With this thought, her gaze solidified with determination. And without hesitation, she followed closely behind Yi Chen. Witnessing this scene, the entire playground erupted once more into a flurry of excitement. Wu Feiyin, Long Xiaoyun, Long Xiaoxue, and Lu Xueqi, these stunning beauties, unexpectedly followed Yi Chen as he departed. The allure of Yi Chen was simply overwhelming. As he exited the playground, four enchanting women trailed closely beside him, maintaining a harmonious silence among themselves. However, the onlooking boys were left in a state of envy, questioning their own existence. It is essential to note that encountering such extraordinary beauties in reality is a rare occurrence, and here was a young man who had captivated four at once. They were bewildered, pondering how Yi Chen had achieved such an astonishing feat. Did he possess some extraordinary qualities? At that moment, a powerful roar pierced the air as a Porsche supercar sped onto the scene. With a screech, it came to a sudden halt before Yi Chen. The door swung open, revealing a long, graceful leg. As the surrounding boys caught sight of its owner, their excitement surged once again. Another goddess. What was happening today? Was beauty losing its value? However, what transpired next shattered everyone's preconceptions. The goddess approached Yi Chen, even bowing slightly in his direction. "Mr. Yi, we have a situation." Yi Chen recognized the woman before him as Lin Xingyi, the one from the auction. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "What has happened?" Lin Xingyi glanced at the others before leaning closer to Yi Chen's ear and whispering, "Mr. Yi, Wang Tingfei from the Wang family was murdered a few days ago. The Wang family is currently investigating, and they have been demanding surveillance footage from our Lin family regarding the auction." Yi Chen replied, "If they want the footage, give it to them." Lin Xingyi frowned. Her initial reaction upon hearing of Wang Tingfei's death was to suspect Yi Chen's involvement. However, witnessing his response now made her question her judgment. With a sigh, Lin Xingyi continued, "We believe this incident was connected to you, which is why we refused to provide the Wang family with the footage. However, recently, a powerful expert from Kunlun Mountain has targeted our Lin family. We suffered significant losses, and my grandfather nearly perished at his hands. Out of desperation, we decided to hand over the footage to the Wang family." After the auction concluded, Lin Xingyi had informed her grandfather, Lin Hongru. About Yi Chun possessing the Hongmeng black card. Lin Hongru was astounded and even convened a meeting with the Lin family's senior members to strategize on how to establish a connection with Yi Chun. Consequently, when the Wang family sought the auction footage, the Lin family had resolutely declined. Despite their financial inferiority to the Wang family, the Lin family took pride in their deep-rooted heritage. However, they were unprepared for the Wang family to summon a formidable expert from Kunlun Mountain, who swiftly incapacitated several members of the Lin family. Even Lin Hongru suffered grave injuries. Naturally, the footage was ultimately seized by the Wang family. Thus, Lin Qingyi promptly informed Yi Chun, allowing him to prepare accordingly. However, Lin Qingyi could never have anticipated that Wang Tingfei was not, in fact, killed by Yi Chun. This was an enormous blunder. The Lin family, as a result, had offended the Wang family and paid a tremendous price. This misjudgment inflicted severe losses upon the Lin family. Reflecting on this, Lin Qingyi sighed, expressing that had she known this matter had no connection to Mr. Yi, the Lin family would have initially provided the video to the Wang family. Yet, at that moment, Yi Chun spoke up, asserting that this matter indeed involved him. Chapter 77. You should never, under any circumstances, use them to threaten me. What? Upon hearing this, Yi Chun's words left Lin Qingyi stunned. Bu Fian and the others were equally taken aback. Yi Chun had actually taken a life. Moreover, it was a member of the Wang family. This revelation struck them like a bolt from the blue. Yi Chun, are you jesting? Lu Sueki inquired, observing Yi Chun's nonchalant demeanor, her composure faltering. I'm not joking. Yi Chun replied calmly. After the auction, Wang Tingfei and his bodyguards confronted me on the road, intending to commit murder and theft. I had no reason to spare him. Upon hearing this, the others grasped the situation. Given Yi Chun's character, such actions were not entirely unexpected. Furthermore, Wang Tingfei had likely engaged in similar criminal endeavors before. Meeting a formidable opponent and losing his life was simply his just deserts. Lu Sueki, Long Xiaoyun, and Long Xiaoxue, all daughters of prominent families, though outwardly appearing as obedient young ladies under their family's protection, were far more aware of the world's darkness than ordinary girls. They understood that if Yi Chun were not strong enough, he would be the one meeting his demise. Yet the thought of Yi Chun having killed someone from the Wang family sent a shiver of panic through them. The Wang family was the foremost clan in Jinling, with financial resources capable of rivaling the Sihai group. In terms of heritage, even the Lin family could not compare. If the Wang family were to investigate, they would undoubtedly seek retribution against Yi Chun. At that moment, Lin Qingyi spoke up. Mr. Yi, the Wang family is formidable. Their greatest asset consists of dozens of martial artists, among whom are 5 martial sovereigns. Most crucially, they have recently summoned formidable warriors from Kunlun Mountain, some of whom have reached the terrifying threshold of half-step martial sovereign. Therefore, I still advise you to leave Jinling for a while. Upon hearing this, the fear etched on Lu Sueki and the other girls' faces intensified. Yi Chun, however, furrowed his brow and asked, what do you mean by martial artists, martial sovereigns, and half-step martial sovereign? Lin Qingyi was taken aback and asked, Mr. Yi, are you not a martial artist? Yi Chun shook his head and replied, I am not. Long Xiaowen furrowed her brows and questioned, Mr. Yi, when we first met in the grove by the river in Jinling, were you not practicing? Are you not a martial artist? At Long Xiaoyan's words, the others were momentarily stunned. What did this mean about their first meeting in the grove? However, they quickly realized they were misinterpreting the situation. Yi Chun then shook his head and clarified, I am not a martial artist. I am a cultivator. Long Xiaoyan, Bu Fian, and Lin Qingyi were all taken aback and simultaneously inquired, a cultivator? We have never heard of that. Yi Chun frowned and asked, then what do you mean by martial artists? Lin Qingyi began to realize that Yi Chun appeared to be genuinely oblivious to the ways of martial artists. She proceeded to explain, a martial artist, in the most straightforward sense, is a practitioner of martial arts, categorized into several realms. These include martial masters, martial elders, and martial sages, often abbreviated as masters, elders, and sages. Typically, a martial master can establish a martial academy and take on disciples, while a martial elder has cultivated their internal energy to the extent that they can face 100 adversaries single-handedly, qualifying them as top-tier experts. As for a martial sage, also referred to as a martial grandmaster, they are exceedingly rare, having reached a level of mastery where their control over internal energy is nothing short of extraordinary. They can solidify energy into barriers and even withstand conventional firearms. Bu Fian and Long Xiaoyun, both seasoned practitioners, were already well versed in this knowledge. Even Long Sueki, having been immersed in such an environment from a young age, had garnered some understanding. However, Lu Sueki was taken aback. Could martial artists truly possess such formidable strength? Yichen furrowed his brows, expressing with a hint of melancholy. So a martial sage can only endure conventional firearms. Are martial artists really so weak? In his youth, Yi Chun had trained under Master Jiao in the ghost prison, where he was informed that they were cultivators. Cultivators not only boast formidable physiques but can also attain realms where they can seize celestial bodies and manipulate the forces of yin and yang, controlling the cycles of life and death. In contrast, it appeared that martial artists were indeed feeble beings. Yet, upon hearing Yi Chen's words, the women were unsettled. To withstand firearms and still be deemed weak. Lin Xingyi could not restrain herself, stating, Mr. Yi, even a half-step martial sage exists beyond the bounds of the law. Should he take a life, capturing him would require intervention from specialized agencies. Otherwise, even deploying hundreds or thousands of people may not suffice. Thus, I advise you, Mr. Yi, to find a way to hide. In response, Lu Sueki and the others fell into silence, realizing the enormity of the trouble Yi Chen had stirred, leaving them to ponder whether he would be condemned to a life on the run. Of course, even fleeing would be a stroke of luck if it meant preserving one's life. It seemed that her fateful connection with Yi Chun had reached its conclusion. This thought left the women with a sense of melancholy. At that moment, Yi Chun interjected, Flee? Why should I flee? Lu Sueki, feeling exasperated, replied, Yi Chun, I concede that I underestimated you previously, but do you recognize your greatest flaw? It is your refusal to heed advice. I will ask my grandfather to prepare a sum of money for you, and I will also give you my mother's jade pendant. You must leave Jinling immediately. The farther away, the better. Yi Chen shrugged, asserting, Flee? Why should I flee? Moreover, the word escape does not exist in my lexicon. Yi Chun, your arrogance will not resolve your predicament. It will only lead to your demise. Lu Sueki was nearly driven to tears from frustration. In truth, it was not just Lu Sueki who felt helpless. The others were equally exasperated. Just then, Yi Chen's phone rang, signaling a video call. The women recognized the name and profile picture as Zheng Han-en, and an uneasy feeling washed over them. They had previously sensed that Yi Chen's relationship with Zheng Han-en was far from ordinary, and now it seemed their suspicions were being confirmed. After all, even they had never engaged in a video call with Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen showed no hesitation and connected the call. Yet, when the onlookers beheld the scene on the screen, they were momentarily stunned. There, Zheng Han-en was kneeling on the ground, restrained by two individuals. Her face and body smeared with blood, a pitiful sight indeed. Meanwhile, Cici was being pinned down by a woman, weeping uncontrollably. It was Wu Yu, Wang Tingfei's mother. Lin Xingyi immediately recognized the woman who was trampling Cici. Upon seeing Yi Chun, Zheng Han-en collapsed in despair, tears streaming down her face as she uttered, Mr. Yi, I'm so sorry. I didn't want to say this, but they are threatening me with Cici. I apologize. Wu Yu, standing over Cici, contorted her face with rage upon seeing Yi Chen. You are the one who killed my son Tingfei. I will personally tear you apart. With that, Wu Yu brandished a dagger, pressing it against Zheng Han-en's neck, stating, Come to the Wang family immediately, or this wretched woman and this little bastard will meet their end. Zheng Han-en shook her head in tears, pleading, Mr. Yi, please don't come. Both CC's life and mine are yours to take. Consider this our repayment to you. At that moment, a chilling aura of murderous intent emanated from Yi Chun, his voice resonating like an ancient, frigid wind blowing from the depths of hell. You are gravely mistaken to threaten me with their lives. Chapter 78. No army can stand in my way. Yi Chen's icy voice fell, and he abruptly ended the video call. At that moment, Lu Sueki stepped in front of him and said, You cannot go. If you do, it will be akin to walking into a trap. We must devise another plan together. Indeed, Long Shaoan chimed in. The Wang family has a notorious reputation. They have even committed acts of annihilation. If you go, they will show you no mercy. Even the fearless Bufian halted Yi Chun, stating, Do not rush. I will contact the commander of the Wolf-Tooth assault team to liaise with the relevant authorities. Even in the pursuit of rescue, one must ensure their own safety. Yi Chun cast a sweeping glance over the women and declared, Step aside. The expressions of the women were resolute. No. Yi Chun shook his head and continued to push forward. An invisible force propelled the women aside as he moved. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chun vanished from the spot. In the Jinling Wang family, within a luxurious estate nestled between mountains and water. The video call between Zheng Han-en and Yi Chun had just ended. Initially, Wu Yu intended to continue her threats, but was taken aback when Yi Chun hung up. What troubled her more was that before severing the connection, Yi Chun had issued a stern warning. She genuinely questioned whether she had warned him or if he had warned her. Ultimately, her gaze fell upon Zheng Hanyan, and she spat. "You wretched woman. That boy of yours is coming, and you all shall perish." Despair laced Zheng Hanyan's voice as she replied, "Just kill me. Yi Chun will not come." Wu Yu scoffed. "That boy had no intention of not coming. He seems quite concerned for you and that little brat. I truly suspect she is the illegitimate child you share with him." Zheng Hanyan shook her head, a hint of melancholy in her tone as she remarked, "Mr. Yi is a true dragon among men. How could my daughter and I be so fortunate? To have met Mr. Yi is a blessing of this lifetime." In response, Wu Yu gritted her teeth and retorted, "A true dragon among men? Does he even deserve that title? My son Tingfei is the real dragon among men. Compared to him, that boy is nothing." The mere thought of her deceased son twisted Wu Yu's features in anguish. Hearing her words, Zheng Hanyan could not refrain from saying, "Your son engaged in murder and thievery. Driven by lust, he truly does not merit comparison to Mr. Yi." Slap. Wu Yu, incensed, struck Zheng Hanyan across the face. "Do not hit my mother," cried Su, tears streaming down her cheeks. Wu Yu narrowed her eyes as she glared at Zheng Hanyan. "It seems my son had an interest in you before his demise. I shall fulfill what he could not." With that, she gestured to the dozen or so men in black surrounding them, commanding, "Take her. I want to see if that boy will still want you after witnessing this. Ha ha." The men in black's eyes lit up. Zheng Hanyan was an extraordinary beauty, and they had initially thought it a pity to kill her outright. They never anticipated such an opportunity would fall into their laps. "Yes, ma'am." They excitedly spoke as they approached Zheng Hanyan. No. It was only when she saw a dozen men in black advancing towards her that Zheng Hanyan realized her mistake. Despair engulfed her. Even in death, she wished to avoid the indignity these men would inflict upon her. Yet now, she found herself bereft of even the right to die. Yi Chun. At this moment, she suddenly longed for his arrival. "I won't allow you to harm my mother." Cece rushed towards Zheng Hanyan but was violently kicked to the ground by Wu Yu, letting out a piercing scream. Witnessing Zheng Hanyan retreat despairingly into the corner, a twisted pleasure crept onto Wu Yu's face. "I want to hear her screams and pleas for mercy. The louder, the better." Wu Yu cackled. The foremost men in black could hardly contain their eagerness as they lunged at Zheng Hanyan. But just then, boom. A resounding crash echoed through the room as the window shattered. A figure burst in. Yi Chun. Zheng Hanyan instinctively covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. He had come. He truly had. Cece, upon seeing Yi Chun, cried out, "Big brother, they are bullying mommy and me. You little brat, you've come." Wu Yu's eyes seemed to blaze with fury upon spotting Yi Chun. He remained silent, his gaze filled with an inexorable bloodlust. In an instant, as he shattered the glass before him, he seized the shards and flung them with ferocity. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The shards sliced through the air, hurtling towards the men in black surrounding Zheng Hanyan. Before they could react, the glass shards embedded themselves deep into their foreheads. Crash. Their bodies fell heavily to the ground, plunging into darkness. Wu Yu, about to issue a command for the men to subdue Yi Chun, was taken aback to find them all lying incapacitated. She swallowed hard, unable to comprehend the scene before her. Yi Chun gazed at Zheng Hanyan, bloodied and tear-streaked, and at the equally miserable Cece, a renewed wave of lethal intent surging within him. "I warned you. You should never have used them to threaten me." His chilling voice echoed in Wu Yu's ears. As his words faded, Yi Chun kicked the shards of glass on the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of glass shards flew towards Wu Yu. Thud, thud, thud. A sense of despair washed over Wu Yu as she feared she would meet the same fate as the men in black, left to die without a burial. Yet soon, she realized that the shards did not penetrate her vital areas. Instead, they lodged into her arms, shoulders, thighs, and knees. An indescribable agony swiftly invaded her mind. Ah! She collapsed to the ground, emitting a chilling wail. Yi Chun approached Cece, lifting the little one into his arms. "Big brother." Cece clung to Yi Chun as if a fledgling seeking refuge in a warm embrace. Yi Chun retrieved 2 pills, offering one to Cece, holding the other. He walked towards Zheng Hanyan, only to find her staring blankly at him. "Open your mouth and consume this," Yi Chun instructed. Zheng Hanyan obediently parted her lips and accepted the elixir, tears streaming down her cheeks once more. "Mr. Yi, thank you," she exclaimed suddenly, enveloping Yi Chun in a heartfelt embrace, unable to restrain herself from planting a kiss on him. The moment took him completely by surprise. Yi Chun was enveloped by a wave of sweetness and softness, mingled with the faint aroma of the elixir. He gently patted Zheng Hanyan's back and said, "Let us depart." At that moment, on the ground, Wu Yu seethed with resentment, declaring, "You wretched boy, having entered the Wang family, do you think you can simply leave? You are doomed." She continued, "Even an army of thousands cannot stand in my way. What is merely a Wang family to me?" With a cold, indifferent tone, Yichen responded, delivering a powerful kick to Wu Yu. In an instant, she soared through the air like a cannonball, crashing through the window and landing with a thud in the Wang family courtyard. She coughed up blood, but did not perish immediately, for Yichun had deliberately spared her life. At that moment, the entire Wang family was thrown into chaos. Moments prior, they had heard Wu Yu's anguished cries, mistakenly believing it to be Zheng Hanyan's torment. Only upon witnessing the bloodied Wu Yu crash to the ground did they finally grasp the gravity of the situation. Chapter 79. Yichen's hidden cards. As Wu Yu crashed to the ground, chaos erupted within the Wang family. A throng of individuals rushed out, encircling Wu Yu. "Madam, what has happened?" they inquired. Wu Yu spat out a mouthful of blood, summoning her last vestiges of strength to declare, "Yi, it is Yichen. He has come. Kill him." Inside the room, Yichun cradled Cici and said, "Cici, we are going home." Cici nodded joyfully, planting a kiss on Yichen's cheek. Witnessing this tender moment, Zhang Hanyan felt a warmth in her heart. Yet a flicker of panic swiftly crossed her gaze as she exclaimed, "Mr. Yi, the Wang family possesses many formidable experts. It would be perilous for you to venture outside." Just then, an elderly voice echoed from outside, "Yichen, you have slain my grandson and harmed my kin. Come forth and accept your death." At these words, Zhang Hanyan's delicate form trembled once more. Yichen offered her a reassuring look, grasping her hand as he said, "Let us go." As his hand enveloped her icy fingers, she shivered again, feeling an electric surge coursing through her entire being. Yichun instilled within her an unprecedented sense of security. Soon, the trio emerged into the open. Upon witnessing the scene before her, Zheng Hanyan was rendered speechless. The hall of the Zheng family was swarmed with no fewer than 100 individuals, many brandishing sharp weapons. Despair filled her heart, and she clutched Yichen's hand tightly, murmuring, "Mr. Yi, it is our fault that you are in this predicament." Cici, too, was taken aback by the sight, clinging tightly to Yichun. Noticing Yichen's silence, Zheng Hanyan turned to him, only to find his expression as serene as ever, as if the unfolding chaos were but a trifling matter to him. The matriarch of the Wang family sat in a grand chair, her murky gaze fixed on Yichun. "So it is you who killed my grandson, Tenfei?" she inquired. Yichun replied, he sought his own demise. The matriarch narrowed her eyes, retorting, "Then you have come today. Is it not to seek your own death?" At this moment, a dozen Wang family members fixed their murderous stares upon Yichun, their faces etched with malice. Particularly, Wang Tenfei's father, whose son had been slain by Yichun and whose wife now lay on the brink of death, yearned to see Yichun suffer. "Brat, this time next year shall be your day of mourning. Today, I will relish in torturing you slowly." Yichun remained composed, stating calmly, "You cannot kill me." Upon hearing this, not only were the Wang family stunned, but even Zheng Hanyan was taken aback. Surrounded by 100 individuals, many of whom were powerful, it seemed an inescapable fate of death. Yet Yichun spoke of it so nonchalantly. Was he genuinely confident, or merely arrogant and ignorant? The matriarch scoffed, saying, "I detest his tone. Command him to kneel and speak to me." "Yes, matriarch." The crowd responded in unison. A palpable aura of murderous intent hovered over the estate. But just then, a thunderous shout resonated through the air. "Stop. Let me see who dares to touch my granddaughter's husband." It was Lu Gongming who had arrived with his entourage. The old matriarch furrowed her brow slightly and inquired, "Lu Gongming, you claim this young man is your granddaughter's husband?" "Indeed," Lu Gongming affirmed. The old matriarch chuckled lightly and retorted, "What of it? He is your granddaughter's husband, yet you are merely a martial arts master, and furthermore, you are aging. Any formidable warrior from the Wang family could easily crush you." Lu Gongming's face turned a deep shade of red as he responded, "So what? I will spare no effort to protect Yichun. This is our Lu family's stance, not to mention our alliance with the Long family." At that moment, another voice echoed as Long Shuan arrived, leading dozens of his own men. The old matriarch's brow furrowed once more as she asked, "Long Shuan, what are you meddling in?" "Since the Lu family is involved, our Long family cannot remain absent," Long Shuan replied. "What do you mean? Is Yichun also your granddaughter's husband?" The old matriarch inquired with a hint of amusement. After a moment of contemplation, Long Shuan stated, "I hope that one day Yichun can become my granddaughter's husband." The old matriarch felt a flicker of confusion but coldly remarked, "Today, I shall take this young man's life. No one can save him, I assure you. If your families wish to bury him alongside, I will gladly oblige." As her words hung in the air, another commotion arose at the entrance. This time, two groups of people entered, totaling over 100. And our Lin family. It was Lin Hongru, the head of the Lin family, accompanied by dozens of his kin. And I, the king of Jinling. The king of Jinling followed, bringing along 70 to 80 brothers. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhang Hanyan's heart surged with tumultuous waves. No wonder Yichen exhibited such fearlessness. He possessed an abundance of hidden allies. She firmly grasped Yuchen's hand. Perhaps they could weather this storm together. And perhaps surviving this calamity would herald a future of blessings. At this moment, the old matriarch finally lost her composure. Trembling, she rose from her chair and gazed at Yichen. The Lu family, the Long family, the Lin family, the king of Jinling. How is it that so many are willing to stand for Yichen? She was utterly perplexed. Narrowing her eyes, she fixed her gaze on Yichen and questioned. "Yichen, is this your trump card?" With an air of tranquility, Yichen replied indifferently, "What if it is? What if it isn't? How could these be my true trump cards?" His real assets lay in the countless days and nights spent in the ghost prison. The 180 masters he had encountered there, the extraordinary skills bestowed upon him by his mentors, and the formidable resources left to him. Yet, he chose not to elaborate. Even if he did, they would never comprehend the depths of his strength. Moreover, they were simply unworthy. A flicker of anger crossed the old matriarch's face as she let out a hollow laugh. "Young man, do you truly believe victory is within your grasp?" The Lu family, Long family, Lin family, and the king of Jinling, together they hold sway in Jinling, yet compared to the Wang family, they are not but insignificant chickens and dogs. Upon hearing her words, Lu Gongming, Long Xiuan, and Lin Hongru all displayed their ire. However, they were acutely aware that the matriarch spoke the truth. The quantity and quality of the Wang family's experts were far beyond their comparison. At that moment, the king of Jinling stepped forward and said, "Matriarch, I advise you to cease your actions promptly and not to persist in your delusions, for you have no inkling of the formidable existence you have provoked." The matriarch narrowed her eyes and then burst into hearty laughter, declaring, "Not only will I not relent today, but I shall engage in a fight to the bitter end with you. Jinling has enjoyed peace for so many years, it is time for a change. After today, the Lu, Long, and Lin families shall no longer exist in Jinling, and you, king of Jinling, will become a relic of history." Upon finishing her words, the matriarch turned her gaze toward a corner of the courtyard, slightly bowed, and said, "Old Hong, I beseech you to come forth and protect the Wang family." At that moment, everyone noticed an elder meditating in the corner. Upon hearing the matriarch's words, the elder opened his eyes, exhaled a breath of stale air, and gradually rose from the ground. As he stood, a formidable aura erupted from him, enveloping the entire courtyard. The onlookers felt increasingly suppressed by this overwhelming presence, finding it difficult to breathe. Chapter 80. What techniques do you possess? Come at me. As the elder known as Hong rose to his feet, a palpable shift enveloped the crowd. Lu Gongming, Long Xiuan, Lin Hongru, and the entourage brought by the king of Jinling were predominantly martial artists of the warrior level, with some having attained the exalted rank of martial sovereign. Notably, Lu Gongming, Long Xiuan, and Lin Hongru had reached this pinnacle many years prior, while the king of Jinling, though still in his middle age, had also ascended to the level of martial sovereign a few years ago. However, the moment Hong stood, their hearts instinctively quivered, and even their breaths became labored. A formidable aura emanated from Hong, exerting an oppressive force that weighed heavily upon them. "You are the half-step martial sovereign summoned by the Wang family from Kunlun Mountain," Long Xiuan blurted out, his voice laced with an indescribable shock. The others felt a tumultuous wave of emotions roiling within them. They had been aware that the Wang family had called upon a half-step martial sovereign from Kunlun Mountain, and had initially believed that, with their numerical superiority, they might stand a chance against this formidable opponent. A coalition of over a dozen martial sovereigns could potentially wear him down. Yet now, they realized their grave error. Although a half-step martial sovereign was not a true martial master, his prowess surpassed their wildest imaginings. "All of you martial sovereigns, come at me together." Hong stepped forward, his voice resonating like a thunderous bell, striking at the very hearts of all present. Lu Gongming and the others were taken aback, with some paling visibly. Even before the battle commenced, their fighting spirit was thoroughly suppressed. It seemed futile to engage now. Witnessing this scene, the members of the Wang family were filled with elation. particularly the powerful figures among them, who were overwhelmed with joy. Although the Wang family possessed strength that could contend with the three families and the king of Jinling, it was clear that even a victorious outcome would come at a steep cost, likely resulting in significant casualties on their side. Yet, given Hong's displayed might, it appeared he could effortlessly sweep away all opposition, perhaps without requiring their intervention at all. They could hardly contain their excitement, exclaiming in fervor, "Lord Hong is magnificent. In his eyes, you are but a swarm of ants. Kneel and confess your sins, and perhaps Lord Hong will spare your lives. Otherwise, mark this day for your demise next year." Listening to the flattery from the Wang family's elite, Hong seemed to revel in it. Gazing down upon Lu Gongming and the others as he proclaimed, "Well then, will you kneel and confess? I might spare you, but if not, death awaits." Simultaneously, he turned to the matriarch, gesturing towards Yuqin, and declared, "Matriarch, is this acceptable? Rest assured, this young man must die." The matriarch quickly nodded, affirming, "I will heed Lord Hong's commands." At that moment, the Wang family collectively surged with excitement. "Did you hear that? Kneel and confess quickly. Lord Hong is magnanimous. If you fail to recognize his generosity, prepare for death." Meanwhile, the expressions of Lu Gongming and his companions revealed a dawning sense of trepidation. Especially those masters they brought with them, each wore an expression as pale as death. Some even wished they could kneel and apologize immediately in such circumstances. What was there to fight for? To dare engage would be tantamount to courting death. At that moment, Lu Gongming, Long Xiwan, Lin Hongru, and the king of Jinling all faced a monumental choice. A single misstep could obliterate decades of their hard work, leaving their entire families in ruin. However, Lu Gongming soon stepped forward and declared solemnly, "Yuqin is the son-in-law of the Lu family. We shall stand with Yuqin forever, through life and death." Upon hearing Lu Gongming's words, everyone was taken aback. Had Lu Gongming lost his senses? In such a dire situation, to stand with Yuqin was nothing short of suicidal. At that moment, Long Xiwan also stepped forward and proclaimed, "My destiny is bestowed by Mr. Yi. The Long family shall stand with Mr. Yi forever, through life and death." Again, the crowd was stunned. The Long family had made the same choice. Both families preferred death over abandoning Yuqin. What merit did this young man possess to inspire such loyalty? The king of Jinling also stepped forward without hesitation, stating, "Without the young master, I would still be languishing in prison. Even if I had emerged, I would be nothing more than a petty thug. Without the young master, I would have nothing. I will fight for the young master until my last drop of blood." At this moment, the crowd was completely astonished. The unanimity of these choices was astonishing. Ultimately, all eyes turned to Lin Hongru, awaiting his decision. Compared to the Lu family, the Long family, and the king of Jinling, the Lin family's connection to Yuqin was evidently much less. Thus, it was undoubtedly more challenging for Lin Hongru to make a choice. Just then, Lin Hongru cast a glance at Lin Qingyi. He recalled the Hongming black card that Yuqin had unveiled at the auction, the only one of its kind in the world. With that thought, he hesitated no longer and declared, "The Lin family chooses to stand with Mr. Yi." After uttering those words, his body trembled slightly. He understood that making this choice meant binding himself to Yuqin. What lay ahead would surely be a fierce battle. Should they lose, the Lin family's centuries of legacy would be utterly destroyed. Yet he still stood by Yuqin, for as a child, he had often heard his grandfather speak of the Hongming black card and the terror of the Hongming Chamber of Commerce. "Very well. Then let you all accompany this young man to his demise," the old matriarch said, her expression grim, her murky eyes glaring at Lu Gongming and the others. She then turned to Old Hong, saying, "Old Hong, if you would be so kind." Old Hong nodded, stepping forward lightly, his foot striking the ground with tremendous force. Boom! The entire ground trembled in response. Beneath Old Hong's feet, cracks began to appear. He extended his hand, and a powerful surge of energy erupted forth. His clothing billowed as an invisible wall of formidable energy formed before him. Witnessing this scene, Lu Gongming and the others were once again awestruck. They had witnessed the gathering of energy into a wall. Only a true martial arts master can gather energy into a wall. Could it be that you are not merely a half-step martial sovereign, but a genuine martial arts master? Lu Gongming could not restrain his astonishment as he posed the question, his voice betraying his shock. The others were equally taken aback. If Old Hong were indeed a bona fide martial arts master, their defeat today would be inevitable, 10 deaths without survival. Old Hong spoke, his voice resonating like a mighty bell, striking every ear with its intensity. "Indeed, I am a half-step martial sovereign, yet I am but a thin veil away from becoming a true martial arts master. Once I pierce through this final barrier, I shall be an authentic martial arts master. However, for you, this is of little consequence. For my strike that condenses energy into a wall is sufficient to send you on your way. Prepare yourselves." As his words fell, the wall of energy before Old Hong swelled once more, and a tempestuous wind swept through the courtyard. In that moment, all present felt the paralyzing fear that comes from being under the dominion of a martial arts master. Thud, thud, thud. The Liu family, the Long family, the Lin family, and several skilled warriors brought by King Jinling could no longer bear the pressure. Instinctively, they fell to their knees. In that instant, Old Hong resembled a deity gazing down upon mortals. He slowly spoke, addressing the kneeling assembly. "If you surrender now and join the Wang family, I may spare your lives." This pronouncement shattered the last vestige of resolve among the skilled warriors. Thud, thud, thud. One after another, they knelt in submission. "I surrender. I surrender. I will join the Wang family," they exclaimed, eager to declare their allegiance lest they be struck down by Old Hong's hand. King Jinling, witnessing the spectacle of his subordinates kneeling, erupted in fury. "Get up. Have I ever wronged you?" Yet, his ire could not alter the reality. Those on their knees rose and hastened toward the Wang family, opting for capitulation. Even among those still standing, most wore expressions of terror, with some darting towards the Wang family. Only a scant few maintained a resolute demeanor, seemingly resigned to their fate. This scene ignited a fervor among the members of the Wang family. "Ha ha! Hurry and surrender, or await your demise. The Liu family, the Long family, the Lin family, and King Jinling, you are but a rabble before Old Hong. After today, the entirety of Jinling shall revere Old Hong, and the Wang family will wield dominion over all." In that moment, no one even noticed Yichun. To them, the fate of both the Liu family and Yichun appeared sealed. Observing that no one remained to surrender, Old Hong's gaze turned frigid once more as he summoned his energy. The entire courtyard roared with wind, and the wall of energy before him continued to swell, gathering overwhelming power. The experience of impending death assailed the hearts of all present. Witnessing this, the Wang family members felt an almost worshipful reverence for Old Hong. Meanwhile, those who had previously surrendered rejoiced in the wisdom of their choice. Since you refused to surrender, then face death. Hong Lao's tone suddenly escalated. However, at that moment, a faint voice emerged from behind him. "Old fool. This is a feud between me and the Wang family. Whatever tricks you possess, direct them at me." Chapter 81. Make your move quickly. "I have classes this afternoon." Old Hong was preparing to unleash his energy to thoroughly crush Lu Gongming and the others. Upon hearing Yuchen's words, he abruptly turned his head, his murky eyes revealing a glimmer of murderous intent. The Wang family members were unnerved and began to scold him. "Kid, I truly admire your audacity to challenge Old Hong at such a moment. You are utterly oblivious to the danger. Do you believe Old Hong could squash you with a mere slap?" Old Hong was equally taken aback by Yichen's audacity to defy his authority. "Child, I detest your tone when speaking to me." Thus, Yichun interrupted him directly. "Enough of the nonsense. Make your move quickly. I have classes this afternoon." At this declaration, everyone around was left dumbfounded. The Wang family members were nearly laughing in disbelief. "Kid, are you out of your mind? You're still thinking about classes at a time like this? Speaking to Old Hong like that, you must be hoping to attend a lesson in the underworld." A chorus of cold mockery ensued. Their gazes towards Yichun resembled those directed at a fool. In truth, it was not only the Wang family who were stunned. Lu Gongming and the others were equally taken aback. To be honest, they were petrified by Old Hong, devoid of any will to fight. They never anticipated that Yichun would deliberately provoke Old Hong. Should a half-step martial sovereign be enraged, he would become a terrifying killing machine. At that moment, Lu Sueki bit her lip and remarked, "Yichen's choice to provoke Old Hong seems to be a strategy to divert his attention from us." Upon hearing this, everyone paused. Realizing Lu Sueki had a point, Lu Gongming and Long Shiwan exchanged glances and resolutely prepared to act. "Touch my son-in-law, and you shall not succeed. Protect Mr. Yi. For our young master, we shall fight." Lu Gongming, Long Shiwan, Lin Hongru, and Jinling Wang charged towards Old Hong simultaneously, followed closely by several experts who had reached the martial sovereign level. Like a man is trying to stop a chariot, Old Hong sneered, waving his hand as a formidable energy coalesced, striking towards the group like a hurricane. As Lu Gongming and the others came into contact with this tempest, they felt their blood surge violently and were instantly sent flying. Bang, bang, bang. All were hurled several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. Lu Gongming spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes clouded with despair as he murmured, "Is this the power of a half-step martial sovereign?" The rest were equally engulfed in despair, realizing the gap between them and Old Hong was far greater than they had imagined. Conversely, the Wong family was exhilarated. Old Hong is formidable. To a martial sovereign expert, we are but ants. Old Hong had already stepped half into the realm of the martial master. He would be the lifelong aspiration of many. Let us see how this kid remains arrogant. I suspect he will soon be begging for mercy at Old Hong's feet. The Wong family members lauded Old Hong, almost ready to chant his praises. At that moment, Old Hong turned his gaze towards Yi Chun, declaring, "Kid, prepare to meet your end." As his words fell, he once again summoned the full might of his energy. The wall formed by the surging energy intensified, resembling a solid entity. Yi Chun maintained an unperturbed expression and remarked, "You still have so much to say before you act." Seeking death, Elder Hong abruptly struck with a powerful palm. The wall, solidified by the concentrated energy, surged forward like a small mountain, roaring towards Yi Chun and his companions. Cece clung tightly to Yi Chun, her small face pale with fear. Zhang Hanyin grasped the hem of Yi Chun's garment, her body trembling uncontrollably. Yet, upon casting a glance at Yi Chun beside her, her gaze rapidly transformed into one of determination. Without Yi Chun, she and Cece would have long been obliterated by Master Wang. Moreover, she felt an overwhelming impulse. To perish alongside Yi Chun would also be a form of bliss. With a thunderous crash, the wall composed of condensed energy reached Yi Chun and his companions. It carved a deep ravine into the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The entire courtyard was left in disarray, and the onlookers recoiled in fear of being caught in the aftermath. As the relentless energy enveloped Yi Chun amidst the swirling dust, Lu Sueki and the other women succumbed to despair. They sank to the ground, some even shedding tears, fully aware that Yi Chun could not possibly survive. Their shared narrative with him was destined to conclude. However, soon everyone sensed something amiss. Through the endless haze of dust, they vaguely discerned that the terrifying wall of condensed energy had suddenly halted. As the dust began to dissipate, all present beheld an unforgettable sight. Yi Chun slowly extended his hand, successfully blocking the wall formed by the potent energy. Chapter 82. A complete subversion of cognition. As the scene unfolded before their eyes, everyone was left wide-eyed in astonishment. The spectacle was utterly shocking. The powerful strike unleashed by Elder Hong was so formidable that it threatened to overturn all understanding. Initially, many believed that Yi Chun and his companions would be reduced to mere pulp under Elder Hong's assault. However, the reality was starkly contrasted. Yi Chun merely extended a hand and effortlessly blocked the attack. The impact of this moment was akin to an ordinary person halting a speeding train with bare hands. At that instant, Elder Hong's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never anticipated that Yi Chun could withstand his blow, let alone do so with such nonchalance. A profound silence enveloped the crowd, leaving them at a loss for words. It was not until Yi Chun's voice broke through the stillness. "Cece, are you still afraid?" Cece's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly nodded, exclaiming, "With Big Brother protecting me, I am not afraid." Yi Chun smiled gently and flicked his fingers. Boom. The wall, which had seemed almost tangible, shattered into oblivion. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd's astonishment transcended verbal expression. The mere fact that Yi Chun could block Elder Hong's strike was staggering enough, yet, to effortlessly obliterate it was an even greater marvel. It must be noted that Elder Hong had spent considerable time preparing that very attack. Elder Hong's eyelids twitched violently, and an ominous premonition surged within him. The entire Wong family was plunged into an eerie silence, which was finally shattered by Cece's jubilant cheer. "Wow, Big Brother is so amazing," she exclaimed, clapping her hands in delight. Zhang Hanyin's beautiful eyes sparkled with wonder as she turned to Yi Chun, her heart racing with exhilaration. Yi Chun had once again surprised her, delivering an unexpected jolt to her spirit. The hearts of Lu Sueki and the others, who were seated on the ground, finally found solace amidst the chaos. They gazed at Yi Chun, who stood calmly in place with an almost inscrutable expression, and came to a realization. From the beginning, Yi Chun had never harbored any fear of Elder Hong. At that moment, they suddenly felt an overwhelming envy towards Zhang Hanin. To stand beside Yi Chun, basking in the attention of countless onlookers, must surely be a source of immense happiness. Finally, Yi Chun turned his gaze toward Elder Hong and inquired, "Do you have any more tricks up your sleeve? If not, I shall send you on your way." His calm voice resonated like a thunderous hammer, striking the heart of every listener. "You're seeking death, boy?" Elder Hong erupted with murderous intent. He understood that he must eliminate Yi Chun, otherwise, His own aspirations of becoming a true martial arts master would be forever shattered. In an instant, Elder Hong sprang into action, his body enveloped by an overwhelming surge of energy. He charged towards Yi Chun, unleashing a thunderous punch. Boom! A wave of force, akin to a cannonball, was propelled forth by Elder Hong's fist. Yet, he did not relent. With a flurry of rapid strikes, he unleashed a series of punches, each imbued with a fierce energy, hurtling toward Yi Chun. Upon witnessing this scene, the crowd was once again engulfed in shock. The energy had coalesced into a formidable force. It is said that the strike of a martial arts master possesses a destructive power exceeding that of a cannonball. Someone ventured a comment. The members of the Wong family felt a renewed sense of anticipation, hoping that Elder Hong's impending assault would utterly crush Yi Chun. Observing Yi Chun's unwavering calmness, Lu Gongming and others felt a tightening in their hearts. Mr. Yi is formidable, yet one must not underestimate the situation. Someone voiced this thought aloud, encapsulating the sentiments of the crowd. After all, Yi Chun's victory or defeat intertwined with their very existence and the survival of their families. As a terrifying attack descended upon Yi Chun and his companions, Yi Chun clenched his fingers into a fist and struck out. In contrast to Elder Hong's ferocity, Yi Chun's punch appeared to be almost weightless, as if lacking any true strength. However, the moment he unleashed his fist, a wave of energy surged through the air. Boom! The two forces collided violently in midair, creating a breathtaking spectacle once again. Elder Hong's concentrated energy clashed with that wave, dissipating as effortlessly as winter snow meeting the scorching summer sun, instantly melting away. At this moment, Yi Chun shook his head and remarked, "It seems that the so-called energy is merely a fade. Those outside have truly disappointed me." With that, his gaze finally met Elder Hong's. A profound shock resonated within Elder Hong's heart. "I shall not indulge you any longer." Yi Chun, visibly disheartened, slowly extended his hand, a surge of true energy radiating from him. In an instant, the atmosphere of the Wong family transformed. It felt as though everyone was ensnared by this aura, unable to evade its grasp. Elder Hong's eyes widened in alarm, a deep-seated fear blossoming within him. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Yi Chun formed his fingers into a blade and sliced downward. Whoosh! A gust of energy ripped through the air, hurtling towards Elder Hong. Once again, boundless energy surged around Elder Hong, coalescing into a wall before him, resembling a fortification determined to thwart all that approached. Simultaneously, Elder Hong fixated on Yi Chun, poised to unleash a lethal strike at any moment. Yet, an unforeseen event unfolded, shocking everyone, including Elder Hong himself. Whoosh! The energy Yi Chun released struck the wall of energy Elder Hong had conjured, slicing through it with the ease of a hot knife through butter, encountering no resistance whatsoever. Following this, a blood-curdling scream echoed. Elder Hong had been struck. His abdomen was left in a gruesome state, gory and unbearable to behold. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, Yi Chun once again formed his fingers into a blade, preparing for a second wave of assault. In that instant, Elder Hong's mind raced. Dominated by a singular thought, he must escape this place without delay. Not a moment could be spared. Should he hesitate, he would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. The notions of a master's dignity and the pride of a martial arts expert were mere trifles. Survival was of paramount importance. Upon contemplating this, he hesitated not for a moment, summoning every ounce of his energy to flee with great urgency. His eyes were bloodshot, and his aged body was swollen with muscle, veins protruding ominously. He resorted to desperate secret techniques, unleashing the full potential of his being, driven solely by the instinct for survival. In an instant, he dashed several dozen meters, reaching the entrance of the Wong family courtyard. Yet, Yi Chun remained unfazed. He merely shook his head and swiftly gestured with his finger. With a resounding whoosh, a powerful gust of energy once again cleaved through the air, hurtling toward Old Hong. The force struck precisely against Old Hong's back, penetrating through him. The impact was tremendous. He crashed violently to the ground, sliding several meters forward. Blood mist erupted from his mouth, mingled with fragments of internal organs. Suddenly, his eyes bulged wider than eggs, and in a voice only he could perceive, he murmured, "So it is true energy. You are not a martial artist. You are a cultivator with that." His head slumped to the side, and he breathed his last. Chapter 83. By the time I wait for your rescue, the day lilies will have wilted as the body of Old Hong crashed to the ground. A profound silence enveloped the Wong family estate, so palpable one could hear a pin drop. Lu Gongming and his companions wiped the blood from their lips, their eyes filled with astonishment, their hearts ablaze with fervor. Yi Chun had triumphed. Moreover, he did so with such effortless grace, as if it were a mere afterthought. Their choice had proven to be correct. At that moment, Lin Hongru exerted every ounce of strength to rise from the ground, bowing deeply to Yi Chun as he declared, "From this day forth, the Lin family shall hold Mr. Yi in the highest regard," following his lead without question. The others quickly rose, echoing Lin Hongru's sentiments. As they gazed at the composed Yi Chun, a profound understanding settled within them. It seemed that not only these few families, but soon the entirety of Jinling would recognize Yi Chun's supremacy. Zhang Hanyan stood beside Yi Chun, her eyes sparkling with varied emotions, even glistening with unshed tears. At that moment, Yi Chun was the focal point for all. Akin to a deity, standing beside him filled Zhang Han with pride. Since their first encounter, she had repeatedly witnessed this man's extraordinary strength. Her once proud heart, which scorned all men, had long since been thoroughly conquered. Lu Sueki rose to her feet, dabbing at the tears forming in the corners of her eyes. She felt envious of Zhang Han. Yet, she was Yu Chin's fiancée. She felt it should have been her standing by his side. Suddenly, Lu Sueki recalled Lu Goming's words. A flickering candle cannot compete with the brilliance of the sun and moon. Those so-called talented youths you speak of are but trifles compared to young Yi. Indeed, what other young talents in this world could possibly measure up to Yi Chun? Regret washed over her as she reflected on her past attitude toward him. Long Xiaoan and Long Xiaoxue shared similar sentiments, their eyes alight with realization. The words of Long Xiuan echoed in their minds. Throughout history, the strong have wielded all resources, including women. This is the Long family's opportunity as well as yours. Do you wish to find an ordinary man and lead a mundane life? Or do you wish to become Yi Chen's woman, accompanying him to the pinnacle of the world and basking in unparalleled glory? Consider your choice. In the past, they might have pondered this question. However, now, they needed no further contemplation. They knew precisely how to choose. Within Lin Qingyi, a tumultuous tide surged. A man possessing the primordial black card, a figure of unimaginable strength. If only she had been more proactive during that auction, might a different story have unfolded? At that moment, the matriarch of the Wang family stumbled, nearly toppling from her grand chair. Her murky eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom the scene before her. Old Hong was a half-step martial sovereign, a being above the very rules themselves. Had it not been for the long-standing acquaintance between the Wang family's patriarch and Old Hong, and the considerable resources the Wang family had invested in him, such a being would never have deigned to serve them. Yet now, the Wang family's greatest trump card had been vanquished by Yi Chun in a single stroke. The remaining members of the Wang family were ashen-faced, engulfed in despair. Initially, they had harbored fantasies that today would see the complete obliteration of the Lu, Long, and Lin families, allowing the Wang family to reign supreme. However, they could not have anticipated that reality would not deliver the anticipated surprise, but rather a profound shock. Whether the Wang family would continue to exist in Jinling remained uncertain. As this thought crossed their minds, they involuntarily trembled and turned their gazes toward Yi Chun. Undoubtedly, the fate of the Wang family and their own lives was firmly in his hands. Yet, Yi Chun did not spare them a glance. Cradling Cece, he addressed Zhang Hanyan, saying, "Let us depart." Zhang Hanyan nodded enthusiastically, replying, "Yes, Mr. Yi." Yi Chun approached Lu Sueki and the others, glancing at the group before inquiring, "Shall we go together? Don't you have classes this afternoon?" At his words, the expressions of those present grew peculiar. After just having slain a top-tier expert, Yi Chun was contemplating attending class. Was it that, for him, killing a formidable foe was akin to squashing an ant? Lu Sueki and the others felt a mix of confusion and delight, regardless of the circumstances. At least Yi Chun was considering them. "We have classes. Let us go together." The girls chimed cheerfully, hastily following in Yi Chun's footsteps. Observing Yi Chun's retreating figure, the Wang family members exhaled in relief. After all, had Yi Chun chosen to strike against them, the Wang family would have undoubtedly faced utter ruin. However, as Yi Chun approached the king of Jinling, the latter respectfully bowed and asked, "Young master, how shall we deal with the Wang family?" Yi Chun did not pause, his chilling voice echoing, "They need not exist." Boom. In an instant, despair engulfed all the members of the Wang family. From that moment forth, the Wang family would no longer exist in Jinling. Just then, as Yi Chun reached the entrance, a thunderous sound reverberated through the air. Several armed helicopters appeared in the sky. Not only that, but a convoy of armored vehicles roared onto the scene. Soon, the helicopters hovered above the Wang residence, and fully armed personnel began to descend. The armored vehicles came to a halt at the entrance, and soldiers poured out, swiftly forming tactical formations that encircled the entire Wang family estate. From one of the command vehicles, a woman clad in camouflage, exuding charisma, leaped out. It was Bufian. Spotting Yichun immediately, she rushed toward him, asking, "Yichun, are you all right? I've brought the Wolf Fang assault team to rescue you." Witnessing this scene, everyone was once again struck with astonishment. The Wang family members could only sigh in disbelief. Surely, it was only someone of Yichun's caliber who could command the Wolf Fang assault team to mobilize for his aid. At that moment, Yichun fixed his gaze upon Bufian and pondered before speaking. "Are you certain that you belong to the Special Forces? Your speed of deployment is utterly inadequate. If I were to rely on you for rescue, the situation would have long since deteriorated." Bufian, feeling somewhat embarrassed, coughed lightly and replied, "Well, the primary issue lies in the overly cumbersome approval procedures. Otherwise, I would have arrived much earlier." Just then, a middle-aged man adorned with 4 golden stars approached with a commanding presence. He was none other than the esteemed political commissar Yin Guohua of the Wolf Fang assault team, a master of ideological work. Upon reaching Yichun's side, he greeted him with a smile, saying, "Comrade Yichun, it is a pleasure to finally meet you." Yichun cast a brief glance at him and inquired, "Who are you?" With a warm smile, Yin Guohua introduced himself. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yin Guohua, the political commissar of the Wolf Fang assault team. You may not be familiar with me, but I have been closely monitoring your progress these past few days. The Wolf Fang assault team is in need of individuals with your caliber, and our nation requires talents like you. I sincerely invite you to join us." Uninterested, Yichun merely glanced at Yin Guohua before turning to leave. Yin Guohua was left speechless. "It seems my efforts are in vain. I shall continue to persuade Yichun. Rest assured, I will embody the fearless spirit of enduring hardship and the unwavering dedication of those who do not regret their sacrifices." Striving to touch Yichun with genuine emotion and convey the warmth of the Wolf Fang assault team's family, Bufian stifled a laugh and playfully winked at Yin Guohua before hastening to follow in Yichun's footsteps. Yin Guohua remained silent, taken aback. Chapter 84. I can save your lives, yet also take them back soon. Yichun departed from the Wang family, cradling Shishi in his arms, followed closely by several beautiful women. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, were naturally filled with envy. Surrounded by enchanting ladies, it was indeed the ultimate dream of any man. At that moment, Yichun's phone rang. It was a call from Bai Guanghua. At this hour, Bai Guanghua should be attending to patients at the Xian Medical Hall. Yichun answered the call, and Bai Guanghua's voice resonated. "Master Yi, could you come to the Xian Medical Hall? There are some disturbances." "Understood. I will be there shortly." Yichun frowned, ended the call, and prepared to head to the Xian Medical Hall. He addressed the women, saying, "There is a situation at the Xian Medical Hall. I need to go check it out. You all should attend your classes first." With that, he handed Shishi over to Zheng Hanin, saying, "You take Shishi home to rest." However, before Yichun could leave, Lu Sueki interjected, "I will accompany you. I have just arranged for our leave." Long Xiaoxue exchanged a meaningful glance with Lu Sueki and quickly added, "Mr. Yi, my sister and I are graduate students, and as long as we complete a research task with our supervisor this month, we're free. We should also join you." Bufian chimed in, "I will go too. After all, it's rather dull to remain idle." Observing this scene, Zheng Hanyan felt a surge of emotions. It appeared that even these extraordinary women could not resist Yichun's allure. At the same time, a pang of disappointment tugged at her heart. If only she were a few years younger, if only she did not have a child, she would undoubtedly follow Yichun without hesitation, perhaps even recklessly. Yet now, she found herself unable to contend with these women for his attention. Suppressing her sense of loss, she prepared to depart. Just then, Shishi suddenly grasped Yichun's hand and said, "Shishi, doesn't he want to go home? She wants to stay with Big Brother." "Very well. Let us go to the Xian Medical Hall together," Yichun replied, lifting Shishi once more. Zheng Hanyan's heart swelled with joy, thinking how truly wonderful Shishi was as her daughter. The group soon arrived at the Xian Medical Hall. At that moment, outside the hall, more accurately, on the street of pharmacies, a long line had formed, with at least 200 to 300 people waiting. The patients seeking medical help, upon seeing Yichun, erupted in excitement. "It's the Divine Doctor Yi. The Divine Doctor Yi has come to consult. Please, Divine Doctor, help me. I'm nearly tormented to death by my ailments. The Divine Doctor has arrived. We are saved. Divine Doctor, there are disturbances at the Xian Medical Hall. The queue has not moved for quite some time." Although the Xian Medical Hall had only recently opened, its reputation had already spread. Many patients suffering from terminal illnesses in Jinling had heard of Yichun. Yichun waved to the crowd, saying, "Rest assured, since you've all come, the Xian Medical Hall will attend to everyone today." The crowd was deeply moved. The divine doctor truly embodies the compassion of a healer. To encounter the divine Dr. Yi is indeed a blessing for us all. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that Dr. Yi, renowned for his medical prowess, does not charge for his services. In stark contrast, the hospitals seem to have lost their moral compass. At that moment, in the office of the director of Jinling Municipal Hospital, the director was engrossed in a live broadcast featuring a patient queuing at the suspended medical hall. Suddenly, he heard a comment that struck a nerve. Compared to Dr. Yi, the hospitals are utterly devoid of conscience. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily as he muttered to himself, "Is it truly polite to express such sentiments?" At that juncture, Yichen and his companions entered the suspended medical hall. They were met with a disheartening sight. Several elderly individuals lay sprawled on the floor, emitting pitiful groans. "Oh, the pain is unbearable. I feel as though I am on the brink of death. I once believed I could live for a few more months, but after taking the medicine from the suspended medical hall, I doubt I will survive the day. I shall never return to this place, not even at the cost of my life." Meanwhile, the children of these elderly patients unleashed a torrent of vitriol upon Bai Guanghua. "What a farce of healing! You are nothing but a pack of frauds. My father, who was once able to walk, has been rendered bedridden by that so-called Dr. Yi. What a quack! Truly a bunch of charlatans. My mother is no better. She has been utterly ruined by that so-called physician." For over half an hour, the group vented their grievances. Bai Guanghua, overwhelmed by their scorn, began to question his own existence. As a revered physician who had previously catered to the elite, he was accustomed to being treated with utmost respect, often collecting consultation fees in the hundreds of thousands. Yet now, not only was he not receiving any fees, but he also raised his hand, urging them, "Please, do not be hasty. Allow the elderly to rise. I shall check their pulses and ascertain their conditions." A middle-aged man, filled with indignation, retorted, "What pulse? Haven't you caused us enough suffering? Do you still wish to deceive us further?" He pushed towards Bai Guanghua, only to find his hand meeting an unyielding chest, akin to a mountain. Upon looking up, he encountered Yi Chen's icy gaze. Swallowing hard, he sneered, "Ah, so the quack has arrived. You have come at just the right time. We have been waiting for you. If you do not provide us with an explanation today, do not expect to leave this place." The others echoed his sentiments. Yi Chen regarded them coolly and inquired, "What explanation do you seek?" "Quite simple," they replied in unison. "Compensation, and the closure of the suspended medical hall to prevent further deceit." Yi Chen scoffed, "Since you deem me a quack, I shall reclaim your lives." With that, he extended his hand towards the elderly on the ground. With a swift motion, several streams of vital energy struck their acupoints. Instantly, the elderly widened their eyes, their faces contorted in genuine agony. In truth, Yi Chen had indeed cured their ailments. Their ruckus at the suspended medical hall was driven by ulterior motives. They never anticipated that Yi Chen, capable of saving their lives, could also reclaim them. This was no mere physician. He was akin to a divine being. At that moment, several young men continued, "Enough of the nonsense. Compensate us, and then shut down the Xuani Hall. Otherwise, this matter will not come to an end." However, as soon as they finished speaking, they witnessed their parents or grandparents rising from the ground, kneeling before Yi Chen with a thud, bowing their heads repeatedly as they pleaded, "Divine Healer Yi, we were wrong. We should not have called you a quack. We beseech you, do not take our lives." Instantly, the young men were struck dumb. What was happening? Yi Chen's gaze was as cold as ice as he inquired, "Who sent you here?" "We will speak. We will reveal everything." The young men dared not hold back a single detail. They confessed everything without reservation. After all, nothing was more precious than one's own life. Chapter 85. Trouble awaits if you refuse. A few individuals knelt on the ground, tears streaming down their faces as they confessed, "It was the Rue Hue Company. They sent us, offering us 500,000 to create a disturbance here." Yi Chen's expression was frigid as he replied, "You may leave. Dr. Yi, we were wrong. Please, we beg you to save us." They implored, kneeling before him. Before their acquaintance with Yi Chen, they had sought medical help everywhere, drowning in despair. Without his intervention, they would undoubtedly continue to endure the torment of countless ailments, perhaps even losing their lives. Regret consumed them. Had they known the consequences, they would not have caused trouble at the Zuanyatang for such a meager sum. Yet, Yi Chen remained unyielding, refusing to spare them even a glance. "Dr. Yi, please, save us." One even clung to his leg. "Get off." Yi Chen kicked him away with contempt. The patients in line observed this scene with disdain. Dr. Yi saved your lives, and yet you repay his kindness with ingratitude for a mere handful of money. Have you no conscience? Indeed. And you still dare to plead with Dr. Yi? Your audacity is astounding. They were relieved they had not believed the instigator's claims, which had misled them about Dr. Yi. Regret gnawed at the hearts of the culprits. Had they another chance, they would never have acted so foolishly. Soon, they were drowned in the spittle of the crowd, leaving in disgrace. Yi Chun then began his consultations. He diagnosed patients swiftly, often identifying ailments and prescribing targeted remedies within just a few minutes. For those requiring acupuncture, he efficiently administered treatment on-site. Surrounding him were several beautiful women, assisting the staff of Zuan Yutang in gathering herbs. After attending to a dozen patients, a voice suddenly rang out from outside. Who is Yichen? Moments later, several impeccably dressed men approached. Yichen furrowed his brow and replied, I am. What is it? If you seek medical attention, please queue at the back. The leader, a middle-aged man, stepped forward, placing a business card on the table. Allow me to introduce myself. I am He Zheng, the manager of the Jinling branch of Ruihui Pharmaceutical Group. As Yi Chun was checking a patient's pulse, he did not lift his head but coldly inquired, What do you want? Lu Sueki and the others seethed with indignation. The troublemakers earlier had indeed been sent by Ruihui Pharmaceutical Group. He Zheng gazed at Yi Chen, a smirk playing on his lips as he said, So, you are Dr. Yi. I will assume you are a doctor for the moment. I am here to inform you that your Zuan Yutang is severely impacting the sales of Ruihui Pharmaceutical Group in Jinling. Therefore, I hope you will close your clinic promptly. Upon hearing He Zheng's words, the crowd erupted in disbelief. Your sales are affected by Zuan Yutang, and you demand its closure? Such reasoning is absurd. Those who caused trouble earlier were indeed sent by you, and it is disgraceful that a so-called international group like Ruihui would resort to such underhanded tactics. Lu Sueki and her companions could no longer contain their outrage. The patients waiting in line for treatment, upon understanding the situation, became increasingly agitated. The Xuani Medical Hall, dedicated to healing and saving lives, was their only hope. How could one even suggest closing its doors? I comprehend the implications of that suggestion. If we fall ill, we are compelled to purchase the exorbitantly priced medication from Ruihui. In their eyes, we are mere commodities. Should you dare to shut down the Xuani Medical Hall, you would be opposing us patients. Let us first see if we consent to such an action. He Zheng cast a glance at the queue of patients, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. To him, these patients were insignificant, merely products to be dealt with. He turned his attention to Yi Chun and continued, Mr. Yi, we have come with sincerity today. If you agree to close the Xuani Medical Hall, we can cover the initial costs of renovation, and additionally, you would receive a compensation of 50 million. However, this is contingent upon signing a contract that stipulates you may not practice medicine in the future. Yi Chen interrupted him directly, stating, Just tell me what will happen if I refuse. He Zheng's eyes narrowed slightly, responding, If you refuse, it could become quite troublesome. As he spoke, he gestured to his associates behind him, who promptly presented an open file. He Zheng extracted several documents from the file and placed them before Yi Chun, declaring, Firstly, I have obtained some of your prescriptions, which bear a striking resemblance to those acquired by our Ruihui Pharmaceutical Group in Longhua. Therefore, you are infringing upon our rights. Furthermore, I have investigated and found that you do not possess a medical practitioner's license, thus you are practicing medicine illegally. Finishing his statement, He Zheng fixed a gaze on Yi Chun that was both mocking and confident, as if he had completely outmaneuvered him. Mr. Yi, your friend just mentioned that our Ruihui Pharmaceutical Group is an international company with an exceptional legal team. We also have strong connections with the leadership of the Jinling medical authorities. Should you refuse, I believe the consequences are self-evident. You are a wise man, Mr. Yi. You should know how to choose wisely. As he spoke, He Zheng's eyes wandered to Lu Sueki and the other women, a glimmer of undisguised admiration flickering within. He marveled internally, astonished that such a humble clinic could house so many exquisite beauties. He could not help but ponder whether, once the Xuani Medical Hall closed, he could introduce these exceptional women to positions at Ruihui Pharmaceutical Group. As the head of the branch, he would be in an advantageous position. How delightful that would be. However, Yi Chen's icy voice abruptly interrupted his musings. I certainly know how to choose. The Xuani Medical Hall will remain open. You can leave now. He Zheng abruptly stood, glaring coldly at Yi Chen. Are you certain you've thought this through? Yi Chen waved his hand at Long Shaoan, instructing, have them leave. Just as He Zheng and his associates were about to unleash a torrent of insults, Long Shaoyan took action. In an instant, several of them were sent sprawling. Their teeth scattered across the ground as she delivered a swift kick that sent them tumbling out. The patients in line erupted in cheers, astonished to find that the woman beside Yichen was not only beautiful but also skilled in combat. Several individuals were left severely injured by Long Shaoan, and they nearly drowned in the spittle of the queuing patients, ultimately scrambling onto a vehicle in a state of utter disarray. Once inside the car, He Zheng's visage contorted with distress. As the head of the Ruihui Pharmaceutical Group's branch in Jinling, he was considered a figure of high society, accustomed to being treated with utmost deference. Particularly, the company's staff and pharmaceutical representatives would almost worship him. In the 7 to 8 years of his tenure, he had spent not a dime and had lost count of the women he had encountered. In short, he had never endured such humiliation, nor had he ever felt as disheveled as he did today. Since you choose to disrespect my hospitality, I shall make you experience the consequences of your actions, He Zheng thought, gritting his teeth as he picked up his phone and dialed a number. Chapter 86. The Troubles of Dr. Yi. The arrival of He Zheng was but a minor interlude. Nevertheless, it incited considerable ire among Lu Sueki and her companions, while the patients in line grew increasingly restless. Yet, Yichen remained utterly unfazed, as if his focus were solely on the patients before him. His diagnostic capabilities were astonishingly swift, often resolving cases within mere minutes, if not seconds. Bai Guanghua stood respectfully at the side, utterly astounded by Yichen's medical prowess. Though renowned as a miraculous healer in Jinling, Bai typically required at least 10 minutes, if not longer, to attend to a single patient. What was most remarkable, however, was that many of the prescriptions Yichen issued were entirely novel to Bai, both unheard of and unseen. Despite Yichen's rapid pace, several hours elapsed, and a lengthy queue still persisted outside the Zuanyatang. In their dedication to the patients, the group even ordered takeout for dinner, consuming it right there in the clinic. Around 6 o'clock, dozens of patients continued to wait outside. Just as Yichen was making progress, a law enforcement vehicle pulled up at the entrance of Zuanyatang. Several officials entered, presenting identification to Yichen, declaring, "We are from the relevant departments of Jinling. We suspect you of practicing medicine illegally. Please cease your consultations immediately and accompany us for an investigation." Yichen glanced up at them and inquired, "Did He Zheng send you?" The officials, taken aback by his challenge, retorted, "Who sent us is none of your concern. Your only obligation is to come with us for questioning." With an impassive expression, Yichen replied, "I have no time. Many patients are waiting for my attention." "Attend to patients? You seem to be out of touch with reality." One of the officials scoffed. They laughed derisively, stating, "You practice medicine illegally, and you still wish to treat patients? You can forget about that. Take him away. Who dares to touch Mr. Yi?" At that moment, Long Shaoan stepped forward, followed by Bu Fian, who cast a cold glare at the officials. The formidable presence of the two women caused the officials to stiffen. Lu Sueki, Long Xiaoxue, and Zheng Hanen spoke up. "Do you have any idea how many lives Zuanyatang has saved since its inception? You are abusing your power." Cici clenched her small fists, declaring, "Cici won't allow you to take Big Brother. You bad people." The waiting patients had long lost their composure, erupting in protest. Indeed, if someone as virtuous as Dr. Yi is to be arrested, then everyone in the world would end up in prison. Dr. Yi is our savior. Whoever seeks to apprehend him will face our wrath. Yes, whoever dares to take Dr. Yi will have to contend with us. The officials exchanged alarmed glances, unprepared for such an intricate situation. Just then, two more individuals entered the clinic. Upon seeing them, the officials' eyes brightened, for one was their direct superior, Xiao Zhendong, while the other was He Zheng, the head of the Jinling branch of Ruihui Pharmaceutical Group. "How is the situation being handled?" Xiao Zhendong inquired coldly. The others hastily replied, "Xiao, the situation is rather complex." They proceeded to provide a brief overview of the circumstances. "What does this amount to? Breaking the law is breaking the law. Does saving a few lives somehow place one above the law?" Xiao Zhendong reprimanded them sharply before waving his hand, ordering them to take the individuals away. Anyone who dared to obstruct would face charges of resisting the law and be taken as well. He Zheng wore a mocking smile, stating, "Xiao is right. Practicing medicine without a license is indeed illegal. He doesn't even possess a medical qualification certificate. If he were to cause someone's death, who would take responsibility?" He Zheng was aware that Yi Chun was finished. He was well acquainted with Xiao Zhendong, almost like brothers, and had frequently bestowed gifts upon him. Once Yi Chun was apprehended, he had countless ways to eliminate him. As for the beautiful women in the clinic, they would not escape his grasp either. "What are you waiting for? Make your move," Xiao Zhendong shouted. "Yes, Xiao." The others no longer hesitated and advanced toward Yi Chun. At that moment, Before the women and the patients in line could speak, Yichen stood up. His silence was due to his indifference towards these individuals and his desire not to waste time, especially with so many patients awaiting assistance. However, it became evident that silence would not resolve the issue. It only emboldened those who sought to create trouble. Yijing's lips curled into a cold smirk. He believed Yichen was afraid. Xiao Zhendong dismissed Yichen entirely, considering him merely a barefoot doctor lacking a medical license. If it weren't for the desire to avenge Yizhong, he wouldn't have bothered to show up. At that moment, Yichen cast a cold glance at Xiao Zhendong and remarked, "Are you merely a lapdog for Rehui Pharmaceutical Group, and Yizhong? Presumptuous. How dare you speak to Xiao in such a manner?" Yizhang's face changed, and he couldn't help but reprimand. However, just as he spoke, he was suddenly struck, sending him flying, his teeth mingling with blood as they shot out. He fell heavily at the entrance of the clinic. Hearing Yi Chun's icy words, "You come to cause trouble time and again. I have no desire to stoop to your level. Do you truly believe I fear you? Even if you were the head of the entire Rehui Pharmaceutical Group, you would still kneel before me." Yi Chun's voice was devoid of warmth. The women felt a surge of excitement at Yi Chun's dominance. It was immensely satisfying. Yet, it seemed this man could never shake off his penchant for boasting. The control of Rehui Group and its resources were beyond imagination. How could they possibly expect Yi Chun to command such reverence? In broad daylight, "Do you dare to strike someone?" Xiao Zhendong was enraged. However, before he could finish his sentence, he received a kick to his abdomen. He was sent flying, crashing beside Yizheng, spitting out blood. The patients in line could not contain their cheers, astonished to discover that not only was Yi Chun a miraculous doctor, but he was also remarkably strong. The few women, however, felt somewhat helpless, realizing that Yi Chun had stirred up trouble again. Yet, after causing a scene, Yi Chun returned to his duties as if nothing had happened, continuing to attend to his patients. However, half an hour later, the shrill sound of sirens pierced the air. Soon, the clinic was surrounded, leaving no room for escape. A stream of personnel rushed in, some even brandishing weapons. Witnessing this scene, the patients waiting in line turned pale, realizing that Dr. Yi was indeed in serious trouble. Chapter 87. You do not have the authority to arrest Yu Chen soon. Xiao Zhendong was assisted into the Xuani Hall. Upon seeing Yu Chen again, he lost his composure, his face twisted in agitation. Pointing an accusing finger at Yu Chen, he declared, "It is he who practices medicine illegally and assaults others." At this moment, Yu Chen furrowed his brow and rose once more. There were still dozens of patients in line, and he had hoped to attend to them all today, yet unforeseen complications had arisen. "I advise you to lower your hand. I do not appreciate being pointed at," Yi Chen stated coldly. Xiao Zhendong, meeting Yi Chen's gaze, felt a surge of fear. The force behind Yi Chen's previous kick had left him feeling as though he had lost half his life. Although he was surrounded by many, he feared provoking Yi Chen further. Should he receive another blow, he might not survive this encounter. At that moment, staff members rushed into the Xuani Hall. Weapons drawn and aimed at Yi Chen, their eyes filled with vigilance as they warned, "Crouch down and cover your head." Immediately, the sight startled the patients waiting in line. It was evident that Yi Chen was embroiled in a serious predicament. A few women, alarmed, hurried to grab Yi Chen, urging him to crouch down. Given Yi Chen's temperament, it was entirely possible he would lash out uncontrollably. However, with so many weapons present, the consequences of impulsiveness could be dire. Just then, Yizheng barged in, his face half swollen and red. With a face full of resentment, he glared at Yi Chen. "You brat, your clinic will surely cease to operate, and you will be taken in." Yizheng spat through gritted teeth. Yi Chen shook his head and replied, "You are mistaken. The Xuani Hall will continue its operations. Moreover, I intend to expand its services. Did you not claim that the Xuani Hall has adversely affected the sales of Rehui Pharmaceutical Group? I hereby announce that the Xuani Hall will formally enter the pharmaceutical industry, specializing in the production of cures for terminal illnesses, thereby breaking the monopoly held by your pharmaceutical companies." In recent days, Yi Chen had conducted some investigations. He discovered that not only had traditional Chinese medicine declined dramatically, but many effective remedies had vanished without a trace. And the medications for terminal illnesses were monopolized by a cabal of pharmaceutical giants. Ordinary people afflicted with terminal conditions could only purchase exorbitantly priced medications, draining their finances until they were left waiting for death. As the disciple of the Xuani sect's esteemed master, a legendary healer, Yi Chen was naturally devoted to the same cause. His motivation for establishing the Xuani Hall was to uphold the founding principle of the Xuani sect, to alleviate suffering and save lives. However, he had come to realize a harsh truth. No matter how tirelessly he worked, attending to patients 24 hours a day, the number he could save remained limited. During the peak of the Xuani sect's influence, its disciples were spread across the land, saving countless lives. However, the process of nurturing new practitioners was exceedingly lengthy, and the most effective solution lay in commercial promotion. Although capital has always been tainted with blood and grime, it is undeniable that, in most cases, its efficiency reigns supreme. However, upon hearing Yi Qin's words, He Zheng chuckled. You wish to enter the pharmaceutical industry and challenge our Rui Pharmaceutical Group? I dare say you are overestimating yourself. Tell me, do you understand corporate management? Are you knowledgeable in financing? Do you grasp the intricacies of capital operations? Moreover, are you aware of what investment returns mean, or the concept of inventory turnover, or the significance of operational leverage? Never mind, you surely lack such knowledge. Let me ask you something fundamental. Do you have channels? Do you possess resources? Do you think that merely opening a clinic and having a few patients support you will suffice to establish a company? Yi Qin remained silent, merely casting a detached glance at Yi Zheng. Suddenly, Yi Zheng shivered and retreated a few steps, still nursing a swollen cheek from the slap Yi Qin had delivered earlier. He feared Yi Qin might erupt again, forcing him to kneel once more. After stepping back, he gritted his teeth and declared, in any case, even if you manage to start a pharmaceutical company, you won't survive. Yi Qin paid no heed to Yi Zheng. The financial concepts he mentioned were child's play to him. After all, his mentor was a financial titan, having once wielded great influence on Wall Street, and was the master of the Haoming Chamber of Commerce. Even the wealthiest individuals in the world were but younger siblings in his mentor's presence. Most significantly, Yi Qin possessed truly exceptional products, elixirs. One single elixir could rejuvenate an ordinary person's physique, making them feel at least a decade younger. One elixir could invigorate those bedridden with illness. One elixir could even revive the dying. The miraculous medications produced by pharmaceutical giants would inevitably be rendered obsolete in the face of such elixirs. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a porcelain vial appeared in Yi Qin's hand. The crowd's brows furrowed involuntarily, for they perceived that the vial seemed to materialize out of thin air. After producing the vial, Yi Qin addressed the remaining patients, stating, as I have said, since I have accepted you, I will attend to all today. Now, as we are forced to halt consultations, all patients may come forth to receive an elixir. The patients exchanged glances, but quickly approached Yi Qin to receive their elixirs. As they placed the elixirs in their mouths, their expressions transformed instantaneously. The elixirs dissolved upon contact, releasing a rich warmth that surged into their bellies and flowed through their meridians. They felt enveloped in a comforting warmth, akin to soaking in a hot spring. Not only that, but all their ailments vanished, and they felt rejuvenated as if returned to their youth. Thud, thud, one by one, they knelt before Yi Qin, tears of gratitude streaming down their faces, exclaiming, Dr. Yi is truly a divine presence. Thank you, Dr. Yi, for granting me a new lease on life. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were rendered speechless. What was happening? Why were these individuals reacting so profoundly? Could it be that the elixirs in Yi Qin's porcelain vial had truly cured their ailments? Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Zheng could not help but chuckle. It seems I have discerned your true nature. You are nothing but a charlatan, having employed a troupe of actors to stage this farce. Hearing Yi Qin's words, Xiao Zhendong and the other officials came to a realization. With a disdainful smirk, Xiao Zhendong declared, practicing medicine illegally, assaulting officials, and orchestrating fraud. Each of these offenses is sufficient to land you in prison. Prepare yourself for a multitude of charges. With a sweeping gesture, he commanded, arrest him. Should he dare to resist, execute him on the spot. This time, he had learned his lesson. After his previous encounter with Yi Qin, which had left him feeling as if his insides were in turmoil, he retreated behind the crowd. In response to his orders, dozens of officials once again surrounded Yi Qin, their cold weapons aimed menacingly at him. At that moment, Bufian and Long Shaoan stepped forward, declaring, let us see who dares to lay a hand on Yi Qin. Not only that, Bufian swiftly advanced to Xiao Zhendong, drawing her weapon with fluid grace. By the time Xiao Zhendong registered her movements, the cold steel was already pressed against his forehead. Withdraw your men, at once, Bufian said icily, tossing her credentials aside. Yi Qin is a member of the Wolfang assault team. Not only has he committed no offense, but even if he had, you lack the authority to apprehend him. Chapter 88. Ready to engage at any moment with Xiao Zhendong finally subdued, Bufian let out a sigh of relief. The tension among the other women also eased somewhat. However, it was not that Bufian and Long Shaoan believed they could protect Yi Qin. Rather, they feared his potential rage. After all, With so many weapons aimed at him, none could predict the chaos that might ensue should he truly lose control. Everyone was taken aback, astonished by the fierce action taken by the beautiful women beside Yuchen. They had swiftly captured Xiao Zhendong, executing the classic strategy of capturing the leader first. Xiao Zhendong swallowed hard, glancing at the credentials in Bufian's hand, and was momentarily stunned. He had heard of the illustrious Wolf Fang assault team. If Yi Chun truly belonged to them, then he had no authority to apprehend him. Struggling to maintain his composure, he sneered. If he is indeed part of the Wolf Fang assault team, we certainly lack the authority. However, I have only seen your credentials, not his. Bufian inwardly cursed the old fox, replying coldly, Yi Chun's identity is special. You are not qualified to see his credentials. Biting his lip, Xiao Zhendong retorted. Then there is nothing I can do. I am merely acting according to the law. Even if you were to kill me today, I must take him with me. In an instant, both sides found themselves at an impasse. Just then, Yi Chun's body suddenly moved. Bufian silently cursed. She had managed to control the situation. Yet he had the audacity to act as if instigating trouble. The other women were equally stunned, hearts racing with anxiety. Did he have a death wish? With dozens of armed individuals pointing weapons at him? At that moment, Hezhong also grew agitated. If Yi Chun dared to assault these personnel, he might very well be shot on the spot. Here he was, contemplating starting a pharmaceutical company and opposing the Ruhui pharmaceutical group. He must have lost his mind. However, an astonishing scene unfolded that shattered everyone's understanding. Yi Chun's form transformed into a blur, as if he were employing the ethereal steps of a master. The staff members, desperately aiming their weapons, could barely catch a glimpse of his figure. In the next instant, a chorus of anguished cries erupted. In the blink of an eye, they were all tossed into a corner, piled together like a stack of dominoes. All their weapons were discarded to the side. Hezhong, who had anticipated watching Yi Chun be riddled with bullets, was left utterly dumbfounded by the sight before him. He wished he could slap himself to ensure he was not dreaming. How could one person possess such incredible speed? Was he perhaps Spider-Man? Of course. Yi Chun did not spare Hezhong or Xiao Zhendong either. Soon, both were also hurled toward the corner, crying out in despair. Bufian swallowed hard, her eyes reflecting an uncontainable shock. Having been with the Wolf Fang assault team for several years, participating in numerous missions and national special forces competitions, she had encountered countless experts. Yet, never had anyone left such an indelible impression on her. The other women shared similar sentiments, their eyes alight with awe, as endless waves of admiration surged within them. At this moment, the entire suspended medical hall was enveloped in profound silence, with not a soul uttering a word. This tranquility was abruptly shattered by Cece's jubilant cheer. Big Brother has won again. How impressive he is. Soon after, the patients awaiting treatment could no longer contain their cheers. Dr. Yu was not only a miraculous physician but also a formidable master. I have heard whispers of martial artists in this world. Individuals who transcend the very rules that bind us. Could Dr. Yu be one of these exceptional beings? Indeed, as the beautiful woman remarked. Dr. Yi is affiliated with the Wolf Fang Commando. Those individuals lack the authority to apprehend him. At this juncture, Xiao Zhendong struggled to rise from the ground. He spat out a mouthful of old blood, gritting his teeth as he proclaimed, Brat, I acknowledge your prowess, yet you have injured us today. And this matter is far from over. Yi Chun cast a cold glance at his adversary and replied, I am at your service whenever you wish. As he spoke, a hint of murderous intent emanated from him. Xiao Zhendong and Hezhong had already found themselves on his death list. However, to avoid further complications, he refrained from acting at that moment. Xiao Zhendong, initially eager to retort, faltered under Yi Chun's piercing gaze, swallowing his words in silence. Yi Chun adjusted his attire, lifted Cece into his arms, and said to Bai Guanghua, I shall take my leave. Do not forget to close the door. Bai Guanghua stood in a daze for a moment before nodding and responding, All right, Master Yi. Departing, Yi Chun cradled Cece, casting a glance at the women, and stepped out. The women promptly followed in his wake. At that moment, Xiao Zhendong coughed violently, expelling another mouthful of blood. Hezhong clutched his abdomen, racked with pain and questioning life itself. Was there truly no one capable of subduing Yi Chun? Ultimately, Xiao Zhendong and his companions retreated as though they had suffered a crushing defeat, leaving amidst their lamentations. Hezhong trailed behind Xiao Zhendong, remarking, Director Xiao, Yi Chun is insufferably arrogant, daring even to strike your men. How can you endure such insolence? Xiao Zhendong's face twisted in frustration, but a thought soon crossed his mind. He replied, This Yi Chun must be a martial artist of considerable strength. I have a friend who is a leader in the Martial Arts Association of Jinling City. If necessary, we can enlist their martial artists to assist us. In any case, if we cannot subdue this brat, I do not deserve the surname Shao." Upon hearing this, He Zhang's spirits soared. If the Martial Arts Association of Jinling City intervenes, victory is assured. He then produced a cigarette and offered it to Xiao Zhendong, saying, "Director Xiao, you have worked hard today. Let us first visit a hospital for some medicine, see if we can arrange a meeting with the leaders of the Martial Arts Association. And afterward, we can unwind at the Shangri-La Hotel's hot springs, inviting a few high-quality companions to relax before devising a thorough plan to eliminate this brat." Xiao Zhendong pondered for a moment before conceding, "Very well, I shall follow your lead. I will make the call immediately." With that, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Zhendong exclaimed with excitement, "My friend, Fong Mingyuan, is the vice president of the Wudao Association in Jinling City, and President Fong has already agreed." He Zhang's eyes lit up as he replied, "That's wonderful. As long as President Fong takes action, even if that brat has 10 lives, he will meet his demise without a doubt."